Audiobook title Leveling Up an Artillery Fantasy Empire, Chapter 01 to 5 1986 and original title How I Built the Strongest Artillery Empire, Chapter 01 to 5 1986 and Part 02. Yet every time the lords encountered them they would avoid them like the plague and send men to drive them away. Some lords, fearing they would turn into rioters, even used their armies to suppress them directly. In the entire West everyone shunned them. There was only one exception: Captain of the Guard. A large number of refugees have suddenly arrived. What should we do? What else can we do? The administrator said to take them all in.
We take as many as come. These well-trained Blackwood guards, equipped with strange weapons, did not drive away these outcasts like soldiers elsewhere did.
The refugees finally found a place that would accept them. They sighed in relief, tears silently streaming down their faces. After wandering for so long, they had long since become numb and didn't dare to ask for much. As long as there was a place to take them in, they could at least survive even as slaves, but they soon discovered that the previous rumors were actually true. The women walking to and fro with baskets full of food on their heads, and the innocent children running around, everyone had happy smiles on their faces. Blackwood territory was filled with an aura of stability and happiness. Food was so abundant that even the commoners could eat white bread. Even the stray dogs on the streets and the wobbling livestock were plump and sturdy.
What on earth is?
What's going on?
The refugees looked at Blackwood territory, which seemed like a paradise, untouched by the chaos of war, staring in disbelief, unable to trust their own eyes.
There were no sick, no wounded, no beggars, and most important, no hungry people.
Congratulations on your great victory. No, it should be called a total victory anyway. Congratulations on your triumphant return, Lord Earl.
Isaac walked into the office, where Administrator Peter, Finance Officer Charles Clare, and others from the castle congratulated him on his victory with beaming smiles.
Brother, you're amazing.
Claire seemed particularly happy. Isaac had ultimately joined forces with Princess Priscilla, who was famous for her justice. She jumped up and lunged to him excitedly. Isaac was quick and caught the little girl in his arms.
Oh, Hotilda Claire, have you been eating too many donuts lately?
You've gotten so heavy.
Dove,
I haven't. I didn't.
Don't slander me. Hearing her brother say she had gotten fat from snacking, Claire immediately struggled to get down, offering a guilty triple denial on the spot. Everyone present burst into laughter at her reaction. Isaac looked at her slightly rounder face and shook his head inwardly. This girl is done for. She's developed a sugar addiction.
Ha ha ha, thank you all for the congratulations, but isn't it a bit early to call me Earl?
He still needed to go to the royal capital to receive approval from the king's proxy, Regent Passes, before he could officially become an earl.
Just like when he inherited the title of Baron.
Back then, he hadn't even seen the regent's face before being turned away. He wondered what it would be like the next time he went.
Haha, the title and the procedure don't matter.
Lord Earl, your strength already exceeds that of a marquis and can even rival a duke. The others seemed to agree with the administrator's words, nodding in succession. Isaac also nodded silently.
Indeed, titles were not important.
On Earth, there were often cases where a baron with actual power controlled a figurehead earl. In these troubled times, what mattered most was strength.
A vast territory, a large population, resources, and the resulting taxes and armies, those were the keys.
My lord, the castle chef has prepared fine wine and delicacies to welcome you back.
You've had a long journey, rest well today, and drink to your heart's content. The welcoming ceremony was already done for me by the subjects during the triumph. As managers of the territory, we should work hard to repay their enthusiasm, shouldn't we?
Another banquet.
He had already attended 3 days of victory celebrations, plus the banquet at the rewards ceremony. It was more than enough. If he drank any more, he'd end up with high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high cholesterol. Of course, it was also true that there was a lot of work that required his attention. Seeing their lord start working immediately upon his return, the others couldn't help but look at each other. Well, I have something to do. Claire made an excuse and scurried away. What a little rascal. Isaac had actually intended to assign her some work. So what happened in the territory while I was away? First, let me tell you about my gains on the battlefield. It was time to manage the territory again. This was the foundation of a lord. Isaac sat in the main seat of the office, listening to his subordinates' reports and introducing his own gains to them. I brought back 25 warhorses. The spoils promised by the princess also included warhorses. The white horse Lucy Brianna rode was called Whitehorn. Though they weren't of that specific breed, they were still incredibly strong and fearless warhorses. Equipped with horse armor, they would have no problem charging into battle. My lord, we can form a cavalry unit now, Miller George said excitedly. As a knight, he was very much looking forward to forming a cavalry unit. Correct. I will send a few warhorses to the pasture in Con Village for breeding, and the rest will be used to train cavalry. 25 warhorses, it might not seem like much, but this was the seed capital.
Isaac planned to use them for breeding, while taking turns training cavalry, doing everything possible to expand the territory's military power first.
Although the elf rangers could also serve as cavalry, they were the type of unit that couldn't charge into formations, so the existing riding horses were actually more suitable for them. What Isaac wanted to form was a unit of plate armor pistoliers similar to cuirassiers who would normally use their mobility and range for anti-cavalry missions. When necessary, they could act like traditional heavy cavalry and directly charge the enemy's rear. This kind of plate-armored pistolier whom you couldn't outrun, couldn't outrange, and whose armor you couldn't pierce even if they closed in was a strategic grade unit.
Think of it as Iron Pagoda cavalry equipped with firearms invincible in both ranged and melee combat.
Therefore, what he needed most were these strong war horses. Moreover, he had God's grace and could obtain a large number of cheap firearms. So Isaac even planned to equip each cavalryman with 2 or 3 pistols like a pirate.
Fire one, switch to another, switch again, fire again.
They could fire continuously without needing to reload. This way he could form a pistolier unit that combined mobility, defense, and firepower under existing conditions.
Combined with the overwhelming range of the cannons and the Spanish tercios,
Which were no longer a temporary patchwork, but a truly formed unit, it's really something to look forward to.
Just as Administrator Peter said at that point, what meaning would a title have?
The throne is taken in turns.
Maybe it's my turn next year.
Isaac coughed lightly, pulling his thoughts back to the present and temporarily setting aside dangerous ideas like starting an uprising, taking the throne, or controlling the emperor to command the lords.
Anyway, Finance Officer Charles and Miko, you two draw some miners from various territories and cities to quickly mine this kind of ore in Countess Brianna's fief. Isaac pulled a piece of glittering pyrite from his coat and tossed it to Miko.
What is this?
Miko asked curiously.
pyrite, a beacon leading to a new era.
The flintlock rifle, with its flint friction ignition method invented in the 16th century and used until the 19th century, could indeed be called a beacon.
Aha, so this is the golden metal you asked me to find before. Miko's eyes narrowed curiously like a cat's.
Exactly. Additionally, we will soon acquire magic crystal, stone, flax, and wine-producing regions. Like a parent returning from a hunt, Isaac introduced his gains from the battlefield to his family one by one.
Territories, resources, and various spoils of war.
Wow, the subordinates looked at each other and let out exclamations of surprise.
Especially the little money grubber Miko. She seemed even more determined in her choice of Blackwood, her tail wagging like a fan.
So what happened in the territory while I was away? Give me a report.
The administrator and the finance officer then took turns reporting the events in the territory to Isaac.
There is one strange thing.
Ever since the goddess's blessing descended upon the territory, the number of pregnant women in the villages has suddenly increased. The first report was quite explosive.
Isaac was stunned for a moment, a bit dazed, not knowing how to respond. Increased.
In what way did it increase?
What exactly increased? There are many ways to interpret this. If it's not explained clearly, our goddess will turn into some improper evil god.
Population, labor force.
Is this after the incident where Priest Designee and the other believers released holy power, sweeping across the entire territory? Yes, Lord.
Holy crap!
It seems that it wasn't just the livestock in Con Village that were affected. Then the residents didn't have any inappropriate behavior, did they?
Isaac struggled to express himself, but clearly everyone present didn't understand what he meant, and they all stared at Isaac with confused eyes.
Isaac scratched his head, then awkwardly spoke again.
I mean, nobody gathered for any sort of promiscuity or unrestrained activity, right?
Oh,
Miko was the first to react, instantly turning bright red and staring at Isaac in surprise. At this point, everyone else realized what he meant, and they too were slightly embarrassed.
The administrator immediately spoke up awkwardly to explain. This, so far we haven't found anything. From my observation, the residents' daily lives are quite normal. Phew. Only after hearing his explanation did Isaac let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. If this had truly turned into a cult, they would have been doomed, perhaps because the goddess's holy power was full of vitality. Those who engaged in relations during that period all conceived children. Although unexpected, this is definitely a good thing for the territory. Although Isaac hadn't anticipated it, this was indeed cause for celebration.
Manpower, population to some extent, that is national power.
It is the cornerstone of economic development, the foundation of productivity and consumption, and the manifestation of economic scale. They are the future source of cheap labor and soldiers, and the roots of all state affairs. To put it bluntly, population is a resource. Haven't you seen how some people are getting anxious now that others aren't marrying or having children?
P.S. Under the newly introduced policy, marriage no longer requires a household registration book or local residency, and if one party changes their mind during the 30-day divorce cooling-off period, the divorce cannot proceed.
In short, the more people there are, the more things can be accomplished. As long as the infrastructure is complete for them right now, the more people, the better. When the time is right, invite midwives from all over, and make sure they thoroughly wash their hands using the soap we provide when assisting with deliveries.
Remember, this must be strictly enforced.
Giving birth was not easy on Earth, and in this era, it is even more dangerous. Since the concept of bacteria does not yet exist, people usually just wash briefly with water before assisting in childbirth. Consequently, mothers and infants often suffer from puerperal fever due to bacterial infections leading to death. However, soap contains surfactants, which can remove grease and the phospholipids of viruses, thus greatly increasing the survival rate of mothers and infants. Once the salt yield from the salt fields increases, we must also consider producing physiological saline. Physiological saline is a 0.9% sodium chloride solution, which has the same concentration as human body fluids. That is to say, salt water of the appropriate concentration can be used directly to clean various wounds and rapidly relieve dehydration symptoms.
Also,
The corn harvest has begun.
You previously mentioned the corn heavily depletes the soil, but thanks to the fertilizer, the corn is growing very plumply, the administrator said, pointing toward Rust Village. Isaac nodded silently. This was indeed good news.
Isaac could now fulfill the promise he made a few days ago and treat Effie to buttered grilled corn.
She seemed quite looking forward to it. Also, the cultivation of saltpeter and the harvesting of rubber tree sap are both going smoothly. Since travel to the royal capital is impossible during wartime, the royal capital's demand for shoes and carriages has sharply surged. This was the finance officer's report. Miko nodded in agreement from the side and stepped forward to describe the situation in the royal capital. That region, known for his strictness, has been riding in our carriage continuously. All the other nobles are dying of curiosity now, hee. It's obvious that their internet celebrity product is playing a huge role in the royal capital.
However, once someone has experienced the kind of carriage, no one could tolerate an ordinary carriage again.
What about the cotton?
As I said before, have you found a suitable planting area?
Isaac asked. The finance officer nodded and replied, yes, we have found one, but do we truly need such a massive area? We also need to construct large irrigation canals to divert the river water.
Of course we do. This is just the minimum requirement.
Isaac placed great importance on cotton.
Later, a large amount of manpower, fertilizer, and the use of elves for variety improvement will also be required. Fertilizer is currently being produced in large quantities at the saltpeter production sites, and the elves are responsible for variety improvement, so there's an issues.
But the biggest problem is still the lack of manpower. Isaac muttered to himself while stroking his chin.
Besides the people already working, they urgently needed a new labor force. The salt fields and the cotton plantations are massive industries relying solely on the surplus labor force brought about by the agricultural revolution is simply not enough to meet the demand. If labor is urgently needed, couldn't we purchase some strong slaves from Rat City and the royal capital?
Finance officer Charles seemed to have heard Isaac's muttering and asked in confusion, of using slaves in the cotton fields.
Yes, Lord. Is there a problem? Then can we buy those pitch black skin slaves? The ones that look similar to us but have black skin? Oh, I'm not very clear on that. I'd have to ask the merchants at the slave market, but Lord, is there anything special about this type of slave?
No, nothing special.
I just feel that this type of slave is rather talented at growing cotton. Yes, they are more talented. Isaac waved his hand and explained. Using slaves in cotton fields always felt strange to him. It would be a great pity if he couldn't use black-skinned people for this task.
As he had said before, cotton left an indelible mark on human history due to its value.
During the Soviet Union era, cotton was even designated a national pillar industry, and its cultivation was vigorously developed in Central Asia, resulting in the drying up of the Aral Sea. Even into the 21st century, the problem of forced labor in cotton cultivation still persists. Furthermore, that is far from enough. Although they were quite wealthy now, the finance officer clearly didn't know how much manpower they required. Slaves, especially strong slaves, are not cheap. If they were to fill the entire gap using slaves, it would cost an astronomical amount of money. Wait, if we are short on hands.
At this point, the administrator suddenly raised his hand and spoke. I almost forgot to mention, a large number of refugees have poured into the territory, about 1,100 people.
What?
You said 1,100 refugees have flooded into the territory.
We all have a bright future.
What?
You're saying 1,100 refugees have flooded into the territory? Isaac asked, his eyes wide with surprise.
Yes.
You mentioned before that Blackwood needed a larger population,
and that we should take in any refugees we encountered, so I followed your instructions and took them in.
Isaac had indeed said that, but he never expected there would be as many as 1,100 people. Where did all these people come from?
They've been arriving gradually during the war, but the numbers have surged recently. Some even travelled all the way from the east after hearing that livestock here grow fat and strong. Holy crap! The east was on the other side of the kingdom. They had actually travelled all that way to Blackwood on the western frontier.
However, the rations for 1,100 people was no small amount.
Furthermore, the territory usually operates on a self-sufficient economic system.
If over 1,000 penniless,
Starving beggars suddenly appeared, it would surely cause a massive economic shock.
Administrator, why are you only telling me this now?
Well,
the administrator coughed awkwardly.
He had been so focused on taking people in that he completely forgot to report it. Due to the unprecedented harvests in Blackwood territory, the warehouses were still piled high with wheat, and they had also gained a significant amount of funds from the war.
Plus, Isaac happened to have many projects to launch and was in desperate need of labour at this moment.
Although these refugees arrived with anxious hearts, their needs actually coincided perfectly with Isaac's.
Do you plan to take them in, or are there too many and you want to drive them away?
They say everywhere else has turned into hell. As long as they can stay, they are willing to do any kind of work.
Willing to do any kind of work? Yes, they said they're even willing to shovel manure. Shoveling manure was the lowest of jobs, but this saltpeter cultivation actually required that profession should he form a squad specifically for shoveling manure later. Isaac suddenly chuckled, thinking he'd called them the Manure Shoveling Boys Squad. Fine, this is a territory blessed by the goddess. We should be inclusive of everyone. Tell them we are willing to take them in, but if they commit crimes or disturb the peace of the territory, they will be severely punished.
Since Isaac had many projects to start, there was no shortage of jobs, and he would build temporary shelters to protect them from the elements.
He would provide food before they received their wages, so their living conditions would certainly be much better than elsewhere.
But if anyone dared to commit a serious crime, Isaac would show no mercy and would punish them without fail.
Additionally, Isaac proposed a condition for settlement: everyone must become a believer of the goddess.
Accept baptism and become a believer.
In this world, where gods truly exist, if one wants to obtain holy power, it cannot be just lip service. They must sincerely believe in their goddess. Otherwise, they shouldn't dream of stepping foot into Blackwood.
Also, investigate the identities of all refugees and create files.
Remember to draw some clerks and administrative staff from Rat City.
Once this work is complete, gradually record the information of all residents.
Usually tax officials would record how many households were in each village, how many people were in each household, and how many children there were for tax purposes, but Isaac wanted more detailed information.
Name, gender, age, residential address, and so on.
Only by mastering this information could effective policies be formulated and the foundation for administration be laid.
So Isaac intended to take advantage of the current influx of refugees to establish a complete household registration archive.
Sigh, I'm going to be busy to death again.
The administrator seemed to foresee the mountain of paperwork and sighed, looking like he'd lost his will to life.
Don't worry, I'll be busy with you.
It's even more painful if you come home nothing.
He actually dared to dislike working with the Great Lord.
Truly,
He doesn't know how lucky he is. Isaac gave the administrator an annoyed glare.
In any case, there were still many things to do next.
Roads needed to be built to connect the various territories and strengthen ties.
He needed to inspect previously launched projects and various resource points to check their operations and so on.
The copper mine, the Brianna lead mine, which might have associated zinc, the pyrite, and the high purity iron mine in Rat City.
The nearly completed improvement of beet varieties and the corn harvest.
It happened to be autumn now, and wheat would need to be sown next.
Rubber pearl farming, the magic crystal stones of Count Eneal's fief, the flax and wine industries, and sea salt. The snowball of various projects in Blackwood territory had all started, and were taking shape step by step.
Although the war was over, Isaac had no time to rest. Internal affairs was also a war without smoke, a war fought with documents and pen nibs.
He also needed to go to Russ Village to personally demonstrate to the farmers how to plant cotton, and incidentally guide them in sowing wheat.
Farming, while it sounds idyllic and pastoral, is actually a war against the land and nature, requiring both following natural development and fighting against natural disasters. Sire, let's do it.
Only people useless to the territory deserve a vacation.
you're a beast of burden on earth,
And I'm a lord in another world. We
both have bright futures.
Isaac stretched his shoulders and stood up. First he go catch Claire, who had run away.
****.
Although Russ Village had vast plains cleared over generations, it had never developed due to Blackwood's long-standing issues.
However, with the completion of the project to draw water from the Western River and the shift from self-sufficient agriculture to intensive farming, a large number of public employment opportunities had now appeared in the village. The entire village was gradually radiating new vitality.
Third. On a vast planned farmland, a young man was swinging a wooden hoe, working hard.
Third. The wide hoe smashed clods of earth into fine particles, leveling the ground for sowing. He seemed to have infinite strength. With every swing, the hoe sank deep into the soil, and with a forceful twist and pull he could overturn a large chunk of earth. Despite his youth, his hoeing technique was very skilled.
Damn it, even though it's another world and it's all ploughing, I don't want to plough this kind of field at all. Isaac wiped the sweat from his forehead and complained in a low voice.
Others get to plough with their guns in bed while he's out here in the field. With a hoe, Isaac was filled with resentment at this moment. After a few more vigorous swings, he stopped to wipe his sweat again. Having not done this kind of work for a long time, he felt even more exhausted.
Fortunately, in the distance, several elves controlling earth spirits were helping him quickly clear the land.
Gibberish.
The news that the Lord himself was working in the fields soon spread through the village, and all the villagers curiously ran out to watch Isaac.
The elves controlling plant spirits whom Isaac had ordered to come and help
Never expected their lord would actually get his clothes dirty and work in the fields himself.
They all looked at Isaac with surprised and curious eyes.
Come, everyone look closely. First dig a pit about 2.5 spans wide, then drop in the cotton seeds that have had their lint and wax removed.
I suddenly thought of my third granduncle.
He got sick when he was young and his eyes were bad, and they got even worse as he aged.
He never married and was often very unkempt that year. He worked hard to plant several acres of cotton and had a good harvest.
He picked and packed several sacks of cotton himself, but when he happily took me to sell it to buy snacks, the money was all fake.
The kingdom's premier granary. The sun was scorching. Isaac wore a large straw hat and rolled up his sleeves, personally demonstrating the planting density and dibbling method of cotton to the farmers and the village chief like a seasoned farmer. Cotton seeds were gently dropped into the soil. To avoid affecting germination, the lint and oil on the cotton seeds had been removed, making the surface very smooth. Isaac covered the seeds with soil using a shovel, patted it down gently, and explained the amount and method of fertilization in detail to the farmers. The farmers looked at Isaac in stunned silence. They never expected that they would actually learn farming methods from their lord. Village Chief Beck hurriedly urged them to record it, and the farmers then frantically picked up wooden boards to carve what Isaac said onto them. If everything went smoothly, These cotton plants would grow vigorously, bloom, and bear fruit, eventually producing snow white, soft lint. The fiber count per seed for upland cotton is about 8,000, and for Asiatic cotton, it's about 3,000, but Isaac would need more observation to know exactly what the cotton varieties in this world were like.
Furthermore, it was still unknown whether the temperature would be high enough for safe germination.
Although the frost came late here, and the autumn was relatively long and warm anyway, this wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. He would treat it as an experiment. Variety improvement would be needed later, so there was no rush. Lord Apostle. Someone gently tugged on Isaac's sleeve. He turned and looked down to see a girl with white hair and sunset red eyes appearing in his field of vision.
It was Priestess Igni. As soon as she heard Isaac was coming to the village, she hurriedly finished her prayers and trotted after him.
Speaking of which, this girl was the protagonist of the recent pregnancy incident. Well, saying it that way seemed a bit strange.
Anyway, she could be considered the creator of these major miracles.
What's wrong?
I'm just curious, how do you know all this?
This bishop-level priestess squatted next to Miller, who was in charge of security, and looked at Isaac with curious eyes.
How did he know?
His family planted cotton every year when he was a child. This stuff was ingrained in his soul. Goddess Iris told me the Lord was the God's apostle, so whether it was reform or promoting agricultural techniques, as long as he used this phrase, the believers would immediately and obediently comply.
It was a universal excuse.
Although the goddess hadn't actually told him these things, he never refuted him, so Isaac took it as a tacit consent. Now he could use this phrase righteously every time. Wow, Tilda. Igni looked at Isaac's dust-covered appearance and let out an exaggerated cry of surprise. Even after becoming the overlord of the West, the Lord Apostle's faith remains so devout. To spread the God's teachings, you actually didn't hesitate to dirty your noble hands and work in the fields yourself. Success. Omega Arabiqua. Then Igni also shouted about following the God's will. Wearing her white clerical robes, she jumped into the field to stand side by side with Isaac, happily digging soil and starting to sow seeds just like him. Although they were using chemical fertilizers now, they used to use manure here. Isaac had carried manure to water vegetables when he was a child on Earth, so he didn't feel much. But Igni, you don't have to do this. What does a little dirt on my clothes matter when it's to serve the goddess?
I am truly ashamed.
I must learn from the Lord Apostle and work harder to spread the goddess's blessings.
Omega.
Igni leaned in close to Isaac, her eyes sparkling as if she had gained another epiphany.
Good grief.
Isaac only brought up the goddess because he was too lazy to explain, but he didn't expect this girl to be even better at putting on an act than him. Isaac scratched his head in some distress. Where did this girl learn this? How is she so good at packaging things? You've already done well enough. You need to take proper rest and look after yourself, Priestess Igni. From the moment Igni opened her eyes, she would begin praying and caring for the sick. Her workload was such that even Isaac, who was known as a workaholic, felt inferior.
No, not at all. I'm still far from it compared to the Lord Apostle.
Hearing Isaac's praise, Igni's cheeks flushed as she fidgeted, and then she began to pant for some reason. This must be the excitement resulting from her devout faith in the goddess, right? Isaac was a bit uncertain now. He always felt something was off about this girl, very off.
You've already done very well.
Isaac quietly shifted to the side. There was nothing he could do. The current Igni was simply more than he could handle. However, Isaac still highly acknowledged her abilities. He had witnessed Igni's process of healing and influencing the refugees with his own eyes. With just a gentle touch, she could make a child's wound heal instantly, and others' fractures and external injuries could also miraculously recover. It was a gentle yet powerful force, and for some reason Igni's holy power seemed to be growing stronger and stronger. Isaac estimated she had already reached the level of a saintess. Where exactly was this priestess's limit? As expected, our religion's best suited for those who are a bit twisted and crazy. Well, my lord, did you call me over so suddenly just to teach them how to plant this fuzzy crop? Miller stepped in just in time to help Isaac out of the awkward situation. However, having dropped his swordsmanship training with his son to rush over, he was indeed a bit puzzled. As a knight who had spent his whole life wielding blades and spears, he couldn't understand the value of cotton. Of course not. The cotton has been planted. Now it's time to start sowing wheat, and we also need to harvest some corn. What? Since I, the Lord, have come in person, aren't you going to accompany and protect me? Isaac said with a laugh, carrying the hoe on his shoulder. The war ended much faster than expected, and they just happened to catch the autumn season for sowing wheat, so they had to hurry. Farming is all about as you sow, so shall you reap, isn't it? The irrigation canals for the farmland had been completed, and experimental intensive agriculture was about to make its debut. He believed they would soon see a boundless golden wheat field, and a harvest far exceeding anything before. Furthermore, Isaac would promote the fertilizers and fertilization methods to the 4 territories of Albram, Collins, Iniel, and Sharif. He believed that soon all the territories would have a bumper harvest just like Blackwood. And according to Miko, the price of wheat was currently continuing to rise. The eastern region had a large river called the Nor River that ran through the entire east, and the land was fertile black soil. Therefore, since ancient times, it had been known as the kingdom's #1 granary. Meanwhile, the west was unremarkable except for that damned magical beast forest.
But Isaac was now going to use systematic agricultural technology promotion, hydraulic engineering construction,
And the power
of fertilizer to overcome this inherent deficiency.
no, not just overcome, but completely crush it.
The East should still be fighting the civil war provoked by the third prince.
So now the kingdom's #1 granary was their Blackwood, not the East. And once his infrastructure was fully completed, Blackwood would forever be the kingdom's #1 granary.
Blackwood River. Eastern High Kingdom Orlia territory.
Only hurried gasps could be heard here, as if a fierce battle had just concluded. First Prince William, who had once been established as the Crown Prince, held a blood-dripping sword pointed at a person's vital spot.
Brother, I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life.
Third Prince Philip was covered in tears and snot, humbly hugging the first prince's leg and begging for his life. But Prince William looked down at him, his gaze cold and ruthless.
You caused all of this, and yet you still dare to beg for mercy.
He was once the crown prince revered by tens of thousands, the rightful next king after the passing of the former king.
But because of the former king's unbelievable last testament, he lost everything.
Because the third prince could not abandon his ambition, he constantly waged war against him, causing him to lose many loyal vassals and retainers, and some territories were burned to ashes.
The eastern region, once called the granary, had now turned into a living hell. I must have gone mad.
Brother, please, we grew up together in the palace.
Prince William's eyes remained completely unmoved, and he coldly plunged his sword into the third prince's neck.
Blood flowed continuously down the blade. With every heartbeat, blood gushed out. Say the rest of your last words and help my brother.
Ho.
The third prince clutched the wound on his neck, struggled a few times, and finally collapsed onto the ground. The blood stained the ground red, announcing the end of the long and cruel Eastern Civil War. But Prince William did not smile.
Instead, an indescribable emotion burned in his purple eyes like an erupting volcano.
Your Highness the Prince, are you all right?
Seeing that the prince was not well, his closest knight immediately stepped forward and asked with concern.
Prince William wiped the blood-soaked blade of his sword with a cloth and answered softly,
I feel like I am walking in a quagmire, Knight Philip.
Furthermore, it's a quagmire soaked in the blood of my own kin. Once I also wanted to become a hero. The prince looked up at the empty sky and muttered to himself, to become a strong, brave, and respected hero, just like his father.
He held this dream waiting for the day he could ascend the throne. But what had he become now?
The position that should have been his caused everyone to stare at him covetously, like beasts smelling blood.
Just now, his precious sword, named the Sword of Heroes, was plunged into his brother's neck, covered in the blood of his king.
Yaha! Prince William trembled uncontrollably like a madman, letting out a terrifying laugh.
The third prince's despicable sneak attack had indeed worked.
His formerly most powerful faction had been weakened to such an extent by the war of attrition,
And as his possibility of ascending the throne became increasingly slim, those who had once fawned over him vanished without a trace.
I want to take back everything that belongs to me, Knight Philip.
no matter the cost.
Even if I abandon everyone, they cannot abandon me. Cow, good kid.
I admire you.
Also, listen to your uncle's advice. Your third brother's wife is quite good. Don't waste her.
If he couldn't be a hero, then he would become a treacherous hero despised by history.
Prince William tightly clenched the hand stained with his brother's blood, swearing silently in his heart.
But your Highness the Prince, we have already
Lost most of our territory and army due to this long war of attrition. Although the prince's knight understood his feelings and goals, he still stated the harsh reality.
If we don't have an army, we recruit from outside, don't we?
Seeing the prince's nearly insane expression and tone, the knight asked uneasily, "This forgive my bluntness, but where can we recruit from now, your highness the prince?" The prince turned his head and replied,
When I was stripped of the crown prince position, someone once contacted me.
"They offered me a tempting proposal, like a poisonous apple coated in honey. That was the Holy Saxon Empire." The prince pointed north, revealing a sinister smile. A foreign power that had contacted him during the Civil War.
Their purpose was self-evident.
Your Highness the Prince, surely you wouldn't.
Even if he could use their power to reclaim the kingdom, he would have to pay a huge price.
But just as he said, no matter the cost, he would reclaim everything that belonged to him.
If he couldn't ascend the throne, then even sacrificing the entire kingdom, it wouldn't matter.
So even if I have to burn the kingdom to ashes, I will reclaim my throne.
Father. Prince William looked up at the gloomy sky and muttered to himself.
That indescribable emotion had turned into madness raging in his eyes.
Asterisk.
Bang!
Princess Priscilla.
News from the east. His Highness the third prince has been killed by His Highness the first prince.
Knight Luger hurriedly pushed open the door and reported this urgent news to Princess Priscilla, who was chatting with Lucy. Hearing the news of the first royal family member's death, the princess's purple eyes trembled violently.
Alas, ultimately,
The princess sighed deeply and closed her eyes.
This was a war that could not be avoided, no matter how much she wished otherwise.
The kingdom's land was ultimately soaked in royal blood.
Princess Priscilla showed an expression as bitter as the tea leaves floating in a teacup. Perhaps they should be thankful. After all, the civil war in the east had temporarily ceased following the west.
But this was merely the brief calm before the storm.
Your Highness the Princess, are you all right?
Lucy asked with concern. They were the same gender, had known each other since childhood, and were of similar age. In short, Lucy was one of the few people the princess could confide in.
I'm fine, just a little worried.
She had actually prepared herself mentally long ago.
Those who followed the third prince should have been purged by now. This was the consequence of backing the wrong side. They would be buried along with him. The upcoming civil war will be even more intense, and because we lost a large number of troops in the war of attrition against my brother, the burden on my shoulders grows heavier when I think of the future situation. The princess rubbed the rim of her teacup while confiding her uneasy feelings to Lucy. Not long ago, she was living a peaceful, innocent life, but now she had become the head of a faction. Moreover, this ship was sailing in treacherous waters where the danger of hitting a reef and sinking was everywhere.
If she made a single mistake, she would be taking everyone down with her.
Lady Priscilla, don't bear all the pressure alone.
Lucy's blue eyes were also filled with worry.
The princess's shoulders slumped powerlessly. Lucy also realized the princess was overwhelmed, so to encourage her, she brought up a certain person again. You still have us, we will bear it with you. And there is also someone who can bring you miracles.
MHM.
Princess Priscilla's brow immediately relaxed.
Ever since they met during the Brianna siege battle, whenever the person was mentioned, no matter how difficult the situation, the princess would visibly relax.
Therefore, Lucy mentioned Isaac again to comfort her.
Speaking of which, what is he doing now?
Princess Priscilla stared
Blankly at the teacup in front of her.
That person who gained the greatest benefit from the Western Civil War and returned to his territory with vast lands and spoils of war seems to have also stolen some people's hearts. Is he developing some strange weapon again, or doing something odd? Everything Isaac was doing now, having shared his identity as a wastrel, was difficult to comprehend. At least, that's how it seemed to Lucy.
Oh dear, no way.
Even he couldn't possibly every time. You never know.
That's Isaac we're talking about.
Princess Priscilla smiled elegantly, picked up her teacup, and took a small sip.
Asteris.
By the Blackwood River, where the current was swift and the river breeze was refreshing,
The architects, stonemasons, and blacksmiths of Rat City, summoned by the new Lord
Earl Isaac, rushed to the banks of the Blackwood River.
Recently, this lord has been expanding his influence
At an astonishing speed. His deeds have also become an enduring hot topic in the city.
But none of these craftsmen expected that this legendary Lord Earl would specifically summon the artisans instead of the city's prominent figures.
And when they arrived at this remote riverside location with confused minds, they were stunned by the sight of the giant water wheels, furnaces, and similar structures being built by the river. No, it should be said that they were completely shocked. These structures, which clearly did not fit their usual style, made them look at each other, sharing their mutual shock and confusion. My heavens, what is that? This huge... Is that a workshop?
What a massive undertaking.
What kind of workshop is this used to manufacture?
Porcelain and corn.
The Blackwood workshop, destined to leave a profound mark on the history of steel in this other world, is gradually nearing completion. A giant water wheel converting the river's potential energy into rotational kinetic energy to blow air into the furnace. A massive blast furnace capable of instantly melting large quantities of iron ore and refining it into steel. All of these things are incredibly astounding. Remember, this site's domain name. Read good Taiwanese books on cakes and shape. Isaac Blackwood, Albram, and the artisans of Rat City have almost all been mobilized here. Kaolinite and other materials are also being invested without hesitation. This is undoubtedly the most important construction project in the territory currently.
Although Isaac's requested construction period is very tight, artisans like Fergus and Harold hope to participate in this unprecedented great endeavor.
Thinking of engraving their names in the history of large-scale steel production, they are all incredibly excited and full of drive.
After the blast furnace was completed, Isaac used the remaining kaolinite to manufacture porcelain.
He mobilized some technicians from Rat City to be responsible for this work.
Isaac intends to directly imitate the white, hard porcelain that was popular overseas during the Yuan dynasty.
First, multiple experiments are needed to find the appropriate firing temperature, repeatedly firing between 1300 and 1383 degrees Celsius.
Failed pieces produced during the firing process are mercilessly smashed by Isaac, just like those stubborn artisans in film and television. Although regrettable, Isaac's positioning for it is an expensive luxury, so defective products cannot be allowed to enter the market.
Additionally, feldspathic ash glaze is needed to add luster and waterproofing to the porcelain.
High temperature firing and this type of glaze are the two key factors in manufacturing exquisite porcelain.
Applying glaze to the surface of the porcelain and then reduction firing can produce the beautiful, pristine, white porcelain that was once all the rage.
What a pity. If I could find cobalt, I could make blue and white porcelain. The firing temperature for hard porcelain is above 1200 degrees Celsius, so most pigments cannot withstand such high temperatures and would be destroyed. However, cobalt, this blue mineral, is one of the few minerals that can withstand such high temperatures.
The ancients mixed cobalt with tongue oil to draw elegant and grand blue patterns on blue and white porcelain.
At that time, Origin realm typically depicted patterns such as the 10 longevities, dragons, and phoenixes on porcelain. Isaac plans to recruit some painters from Rat City to draw patterns like dragons, griffins, and pagasse on the porcelain, then drawing royal crests or family coats of arms on the pristine white porcelain as gifts to nobles will surely earn him free endorsements.
Just as gold and silver jewelry are popular in both the East and the West, the pursuit of pure white, delicate, and beautiful things is a human instinct.
Porcelain is not merely favoured in one region, it is in fact a global luxury.
Therefore, Isaac believes that with his amigos' little money grubbers business acumen, porcelain will definitely become a new economic pillar for the territory. But the problem is, where can he find cobalt for this pigment?
If he remembered correctly, Origin realm imported cobalt from Persian merchants, so where should he look for it? There must be a place that produces this, or perhaps it has a different name in this world.
Isaac can only wait to ask Miko or the succubus merchant later to see if they have encountered anything similar. Or after the tea culture of the eastern continent develops, he can use metal to create enamelware. Then he can draw various patterns on Western-style teacups and teapots, establish a brand, and export them to other countries.
The more trade routes, the better, so Isaac plans to retrofit the merchant ships docked in the harbour, installing small naval cannons on them.
Large naval cannons are likely not possible because the whole structure cannot withstand them. Goods from the western continent are still temporarily entrusted to the merchant caravan of Henton Duchy for resale. But just as Isaac established the Blackwood Merchant Guild to break free from the control of the Dario Merchant Guild, ultimately he still needs to be independent.
Whether on land or at sea, we must be independent.
Oh right, since porcelain can now be fired, Isaac can also try crucible steelmaking using a crucible furnace.
This is an advanced steelmaking method invented in 1740 by the Englishman Benjamin Huntsman to produce precise and elastic spring steel for clocks.
Although it cannot produce spring steel with added elements like chromium, vanadium, manganese, and silicon, like modern 6150 spring steel,
it is sufficient for manufacturing complex weapons requiring high elasticity such as flintlock rifles or breech-loading rifles. Since there is no coke yet, for now, only wind spirits can be used for natural blast.
Isaac has arranged for dozens of spirits, including rangers, to be responsible. They can take turns working. But the rangers also need training and to participate in battles, so ultimately, a real blast crucible furnace must be built ! Thump!
While pondering future goals, Isaac plucked a golden ear of corn from its stalk, and it's growing really well.
Look at these plump corn kernels.
Truly mouth-watering.
Sweet, full grained, truly delicious.
Isaac recalled his previous life.
His family also grew sweet corn, and every harvest season he would eat raw the corn that couldn't be sold due to bumps and bruises. Crunch, crunch.
Isaac took a bite of corn, like gnawing on a bone.
The corn kernels burst one by one in his mouth.
And still so delicious, although the sweetness and aroma were slightly inferior to the taste in his memory.
But that was the taste of improved modern corn, and at least here it wasn't the unpalatable wild variety, so Isaac was satisfied.
This lacking part can be completely compensated for by cooking. It can be roasted or boiled.
Sautéed with butter and sprinkled with white sugar, it becomes delicious butter roasted corn. Sweet corn plus butter and white sugar **! Simply irresistible.
Corn was one of the specialties brought back by Columbus from the New World. Not only is it delicious, but it is also very nutritious.
Based on this year's harvest, corn in this world can yield up to 6 tons per hectare, and the heat produced from an equivalent area is as high as 65 million calories. Moreover, corn is highly adaptable, requires relatively low labor, and can be harvested 3 times a year, giving it an extremely strong population carrying capacity. But corn has a fatal flaw. Like cotton, it severely depletes soil fertility. For example, due to these advantages of corn, North Korea once called corn the king of grains and made it a key development target for Dutch agriculture. Under the leadership of Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, they frantically planted corn on mountains, in fields, and in vegetable gardens. As a result, soil fertility was severely depleted, and after a few years most of the land became barren.
This method of corn cultivation required a large input of chemical fertilizers, but at that time, the Soviet Big Brother and the Eastern European Bloc were in a period of disintegration, and the supply of chemical fertilizers was interrupted, directly leading to the tragedy of 330,000 people starving to death in North Korea. Later, that shameless Kim Jong-il even called this man-made disaster the arduous march North Korean famine, and packaged it as a spirit of loving the people. P.S. The ones who starved to death were all common people at that time. Their officials and generals lived very comfortably. Their situation could only develop with the assistance and help of Soviet Big Brother and our country, but later, when Soviet Big Brother disintegrated, they failed again. Corn is such a crop that can influence the rise and fall of a nation. Of course, any crop can actually cause such an impact. Fortunately, Isaac has a saltpeter mine, so he can produce his own chemical fertilizers. Potassium nitrate is abundant. He just needs to find a source of phosphate fertilizer. It seems it's time to enter the magical beast forest. Isaac looked at the cornfield in front of him and took another bite of corn. Insufficient resources still mean going out to hunt for them. Coincidentally, to prepare for new life and prevent puerperal fever, Isaac also needs to go there to find some quality fats to make another batch of soap.
The poop-scooping boy's dream is shattered. A wood elf with a green orb of light floating over her shoulder asks somewhat nervously, a hint of anticipation on her face. Her name was Luddy,
and she was the person in charge of meticulously cultivating this corn using plant spirits. She represented all the plant-based spirits responsible for the crops.
You're all natural-born farmers. You've done an excellent job,
Isaac said as he took another bite of the corn, affirming their hard work.
Led by Luddy, the elves all clapped their hands happily.
They gathered together, discussing excitedly.
He seems very satisfied.
Haha, I told you we can't go wrong when it comes to growing crops.
few as long as the Lord is satisfied.
Now we can justify the wages he pays us.
These elves, like the Rangers, were among the highest-paid groups in the fief. In reality, the results of their work were outstanding. So for Isaac, the wages they received were entirely worth it.
Crunch, crunch.
Only the bare cob of the corn remained.
Isaac broke off another ear of corn,
Ignoring the cheering elves.
He casually peeled back the husk, and seeing the plump, golden kernels, he nodded with satisfaction.
Then you shall be made into cornbread.
Isaac tossed the corn into the air, caught it, and muttered to himself. Cornbread was cheap, nutritious, soft, sweet, and delicious, a very good daily ration. In fact, during this period,
The administrator had been grinning from ear to ear every day because of the massive influx of labor, but the finance officer was having a headache over the cost of feeding these refugees.
Isaac had already estimated that this corn harvest would be substantial.
It just so happened that the corn grown in the experimental fields for secondary hybridization could be made into bread for the refugees.
Even though they were just planting seeds brought directly from Countess Brianna's fief,
the yield of this corn was very high.
After all, even if they had plenty of wheat now, it was impossible to provide white bread to over 1,000 people every day. That would be too wasteful.
This was a place where even the Lord had to go into the fields to work personally.
in Isaac's territory, there was no such thing as a free lunch.
Isaac was already making arrangements. He would provide job opportunities for those refugees, allowing them to exchange their labor for food.
Work on the roads connecting the various territories was about to begin.
Isaac had been pushing the policy of to get rich build roads first for a long time.
So those refugees wouldn't have to worry about a lack of work.
Of course, what Isaac meant was not the simple medieval roads made of dirt and gravel. To prevent the roads from being damaged by the temperature difference between winter and summer, he planned to follow the standards of Roman roads. First, dig below the frost line, then lay compacted sand, gravel, Roman concrete, and finally stone slabs while building drainage ditches on both sides of the road.
This would be a massive undertaking.
But as the famous saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. Isaac wanted to vigorously develop commerce in the future, so he had to build roads reaching in all directions to facilitate the passage of carriages. Furthermore, smooth roads and convenient transportation would not only shorten the distance between territories, but also expand the scope of administrative management. These were all his territories now. At the very least, he had to ensure convenient transportation. Although this required a large amount of capital, it also improved infrastructure, created jobs, and crucially, promoted the development of a monetary economy. Don't forget, Isaac still had to deal with the spoils of war captured previously. Miko was currently looking everywhere for buyers to sell these spoils so they weren't short on money for the time being. On the other hand, the nobles in the royal capital had been urging them to restock ever since they experienced their shoes and carriages. Even the civil war that occurred earlier hadn't stopped the orders, so the road construction project was worth it. No, perhaps at the moment, only someone like Isaac had the courage and ability to do such a project. Following in Isaac's footsteps, the Church of Elise had been thoroughly promoted. Once the roads were built, Isaac planned to use the Church of Elise to close the psychological distance between people and the interconnected roads to close the physical distance. By then, Isaac's many territories would display a level of cohesion and unity unmatched by any other place. For some time now, various rumours about Blackwood had been rife.
Since the refugees arrived here, they had been living in constant amazement.
They had originally thought it was impossible for Blackwood to take in over 1,000 people, so they would surely have to set up tents or shacks near the castle or village, or even sleep on the streets.
We actually have houses to live in.
None of them expected that the Lord would actually send stonemasons and other workers. They made moulds and then poured a grey liquid to cast the houses. To the person who said earlier there were no houses and to find the protagonist come out, the merciful Lord Isaac has arranged a small villa for you. Although there were no windows and they were just simple shelters from the wind and rain, it was already more than enough for them. Even if these houses looked strange for people like them who had slept on the streets for a long time, it was already a very stable home. Furthermore, a high priest came here with other priests to treat their illnesses, and crucially, they didn't charge any fees. All of this made these refugees feel particularly surreal these past few days, wondering if they were still living in a dream. As for converting to the Church of Elise, are you kidding? With such a good and stable life, let alone believing in some goddess, they'd even believe in Brother Chunif asked. In short, they all felt that being able to come to Blackwood was the luckiest thing in their lives. But the surprises weren't over yet. A refugee who used to be a merchant had been responsible for passing messages between the thief and the refugees.
Having just returned from outside, he brought another piece of good news to everyone.
Listen up, everyone. We have work. Upon hearing this news, the refugees who had been idling away their time in the temporary shelters suddenly flocked over.
Oh,
what kind of work? Is it drawing water from the wells outside the city?
Or do we really have to shovel dung?
oh, if it's done shoveling, then so be it.
My nickname used to be Dung Shoveling Boy.
Choose me.
I'm great at shoveling.
I used to be a butcher.
Is there any similar work?
What are you thinking?
Good jobs like that must have been snatched up by the city folk.
All right, quiet down. Various questions rose one after another. At this point, the refugee who used to be a merchant struggled out and shouted to get everyone's attention. It's proper work.
Was wages,
And before the wages are paid, a lord will provide a food called cornbread.
Hearing of this never-before-heard bread,
People immediately began to discuss it curiously again.
cornbread. What's that?
who cares what it is?
It's bread anyway, better than
An empty stomach.
No, what
Exactly is the work.
Oh,
is there no done shoveling work?
Actually, I'm really good at shoveling. Seeing that the former merchant had stopped talking again, everyone gradually quieted down. Everyone shut their mouths and looked expectantly at the former merchant, who then announced proudly, "It's at the seaside, pushing something and managing and picking a certain plant and something about frost depth. What was it? Concrete. Anyway, it's those kinds of jobs."
After hearing the work content, the refugees were suddenly overjoyed.
Although they didn't understand much of it, they understood there would be food and wages, which was already fantastic. Moreover, they had originally thought they would be sent to shovel down or do the dangerous and dirty jobs the city folk didn't want to do.
To their surprise, it was proper work. It was wonderful.
Except for a certain handsome lad who was intent on returning to his old trade, everyone was very happy and full of anticipation.
Well, this doesn't sound hard.
It's no big deal, I can do it.
I want to sign up. Is there really no done shoveling work?
Most people excitedly began to scramble to sign up.
Big brother,
Look at my build, I can do anything. Choose me first.
how many job positions are there?
there are so many of us.
Facing the refugees' worried inquiries, the man who used to be a merchant answered with a smile. Don't worry.
Everyone has a job.
Hearing this unexpected answer, all the refugees' eyes widened. Guns are the people's weapons. Miller George once said at a lord's meeting,
A true lord should be occupied with a myriad of affairs for the sake of his people.
His words turned out to be prophetic. Isaac had been so busy with various matters lately that he felt like he was about to take flight. In addition to official duties, he also needed to personally oversee various industries in the territory, plant strictly according to the density I specified.
Be sure to remove the wax and sow at the depth I told you.
Good grief, is this your first time doing intensive agriculture?
Arrange them neatly.
In the vast fields, hundreds of workers were busy planting a crop they had never seen before, using a brand new agricultural technique. Consequently, the cotton planting was a complete mess.
If Isaac hadn't come to supervise and direct personally, even with village chief Baker's help, it likely would have turned into a chaotic mess.
So, Isaac spent several consecutive days soaked in the fields, teaching them how to conduct efficient division of labor and cooperation, as well as the agricultural production system from earth.
Some workers seemed to think the job was simple or wanted to slack off, but seeing their lord setting an example and taking the lead in the work, they could only grit their teeth and start working hard. For a time, all the workers were full of energy, as if they were welcoming a leader's inspection. After this situation lasted for 3 or 4 days, the workers, who couldn't take it anymore, began to hint to Isaac with words and glances that a noble lord should not be doing such menial labor with them.
Even village chief Baker was the same.
But as someone once said,
If you feel something isn't being done well, do it yourself.
thus whenever Isaac had time, he would go to the farmland and Albram's salt pans to manage and supervise, ensuring the standardization of work processes. Once these tasks were basically completed,
He turned his attention
to the road construction projects being built throughout the territory.
Run.
That's not how you dig. He hadn't expected that even in another world, he would have to dig dirt and pour concrete.
Before the workers, Isaac demonstrated the experience from his previous life, unreservedly teaching them his skilled techniques for digging
And using a pickaxe.
The distribution of force and the correct use of muscles were the keys to the technique.
If the method was wrong, even if one
Put in great effort, efficiency would be very low. Bang, bang. Isaac used power magic to dig deep into the ground with a pickaxe, as if digging a trench.
Then he used a shovel to clear out the excavated mud and gravel. When he encountered stones that were too large, he just threw them out by hand.
The shovels used here also had many problems.
The handles were made of hard wood like oak and were indeed very sturdy, but the shovel heads were actually made of wood only covered with a thin layer of iron sheets. This was another manifestation of the scarcity of steel resources in this world. There was no other way. He would have to wait until the giant blast furnace and the puddling process were in use before producing all iron shovels. Isaac secretly made up his mind that when the time came, he would replace all kinds of wooden farm tools with iron ones. In this way, agricultural production efficiency would likely see a massive increase. Once there was enough iron, he would first solve the problem of eating utensils by promoting iron forks and spoons. Isaac had only discovered a few days ago that the people here actually ate food with their hands, which truly took him by surprise. He even momentarily suspected he had transmigrated to India. Although they knew that excrement was dirty and knew to wash with water, the most dangerous things were actually their livestock. Even though Agni and Pavel had been working hard to treat the sick, Isaac still couldn't stand the behavior of eating food with their hands. Every time he saw them pick up bread and munch on it with hands that had just touched livestock, Isaac felt speechless. With this kind of hygiene, the fact that these people lived this long meant their fates were truly resilient.
One must know that for social species, hygiene management is essential.
What would happen if some terrifying virus or plague broke out? so he had already begun preparing to properly promote hygiene and safety knowledge to them.
Which lord would be so good at digging dirt?
He's even more capable than my neighbour's ox. One of him doing this work is really worth 100.
Seeing Isaac standing on the front line of road construction, digging dirt with all his might, the workers behind him all began to discuss curiously.
More capable than an ox. One worth 100.
Damn,
You presumptuous fellow is really being quite presumptuous.
Isaac turned back and glared fiercely at that talkative worker, but then continued to patiently explain the work techniques to them.
However, that person wasn't wrong. At this moment, Isaac was practically a natural-born construction site saint, not feeling tired at all after working for half a day. One must know that Isaac now possessed the strength of an intermediate knight with the help of runes. The key was that, while normal people consumed physical stamina to work, he consumed mana. So he felt refreshed while working, with absolutely no pressure. If he had this ability in his previous life, wouldn't he have been able to move tens of thousands of bricks a day easily? It was just a pity that the civil engineering expert Chaffee was not present, otherwise he would have been much more relaxed.
bang, bang.
Huff huff, Lord Isaac, why are you making me do this kind of work? Miller George's forehead was covered in sweat as he looked at Isaac aggrievedly. He felt that it shouldn't be, at least he the knight shouldn't be doing such menial labour.
Your strength isn't being used for work, or are you supposed to use it to practice swordsmanship with your son?
Besides, sweating occasionally and doing some work is good for the body and good for cultivation.
I'm doing this for your own good. Facing Miller's complaints, Isaac directly transformed into a black-hearted boss, stuffing a metaphorical big pie of empty promises into his mouth. HMPH tilde even I, the Lord, am personally digging dirt. You a knight still want to slack off. And who was it that used to tell him whenever they had nothing to do that with great power comes great responsibility?
Did they really think he was some kind of failure of a man? This kind of chicken soup for the soul is only useful when those in power are exploiting those below.
My lord, you are absolutely right.
Sweating and working not only gives a sense of accomplishment, but also exercises the body. It is my honour to serve my lord. Hans George also walked over at this time, looking at Isaac and speaking with a face full of fanaticism and excitement. His hair was messy, making him look like a Pekingese dog at the moment.
Isaac immediately broke into a smile and patted Hans on the shoulder with satisfaction.
It had to be him. You're not so easy to fool.
Oh,
Hans, it has to be you with the high level of awareness. Miller, you should learn from him.
I sign yes.
Asking him, the father, to learn from his son. Miller only felt a surge of frustration in his chest, but he didn't dare to object and could only grit his teeth and agree.
bang.
Miller George, holding back his frustration, swung the pickaxe with force. He seemed to have attached mana to the pickaxe, and a huge rock was instantly smashed to pieces.
The pickaxe reinforced by mana was like a knight's precious sword, momentarily turning blue.
Miller's technique made Isaac very envious. His magic circle body reinforcement method could actually only barely mimic Miller's strength. By the way, Miller, how is the recruitment for the musket cavalry and the standing army going? To serve as a high-level manager in a territory, multitasking had become a basic skill. Isaac asked about the work progress while swinging his pickaxe.
For the musket cavalry, I have already selected some potential soldiers, and they are undergoing training in Con Village. As for the recruitment of troops, there are currently over 1,000 applicants.
Oh, 1,000 people.
I remember the recruitment quota was only 150, right?
Isaac really wanted to take advantage of the large amount of loot obtained this time to expand the standing army on a large scale, even if fixed expenditures would increase significantly. But the current number of weapons limited their development. If they were just given swords and spears, how would they be any different from other armies? Fortunately, they had captured many weapons in the last war, especially the 80-odd matchlock guns that had been exchanged in large quantities to arm the conscripts for the Spanish tercios. Even the most backward matchlock gun could kill the most powerful biological weapon of this era, the knight. Although the power wasn't as great as a rifle, it was enough. Was and not won solely by elite units. Isaac planned to use expensive rifles and cheap matchlock guns in combination, like a high-low mix. The effectiveness of this method had already been verified in the last major battle.
Yes, our army is known as the ever-victorious army.
Our casualties are always surprisingly low, and our leader is you. After all, you are the god's apostle. Well-equipped advanced weapons, strict discipline, and invincible in battle.
These were the evaluations people had for the Blackwood Army.
This also made the soldiers full of pride.
We have indeed achieved some incredible victories.
All right, I understand.
Isaac nodded, expressing his understanding.
Isaac thought for a moment and decided to order the blacksmiths to start producing matchlock guns.
Although the production speed of handmade items was very slow and couldn't achieve standardization like the armory ability, it was better than nothing. Guns are the people's weapon. In emergency situations, matchlock guns were the most suitable weapons for arming the militia. Right now, Fergus and Harold were busy building workshops. When they were free, he would have them produce matchlock guns. As for Todlin, he was currently busy making something called Dragon's Whiskers. But it was fine.
Isaac had plenty of time to prepare now.
When the timing was right, he could directly start setting up a professional armory or racial crisis.
Bang, bang.
Dull thuds rang out incessantly as dirt and gravel flew in all directions. Miller George and Hans George had already dug quite deep using pickaxes reinforced with magic.
Dust.
Isaac glanced back at the progress of the others.
Utilizing their advantage in numbers, the others were working hard to catch up. and their progress was roughly the same as the trio's.
We should have passed the permafrost layer by now.
Some might wonder why they were digging so deep. It was because moisture in the soil freezes in winter. Without an anti-frost layer, the ground would heave and completely destroy the roads they had worked so hard to build. That was why temporary roads hastily laid with cement by armies or certain rural roads often developed cracks and potholes.
Now we just need to transport the materials here and lay them down.
Since this road connected multiple territories, the required funds and materials were substantial.
Therefore, Isaac planned to use the macadam road building method, an improvement derived from research into Roman roads.
Before the discovery of oil and the invention of asphalt, this was the most cost-effective and efficient method for road construction.
Everyone come get something to eat.
At that moment, a white-haired beauty ran onto the sunbaked construction site.
Priestess Ignia approached carrying a basket full of yellow bread on her head.
Upon seeing her, the workers immediately stood up in excitement, cheering and jumping for joy. Lately, she had been constantly following Isaac to wherever he was working.
However, she would provide healing for tired or injured workers, which greatly improved work efficiency, so Isaac did not stop her.
This is food bestowed upon you by the Lord.
Everyone come and eat.
The food was quickly distributed. The workers seemed famished. One by one, they reached for the food in the basket without even bothering to put down their tools. Today's lunch was steaming hot cornbread in a stew of unknown ingredients.
Oh, it's so soft and sweet.
It's delicious.
This was cornbread made by mixing cornmeal with a small amount of wheat flour and baking it after fermentation.
It wasn't like that rock-hard, dark oat bread that needed to be dipped in soup to be eaten.
These freshly baked loaves were very soft.
Everyone is working so hard.
This scene reminded Isaac of a certain country that had stood up tenaciously after enduring a war of aggression.
Once this project was completed,
Blackwood would no longer be that remote, hard-to-reach territory.
Isaac also intended to collaborate with Countess Brianna's fief to build a road connecting the two regions. This would create a direct route from the royal capital Mare through Corinth straight to Blackwood territory.
Considering that most roads were dirt paths often washed away by heavy rain or typhoons or turned into impassable swamps, this road paved with stone and concrete would be like a highway in a medieval fantasy world.
Should I give this project a name? Isaac muttered to himself while munching on cornbread. Where else in the world possessed such a sophisticated road network?
This would be a feat that changed the face of the territory, a miracle spanning the west.
Asterisk.
Long golden hair fluttered gently as green eyes sparkled with joy.
And Tilda. Effie was in a very good mood and couldn't help but hum the song.
It was because the Lord Blackwood she admired had invited her to dinner.
He said he wanted her to taste the corn dish he had mentioned before. Bang! How could she keep such wonderful news to herself?
She ran all the way to the dormitory where the Rangers lived, kicked open the door, and announced the news impatiently.
Lord Isaac has invited us to dinner.
He said he wants us to taste that crop he mentioned before. Hearing the news Effie brought, the elves were stunned for a moment, then they all jumped up cheering.
Finally, Effie's chance has come. Congratulations.
The elves clenched their fists in excitement, looking even happier than if they were getting married themselves.
Why are you congratulating me?
We're going together.
However, facing their congratulations, Effie tilted her head in confusion and asked.
The Lord appreciated their performance and wanted to reward all the Rangers. That was why she had run over so joyfully to tell them the good news. Aerie.
Sister, you are way too dense.
Chaffee said, blinking with innocent eyes.
Effie's brow furrowed slightly.
Chaffee, what right do you have to say that to me?
Gibberish.
The elves looked at each other and then huddled together to begin an emergency consultation. After a while, they seemed to have come up with an excuse, then turned and said to Effie in unison. We seem to have upset stomachs. Everyone is having a collective bout of diarrhea right now.
It's a pity, Lady Effie, but you'll have to go alone this time.
For the revival of their race, they had to make sacrifices. The elf rangers unanimously decided to create an opportunity for Effie and Lord Isaac to have a perfect moment alone together.
Is that so?
Effie nodded regretfully, seemingly having no choice but to accept this outcome.
If you're really going to the banquet, could you tell everyone your plan? Effie seemed unaware of what the Rangers meant. She stroked her slightly red and pointed ears while revealing her plan to them.
This is a dinner the Lord has carefully prepared so well, I'm going to try to eat as heartily as possible.
While tomorrow,
the elf rangers were collectively dumbfounded, leaning back 15 degrees in unison, staring at Effie in disbelief with their mouths agape.
They hadn't expected that, faced with an opportunity that might not come again for who knows how long. Effie really just wanted to eat.
Oh my god.
It seems the problem is even more serious than we imagined.
Only then did they realize their clan leader was a complete idiot when it came to romance.
Even though I shouldn't say this to the clan leader, are you serious?
Say, what's wrong?
Effie looked at everyone with a face full of confusion, completely not understanding their meaning.
That if I told you before that humans have very short lifespans, so we have to take the initiative.
Several veteran rangers, who could control intermediate spirits, mustered their courage to speak up.
They simply couldn't watch this any longer.
Oh,
I know that, so I'll take the initiative to make eye contact with him. Hearing Effie describe this traditional elven style of romance which, like an old tree, required a vast amount of time to blossom and bear fruit, the elves couldn't help but facepalm and sigh. Clan leader, at this rate, you'll be waiting for 100 years.
He'll be dead by then.
A racial crisis. It's a racial crisis.
Their clan leader was incredibly reliable on the battlefield, but looking at her now in terms of romance, the elves were all filled with worry. Clan leader, times have changed.
You have to seize the moment.
Exactly. Get on the bus first, buy the ticket later. Once you've pushed him onto the bed, it's a done deal.
Shafe chimed in with a look of pure innocence on her face.
Asterisk.
This thing was really tricky, but I still managed to make it, my lord. The dwarf stroked his waist-long beard while handing a spiral-shaped wire to Isaac.
Isaac pulled hard on both ends of the wire.
Due to its special elasticity and toughness, it returned to its original shape, even after being stretched.
It was as elastic as a dragon's whisker. What is this thing called? If you've already thought of a name, tell me.
This spiral-shaped wire could absorb or store energy, acting as a buffer. It could be applied to various mechanical devices, weapons, and manufacturing, bringing about revolutionary changes.
The spring.
Let's call it a spring. In a distant world, the spring was born once again.
Oh.
You've done a fantastic job this time.
As expected, a dwarf who could manipulate a fire spirit was truly impressive.
Even a crucible furnace made with advanced steel-making technology could not produce a spring with such high elasticity and fatigue strength.
Isaac shouted excitedly to Miko outside the door.
Miko,
go and bring me the pyrite.
The time was finally ripe. It took humanity several centuries to go from the matchlock gun to the flintlock rifle. But now Isaac was about to leap across those hundreds of years in a single bound. Wonderful drinks.
In the territory workshop, the springs had already been manufactured. Every time Isaac stepped on the bellows,
a blast of hot air would blow out. The baking heat made him feel thirsty, so he pulled out a leather pouch from his waist.
The pouch was filled with a mysterious liquid and had a cap that could be opened and closed. In this era, people used such portable leather pouches to carry beer or wine for drinking on the road. Carrying wine in a leather pouch felt a bit like Kumi's. The original Isaac used to always carry this pouch, causing trouble everywhere like a drunkard. Remember, the domain name of this site, Taiwan novel website, twken.com, read anytime.
But he was no longer who he used to be. What he carried in the pouch now was something else.
Gulp. Isaac's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as the clear liquid moistened the corners of his mouth.
The pouch contained a modified version of the field first aid medicine he had drunk last time while enchanting the skeleton.
This was a fantasy energy drink made by mixing Ignis holy water with the herbs Miller had mentioned.
Oh.
A breath of fresh air flooded into his lungs. All of Isaac's fatigue was swept away, replaced by abundant vitality. As expected of the field first aid medicine. Although it didn't have much of a healing effect, its effect on boosting morale and excitement was outstanding.
No wonder those knights who faced life and death on the battlefield loved drinking this stuff from.
Isaac's thoughts were interrupted again as he felt his mind instantly clear up. Energy instantly surged. It had to be said that Ignis holy water was truly powerful. Isaac instantly felt like he could fight for another 3 days and nights. Come, you guys have some too. Isaac handed the leather pouch to the craftsmen in the workshop, intending to let them have a taste. But the craftsmen all backed away, as if they had seen a ghost, shaking their heads like rattles as they refused his kindness. Seeing that I want to keep working expression on your face, I really have no desire to drink it. The other craftsmen all nodded in agreement with Toblin's words. However, Isaac couldn't understand their thoughts at all. This wasn't a drink like caffeine or taurine that overdraws future energy.
This directly replenished one's own vitality, so it had absolutely no side effects.
Aside from allowing them to continue working tirelessly, there were no downsides.
Why did they refuse?
The boss is very disappointed in you. You'll regret it. Isaac drained the rest of the first aid medicine. He decided to have someone secretly spike the workers' water later. Hey, you better all work hard for me. But this energy drink was indeed a good thing. It was the secret to how he could rush back and forth between various construction sites. It wasn't a chemical product, it used holy water as its main ingredient, so it had no addictiveness or side effects. To put it extremely, it was like a meth without side effects.
He would have to consider mass production later and list it directly as a military supply. If the little mustache had researched this back then, the Jews might have really been exterminated by him. Now the Americans' use of performance enhancers is also inherited from them, but they've gone further and further astray, mysteriously developing it into their own faith.
Haven't you seen Captain America? After one injection, he can go toe-to-toe with the god. If he transmigrated here and gave himself a shot, he'd probably dare to go lift the goddess's skirt off. Cough, my thoughts are wandering. Don't blame me, goddess. Blame those stupid Americans for losing their shame with those drugs.
P.S. referencing this year's Paris Olympics.
Isaac remembered there was a pharmacist in Rat City. As long as they entered the magical beast forest to collect materials like goblin or orc eyeballs and teeth, they could produce low and mid-tier potions. He just didn't know if Ignis holy water would be enough. If it really didn't work out, Isaac would have to go help her, and since the recent battles hadn't stopped, the demand for potions was outstripping supply, and the prices were soaring.
Furthermore, they needed fat to make soap and phosphorus fertilizer, so there were still many things to do. The matter of jungling in the magical beast forest couldn't be delayed any longer and had to be put on the schedule immediately.
Isaac intended to take the opportunity of training new recruits to enter the magical beast forest again for a crusade.
Lord, is this all right?
The dwarf, who had ignored Isaac's kindness, finally finished his work and handed a sharp-edged polygonal barrel to Isaac.
Isaac suddenly felt that his rudeness could be forgiven. As expected, strong workability is what matters most.
Lord, we've worked day and night for the past few days and finally finished. The muscular Fergus, along with the other craftsmen, stood behind Todlin, looking at Isaac with expectant eyes.
So,
The new sniper rifle was starting to take shape.
to improve accuracy, the barrel was much longer than previous rifles. To withstand the instantaneous pressure, the barrel was also thicker.
And there was the polygonal barrel used to improve precision, as well as the chamber that would be loaded with specialized bullets. Is this the barrel of the world's first sniper rifle, the Whitworth rifle?
This was a sniper rifle put into use during a war, so there were many records about it.
For example, during the Civil War, a general named John Sedgwick was frustrated by Confederate snipers who kept his soldiers from advancing, so he impatiently climbed up a slope and gave an impassioned speech.
To think you're afraid of a bullet or two.
I'm ashamed of you.
At this distance, they couldn't hit an elephant.
Crack.
Then those words became the general's last.
Just as he finished his last sentence, he was shot in the head on the spot by a Confederate sniper holding a Whitworth rifle.
The cause of death was a bullet piercing through just below his left eye.
There were also horror stories of snipers killing an artilleryman from a kilometer away.
Due to its high muzzle velocity and stable trajectory, the Whitworth rifle's precision was very high, with a circular error probable of only 3 MOA. If this rifle could be completed, then not just the elf rangers, but even ordinary soldiers could become snipers. This would be quite terrifying. Although it was still impossible to manufacture scopes, he could take the opportunity to make a more precise iron sight. He could utilize those craftsmen and the siege engineers who were skilled at building trebuchets and calculating ranges.
He needed a sight that could be adjusted in units of 10, 50, and 100 tar.
Actually, the mages from the Magic Tower were better at this, as they knew distance units like tar, SETI like the back of their hands, but those guys were so arrogant that Isaac didn't know how to win them over.
But it didn't matter. Isaac and the others could figure it out themselves and improve slowly.
How is the production of the molds and specialized bullets going, Todlin? Hearing Isaac's question, the dwarf seemed to have expected it. He stroked his beard and replied calmly,
They're in production, but your demands are getting more and more demanding, Lord.
It was too early to complain. As technology progressed, demands would only get higher.
I will have you manufacture miraculous things you've never seen
Or heard of.
Trust me.
How is the production of the flintlock rifle going?
Hearing Isaac's question, the dwarf nodded and called over a craftsman. Fergus carefully handed a metal firing mechanism wrapped in cloth to Isaac.
Oh,
Is it
done.
The flintlock firing mechanism that was once all the rage was now in Isaac's hands.
He fixed a piece of pyrite to the hammer and then pulled the hammer back.
Click.
This loading action was called cocking. Isaac lightly flicked the trigger, the spring's force snapped the flash pan open, and the hammer moved forward rapidly.
SHHH, a brief sound of metal friction.
The flint scraped across the empty flash pan, producing sparks.
The spring's tension was indeed amazing. Back in the era, many countries couldn't manufacture flintlock rifles because they couldn't produce such springs.
How is it?
Fergus asked expectantly and nervously.
Very good.
Good work. I'll have the finance officer give you all a generous bonus.
Oh,
The craftsman immediately cheered in excitement.
Isaac wasn't the type of boss who made empty promises without giving rewards. If a project was done well, everyone got a bonus. Once the sniper rifle is finished, convert all the firing mechanisms of the existing old Model 18 rifles into flintlocks, Isaac said as he handed the flintlock firing mechanism back to Fergus. How many do we need to convert? Todd then scratched his head and asked on behalf of the craftsman. Convert them all, including the Gaia rifle.
oh my god.
The craftsman immediately became dejected again.
But Isaac laughed happily. He estimated that once the firing mechanism conversion was complete, it could be registered in the armory.
But the production cost would likely increase further.
Since it was a flintlock rifle, he wondered how many achievement points it would add. So he still had to use human labor to replace points.
Oh,
Alright, cheer up. There's still a lot of work to do.
Princess Lily's troubles.
The castle's finance office was crowded with busy administrative staff. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, the Taiwan novel chasingtoolcan.com, and read anytime.
Even though several groups of people had been mobilized from Rat City, the workload was so heavy that they were still overwhelmed, their eyes dark with exhaustion.
It seemed he should provide some of his honeydew small drinks here as well.
Although the workload wouldn't decrease, at least it could restore their enthusiasm for work, just like Isaac. Brother, what is this? Claire had also been forced into the ranks of the administrative staff. She looked curiously at the object Isaac handed her. Since she had messed up by sneaking off to drink last time, Isaac had caught her and made her work until now.
Can't you tell?
It's a gift. From the mountain of spoils, Isaac picked out something he thought suited Claire and gave it to her. But Claire seemed to have never received a gift from her brother before, and for a moment she was at a loss.
Truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight.
To think that one day I would receive jewelry from my brother. Claire looked at Isaac with a face full of emotion. Isaac was somewhat speechless.
How long had she even lived?
However, Claire also realized that her brother was changing for the better.
The next moment she showed a very gratified smile like an elder seeing their prodigal son return. Isaac was speechless. This girl was so young. Where did she learn to act so mature? But brother, do you know what it means to give a girl a necklace?
No, Isaac replied expressionlessly.
Had she forgotten?
While she was receiving various educations as an heir, her rascal brother was out fighting with thugs and hooligans.
Sighing, Claire, acting like a little adult, covered her forehead and sighed. Of course, she had also been studying various etiquettes under the butler's guidance recently, but the time had been too short, and she didn't know these finer details yet. Anyway, I hope brother can find a good girl to marry and have children with soon.
This is the pillar of the family and a noble's duty.
The other vassals are also very worried about this.
Giving a necklace was a ritual similar to a confession. From Claire's reaction, Isaac felt that in this world, necklaces weren't something that could be given lightly.
Of course, I'm not saying I'll push all the responsibility onto brother.
To protect the territory, if a political marriage is needed, I will also be mentally prepared.
Claire said with a look of determination on her small face.
Oh, well.
Isaac couldn't help but flick her on the head.
A little kid talking about political marriages.
Ouch.
I'm serious.
Claire clutched her head and cried out with teary eyes.
Although she was nearing adulthood, Isaac still thought her words were childish.
In this world, where many didn't live past 40 due to various diseases, magic beasts, and wars, early marriage was indeed a common phenomenon.
But as long as Isaac was alive, he wouldn't let Claire enter into any political marriage.
Such a fun little sister should, of course, be kept at home and well cared for.
You should also find someone you love. When Isaac was at that age, he spent all day thinking about giving up on agricultural studies to spite his old man.
He still remembered how, in order to rebel against his father, he frantically studied knowledge unrelated to agriculture. He would learn anything as long as it wasn't agriculture. He had even researched how to make crude guns and caused quite a bit of trouble with homemade gunpowder. Of course, he was now using that knowledge here, since this was hardly a society ruled by law.
Brother Miller George hates that phrase the most.
He doesn't understand.
He's probably like that too. Everyone around him follows the parents' orders and matchmakers' words, so he thinks it's only natural.
No, the abnormal one right now is you, brother.
Isaac snorted at Claire's retort.
So what if the old man hated it? He was the lord here. Once he managed to build a tank, he'd freaking flatten the world. Anyway, don't say stupid things like being prepared to sacrifice yourself anymore.
Neither I nor my territory are that fragile.
Although they still had many shortcomings in terms of scale and military power, they were already the great overlords of the West.
In the entire Hyde Kingdom, they might not amount to much yet, but in the West, they no longer needed to care about anyone else's opinion.
In any way, thank you, brother.
This is the first gift you've ever given me, and I'll cherish it.
Claire wiped her nose, and, smiling, put the necklace inlaid with blue sapphires around her neck.
Then
Isaac smiled and patted Claire's head. All right, since you accepted my gift, get back to work.
brother.
I'm starting to hate you again.
The north, the direct territory of the fourth Princess Lilibel, the Terentia territory.
Autumn was coming to an end, and the trees were changing into their new clothes, becoming bare.
As he finally made a move, a petite girl with very determined eyes asked, blinking her purple eyes that symbolized the royal family.
Yes, Princess Lilibel.
It seems Prince Ligram has already begun to move.
Hearing the news brought
By her vassal, the girl frowned and scratched her head in frustration.
HMPH, he finally couldn't hold back anymore. It's a complete mess. She wanted to strike first, but the current situation was very unfavorable for her.
She hadn't had her coming-of-age ceremony yet, while the opponent was an adult male member of the royal family.
Though unfair, this was the tradition of this kingdom. Since the late king left those unbelievable last words, most of the northern nobles had sided with Prince Ligram.
I remember Sister Priscilla is undergoing post-war reconstruction, right?
Yes,
I heard that after winning the Western Civil War, she is handling the aftermath.
She must have acquired a large amount of spoils and territory, so distributing them will also keep her busy.
They were half-sisters.
Surprisingly, her sister had actually defeated an enemy with more than twice her military strength.
And even faster than the Eastern Front.
Back then, she was the one who asked me for help. What should I do?
How on earth did she do it?
In just a few short months, the situation has completely reversed.
the girl bit her lip, her expression very complex.
By the way, Princess Lilibel, it's said that the second princess's army used some strange weapons to win the Civil War. What other weapons are there besides swords and bows?
Wait, could it be those unidentified weapons that helped them make up for the gap in military strength?
Yes.
It's said those weapons can emit loud noises and pillars of fire, and can even destroy land and castles. Based on the descriptions, they are likely some kind of artifacts.
The vassal continued to explain.
But Lilibel found it more and more incredible as she listened.
Could the news have been exaggerated after reaching the distant north? Hundreds of weapons that could directly kill knights and heavy cavalry from a distance.
Even if such artifacts really exist,
The second princess's army shouldn't have enough funds to use so many artifacts.
And it said those weapons were used by ordinary soldiers.
There are also rumors that those weapons aren't owned by the second princess's army, but were provided by a lord named Blackwood.
Sight, it's getting more and more confusing.
What on earth happened in the West?
Why is it all such unbelievable news?
Lilibel felt a headache coming on.
She waved her hand to interrupt her vassal's report and let out a deep sigh.
I believe my ambition is second to none, but reality is so cruel.
The military strength I've worked so hard to accumulate is still far behind his.
Those nobles who once shouted about honor chose profit at the critical moment.
Those bastards. No matter how much I worry, I won't find an answer.
So I've decided. I will send an envoy to my sister. Not long ago, she had refused her sister's request for help, saying she had no spare military strength.
I wonder how sister will react.
Lilibel felt embarrassed, but she had no choice. Is life more important or pride? Clearly, Princess Lilibel can distinguish between the two. Originally and even now, the North is at a critical juncture. By the way, send an envoy to that Blackwood as well. Lilibel suddenly looked up and said, "This is just in case. Although most rumors are unreliable, one must still be prepared." Clare Rifle. Near the castle, on a vast open plain, a crowd gathered here to watch the test of a new weapon.
In the distance, a wooden target stood at least 500 paces away.
Click click. Isaac skillfully used a ramrod to stuff a bullet into the barrel. As expected, unlike the Alt Model 18 rifle, the loading process for this rifle was a bit more laborious. Special polygonal bullets and gunpowder were tightly pressed into the barrel.
Then a crystal clear fragment of pyrite was installed on the hammer.
Is this the thing used to replace the burning matchgourd?
Miller stood aside, arms crossed, and asked as he curiously looked at the glittering piece of pyrite.
Exactly. Click. Isaac pulled the hammer, completing the loading. Compared to a matchlock gun, this process was simply too easy. He still remembered how the soldiers in the magical beast forest were on edge, trying to prevent the matchgourd from being dampened by the morning dew. Now all that was over. He could finally rid himself of the role of a human lighter.
My lord, isn't the distance too far?
So many people are watching, Miller said, pointing at the almost invisible wooden target. He was worried that Isaac would make a fool of himself in front of the vassals, so he suggested he move closer before shooting.
Miller, are you underestimating my marksmanship?
No, I'm just worried that since you don't have the strength of an elf.
Since witnessing the power of firearms, Miller had also begun to take marksmanship training seriously.
Thus, he was well aware of the difficulty of hitting a target at this distance. But the firearms they used were different, and the time they had spent with them was also different. In his previous life, Isaac had been a veteran in the military. Persistence brings echoes. Still, a little prayer was needed. Isaac flipped up the graduated sight and pressed his cheek against the stock. The wooden target appeared at the crosshairs of the sight. He adjusted his breathing and then gently pulled the trigger. The flint struck a flash pan with a snap. Bang! A strong recoil slammed into Isaac's shoulder, and the pungent smoke and muzzle flash briefly obscured his vision. The special bullet sliced through the air, letting out a sharp whistle.
In the next moment, the thin wooden target in the distance shattered with a bang.
Oh!
He actually hit such a distant target in one shot.
It's just like the shooting of the elf rangers. Whether human or elf, everyone was shocked by this incredible precision, and they all let out exclamations of wonder. Tests of new weapons were always popular, because Isaac could always demonstrate unbelievable skill. You have developed a weapon that will become the dread of the battlefield. Achievement points plus 3,000.
The goddess Elise, who yearns for great harmony, recognized his merit.
What divine marksmanship! The Lord has performed another miracle. Just by slightly modifying the barrel and the bullet, such an amazing result was achieved at such a great distance. Clearly, everyone understood that the success of this weapon signaled a further strengthening of the territory's defenses. The vassals and craftsmen were all full of praise for this new weapon and the flintlock rifle firing mechanism.
Oh, did you see that, Miller?
You're like someone who's practiced shooting for decades. It's truly miraculous.
It's truly incredible, my lord. I didn't expect you to achieve this level without the power of an elf. Effie had also come to watch the new weapon test, her eyes widened in surprise as she walked up to Isaac. With her green eyes, she carefully examined the new sniper rifle. With training, even an ordinary person like me can do it. In other words, with training, ordinary soldiers could become snipers, just like elves. Just as the goddess said, snipers are the dread of the battlefield. They can kill with a single shot and play a massive role in war. The speed of development is truly unbelievable, to the point where you've caught up even to our precision. If this continues, will we lose our jobs? Although Effie was joking, there was a hint of unease in her tone. The elf rangers standing behind her also showed worried expressions, seemingly concerned about being replaced. They were like a group of workers worried about unemployment.
Now you must protect me on the battlefield just as before. The goddess of harmony wanted him to recruit elves.
Moreover, even putting aside their sniping abilities, elves were irreplaceable in terms of communication. Yes, we will protect you. Hearing Isaac's assurance, Effie smiled, seemingly relieved.
As always, she carried an irresistible charm.
Come, bring the next gun over.
Hearing the Lord's command, a soldier immediately handed Isaac an extended version of the Alt Model 18 rifle.
Brother, isn't this just a regular Alt Model 18 rifle? Claire asked, her eyes fixed on the rifle with curiosity. Look closely, it's a bit different from before.
Just like the sniper rifle from earlier, the firing mechanism had been replaced.
Also, the bullets were changed to Lawrence bullets, which are smaller than the muzzle caliber, and the matchgourd was removed, allowing for this shooting method. Swish.
Isaac stuffed the gunpowder and bullet into the muzzle, then rested the stock on the ground and tapped it a few times, letting the bullet slide into the barrel automatically.
Click.
Then he immediately pulled the hammer and pulled the trigger to fire the bullet. Bang!
None of the vassals expected Isaac to complete the loading and fire so rapidly.
They were all startled, their bodies jolting.
This was a loading method that used gravity to skip the step of using a rammer to push the bullet. Since flintlock rifles had been popularized to increase loading speed, this impact loading method should also be promoted.
You have upgraded your primary weapon to a more powerful version. Achievement points plus 2,000.
The goddess had actually included the flintlock rifle modification as an achievement this time. A timely reign indeed.
Isaac's achievement points were almost depleted, and this perfectly replenished his savings.
He can actually load
Directly and then shoot.
This is so convenient.
In fact, with skilled operation, 4 bullets could be fired per minute.
This was a loading method that could instantly increase firepower.
They had quite a few musketeers now. If they shot this way, they could rain down a continuous hail of bullets upon the enemy.
My lord, will we all shoot like this from now on?
Miller asked, fanning away the lingering smoke with his hand.
No, you will still shoot using the original method.
This method should only be used during enemy cavalry charges or in emergencies.
The shooting style has a chance of misfire, and it causes significant wear and tear on the firearms.
This method can be used when instantaneous firepower is required.
It was like a trump card used only in critical moments.
Understood. So next we will promote the new sniper rifle, the new firing mechanism, and the new loading method, right?
By the way,
My lord, have you named this sniper rifle?
Miller asked, pointing at the long sniper rifle in the soldier's hands.
The craftsmen also looked at Isaac expectantly.
They all seemed to want their names etched into history.
Brother, give it a nice name. It's a very powerful weapon.
Claire said from the side, seemingly sensing the people's anticipation. Indeed, Isaac wasn't very good at naming things. He named the first matchlock gun, the iron ball, iron ball, and the black powder shell. This rifle is troublesome to manufacture and very finicky to use, so let's call it a Claire rifle.
This rifle could only use special bullets and could not use the impact loading method. Although its performance was excellent, it fouled easily,
and manufacturing was both troublesome and expensive.
In short, it was a troublesome rifle.
Or should I be happy?
Claire frowned at her brother, feeling that something was off about his words. Meanwhile, the craftsman who had built the rifle looked at her with envious eyes.
That's a name that can go down in history, the Claire rifle. How enviable.
They had given up now. After all, blood relations were unbeatable.
Seeing their reactions, Claire thanked Isaac somewhat bashfully. All right, I guess I should be happy.
Well, thank you, brother.
He'd used up all the names of his original body's family. What should he name the next gun?
The emergence of the Claire rifle gave the territory another weapon to defend itself.
They had finally entered an era approaching modern times.
Keep researching, keep researching.
With a gun in hand, one's heart won't panic.
All projects are thriving.
With the development of new weapons complete, Isaac returned to his busy administrative work.
What is this?
Isaac was reviewing documents Claire had brought from the finance office when Miko suddenly pushed open the door and entered, holding a packet of suspicious white powder. Claire reacted even faster than Isaac. She grabbed the powder and couldn't wait to take a taste.
Miko, is this white sugar?
Haha, Tilda, let me try it first, ouch.
Too, so salty.
Claire's practical actions proved that this packet of white powder was salt.
It must have been brought from the salt pans currently in production.
This was obtained by heating and concentrating crystallized salt and then filtering it. It seemed Miko had followed the method he described, first extracting salt from seawater using the solar evaporation method, and then removing impurities using the boiling method.
This was also a common method.
However, it required extra labor and time, as well as handling firewood, so the cost would be relatively high. I planned to use the brine soaking method you mentioned before to pickle herring.
It seemed Miko had also noticed the large quantities of herring caught in the Albram Fief.
If all these herring could be sold inland, it was said that by using this brine soaking method, sealing it for preservation, and then fermenting it, one could create the famous delicacy that once dominated major food sections on Earth's surströmming.
That taste comparable to Old Eight's secret little hamburger truly makes one unable to forget it for a lifetime. This pickling method naturally sterilizes because substances like carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, and carboxylic acids are produced during the fermentation process, even without sterilization treatment. It's just that the person who opens the can will smell a stench of hydrogen sulfide strong enough to send them to meet their ancestors. And better not let such a thing appear in this world. Otherwise, it might stink up the reputation of the Blackwood territory. Also, this is finished too. I brought it to show you. Miko took out a piece of white porcelain, narrow at the top and bottom and bulging in the middle, and placed it on Isaac's desk.
Oh,
Isaac stroked his chin, carefully examining the porcelain.
How is it?
Not good enough.
Sigh.
Miko's ears immediately drooped in disappointment.
Experimental products are always like this. Success cannot be achieved overnight.
The transparency of the glaze isn't enough. Have them try a few more methods. Porcelain should be as pure white as a sheet of paper, and it needs to sparkle because of the glaze. No matter what pattern is drawn on it, this pure white is the hallmark of porcelain.
Or they could make the glaze layer produce light scattering from the start.
In short, Isaac only understood the theory. The specific firing and experimentation had to be left to the craftsmen of Rat City.
After all, the boss doesn't need to know everything, he needs to give his subordinates room to perform. Well, hopefully they will succeed.
I'll pass that on to them.
Also, now that the West has stabilized, I plan to restart the shoe and carriage business.
I heard that because of the war, shoes can't even be bought anymore.
Some nobles are even willing to pay high prices. That's all our money. We can't let it flow into others' hands.
Miko spoke with determination, a thick fighting spirit flashing in her large eyes.
Paying high prices.
Has the profession of scalper even invaded the other world?
It seems many things happened during the war.
How is the progress on the new type of carriage? They said it could be finished in 2 months.
The carriage craftsmen of Albram are working their lives away to manufacture carriages.
It's said that over a dozen carpenters have joined this work.
And it has already become a pillar industry of the fief. The carriages manufactured this time use leaf springs, but they can already manufacture coil springs now.
So experiments are still needed to see if coil springs can be applied to the suspension system.
A formal naming ceremony will be held for it later.
To highlight that feeling of floating like a ghost, let's call it ghost or phantom.
How is the pearl cultivation going?
Did the artificial pearl nuclear attach successfully?
Pearl cultivation is one of the most potential industries in his fief. As long as it succeeds, he can sit back and rake in the money.
Although many pearl oysters died due to rejection, some have successfully attached to the pearl nuclei and are currently under observation.
In short, the project is still ongoing.
To provide food for the pearl oysters and obtain materials for making soap, they are also simultaneously conducting seaweed cultivation.
The sea is a treasure trove. There is wealth everywhere.
That's good. And how is the confidentiality work for each project?
Was it strictly implemented according to what I said?
Miko nodded as if it were a matter of course. It could be said that besides Isaac, no one knew the value of these projects better than she did.
I select workers from those believers who have lived in the fief for generations and are loyal to the Lord.
I even specifically sent people to verify their identities.
The degree of faith can be judged by the holy power within their bodies.
Sending people to verify should be Igni or other priests. It should be quite reliable.
Very good.
But you must never rely solely on faith.
With the wages paid according to what I said.
Faith is a good thing, but the material rewards that should be given cannot be lacking at all.
Isaac knew very well that identity verification and faith were just the foundation. Only by giving them high wages could they be loyal and work with peace of mind.
Of course, some believers were even moved to tears, saying it was the Lord Apostle's grace.
Very good, Miko. You must also remember that loyalty also needs money to support it. Praise and raises can make employees work harder, which in turn improves production efficiency.
As long as the leader's direction is correct and can create profit, a virtuous cycle can always be formed. Although those projects requiring a large amount of labor will inevitably have the risk of leaks, but there shouldn't be any major problems. Saltpeter cultivation cannot be carried out without the kind of land that can produce nitrates.
Even if cotton and corn are planted for a season or two through expensive blessings, it will lead to soil depletion. The rubber industry is even more impossible to replicate because rubber trees grow in the magical beast forest, where others simply cannot approach.
By the way, when do you plan to go to the Anil and Sharif fiefs? I've always wanted to see the wine and magic crystal stones there.
Oh right, there's also that matter. Due to having too many things to do, these two fiefs have been temporarily set aside by Isaac. It's said that the administrator has already sent people there to carry out the fief handover work.
The Sharif fief possesses large areas of wine grape vineyards, as well as long-established wineries. Sharif's wine is said to be a full-bodied Burgundy-style wine with a raspberry aroma.
Go in. We'll go in these couple of days. A good thing like taking a secretary on a business trip cannot be delayed.
Vinyo,
Brother, are you going to the Sharif fief?
Bring me back a few barrels of wine
when you return.
I heard the wine there is very famous.
The gluttonous Claire said as she raised her hand. If I really had a younger sister back on Earth, it would probably feel like this.
Like an older brother about to leave home, being asked to buy cantaloupe-flavoured ice cream.
Do you treat your great brother like an errand boy?
Hearing Isaac's scolding,
Claire immediately put on a well-behaved look,
lifting her skirt to perform a noble's etiquette.
My dear brother Tilda, I'm begging you, Tilda.
Damn, that's so cringe.
Isaac waved his hand in disgust.
This little girl is getting more and more mischievous.
Claire didn't care at all and just giggled.
Even Miko, who was standing nearby, covered her mouth and chuckled.
Everyone could see that the tension that used to exist between them was gone.
The Sharif fief seems to be on the way to the royal capital.
Speaking of which, he happened to be heading to the royal capital mayor. The princess had already prepared the documents for his promotion to count. He just needed to get them stamped by the regent to become a count recognized by the entire kingdom.
Isaac calculated his itinerary, first to the Sharif fief, then to the royal capital for the stamp and promotion, and on the way back visit the Anil fief and Countess Brianna's fief to discuss the highway.
Yes, he planned to build an otherworldly version of a highway to facilitate trade.
The more someone hates trouble, the more they like to settle things all at once.
That was exactly Isaac's current state of mind.
Miko, go call Effie and the vassals. It's time to explore the magical beast forest.
The fat for making soap had long been used up, and the cotton planting had consumed a large amount of phosphorus fertilizer.
It was time for a trip to the magical beast forest.
He hoped that when he returned from the royal capital this time, there would be good news just like last time.
Astoris.
This time, the magical beast forest investigation team was quite professional.
After all, Isaac had personally selected and arranged the non-humans this time. Last time they sent village chief Taylor, although he lived nearby and knew the forest somewhat, he was far inferior to the local residents who had made their homes in the forest, the wood elves. Not only were they familiar with the magical beast forest, but they could also communicate with the forest plants and, crucially, detect underground conditions. Combined with the knowledge provided by Isaac, they would surely be able to easily discover crops that had been overlooked because no one knew their uses. He was full of expectations for this investigation. Then I'll leave it to you, Chaffee and Hans George.
Over 100 members of the investigation team gathered on the martial arts field, everyone's morale high.
Chaffee had once found pyrite for him and was a very useful girl, while Hans George was responsible for the military force. They were the two core figures of this investigation team. I swear by the set of armor bestowed upon me by the Lord that I will complete the mission. Please believe in me. Hans George patted the armor that Isaac had personally inscribed with magic when appointing him as a knight,
his gaze firm.
This young knight was as full of energy as ever.
The forest is where we live. We cannot lose to humans. Please believe in me, Lord. Chaffee imitated Hans George's gesture, patting her chest to guarantee the mission's completion. Isaac wondered to himself, what's with this girl today? Why so excited? This mission is for investigation, not conquest.
If you encounter danger, retreat immediately even if you have no harvest.
Remember, your safety is the most important thing. He couldn't let his subordinates sacrifice themselves for nothing in the magical beast forest. Blackwood had already paid too much for that forest. Yes, the people on the martial arts field bowed their heads in gratitude. Hans George clenched his fist and shouted with even more fighting spirit,
I will eliminate all who stand in our way and return in triumph.
Please wait and see. Isaac scratched his head, unsure if the man had actually understood his meaning. Beside him, Chaffee suddenly shouted, not wanting to be outdone, me too. It seemed he couldn't let these two act together in the future. Isaac rubbed his brow tiredly. You two, what is there to compete over?
Asterisk.
The dilapidated castle carriage bumped along the potholed dirt road, making squeaking and groaning noises. Fortunately, Isaac had installed leaf springs on the carriage last time, otherwise his buttocks would have been shattered by the jolts.
Isaac climbed down from the carriage with difficulty and rubbed his buttocks vigorously.
If he had known, he would have inscribed a silent spell on the carriage. His ears were nearly deafened by the noise. He had originally wanted to travel light with only Miller George like last time, but Miller George had firmly objected. Miller firmly believed that since this was the first visit, they had to maintain the dignity and face of account.
So in the end,
they could only set off in a grand procession with guards. This is Pieter Village in the Shire of Fife. It's the place you've been wanting to see, covered in vineyards. Miller George introduced the area to Isaac as he stepped off the carriage.
The warm autumn sun shone down on the vast vineyards.
It's a beautiful village, and it seems it hasn't been ransacked by the fires of war.
Effie also jumped down from her horse, brushing back her long golden hair that had been mussed by the saddle.
Eminem the scent of lavender. Yes, Isaac nodded. This was originally the territory of the Second Prince's faction, so it had escaped the flames of war in the early stages. And after being occupied by the princess's army, the second princess seemed to have taken special care of this place. A truly thoughtful and considerate princess.
At that moment, someone ran over from the distance.
Greetings, Lord Blackwood. A middle-aged man ran up to Isaac panting and knelt down. He was likely the village chief here. He seemed to have already guessed their identity, as his shoulders were trembling uncontrollably. Oh, it's our first time here, yet you actually recognize me. Isaac was somewhat curious. Hearing Isaac's self-muttering, the village chief pointed to the clear rifle in Effie's hand and said, only the Blackwood army uses such weapons. The humble Pabio, chief of Piretta village, pays his respects to Lord Blackwood. Village chief Pabio bowed deeply, his head nearly touching the ground. Rise, there is no need for such formality. Isaac helped the village chief up. They were also the second princess's people, and Isaac was quite lenient with those who joined Blackwood.
I just happened to be passing by and decided to stop and take a look, village chief Pabio.
Isaac said as he observed the legendary vineyards of Piretta village.
Pabio replied respectfully,
Yes, this land and every plant on it belong to the Lord. You are welcome to come anytime, please don't be formal.
He knew of the existence of firearms, so he also knew the strength of the Blackwood army. The village chief was extremely humble. Isaac looked at the winemakers who were crushing grapes with their feet and asked, Do you know why I didn't go to the castle but came directly here?
On Earth, these tasks were done by machines. He hadn't expected them to still use such primitive methods here.
Moreover, those workers were all swarthy men. It was a bit of an eyesore.
The key was whether those dark feet had athlete's foot. Was this the stuff nobles were drinking? In Isaac's memory, shouldn't these tasks be done by the fragrant feet of beautiful girls?
Vineyards worth developing.
In truth, Isaac hadn't gone to Sheriff Castle simply because he was too lazy to go. The administrator had already sent people there to handle the territory's handover work.
Taiwan novel website is super useful, enjoy it anytime. To be honest, he didn't really want to go there.
Even after drinking his secret little concoction, he was still just an ordinary person. This business trip felt
like a vacation to him, allowing him to relax a bit.
He only wanted to confirm the potential of the vineyard and then leave without waiting for anyone to ask him to stay. He would come back here with Miko later to draw up a business plan.
Are you perhaps interested in knowing about our village wine production, prices, income taxes, and such information?
The village chief seemed to have guessed Isaac's purpose, and he rattled off a string of numbers incessantly.
He spoke of how their wine sales were before the war, the prices, the taxes, and how although production faced some issues after the war, it had now returned to normal, and they were stepping up the brewing. I'm interested in those as well, but for now I would rather see your wine grapes and the winery.
Though
The village chief was in the middle of speaking enthusiastically, and was momentarily stunned to hear that the Lord actually wanted to see it with his own eyes.
Most nobles only cared about the final wine and the taxes. They would never personally visit a place as dirty as a winery.
Our Lord is very interested in these crops and agriculture.
Effie explained with a smile. It seemed that Isaac's eccentricity had already spread among the elves.
Yes, I will take you there right away.
Like a tour guide leading visitors through European wine estate, the village chief introduced the grape varieties they planted and the winery, where the wine was being fermented.
Along the way, some workers were startled and thrown into a panic by the Lord's sudden appearance.
The place was filled with ripe grapes, emitting a sweet fragrance that was quite impressive.
There were also those pleasing Burgundy wines.
What do you think, Lord?
After visiting the winery, the village chief asked nervously. One could see from his expression that he was very worried Isaac would be like other nobles, nitpicking for faults and then raising taxes. Especially now, after the war, they still needed a large amount of funds to rebuild their homes.
Effie, however, didn't care at all about the village chief's nervousness,
Curiously stomping on grapes and having a grand time.
Her long golden hair bounced up and down with her movements, creating a beautiful picture. Isaac didn't answer, but instead took a grape he had conveniently plucked from the vineyard and started chewing it in his mouth. He had to taste it first before he could evaluate it.
This was a wine grape, so the skin was thick and the flesh was sparse, but the sweetness was very high. About 18 bricks maybe.
Isaac's tongue wasn't a refractometer, he was just estimating based on the taste of wine grapes he had eaten before.
Wine grapes on Earth can reach over 24 bricks.
But in this world where sweetness was scarce, this level of sweetness was already very rare.
The sweetness of wine grapes is very important. The higher the sweetness, the higher the alcohol content of the brewed wine.
Fermented liquors like wine are brewed using the sugars in fruit.
To be precise, yeast breaks down simple sugars into alcohol and carbon dioxide.
Isaac only learned this after stealing a sip of his father's mead when he was a child. Mead sounded like it would be very sweet, but when he took a sip he felt as if his lips and esophagus were on fire.
Usually, to increase the alcohol content of a litre of wine by 1 degree, 17.5 grams of sugar need to be broken down.
And honey is almost entirely sugar, so the alcohol content of mead is very high.
He still remembered how he was rolling on the ground from the burning sensation, while his father watched and laughed. Lord, do you know much about grapes?
Seeing Isaac carefully tasting the grape in his mouth, village chief Pabio asked curiously.
Know about grapes.
Isaac's father was very sensitive to profitable crops, so their family had once grown all kinds of grapes. Not bad. For grapes in another world, they were already quite good. No wonder Sharif wine was so famous in the kingdom. It seemed the princess had indeed given him a good piece of land.
Then he would continue to develop it.
First, the sales method needed to be improved. The current sales method was to ferment the wine in wooden barrels and then transport the barrels directly to various taverns and sales points. While transport was convenient, due to the technological limitations of this era, wooden barrels could not be completely sealed, so the wine would come into contact with air and spoil. Spoiled wine was practically poison. By the time it was transported from the west to the east, it would likely have turned into vinegar. Those people didn't know any better, thinking wine was supposed to taste like that, drinking it while complaining.
This situation could then be allowed to continue.
To ensure the quality of the wine and guarantee it had the same taste everywhere, glass bottles and corks were necessary.
Especially the glass bottles. They not only had to be aesthetically pleasing, but also sturdy and durable like old soda bottles.
This would require a lot of time to research later. However, Sharif wine was a high-end product, so the packaging had to match its status. Corks were a mandatory standard feature.
There must be a place that produces such things, it's just that they might not have been discovered yet.
My, you really do have a habit of talking to yourself, don't you?
Effie walked up to Isaac and looked at him curiously, as if confirming whether the rumours were true.
As she spoke, she wiped her fair little feet, which were stained with grape juice.
This is more fun than I imagined.
Her tone was like that of a child who had had a great time playing.
Of course it was fun. Isaac had also experienced this kind of activity at a grape festival in his previous life.
Village chief, I will soon find or develop the things I need. I will come back then. Until then, please take good care of these grapes and let them grow strong.
Although the glass bottles and corks would take time, Isaac would send some elves who could control plant spirits to help out here, so it should be of some assistance.
Also, this is a gift for all of you.
Isaac hauled several hemp sacks from the wagon behind the carriage and dropped them on the ground.
He opened the mouth of the bag and immediately white powder poured out.
What is this, Lord?
Village chief Pabio asked curiously on behalf of the villagers. For farmers, this is more precious than gold, silver, or jewels.
Though pouring it out like that made it look a bit like drugs. But for farmers, fertilizer was indeed as addictive as drugs.
As long as they used Isaac's fertilizer, they would soon see the sight of the crops they planted with their own hands growing vigorously. Give it a try. When I come next time,
I hope to see an even more lush vineyard.
Actually, great fertilizer also requires potassium and magnesium, but in this world, those things were too luxurious.
Before leaving, he would teach them how to apply the fertilizer.
Isaac had personally confirmed the potential of Paletta Village. This visit was very meaningful.
This place had more potential than he had imagined, like a pearl waiting to be discovered.
When he came here with Miko later, there would be many things worth their development.
Oh, by the way, give me a few barrels of wine.
He still had to shut the mouth of his gluttonous sister. He just didn't know if she'd still have an appetite once she found out these were stomped out by big, dirty feet.
Asterisk.
We have finally arrived at the royal capital, Mayor Lord.
Miller George let out a long sigh of relief.
He jumped down from his horse and began organizing the luggage, while pointing at the massive city gates for Isaac.
Sign.
Isaac crawled stiffly out of the carriage like a corpse.
Even with the leaf springs installed, his buttocks were still sore from the jolting.
If there hadn't been leaf springs, how terrifying would that have been? The last time you came to the royal capital, you were shot out by the regent, weren't you, Lord? Miller George laughingly brought up that past event.
Yeah, why do you always like bringing up that sad memory?
Isaac said crossly.
I'm just curious if he'll still be like that now. What a coincidence, Isaac was just thinking about that too.
Then let's go and see Miller.
The two of them smiled at each other and walked toward the gates of the royal capital, Mayor.
The miserable refugees of the capital, royal capital, Mayor, was as bustling as ever.
Lord,
it has been half a year since you last stepped foot in the royal capital.
How does it feel?
As they strolled, they unknowingly arrived at the fountain square they had seen last time.
Walking ahead, Miller turned his head slightly and asked Isaac.
Knight Miller recalled Isaac's amazement when he first saw the royal capital. It's still noisy and bustling, but it seems a bit more cluttered than last time, and there's a faint sickening stench in the air.
Stepping here again, Isaac's state of mind was different from before. His gaze looked past the surface prosperity to see the hidden side of this city.
Beggars in rags could be seen everywhere inside and outside the city, with dilapidated shacks and tents as their only shelters.
Yes, it seems a large number of refugees caused by the civil war have flooded into the royal capital.
I'm not blind.
But can this even be called resettlement? After centuries of expansion, the current walls of Mayor have taken a vast amount of land into their embrace.
Nobles or residents with decent professions and stable incomes all lie within the city walls,
while those hard-working craftsmen and farmers can only build houses outside the city, barely scraping by.
Can these rags and scraps even be considered houses? Once winter comes, I'm afraid they'll all freeze to death.
The entire city was permeated with an air of unease and chaos.
The empty begging bowls of the beggars seemed to tell of the coldness of people's hearts here.
Clearly, the number of refugees pouring in had long since exceeded the city's capacity.
The odd jobs and chores that could barely provide a living had already been snatched up.
If left unchecked, this place would likely soon turn into a slum.
And this stench, where on earth is it coming from? If they had gone to our Blackwood territory back then, they wouldn't have ended up in such a state, Lord.
Indeed, at least they wouldn't have been reduced to beggars.
With the situation deteriorating to this point, let alone stable jobs, even simple labor opportunities are hard to find.
In this regard, Blackwood territory could be called a rare paradise.
The refugees, they were all employed by Isaac. Not only could they support their families, but they could also live a decent life as the head of a household. Not only that, they had an ample food supply and concrete shelters to protect them from the elements. Compared to these people, the refugees in Blackwood territory were living in heaven. Perhaps they didn't believe the rumors about Blackwood territory. After all, even fattening up livestock sounds too incredible.
Untrue. At first glance, it does sound like a fairy tale.
Isn't it the same for the rumors about gunpowder weapons? But all of this is the truth.
Perhaps the rumors should have been understated a bit back then to avoid being so far-fetched that they were hard to believe.
Blackwood territory still needs a large amount of labor.
Especially after the cotton starts falling next year, more hands will be needed for ginning and weaving. Labor will only be in shorter supply then. Not to mention the 1,000-acre salt fields that are rapidly expanding with the help of the earth spirits. Perhaps this can be used as a bargaining chip. The regent must also be having a massive headache over these swarming refugees. If Isaac kindly takes them back to the Blackwood territory, he can replenish his labor force and take the opportunity to fleece the regent. Simply perfect. Oh, thinking of this, Isaac opened a leather wine bag filled with a ruby red liquid. Knight Miller watched in confusion as Isaac opened the wine bag.
What are you doing?
This stench is really too unbearable.
You could also choose to cover your nose.
No matter, this can remove the odor, and I can sample the specialty of the Sheriff territory while I'm at it. Isaac wanted to wash away the odor in his nasal cavity with alcohol, so he took a large gulp.
His Adam's apple bobbed a few times. The sickening stench instantly vanished, replaced by a rich raspberry aroma.
The wine flowed slowly in his mouth, with a mellow texture and moderate acidity.
This wine is actually quite good.
Isaac finally understood why his sister Claire was so persistent about him bringing back Sheriff wine.
This wine tastes good. If it can be promoted across the entire continent, it will surely make a fortune. Isaac took another gulp of wine to mask the increasingly strong stench.
It seems the hygiene in the royal capital is getting worse and worse.
Lord, is your old habit acting up again?
Knight Miller watched Isaac drinking continuously and couldn't help
but squint his eyes are speaking up to remind him.
This is called product research.
What are you worried about?
I'm just worried you'll act on a whim again and cause some trouble.
Knight Miller was referring to the time Isaac's original self burned down the granary during the Prohibition.
Honestly, why always bring up the past?
That was just a foolish mistake from my youth. That was only 2 years ago. Fine, shut up.
Knight Miller, as the one who had to clean up Isaac's messes every time, Knight Miller's understanding of Isaac was clearly too profound.
I'm just reminding you that since you have a record, you should be more careful.
Seeing Isaac's reaction, Knight Miller couldn't help but laugh.
Now the taste of the wine has completely changed.
What exactly did you do before?
A scent of lavender wafted by, and a soft moist voice sounded in Isaac's ear. Effie had unknowingly leaned close to Isaac's side and whispered into his ear.
A woman shouldn't pry into a man's business, by the way. How's your disguiso?
Isaac couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. Effie seemed to feel his gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she gave a soft twirl. Her skirt fluttered, the snow-white fabric blooming like petals.
How is it?
Her green eyes had turned blue at some point.
Her original wood elf attire had also been replaced with a noble lady's magnificent gown.
Does it look like that noble lady who tried to seduce you last time?
I didn't expect her to still remember that.
Isaac couldn't help but give a wry smile.
Well, the magic tower's dying potion works well.
With her elven aura hidden, her eye colour changed, and wearing a noble woman's gown, Effie looked no different from a high elf from the outside.
HMPH tilde.
Seeing Isaac awkwardly change the subject, Effie gave a dissatisfied huff. Since high elves lived on a different continent, they were not common in the human world.
Furthermore, the war had ended in their victory, so such a disguise might be a bit redundant.
Still, it's better to be safe than sorry.
Swish.
Effie seemed to really like the human dress, constantly fiddling with the puffy hem. I have to say she looks really beautiful in this outfit. Can you twirl once more? Hearing Isaac's request, Effie twirled on the spot again, with a beaming smile. The skirt bloomed like a flower, a sight of incomparable beauty.
I'm telling you, Effie's figure, this face, this lithe posture, it's a shame she's not dancing. The subject 3 tusk, Effie, twirl once more.
Lord, what are you doing? Knight Miller, standing aside, finally couldn't take it anymore and couldn't help but ask.
Then he leaned into Isaac's ear and whispered,
Lord, now is really not the time. You can secretly call Effie to your room at night, or if that doesn't work, you can go to her room.
What Miller didn't realise was that as a wood elf, Effie's hearing was far more sensitive than that of an average human.
As soon as Miller finished speaking, Effie's ears turned red.
While pretending to look away as if nothing had happened, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Isaac, seemingly expecting something. Anyway, the disguise is very successful.
Well, let's head to the workshop in Mare first,
Isaac said as he checked his equipment. He was wearing a set of transitional armor cobbled together from his father's plate, cuirass and chainmail.
Since it wasn't a single piece, many parts were exposed, and the range of motion for each piece of armor was different, making joint movement very inconvenient.
Not to mention, this set of armor was even heavier than a complete suit of plate armor.
And let's buy a set for Knight Hands while we're at it.
Knight Hands was currently wearing a standard issue plate armor purchased in Wright City.
Although it was sturdy and durable, the craftsmanship was crude and lacked refinement. It might be suitable for infantry wielding blunt weapons and battle axes, but it wasn't appropriate for a knight who needed to use a mana sword flexibly.
This lord, you're going to buy armor for him too. Hearing that Isaac was going to buy armor for his son, Knight Miller couldn't help but frown, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction.
What, are you unhappy about it?
I'm just worried that buying armor for Knight Hands will make him even more impulsive.
He is indeed a bit impulsive, but that's all in the past.
Isaac decided to buy a set of armor for Knight Hands anyway if he didn't spoil his little fanboy who would.
Reunion with the car.
It was said that the armor shops in the royal capital may gather
Various top-tier equipment of immense value.
To think armor could be so exquisite. Isaac looked at the suit of full plate armor before him, crafted by the kingdom's top artisans, and couldn't help but utter a word of praise.
Remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Website, your intimate reading companion. This armor could truly be called a work of art. It encased the body perfectly, yet the joints were ingeniously linked. Its smooth lines and magnificent gold decorations not only effectively deflected enemy attacks, but also added an air of majestic dominance.
Just like the plate armor of Lucy Brianna he had seen last time, this suit was also gleaming.
What on earth was it made of?
Isaac gently stroked the smooth metal surface, feeling the cold touch.
He tried to inject a trace of mana, and a faint blue light flowed slowly along the surface of the armor.
Oh, you used mana.
As you can see, this armor is made with a small amount of mithril alloy.
According to the workshop owner,
It can even withstand the mana sword attacks of a high knight, Sir Knight. The shopkeeper introduced that this mithril armor could withstand the mana sword attacks of a high knight.
You say it can block a high knight's mana sword. Is that true?
mithril, known as the metal of the gods.
It was said that adding just a small amount of mithril could significantly increase the hardness of metal.
Moreover, mithril's mana conductivity was extremely high, making it highly favored by both knights and mages alike. Unfortunately,
Its price was also ridiculously high.
The workshop owner guarantees it with his reputation, so it naturally wouldn't be fake. It's just that this armor is too expensive, and we haven't performed an actual test.
So can it block it or not?
even if it would affect the product's value, they should have left some bullet holes as proof, just like a bulletproof vest. This business is being run quite unprofessionally.
In any case, this armor is the best in our shop. There's no doubt about that.
Come on.
Isaac stroked his chin, carefully examining the armor.
Since the mana flowed so smoothly, it seemed mithril had indeed been added.
This wasn't some roadside shop, but the kingdom's #1 armor shop that had been passed down for generations. It had that much credibility, at least.
In this era, armor is one's second life.
Isaac knew the importance of armor and decided to purchase this mithril armor.
Fine, I'll buy it. Also, prepare another suit of plate armor that a regular knight can wear.
Isaac decided to buy the armor worth 750 silver coins that he had painfully passed up last time for knight hands.
Clatter. 30 glittering gold coins fell into the shopkeeper's palm. The shopkeeper's face immediately broke into a wide grin.
With the civil war in full swing lately, big customers who could come to the royal capital were few and far between.
Thank you, Sir Knight.
The shopkeeper bowed deeply, his waist bending nearly 90 degrees.
Last time, Isaac had only bought a few scattered parts of standard plate armor, and even that had made him wince with pain.
Haha, this is just pocket change.
I'm not short on money, not at all.
Save any good stock for me first next time.
Yes.
Rest assured, Sir Knight, I will definitely save any good stock for you next time.
Your hand is still shaking, my lord.
Knight Miller seemed to see through Isaac's thoughts and pointed at his hand while whispering. How could it not shake?
Isaac's hand trembled slightly. After all, this sum of money was no small amount.
To be honest, this was the height of luxury.
This money was enough to buy 4 so-called masterpieces, full suits of plate armor.
You spend generously
On territory affairs, but you're a bit stingy when it comes to personal expenses.
In territory affairs, you spend thousands of silver coins without hesitation.
But this is my own personal expenditure.
The memories of the once poverty-stricken Blackwood territory had not yet completely faded from Isaac's mind. He remembered when he would get excited over just a few hundred silver coins worth of magical beast materials.
In Blackwood territory, your safety represents the safety of the territory, so stop being as stingy as Finance Officer Charles.
This is very worth it. Tithe all right?
Hearing Isaac's pained response, Effie and Knight Miller couldn't help but laugh.
Click.
Can.
At this time, the shopkeeper brought the armor, and with the help of Effie and Knight Miller, Isaac put on this mithril armor.
Tightening the belts and buckles, fastening the straps.
This kind of armor was very troublesome to put on and take off, so Isaac needed the help of Effie and Knight Miller.
Thick padded armor encased his body, followed by layers of chainmail that tightly wrapped around the padding.
Finally, the heavy and sturdy breastplate covered the chainmail. Pauldrons, greaves, and sabatons strictly protected his shoulders, calves, and feet. Isaac was already accustomed to the feeling of being encased in steel. He even felt a sense of security.
Clen.
Once fully equipped, Isaac stood up abruptly, the familiar sound of metal clashing echoing in his ears.
He pushed open the shop door, and the sunlight shone on the mithril plate armor, making it glisten brilliantly. It felt like wearing a luxury sports car, though heavy. It was incredibly reassuring.
Every time I see you dressed like this, I wonder if you're really a mage.
Effie curiously sized up Isaac's knightly attire and couldn't help
but ask.
As a mage, what's wrong with wearing heavier armor to save my life?
The noble pride of a mage.
Can that thing save a life? Hearing Isaac's pragmatic answer, Effie couldn't help but smile.
At this moment, Isaac felt like he had turned into a human tank. The sense of security was absolute. Next, it was time to visit the regent.
Asterisk.
The royal palace of the Hyde Kingdom was famous for its grand scale. One could easily get lost if not careful. Isaac had previously encountered a second princess and second prince here one after another, so this time he had intended to keep a low profile and slip in quietly, but he hadn't expected the guards at the gate to announce his identity loudly, completely disrupting his plan. Countless gazes, accompanied by whispering voices, rained down from all directions like a downpour. It seemed that in the palace now, there was no longer anyone who didn't recognize him.
These gazes are really uncomfortable.
When I came last time, they clearly all treated me as if I were invisible.
Isaac couldn't help but sigh.
Knight Miller, beside him, replied as a matter of course.
The first time you came, you were just an obscure playboy, so the regent sent the secretary officer to brush you off.
Now your status is different.
Isaac recalled his last conversation with the secretary officer and felt a bit moved. He seemed to have said back then that he hoped Isaac would become the kingdom's sturdy wall.
But Isaac had countered him then, asking how he could protect the magical beast forest when the kingdom's interior was in such chaos. At that time, the other party just spoke vaguely,
telling Isaac to do as he saw fit.
Do as I see fit. So Isaac did things his way, finished beating up the second prince, and arrived here once more with the status of a Canto secretary officer. Long time no see.
After a 6-month absence, Isaac met the secretary officer again, and the secretary officer had a hint of awkwardness on his face.
Regent persists. You have certainly become quite famous lately, Lord Baron of the Blackwood territory.
The secretary officer quickly adjusted his expression and bowed slightly in response to Isaac's greeting.
He was one of the few people in the royal capital who knew about Isaac's past.
Even the capital has heard the news.
Besides, I won't be a baron for much longer.
After all, Isaac was about to be promoted 2 ranks to prospective earl.
War always brings about drastic changes, and Isaac was undoubtedly one of the biggest beneficiaries of this transformation.
I have already received the coordination documents from Her Highness Princess Priscilla.
You are here for your official promotion, right?
Exactly, but will I be able to see the Lord Regent this time?
Isaac asked, pointing at the closed office door. The secretary officer looked at the door, then at Isaac, and replied,
The Lord Regent is occupied with a myriad of state affairs and usually does not receive outside guests, but
The Lord Regent specifically gave instructions to allow your audience, Lord Baron.
That's wonderful then.
It was clear that Isaac now enjoyed some privileges. He turned back and said to Knight Miller, "Then wait for me here." Having said that, he reached out to grasp the office door handle.
But just then, the secretary officer suddenly called out to him from behind.
Lord Baron, if I may ask, do you have any way to get those shoes that the Dario merchant group used to supply? My wife has been pestering me to buy her a pair.
It seemed Miko was right. The war had caused supply disruptions, which instead greatly increased the scarcity of those shoes.
However, outside were refugees on the brink of starvation. While these nobles only cared about a pair of peculiar shoes, don't worry, supply will resume soon.
You can just go buy them then. I'll tell them to set aside a pair for you later.
Although Isaac didn't particularly like the guy, the royal secretary officer was after all a confidant of the region. There was no harm in building a good relationship.
Thank you, Lord Earl of the Blackwood Territory.
Please come in, the Lord Regent is waiting for you. Upon hearing Isaac's promise, the secretary officer immediately changed his tune and smilingly invited Isaac inside.
Creek asterisk.
Who is it?
The Baron of the Blackwood Territory.
As soon as the door opened, a middle-aged man asked without even looking up.
He was buried in a pile of parchment documents, writing furiously, looking very busy.
From Isaac's perspective, he had greying eyebrows and a brow furrowed with wrinkles from long-term frowning.
It was clear he had been busy with government affairs lately. Even his voice carried a hint of exhaustion.
Unsurprisingly, this should be Regent passes.
Scribble, 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 dot asterisk.
The ink-soaked nib glided across the paper, making a crisp sound. A faint scent of roses lingered in the air.
It was an eternal ink fountain pen produced in the Blackwood Territory.
The pattern of a woodcutter's axe and a sword carved at the end of the pen barrel was particularly eye-catching.
Isaac looked closely and found that the regent was also wearing the rubber-soled shoes they had previously supplied.
It seemed the regent was very satisfied with their products. Indeed, for busy people, comfort and practicality were the most important things. Moreover, their products combined a fashionable appearance with noble quality, perfectly hitting the sweet spot for these aristocrats.
Greetings, respected and wise Lord Regent Passus.
Isaac stepped forward, placed his right hand over his chest, and knelt on one knee.
This time, he finally used the court etiquette he had learned from the butler.
MHM rise.
Isaac, you're here about the promotion, aren't you?
Asterisk, exclamation asterisk.
Regent Passus pressed a seal engraved with the royal crest onto the melted wax. The seal came down with a crisp thud.
He handed the sealed document to the chief attendant, who had been standing behind him like a shadow.
Send this to the Emperor of the Holy Saxon Empire. Tell him to stop messing around in our kingdom, though. Tell him directly to abide by the agreement with the late king.
The chief attendant nodded seriously, solemnly took the document, carefully tucked it into his robe, bowed to the regent, and then quickly walked past Isaac and left the room. The Saxon Empire.
What on earth are they up to?
Isaac frowned unconsciously.
The intelligence system of the Blackwood Territory was too weak. He seemed to have missed a lot of major information. Perhaps he should establish an intelligence agency upon his return.
In fact, combining an intelligence agency with merchant group activities could create a perfect synergy.
My eyes are getting more and more blurred lately. I can't see things clearly, yet there are still so many documents to process.
The regent tidily put down his ink pen and rubbed the corners of his aging eyes.
He kept blinking, seemingly trying hard to adjust his focus. Come to think of it, since Isaac arrived in this world, he hadn't seen any glasses. Although magnifying glasses made of convex lenses seemed to exist in this world, spectacles applied to both eyes hadn't appeared yet.
On Earth, eyeglasses first appeared in literature during the 13th and 14th centuries. At that time, people discovered that grinding glass into a circle and facing the convex side toward the eye allowed for clearer vision.
In that case, can we make glasses ourselves and sell them?
This was a huge business opportunity. Holy crap!
I'm a freaking genius.
It just so happened that the salt pans had recently begun normal operations as the labor force was replenished.
Isaac planned to take the extracted brine and, through a series of chemical reactions, produce soda ash, the raw material for making glass.
After that, he could mass-produce glass.
This meant he could make glasses widely available.
Even the most basic styles could be of great help to those with naturally poor vision. He couldn't just let them live in a blurry world forever. Isaac decided to try it as soon as he got back.
Incidentally, he could also use this opportunity to pitch their products to the regent.
He armed him from head to toe with Blackwood products, making him a free spokesperson for Blackwood goods. Furthermore, Isaac could use glass to make scopes for the Clare rifles. I finally met you.
It's been a long journey, Baron of the Blackwood Territory.
I've heard much about you.
The regent rubbed his eyes for a while, finally regained clear vision, and spoke while looking at Isaac.
It seemed he had been keeping an eye on the events in the west.
The Lord Regent overpraises me. I am but a minor lord.
Isaac bowed slightly.
Show me the promotion documents guaranteed by Her Highness the Princess. I'll process them for you right away.
The regent took the documents, signed his name directly with the ink pen, and then heavily stamped the bottom of the document with a seal bearing the royal crest.
This time the efficiency was remarkably high.
Of course, this was a treatment Isaac could only enjoy after reaching a certain status.
I will notify the Secretary Officer to announce the birth of a new Earl to the entire nation.
Congratulations on your promotion to Earl of the Blackwood Territory.
Isaac was now officially promoted to Earl. From then on, his territory was also officially upgraded to the Earldom of the Blackwood Territory. Such concise and efficient handling is truly appreciated, Lord Regent. Isaac thanked him sincerely.
He was also someone who valued efficiency, so the Regent's straightforward and decisive working style made him very comfortable. However, the Regent seemed to have misunderstood him.
Tapping the desk lightly with the tip of his pen, he said with a look of helplessness,
"If you wanted a grand promotion ceremony, then I'm sorry.
"It's just been too busy lately. While His Majesty has been bedridden, the kingdom has accumulated many problems." Isaac thought for a moment and felt that the problems he mentioned were likely the conflicts coming from all four directions.
I heard you achieve successive victories in the West. I imagine many nobles want to win you over now, and since you don't have a wife yet, you must be quite popular among the young ladies.
The Regent sized Isaac up, seemingly realizing he was at a marriageable age. "Oh well, my reputation is actually
no matter.
While you're young, hurry up and make more friends."
Making friends isn't marriage. As long as no lives are lost, anything goes. The Regent took a sip of tea with floating tea leaves and advised meaningfully.
Isaac was a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to respond.
He was a decent man and never liked participating in any orgies.
Mermaids.
Swish. The Regent pulled another document from the thick pile on his desk. This scene inexplicably reminded Isaac of his own Lord's office. "It seems you've been very busy lately, Lord Regent." The Regent sighed wearily.
"Yes, the Empire's internal and external troubles have me overwhelmed.
Just the countless refugees pouring into Mare City is enough to give me a massive headache.
As the civil war intensifies, the number of refugees will only increase." It was clear that the Regent also understood the severity of this problem. If there are too many unemployed and starving refugees, it will not only lead to the formation of slums, but also trigger a series of social issues. "If that is all you are worried about, Lord Regent, perhaps I can help ease some of your burden." The Regent, who had been irritably reviewing documents, suddenly looked up in surprise upon hearing Isaac's words.
"Count Isaac, you have a solution. Our Blackwood Territory happens to have a lot of vacant land and job openings lately.
If you're willing, we can take in some of the refugees."
The Regent's eyes lit up, and he looked at Isaac in astonishment.
Clearly, Isaac's solution was a godsend for the Regent. He could finally rid himself of these refugees who were clogging up the capital's operations like sludge.
Count, weren't you turned away by me before?
So you probably are making this suggestion out of loyalty to the royal family, are you? What do you want? True to his title, the Regent only had to think for a moment before understanding Isaac's intent, and he asked directly.
"I hope that our Blackwood Territory merchant group can freely enter and exit the royal palace without any hindrance personally guaranteed by you."
What Isaac wanted was a royal pass. The Blackwood Territory Merchant Group had already broken away from the Dario Merchant Group, so they had almost no connections or relationships within the royal family. Coupled with the previous incident where the Balfour Merchant Group obstructed the Blackwood Territory's carriages, Isaac had to find a reliable backer, such as the Regent.
"Humph, you aren't the Dario Merchant Group. Your Blackwood Merchant Group is just a fledgling group, yet you dare make such a request of me."
"This is treatment that no merchant group has ever received."
"I only hope our products get a chance to be showcased."
"The eternal ink pen, rubber-soled shoes, and carriages, which of them has ever disappointed you?"
This time the Regent didn't argue.
Instead, after thinking it over, he nodded silently, acknowledging Isaac's point.
The Regent then fell silent, quickly weighing his options.
The products mentioned were indeed excellent. He liked them himself, and they were highly sought after by the nobles.
He felt somewhat guilty about giving Isaac the cold shoulder last time, and he didn't want to have a poor relationship with a powerhouse who could take down thousands of enemies with just a few hundred men.
With the refugee issue being so pressing and needing immediate resolution, fine, I agree.
However, if the quality of your products is substandard, I will immediately revoke your protection.
Thank you, Lord Regent.
I will keep your instructions in mind.
In fact, those substandard products would never even leave the factory.
Isaac had long ago established quality control standards, and all defects were weeded out during production.
For me, having someone willing to share the burden is naturally most welcome. It seems you have many more good things to sell, Count Isaac. Of course. Please wait and see Lord Regent pass this. He had absolute confidence that the products from his territory would be very popular.
Moreover, he still had many secret weapons that had yet to be unveiled.
Can I discuss the specific details with the Minister of Administration?
The Regent nodded in agreement, then picked up another stack of documents and bid Isaac farewell.
"In any case, have a safe trip, Count
Isaac, and congratulations again on your promotion."
"Thank you, Lord Regent.
I shall take my leave then."
Isaac bowed respectfully and then left the room.
Once he was outside where no one was around, Isaac finally couldn't help but throw a fierce punch into the air.
Nice.
This trip to the capital was quite fruitful. On this journey, he not only gained extra labour, but also found a powerful backer for his territory's fledgling merchant group.
Crit, bang. Regent Passis watched the office door Isaac had exited through, a strange glint flashing in his eyes.
He's just like the leader of the Belfoot merchant group. This young lord is truly unpredictable.
To dare to propose a deal directly to the Regent for the sake of his merchant group's interests, how audacious. And this gift, what exactly is it?
The regent looked doubtfully at the brown powder can Isaac had left before departing.
He said it was produced in their territory and asked the Lord Regent to try it, saying it could refresh the mind. Half skeptical, the Regent pinched a small amount of the powder and put it in his mouth. The next moment, his eyes widened and even his pupils dilated slightly. This is sugar.
Could it be sugar? Sugar from the western continent is worth its weight in gold.
And he said their territory can produce this stuff. Truly incredible.
The regent was now completely shocked.
Just what is this young man's background?
And how did he do it? If they really can produce sugar on a large scale, then the silver that originally flowed to the western continent will continuously pour into the western part of the kingdom.
It might even cause a massive uproar on the continent across the sea.
How interesting.
Holy Saxon Empire, First Prince's Palace.
A blonde, blue-eyed young man was sitting on a magnificent throne listening to the Emperor's decree, a cold sneer playing on his lips.
He says we should behave ourselves. What do you all think of this?
This young man was none other than the Empire's crown prince.
At this moment, his eyes, shining like gold, were filled with undisguised ambition and desire. Hearing his words, the surrounding courtiers all showed treacherous smiles, speaking one after another.
It seems His Majesty is getting on in years, and his judgment is beginning to fail.
Indeed, how could we miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?
Peace is but a helpless moan in the mouths of the weak. Only the strong are worthy of uttering the word. These courtiers belittled the Empire's emperor without any scruples, their words full of disrespect. They were like a pack of jackals that had found wounded prey, greed gleaming in their eyes.
Did he accept our proposal?
Yes, the first prince has already agreed. Hearing the courtiers reply, the crown prince excitedly clenched his fists.
Ha ha ha, the biggest prey has finally taken the bait.
The bait is so enticing that even if he knows it's a trap, he won't be able to resist taking a bite. Right.
The words of one courtier caused a burst of laughter from those around him.
Exactly.
Since such massive prey has taken the bait, what does the late king's agreement matter? How can we not take this chance to make a fortune?
The Empire was built on bloody warfare.
The relationship between nations only follows the law of the jungle.
Peace simply doesn't exist, father.
The crown prince looked into the distance and murmured. At this moment, it was as if he could already see himself sitting on the emperor's throne. He seemed to foresee the scene where the kingdom of Hyde would become the property of the Holy Saxon Empire. Once the kingdom of Hyde is annexed aside from the kingdom of Kirk and a few small nations, the entire eastern continent will become the territory of the Saxon Empire, and he will become the emperor who rules the entire eastern continent. If he missed this opportunity, even if I took the throne, I would regret it for the rest of my life. The late king's agreement was full of loopholes. With just a little effort, he could find a way to circumvent it. For instance, he could easily dispatch an army disguised as mercenaries to slip in quietly. The crown prince's heart was full of confidence. He looked toward the south, greed gleaming in his eyes. Because the group was so large, a vast amount of food and supplies had to be prepared for every trip. Taking advantage of the preparation time, Isaac decided to visit one more place before leaving the capital. He took Knight Miller and Effie to the slave market in Mare City.
Oh, Sir Knight,
you're back. It just so happens I've brought in a batch of sturdy men. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, Tilda.
The slave merchant seemed to remember them and greeted them warmly as soon as he saw them. Clearly, the ongoing wars had made the slave trade very active, and the shop was crowded with all kinds of slaves. We've come this time to see if there are any special slaves like that dwarf from last time.
Isaac said this while jingling a heavy pouch of coins in front of the merchant.
Seeing this, the merchant's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, "Then you've come at the perfect time. A new batch of slaves just arrived a few days ago." As he spoke, he ran into the shop and soon brought out a person. However, this slave looked a bit strange. Behind her ears, there were things that looked like fins, and there was actually webbing between her toes.
What on earth is this?
Isaac asked, his face full of questions. Hearing this, the merchant immediately began to introduce her with great enthusiasm. "Sir Knight,
This race is quite extraordinary.
extraordinary.
this is a member of the merfolk." "What? You're saying this is a mermaid?" The fisherman's special abilities was this the legendary merfolk race that supposedly dominated the seas. She didn't look all that different. The gap between this and his imagination was far too wide.
Oh my god, Lord, it's a merfolk.
A live one. She even has fins behind her ears. Effie, who had lived in the forest her whole life, grabbed Isaac's arm and whispered in surprise, "A merfolk, I haven't seen one in about 20 years. In contrast, Knight Miller seemed to have encountered them long ago. He crossed his arms and watched the scene with interest. Isaac narrowed his eyes, carefully sizing up the merfolk woman before him. She did indeed have small fins behind her ears and webbing between her toes, but I feel like something's not right. This was too far from what he had imagined. Where was the fishtail for a lower body? When he first learned this world had fishmen, he had even thought about researching where the little hole was. This isn't the merfolk I know, Sai. Fantasy world, you've disappointed me.
Isaac stroked his chin, muttering to himself with a serious expression. A certain world creator, then why don't you leave?
The merfolk woman looked at the slave merchant with a baffled expression, as if asking, is this guy mentally ill?
This Night Lord is always like this, but for you it's actually a good thing.
He only likes men, so you're very safe.
The slave merchant pointed at Isaac, comforting the merfolk woman.
Holy crap!
What kind of talk is that? What does this slave trader mean?
Has he misunderstood something?
and Isaac hadn't even decided whether to buy her yet. Isaac's face looked a bit sour from the slave trader's words, while Miller and Effie both failed to suppress the corners of their mouths from twitching upward as they laughed silently. Sensing something, Isaac turned around to see the two of them snickering behind his back, and his face immediately darkened.
As she looked so pitiful, becoming a slave at such a young age.
Seeing her snickering caught red-handed by the Lord, Effie awkwardly changed the subject.
Isaac gave her a massive eye roll.
When I was that young, I was already working like a beast of burden. Oh no, Lady High Elf, you mustn't pity her. I told you before, she's a fearsome pirate, the slave merchant said, pressing down on the merfolk woman's head.
At this, the merfolk woman, who had been silent, finally couldn't help but explode.
She shouted loudly.
I told you I'm not a pirate.
She looked extremely aggrieved.
You were caught on a pirate ship. If you're not a pirate, what are you?
Stop your quibbling.
I was also captured.
How many times do I have to say it?
The more the merfolk woman spoke, the more agitated she became, until she finally bit down hard on the slave merchant's hand. The slave merchant let out a blood-curdling scream, and then, right before Isaac and the others, he began to scuffle with the merfolk woman.
The scene was a bit chaotic, and Isaac felt a bit awkward for a moment, scratching his head and wondering if he should step away, but this merfolk certainly had a fiery temper.
Ouch, let go of me, you pirate.
You enemy of slave merchants.
I am not a pirate.
The merfolk woman was like a mad dog, refusing to let go of the slave merchant's hand.
It took a great deal of effort for the slave merchant to finally break free from the merfolk woman's struggle.
Rubbing his hand, which had been bitten red, he walked up to Isaac while panting for breath.
Cough, cough. As you can see, she has some personality issues.
Isaac sneered, looking at the slave merchant as if he were an idiot.
The dwarf last time was like this too.
Why do you always introduce these kinds of slaves to me?
Judging by her explosive temper, she was likely the type who would disregard everything to achieve a certain goal. In other words, she would be very difficult to manage.
Of course, Toddlin had now completely integrated into Blackwood territory, and would take the initiative to do all sorts of tasks, even without being told.
I just thought you might like. After all, merfolk are very rare and have outstanding abilities.
Although you might not be very fond of women, merfolk are very moist. Why don't you give it a try?
What if you find you like it? Damn it. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter.
This slave trader has definitely misunderstood something.
Isaac's face instantly turned very ugly, while Miller and Effie behind him were now trembling as they suppressed their laughter. What do you mean I might not be very fond of women?
What do you mean moist and
Give it a try.
Wait, moist, cough, cough. Then tell me, what specialties does this merfolk have? The slave merchant nodded, and then began to talk incessantly about the merfolk slave's abilities.
Yes, her mouth work is quite exceptional, and since she was a pirate, her swordsmanship is also quite good.
I am not a pirate.
The merfolk woman interrupted the slave merchant again.
This time the slave merchant got angry too,
and he confronted the merfolk woman without backing down.
Slave merchant, stop arguing, let her finish first.
Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Isaac quickly stopped them.
The merfolk woman finally had a chance to defend herself, and she said excitedly,
I am not a pirate.
I used to be the captain of a large merchant ship for the Merfolk Kingdom's merchant group.
She patted her chest, introducing her identity with pride.
I was transporting various trade goods like sugar, tea, and spices passing by a small island between the eastern and western continents when I was suddenly ambushed and captured by human pirates.
That's how I ended up like this. For a merfolk, a race known for their Viking-like image, to be captured by human pirates, it was truly ironic. The Merfolk Kingdom actually operates merchant ships. Isaac expressed his disbelief. The merfolk woman seemed to realize the human stereotypes about them, and her tone became a bit dejected.
After our kingdom was established, we also began to try some commercial activities.
She explained that this was the policy of the new king. Since a nation had been established, they could no longer rely solely on plundering for a living.
Then what evidence do you have to prove your identity?
Isaac asked. The merfolk woman thought for a moment and then said a name.
The leader of the Balfour merchant group should know me.
What we were transporting back then were the kingdom's specialties and trade goods he needed. But even if she was telling the truth, Isaac had no way to contact the leader of the Balfour merchant group. And even if he could, the other party wouldn't necessarily bother with such a matter.
However, if everything she said was true, then the ocean navigation techniques she possessed would be extremely valuable.
So, slave merchant, continue.
What other specialties do merfolk have?
Isaac asked. The slave merchant rubbed his swollen arm and said, well, merfolk are natural swordsmen, and they possess incredible swimming and diving abilities.
They can breathe underwater, and even manipulate water spirits.
Oh, the words water spirit made Isaac's eyes light up.
He was very clear about the value of spirits. Whether it was dwarves or elves, their spirits were extremely useful.
So can water spirits be used to manipulate seawater and brine? Isaac thought of the brine extraction problem in the salt pans. Currently, they could only pack the harvested salt into hemp bags and hang them up to wait for the brine to slowly drip out, a very lengthy process. If they could artificially control the speed of brine extraction, it would save a massive amount of time.
This meant the salt production of his territory would increase significantly. Of course, what's so strange about that? Water spirits can manipulate any liquid, whether it's brine or sugar water.
Hearing the answer he wanted, Isaac slapped his thigh in excitement.
He had originally thought she was just a fierce wild dog, but he didn't expect her to be a hen that could lay golden eggs.
Thinking of this, Isaac looked at the merfolk woman, no longer hiding the desire in his eyes.
Get her. I must get her. With the fishmen acquired, the road construction project has begun. Merfolk, do you want to come work in our territory? The scene at this moment was remarkably similar to when he had recruited Toddlin.
However, the merfolk woman gave a cold snort and shook her head proudly.
HMPH, what's with that look?
You want me to work like a slave? I won't do it. I'd rather die than work like a slave. It seemed she had misunderstood Isaac's meaning and also misunderstood her own situation.
He faced reality, merfolk.
Whether what you said is true or not, you have already become a slave, bound by the covenant of the end.
Although her identity still needed to be verified, this point was beyond doubt. Once branded with the mark of a slave, one is at the mercy of others. Even if the master changes, the status of a slave remains.
No matter how glorious she was before, it is all in the past now.
All I want is your ability.
But if I just walk away today, you'll be bought by someone else, and then, just as you fit, you'll be. Isaac knew that many people harbored fantasies about the merfolk.
After all, it was a rare race, and it was said to have many beauties.
If I follow you, will anything be different? Of course it would be different. Isaac recalled the salty smell of the Albarum beach and pointed out a new path for the merfolk woman. The sea. If your words are true, I can give you the chance to set sail once again. Asian Port also had some merchant ships and captains who knew how to navigate coastal waters.
But currently no one was capable of piloting a merchant ship across dangerous waters filled with magic beasts, pirates, and reefs to conduct transcontinental ocean trade.
In other words, no one knew the port locations of the western continent, nor the trade routes and shipping lanes.
With the establishment and development of the merchant group, Isaac was in dire need of such talent.
He had to recruit her.
Really? You'll really let me pilot a ship again? To a sailor, a ship is their life.
Hearing that she could gallop across the sea again, the merfolk woman's eyes filled with hope. Of course, as long as you are willing to follow me.
During the off-season, she could use the water spirit to work in the salt fields. During the peak season, she could be responsible for maritime trade. When they had nothing to do at night, they could even do some research. It just so happened that the territory's merchant ships were sitting idle in the port because they had no missions. It was also time to open up new shipping routes.
Fine, I'll go with you.
The merfolk woman readily agreed to Isaac's proposal.
It seemed he had recruited another talent like Toddlin.
Although difficult to manage, her ability could not be ignored.
Go with you. But since she had already decided to follow Isaac, why was she still using that tone of voice? Go with you.
Isaac repeated her last words, putting pressure on her with his gaze.
Fine, I'll follow you. She quickly realized her mistake and hastily changed her phrasing.
Phew, the slave merchant on the side finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had finally gotten rid of this troublesome cargo. Honestly, every time he came here, something like this happened.
However, thanks to him this time, Isaac was able to find such a talent.
Take it. Isaac threw the previously jingling money pouch to the slave merchant.
The slave merchant beamed as he caught the pouch and carefully tucked it into his robe. This includes the price for healthy adult slaves. Select as many as you can, and then deliver them to Blackwood territory just like last time.
Yes.
Thank you, Lord Knight.
It seemed he still thought Isaac was a knight. Forget it, it didn't matter.
Hey merfolk, what's your name?
Only then did Isaac remember that he hadn't asked for her name yet.
She would be one of the core members of the territory in the future.
Raja, call me Raja.
Woman, I'll remember you.
With this, Isaac had finally gathered all four great spirits: fire, wind, earth, and water.
He couldn't summon a divine dragon, but with the wind spirit to provide power for the sails, and the water spirit to open up shipping lanes, he wouldn't have to worry about future voyages. Although it cost quite a bit this time, coming here before heading to Brianna was definitely worth it.
Finally, as Isaac was about to leave the slave market, he quietly approached the slave trader.
You said before that she was good with her mouth. In what way is she good?
Haha, my lord, she sings very beautifully. Her singing skills are top-notch.
Chip, smack. Isaac finally couldn't help himself and slapped the slave trader on the head.
Remember, I like Juicebar. I like women.
Asterisk.
After handling the affairs in the royal capital, Isaac's group immediately set off for Brianna.
Besides the merfolk, there were several other gains from this trip to the royal capital.
For instance, the priceless mythful plate armor, and another dwarven slave bought from the slave merchant.
It seemed the war between the High Elves and the Dwarven Kingdom had caused a large number of dwarven slaves to flood the market.
That was why Isaac was able to buy such a rare item as mithril alloy plate armor in the royal capital.
Whether it was to raise war funds or to plunder resources, this proved that the High Elves were secretly transporting captured dwarven spoils out of the Dwarven Kingdom. It seemed the war was not looking optimistic for the dwarves in this short period. Both the eastern continent and the western continent had fallen into the quagmire of war.
And in the end, it was the innocent commoners who suffered. As for the matter of taking in the royal capital's refugees, Isaac planned to send Igni to select those refugees who had a desire to work, had families to care for, and were willing to believe in the Elysian faith.
He couldn't take in just anyone. What he needed was an excellent labour force that was at least industrious, responsible, and faithful.
Lord Earl Isaac, did I hear you correctly?
Lord Earl Arnold's blonde hair flew like a lion's mane as he looked at Isaac in disbelief. You're saying you want to build a direct road from the western border all the way to the royal capital, Mayor?
Yes, Lord Earl Arnold.
Hearing Isaac's answer, Lord Earl Arnold gave a bitter smile. He seemed to need to confirm it again, so he looked down at the map on the table with a long line drawn on it. He traced the route from Blackwood Territory to the royal capital with his finger back and forth, and finally shook his head.
You sign. Not to mention how much manpower and resources need to be invested, even if it's built.
I'm afraid it won't last 10 years, right? He seemed to think that Isaac wanted to build a kind of simple dirt road where they just dug up a layer of soil and spread some gravel, so he was very pessimistic about Isaac's plan. This road will be extremely durable, lasting at least until we die.
The roads built during the ancient Roman period are still well preserved today and can even accommodate carriages.
Such was their sturdiness. Once this road is completed, all merchants will choose this route.
The volume of traffic and population flow will multiply, and we can also collect more tolls and tariffs. Hearing Isaac's confident tone, Lord Earl Arnold also fell into deep thought for a moment.
Isaac didn't rush him, just looked at him with a confident smile.
Ultimately, after a long period of weighing the options, he nodded.
All right, Isaac, I agree. I will provide the necessary support later and allow you to carry out construction within my territory.
Haha, thank you for your cooperation.
With this, Isaac's Grand Road project could finally begin.
All roads lead to Rome, and now all roads in the west would lead to Blackwood Territory.
By the way, I also have something I'd like your help with.
What is it?
Isaac looked at Lord Earl Arnold with curiosity. To be precise, it is a request from Her Highness Princess Priscilla.
Lord Earl Arnold scratched his head somewhat sheepishly as he spoke.
Their arms-dealing tycoon is about to be born.
The north has been constantly ravaged by the flames of war. Princess Lily, the younger sister of Princess Priscilla, is currently at an absolute disadvantage and struggling to hold on.
Meanwhile, the first prince who has crossed the borders in the east has even colluded with external forces of unknown origin.
So you want to purchase weapons from me to arm the second princess's army? Isaac got straight to the point, and Earl Arnold nodded in affirmation.
Exactly. Every single weapon from the Blackwood Territory possesses overwhelming power that ignores distance and numbers.
Princess Priscilla seemed to have sensed the scent of war to prepare for the storm that could arrive at any moment. She wanted to be fully prepared. After all, the last storm had caused heavy losses for the second princess's side. Only after suffering a loss does one know the pain and work harder to prepare.
Her Highness said that she is willing to satisfy whatever request you make, no matter the cost.
Hearing such a generous proposal from Earl Arnold and the princess, Isaac raised an eyebrow and asked, "Really, no matter the cost?"
I mean within a reasonable range.
What a pity.
Isaac had originally wanted to take the opportunity to make a request to establish a system similar to the old regime.
Of course, it's still too early for that.
The arms trade is extremely lucrative,
especially for the Blackwood Territory. Once other territories began purchasing their firearms, the entire weapons system would become completely dependent on them. After all, in the entire continent, only they could produce black powder.
From the very beginning, Isaac had never made public the method of producing black powder using fertilizer.
So, if for some reason he stopped supplying black powder, the territories that had purchased firearms and cannons would find them turned into a pile of scrap metal.
Furthermore, to prevent arming his enemies, Isaac intended to follow the example of the Americans and only sell smoothbore flintlock rifles to reliable allies.
This was like mass distributing the evil warding sword manual to the martial arts world. Would you not buy a gun from Isaac then? It didn't matter once your enemies bought them and gave you a severe beating. You would obediently come to buy them, of course. Whether you could buy them would depend on Isaac's mood. Isaac was about to become a great demon king of arms in this other world. However, at least not until the breech-loading rifle and manual Gatling machine gun have been introduced.
Currently, they were still short on weapons themselves, so how could they have the spare time to sell to others? However, as the militia began to be equipped with flintlock rifles, it wasn't as if they had absolutely nothing to sell.
I can sell a few hundred units of improved ballistae.
Ballistae? You mean those mechanical crossbows that can be loaded with over a dozen arrows at once, and then fire them continuously?
Yes, that's the one.
This world had no concept of patents or copyrights.
Moreover, the manufacturing technology for ballistae was already mature. It was just that no one had thought of the idea, so they hadn't appeared yet. Once it was released, all sorts of imitations would appear.
In that case, it was better to sell them to friendly territories first and build closer ties in the process.
Selling their favor was always better than doing nothing.
To reduce the casualties of peasant soldiers and allow them to play a role on the battlefield, ballistae were undoubtedly the best choice. And war is breaking out everywhere lately, and the prices of weapons and steel have risen to be even more expensive than food. If we can buy ballistae, that would be very good as well. This was true because of the continuous warfare. The prices of weapons and steel were skyrocketing every day.
But the Blackwood Territory possessed high-grade iron ore from Wright City,
and they would soon be able to produce steel on a large scale like a factory.
So now was a great opportunity for Isaac to make a fortune.
In that case, you can place a pre-order for a batch.
Once we begin mass-producing steel, armor, and weapons, we will prioritize supplying you.
Of course, the prerequisite was to first fully arm the army of the Blackwood Territory. This shouldn't take too long. Counting the days, his Blackwood workshop would also be completed very soon.
But when Earl Arnold heard Isaac say he was going to mass-produce steel armor, his face was immediately filled with disbelief.
Isaac, even if you've obtained the workshop in Wright City, you shouldn't exaggerate.
Mass-producing steel armor? Do you know how much time it takes to forge a complete plate breastplate?
Isaac only smiled slightly in the face of his doubt. Of course, he knew the time required.
He used to go to the workshop every day and watch those blacksmiths hammering away. Ha ha ha.
Lord Earl, when have you ever seen me talk big?
This was true whether on the battlefield or in daily life. Isaac had indeed done everything he said. But the key is, where exactly does your steel output come from?
Could it be a miracle?
The Earl seemed to be shaken by Isaac's confidence. He wondered if Isaac had used some kind of divine power to obtain a large amount of steel.
Sigh, this is merely the power of the god of science.
The god of science.
What god is that? How have I never heard of them? Earl Arnold repeated the name of this unfamiliar deity with a look of bewilderment. Even though he had lived for half a lifetime, he had never heard the name of this god of science. Ha ha ha, it's a specialty of my hometown.
You wouldn't understand even if I told you.
It seems you indeed have your own secrets.
Fine, I believe you.
I'll place a pre-order for a batch then.
Ha ha ha, rest assured, you won't be disappointed.
Just like that,
Isaac successfully gained an arms customer.
Once the steel supply in the Blackwood territory was sufficient, he could officially begin selling weapons to him. In fact, to ensure efficiency, once the steel-making furnace was started, it had to be kept running continuously, otherwise restarting it would take a long time and cause significant economic losses. Therefore, it could easily lead to overcapacity, but if there were large orders for arms and weapons, there would be no such worry.
So, is there anything else, Lord Earl Arnold? Nothing else.
The Earl was still a bit regretful. After all, in the end, he hadn't managed to buy those miraculous firearms. Then I'll leave it to you to assist us in building roads, and please continue to support our mining of the mountains.
Oh, right.
Finally, if you could tell me the whereabouts of your daughter, that would be even better.
Isaac said as he suddenly remembered something and asked
One more question.
The Earl raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "Why are you asking about my daughter?"
This isn't a matter of trust. You have to give me a reasonable explanation. I bought a piece of armor this time that is said to be made of mithril alloy. We're not far from the royal capital now, so I'd like to ask your daughter to help me test it with a high knight's sword. If I find it's a fake, I have to go back immediately to settle the score with that dishonest merchant.
Isaac patted the shiny armor breastplate and explained.
You bought a new set of full plate armor. Then you should hold a ceremony. For a knight, armor is their second life and also their pride.
I can completely understand your thinking.
He spoke very well,
but he seemed to have forgotten a small problem. Isaac seemed to be a mage.
However, you don't need to go to my daughter for such a thing. I can solve it for you.
Isaac said with a bitter smile. You better not. A sword Saint's sword, even if I'm wearing mithril armor, I don't think it'll necessarily be able to block it. The Earl immediately burst out, laughing happily, and then pointed in a direction.
All right, Lucy should be training at the outdoor practice field right now. Go ahead.
The weather was so good, yet she was still training. It seemed that this was a secret to becoming a high knight.
All right, thank you.
Asterisk.
Why you're asking me to could you?
Lucy Brianna's face was covered in beads of sweat, and her expression at this moment was one of great surprise. She had been practicing swordsmanship with Sonia as usual when Isaac suddenly appeared and made a strange request.
Honestly, Lucy had never heard such an absurd request in her life, Unicorn.
The only high knight I know is you.
Come on, give me a strike.
Isaac spread his arms, signaling Lucy to strike his armor.
It seems he wants to test his new armor.
Miss Lucy, please grant his wish and vent some of your resentment while you're at it.
Sonia walked up to Lucy and whispered encouragement. She felt this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
However,
Lucy hesitated, constantly fiddling with her golden hair. I don't have any resentment.
Her resentment had vanished long ago when Isaac saved Brianna.
Not only did she not resent Isaac, but the continuous victories in the war under his command had even instilled a sense of awe in her heart.
Don't worry, you're not the first person to strike me right.
Knight Miller.
Isaac asked, looking at Knight Miller, who was standing by with a high-grade healing potion. Knight Miller, who had been caught in the crossfire, frowned and retorted,
My lord,
taking things out of context like that will make people misunderstand me as a vassal lacking chivalry.
What does it matter? I'm not lying.
The matter of the enchantment experiments was classified.
Miller ultimately rubbed his brow in resignation and sighed. Lucy looked at them with a face full of confusion. She didn't understand what they were talking about at all.
Does Isaac usually play like this, actually letting a knight assassinate him?
Then I'll strike. I'll just touch it lightly with the tip of the sword.
At this point, Lucy's eyes suddenly lit up, and she muttered with a hint of excitement,
Isaac, can I be the first person to leave a scar on you?
Before Isaac could ask, an excited Lucy had already channeled her high knight mana into the blade.
The blade immediately emitted a faint blue glow, becoming incredibly sharp.
Seeing this, Isaac also immediately channeled mana into the armor, and its surface began to shimmer with a white light.
Whoosh clang.
Lucy swung her sword at Isaac's flank. Even with a mana-infused sword that could cut through iron like butter, it failed to leave any mark on Isaac's armor. Instead, the blade seemed to chip slightly, while Isaac's new armor was only left with a deep scratch. Lucy frowned at her chipped sword, looking somewhat disappointed.
Is this mithril?
Asterisk.
Holy crap! This was worth every penny. Miller, did you see that?
Isaac stroked the scratch on the armor and spoke excitedly.
Lucy had just given him a scare. He almost thought she was really going to cut him in half.
It seems that as long as your opponent isn't a sword saint, your safety should be fundamentally guaranteed, my lord.
Knight Miller nodded in agreement from the side. This armor was enough to withstand an attack from a high knight.
Of course, this was only an increase in defense. It would still be difficult for Isaac himself to defeat a High Knight. However, for a second circle mage to be able to contend with a High Knight was already quite heaven-defying.
Is there any way to get some mithril on its own?
This metal seems to have very broad applications. Mithril, orichalcum, adamantite. This world was different from Earth, filled with various magical metals. On Earth, metals like titanium and beryllium were called modern versions of mithril, but they were far inferior to the real thing.
Only the people of the Dwarven Kingdom would understand this metal best, right?
Yeah, exactly. Let's ask Toddlin when we get back. The smelting difficulty of this metal should be very high, but Isaac believed he could definitely find a simplified method. Isaac patted the dust off his armor and turned to leave.
But then Lucy suddenly grabbed his sleeve.
Are you leaving? Did you only come here to test your armor? We've only just managed to meet.
She seemed somewhat dissatisfied yet reluctant about Isaac's hurried departure.
Oh,
Right, I also brought a gift for you.
This was something Claire had thrust into his hands when she found out he was going to Lucy's. She said everyone only knew to give Lucy weapons like swords, armor, and bows, but Lucy actually preferred this kind of thing. She also suggested that Isaac should please the future sword saint in addition to the Count. The gift, aside from the engagement token, this is the first time you've given me something. Here it matches the color of your eyes. The sapphire is blue as a clear sky, as if Lucy's blue eyes were sealed within it. This sapphire was actually something Isaac had found among his previous spoils of war. Lucy was clearly stunned for a moment, then immediately took the necklace carefully with both hands. So beautiful.
It seems she liked it a lot.
Isaac also felt gratified. It seemed women really were better at picking gifts. Isaac, can I really accept this?
such a precious necklace.
Lucy's blue eyes trembled slightly.
She seemed stunned by the sudden gift, a clear blush on her face.
Her hands, covered in calluses and scars, clumsily stroked the necklace. Come to think of it, giving a necklace seemed to have some special meaning, but since they had already broken their engagement, it should be fine according to Miko. The value of this necklace was equivalent to a horse, making it a rather precious gift.
However, Lucy was his comrade in arms, and as Claire said, there was never any harm in investing in a future sword saying,
Ha ha ha, don't mention it.
I'm off then.
In the future.
Wait for me.
Lucy stopped Isaac and then quickly ran out of the training grounds. After Lucy left, the training grounds fell into silence. The knights whispered among themselves. It was the first time they had seen Lucy like this.
About 5 minutes later, a panting Lucy returned to the training grounds leading a horse. It was a horse that was entirely snow white with a single horn on its forehead.
Oh, asterisk.
Finally, Isaac set off for his final destination, the Ineal territory. Among the spoils Isaac obtained this time, the largest and most alluring was this piece of territory.
The sound of whose echoed on the dirt road that could barely be called a road.
The dirt road seemed to have been washed out by heavy rain many times and was on the verge of collapsing. A knight in white armor leisurely rode a snow-white unicorn along the dirt road.
How is it?
Do I look grand and dashing right now? Isaac stroked the unicorn's horn and asked proudly. Whether it was Lubu's red hair or Alexander the Great's Bucephalus, famous horses always stirred a man's blood. After all, every man likes to ride something. It's practically etched into male DNA now. Dressed in pure white armor and mounted on a holy unicorn, Isaac looked like a true paladin.
Yes, as long as you don't wobble around like you're drunk.
Knight Miller said with a twitch of his lips, his eyes seeming to say,
You're really wasting a good horse indeed for someone like Isaac who had just learned to ride.
This horse was truly too extravagant.
It was like getting a driver's license and immediately driving a limited edition Lamborghini to show off on the streets.
It's not entirely my fault.
This horse is too big and very disobedient.
Oh my god.
A knight actually complaining about his mount. That just shows your horsemanship isn't skilled enough. Can't you say something nice?
Isaac really had it rough not having received a formal education, as an heir often caused him to embarrass himself over small things.
Isaac shook his head helplessly, then had a bright idea and stealthily offered a small pinch of sugar to the unicorn's mouth.
The unicorn didn't understand at first until it subconsciously licked the sugar powder on its lips. The next moment, its eyes lit up, and it immediately began happily licking the sugar from Isaac's hand with a snort. Jai tilde.
Little guy, now that you've tasted my powder today, won't I be able to get whatever position or speed I want in the future?
Isaac looked at the unicorn greedily licking the powder from his palm and laughed wickedly for a moment.
But my lord,
This deal was really worth it.
I didn't actually think that much about it, I was just going with the flow.
Isaac was just following Claire's suggestion, but he didn't expect such an unforeseen reward. And a very good reward at that. A unicorn is a precious breed that money can't buy, and it could even be considered for breeding in the future.
Huff.
When they arrived at a village in the Ineal territory, an elderly man with white hair came running over panting.
he looked like he should be the village chief.
My lord.
Seeing Isaac in his shining armor and mounted on a unicorn, he immediately recognized his identity.
He hurried to Isaac and knelt down to pay his respects.
That's enough, get up.
Lead away, you should know what I want to see.
Isaac was very much looking forward to the flax and that magical mineral known as mana stone.
Now, let's open this mystery box of spoils.
Flower fields hidden by flax. The village Isaac and his group visited was called Linear.
The haggard old man who ran over in a panic was named
Pablo Esquil. He was the village chief, and after Isaac expressed a desire to see the village's main crops with his own eyes, he led them to a field full of flax.
Oh, the scale isn't small.
On the vast fields, flax with pale blue flowers bloomed, forming a dense azure sea when viewed from afar.
So beautiful.
This scale should bring in a lot of money this year.
Isaac and Effie showed completely different reactions to this flax field.
Seeing the clear contrast between the two, Miller couldn't help but smile. This autumn was exceptionally warm, so the flowers were still in bloom, and colourful wildflowers dotted the fields, adding to the pastoral scenery. Village chief, how large is this flax field? Following the former lord's instructions, we have continuously expanded the planting area.
It's now about 1,000 mu.
Not bad. Other territories spent the entire year planting grain to solve their food problems, having no time to plant flax. Yet here, irrigation canals were specially built, and such a large flax field was cultivated, showing that this territory was indeed prosperous.
Moreover, Linear Village's population was close to 900 people.
With just 3 or 4 more villages like this, the population here could directly catch up to the former Blackwood territory. As expected of an earl's territory, although Pieta Village Vineyard is also beautiful, this place is simply a paradise on earth, Lord.
Effie put down the rifle on her shoulder, her golden hair fluttering in the wind, and dashed into the flower field.
The autumn breeze swept through, and the pale blue petals gently swayed. Isaac also walked to the edge of the flax field, carefully observing the growth of the crops. Flax is a delicate plant used to make linen. Flax seeds, after detoxification, can be stir-fried or cold-pressed into flaxseed oil. When flaxseed oil is oxidized and mixed with resin, rubber, cork, etc., it can be pressed into linoleum, which is commonly known as floor leather. Linoleum is tough, elastic, and easy to clean, so it is widely used as a flooring material. If linoleum could be used, the current 1000-day salt could be directly upgraded to floor salt, further increasing its output.
I wove a wreath from flax flowers.
How is it?
Effie placed the flax flowers on her head, turned around, and asked. Among her golden hair, the pale blue flowers were exceptionally beautiful.
Isaac wanted to say it was like a flower blooming on another flower, but he felt that phrase might be a bit too rustic. Very beautiful.
As Isaac spoke, he grabbed a handful of flax, shaking all the pale blue flowers to the ground. These flowers only consume nutrients and have no value. Then he gently rubbed the fibre-rich flax stem with his thumb.
This familiar rough touch made him nod unconsciously.
This was the essence of flax, its most valuable part.
You are sometimes too heartless, Lord,
Effie said sadly, looking at the petals scattered on the ground. There's no romance in agriculture, Effie.
On earth, Isaac also constantly tilled the land in pursuit of profit. Moreover, he was now a lord, responsible for the well-being of his people, so he naturally had to focus more on efficiency and yield. Have you encountered any problems with flax cultivation?
Has the war had any impact?
Isaac turned around and asked village chief Pablo.
The village chief scratched his head and began to report on the village and flax cultivation. No, everything is normal. Although the Lord's castle was destroyed, the village is relatively far, so it wasn't affected. He spoke while secretly observing Isaac's expression. After all, Isaac was the one who destroyed the Lord's castle.
How is linen made?
The village chief immediately began to introduce the village linen production process. First, children would strip the flax stalks, then women from each family would spin the thread with spindles and finally weave it into linen. Like wool, linen production was primarily a household industry.
After the linen is woven, tailors will use it to make beautiful clothes.
And then,
Isaac nodded, largely consistent with his expectations. However, this production method was too inefficient.
Because production was carried out on a household basis, large-scale production was difficult to achieve, and the technical skill levels of each family varied, leading to unstable product quality.
So once cotton begins to be widely planted and professional textile equipment is introduced,
Isaac plans to directly attempt to establish a factory-style production model. He would gather workers in factories, improve technical skills through collaboration, and achieve standardization and mass production of products.
On Earth, after the emergence of factory-style production, household industries were gradually eliminated.
Isaac believed this world would follow the same path. Those inefficient linen workshops would eventually close down.
However, this production model, in pursuit of maximum efficiency, might lead to a deterioration in worker treatment, so Isaac must implement reasonable regulation. After all, as children raised under the red sun of communism, he instinctively didn't want to exploit them like those unscrupulous factory owners.
A workers' revolution in a fantasy world.
Better not, village chief. Do you use flax to make paper? Although Isaac hadn't seen it yet, he still asked.
Making paper from flax?
Are you referring to the papyrus imported from the Western continent?
More or less.
Speaking of which, I remember a merchant once said he saw something similar in the Jurak Kingdom. The Jurak Kingdom not only made silk, but they also started researching flax paper.
It seems the Hyde Kingdom has not yet mastered this technology.
Then he would fill this market gap. Since the writing tool, the eternal ink pen, had already been invented, the next step was to research writing material paper.
Papyrus had to be imported from overseas, making it too expensive.
And parchment required dozens of sheep to be slaughtered to make one book.
Although more durable than plant-based paper, its price was ridiculously high.
So only nobles and clergy could afford parchment books.
Of course, flax paper wasn't cheap either.
After all, linen was a precious textile material. In this era of scarce resources, clothes worn by nobles would be bought by commoners as second-hand clothes, and clothes worn by commoners would be picked up by slaves.
Truly, all resources were put to full use.
To reduce costs, Isaac planned to try mixing straw and flax to make composite paper. Although the quality would decrease, it wasn't for important documents, so it didn't matter.
Once cotton began to be widely planted and cotton waste was produced, cotton waste could also be added.
If a hydraulic
Paper mill could be established, costs could be further reduced.
Then establish schools, increase literacy rates, and finally use metal movable type printing. This way, central administrative efficiency could radiate to local areas,
thereby expanding influence and ultimately achieving centralized power in the Blackwood territory.
and the spread of the Elysian faith,
The popularization of cheap paper and metal movable type, just like on Earth, would also bring huge changes to the religious sphere, because this would allow for mass printing of doctrines, prayers, and Bibles.
They could be spread not only to other kingdoms but also overseas.
In short, the Blackwood territory will soon send people to support you.
You must seize the time to build irrigation canals, expand the planting area, and diligently cultivate flax for me.
Oh, and I will provide you with some powder imbued with the grace of Goddess Iris.
You must make good use of it.
Isaac's latter half of the sentence of course referred to fertilizer, which Isaac had now packaged as an exclusive item of his church.
Flax requires a certain amount of nitrogen fertilizer,
But not as much as corn and wheat.
Interestingly, if there is excessive nitrogen fertilizer, although the plant itself will grow quickly, the most important fiber content will decrease instead. Therefore, appropriate fertilization is necessary to achieve the best results.
You actually care about us so much.
Thank you so much, Lord.
We will definitely work hard to cultivate flax.
The village chief knelt down excitedly and said.
He looked very old and frail,
And Isaac was worried he might suddenly collapse one day.
It seemed very necessary to send priests Effie to spread the goddess's blessings. Effie, the matter is finished. Let's go home.
Isaac saw Effie standing in the center of the flax field and suddenly stopped. She had woven a wreath from the flowers Isaac had shaken off earlier, and it looked very beautiful on her head. But one flower in the wreath was particularly eye-catching, making Isaac squint.
Among the colourful wildflowers, a red flower stood out remarkably.
Lord, why are you looking at me like that?
Where did you find that red flower?
Effie pointed to a place not far away.
Only then did Isaac discover that hidden beneath the flax there was actually a field of red flowers. P.S. If you're out and about, you might notice that in the middle of large fields, this method of planting hidden beneath other crops is common in rural areas. Isaac walked over to Effie, took the red flower from her wreath, and then asked Village Chief Pablo with a solemn expression. Village Chief, why are you planting this kind of flower here? Do you know what this flower is used for?
Isaac's eyes widened, and his tone unconsciously became suppressed.
Although the area wasn't large, judging from the growth of the flowers, they were definitely not wild, but artificially planted.
There were only two uses for this flower.
Isaac could only pray that they were merely for ornamental purposes. Magic stone.
Are you referring to this flower?
Our village herb merchant discovered it,
And then we started cultivating it.
The village chief then leaned mysteriously towards Isaac's ear and whispered, My lord, this is good stuff. Just make a cut on the stem and suck the white sap that flows out, and it can relieve pain. More importantly, it makes people feel as if they are floating on air.
Chip, of course it makes people feel as if they are floating on air.
Because this is a poppy, the raw material for opium.
Isaac felt a headache coming on.
Fortunately, he came to inspect it himself, otherwise this cancerous growth would probably spread across the entire territory without anyone noticing. Those farmers are currently just treating it as a crop that can relieve fatigue, secretly consuming it while working. If they all get addicted later, then it's completely over.
Burn them all.
Oh,
Village Chief Pablo looked puzzled. Isaac glared, repeating in a chilling tone, This is my order, burn all these demon flowers.
Otherwise I'll burn you.
Isaac pulled out his mace and gently placed it next to the village chief's head, scaring the village chief into nodding repeatedly.
yes, yes.
I'll burn them immediately. If anyone dares to hide or transfer them, cut them down directly. The village chief's face turned pale with fright, and he immediately kowtowed repeatedly.
Yes, yes.
I will burn them all.
Other flowers are so beautiful, it's such a shame to burn them.
Effie, who discovered the poppies, said naively. As she spoke, she fiddled with the red flower. Although poppies can be used to make painkillers, their harm far outweighs their benefits. This has been proven by countless painful historical facts. Since Isaac knew its dangers, he had to completely eradicate this root of disaster.
Effie, this flower must be burned.
And it must be thoroughly burned.
Isaac decided that he must send people to supervise later. He needed to ensure these poppies were completely destroyed before he could rest assured.
He stepped into the stirrup, mounted the white unicorn,
Then swung the reins and shouted loudly.
Go, next village.
Asterisk.
After personally confirming the potential of Linear Village and making the decision to eradicate potential hidden dangers,
Isaac and his group set off again for another village not far away.
that was Ladro Village, the most expensive magic stone producing area in the west.
A young village chief and miners came to meet Isaac.
Afterward, they entered a mine filled with the smell of earth and metal.
When the village chief came out, he wiped the sweat from his face with the back of his hand and hurriedly handed Isaac a chestnut-sized object.
Sparkling Village Chief Douglas, is this a magic stone?
That's right.
This is the pride of our territory, the magic stone.
Village Chief Douglas clapped the dust off his hands and answered excitedly.
Isaac curiously looked at the magic stone in his hand.
This was a mysterious ore containing magic and some unknown energy.
However, from its colour and texture, it seemed to be mixed with other substances feeling more like metal than stone. Why was it called a stone?
The magic stone in your hand is worth 700 silver coins, Lord.
Hearing the village chief's additional explanation, Isaac's eyes widened in surprise.
This chestnut-sized object was actually equivalent in price to the full plate armor he had seen in the royal capital.
Truly incredible.
What a wealthy territory.
Isaac finally understood how Count Anil had accumulated his wealth and attracted so many mages.
He truly had every geographical advantage.
In contrast, Isaac could only struggle to resist the invasion of demonic beasts on the western frontier. Magic stones can be used to create enchanted items, magic tools, and various magic-related things.
The mages of the magic tower all flocked to them.
Isaac had heard of this as well.
Those mages always liked to embed a magic stone at the tip of their staffs. It was said that magic stones could provide magic power or enhance magic effects, making them indispensable items for mages. Moreover, magic stones were very rare in the western continent, so the eastern continent had always used them as an important export commodity, earning a large amount of silver coins from the western continent.
So the magic tower is your main client.
Isaac was still quite curious. Those arrogant mages of the magic tower would actually do business with them.
Yes, they buy all our magic stones every time. They say that magic stones contain some kind of magic core, and some even grind them into powder and consume them directly.
What? Grind them into powder and consume them? What effect does that have? The village chief vividly described the effects he had heard from the mages.
It was said that consuming magic stone powder could greatly enhance magic power or stimulate magic circuits, thereby breaking through bottlenecks.
It could even reach an incredible realm.
How is that possible? This wasn't some panacea.
If magic levels could really be raised so easily, then the number of high-level mages wouldn't be so small.
However, this method of consumption also produces serious side effects.
The village chief continued, saying that mages who consumed magic stone powder to break through bottlenecks all experienced various symptoms.
Insomnia, severe tinnitus and headaches, pale faces, a constant metallic taste in their mouths, blackened gums, and some even died from weakness. Although the magic tower has prohibited this method of consumption, as you know, mages' desire for power is very strong.
And I might understand that.
So there are still some foolish mages who try to consume magic stone powder, and then one by one they are carried out.
This was like a holy grail containing poison.
However, the more Isaac listened, the more something felt wrong.
These symptoms, why are they so similar to lead poisoning symptoms in Romans? Those silly Romans, in order to make their lives a little sweeter, actually used a large amount of lead in their water pipes and wine cooking vessels, directly leading to almost everyone suffering from lead poisoning. Lead-added drinks taste sweet, and this is likely the reason for the eventual decline of Roman civilization, because they probably discovered the problem later on. But in order to enjoy that bit of sweetness, they stubbornly continue to drink it.
Do all magic stones cause these symptoms?
No, magic stones are also produced in small quantities in the western continent, but even if magic stones from the western continent are ground into powder and consumed, they won't produce any side effects, which is why western continent magic stones are very expensive. It seemed this wasn't an issue with the magic stone itself.
It was likely that lead was mixed into the eastern continent's magic stones during the mining process.
If those symptoms were indeed caused by lead, that is to say, lead can be completely separated out.
Lead could be separated by heating and smelting, utilizing the differences in melting and boiling points of different metals.
Isaac quickly organized the knowledge in his mind. Logically, he should be able to replicate this operation in this world.
I want to eat rice noodles.
Loaded with items collected from various parts of the territory, Isaac and his companions embarked on the journey back to the Blackwood territory. This fabric is truly beautiful, red like a rose.
Effie curiously unfolded the gift
Received from Linear Village and examined it closely.
It was a pure linen cloth without any wool mixed in.
Perhaps because it was meant for the new lord, the weaving, texture, and craftsmanship were all impeccable.
This high-grade fabric was dyed rose red with red dye, freshly made without a single wrinkle, and it was poised to become another flagship product for the Blackwood Territory Merchant Group.
This kind of fabric must be very expensive in the human world, right?
Effie asked, stroking the fabric.
Fabric of such high quality is certainly valuable, but the most expensive fabric has to be silk.
Silk? Effie asked curiously.
Isaac looked at her ears, which twitched with her changing emotions, and smiled, saying,
That is silk produced by the Durat Kingdom.
The fabric is as soft as a spring breeze, and its surface shines with a gem-like luster.
There is a saying that goes, smooth as silk.
The feel of silk is like it's sliding over your skin,
and after dissolving the sericin in the silk with acetic acid it emits a soft sheen. Wow, I really want to touch it.
Just hearing the description filled Effie with curiosity.
That's why silk sells so well.
On Earth, with the mass production of natural fibers and the advent of synthetic fibers like polyester, clothing became a cheap commodity. But in this era, the quality of clothing often represents status and position. Therefore, nobles and the wealthy never skimped on their attire.
Indeed, I really wish I could get some. To be precise, what Isaac wanted were silkworms. Ancient origin realm relied on the secret of silk production to accumulate vast wealth.
Silk also became an important trade commodity, directly giving rise to the Silk Road. And now the Durak kingdom occupies the position and is reaping huge profits. Seeing others making so much money always made Isaac feel a bit uneasy.
Mainly because Isaac also knew how to make silk. He wanted to make velvet, and also wanted to eat fragrant silkworm pupae, but he had no silkworms.
Without raw materials, everything was just talk.
Don't be too disappointed, we also gained quite a lot this time.
Effie took a light blue flax flower from her wreath, twirled it between her fingers, and comforted him. Indeed, he had already acquired a large wine, grape vineyard, vast flax fields, and a magic stone mine, especially the magic stones.
If he could create a dedicated crucible to smelt and separate the lead at high temperatures, their value would immediately double.
Isaac, suffering from eating from the bowl while looking at the pot side unwillingly, he truly wanted to get his hands on silk. Look,
it's the Blackwood territory, my lord. We're back. Effie pointed to the Blackwood territory in the distance and said happily. The Blackwood territory was the land cultivated by Isaac's ancestors for generations.
It was once barren and desolate, but with the construction of roads and the influx of people, the entire territory was now full of vitality.
Although we haven't been gone long, it feels like coming home.
It does.
Effie nodded with a smile.
Let's go, Effie.
Several carriages loaded with specialties from various territories followed closely behind.
Isaac straightened his back and walked into the territory.
Tusk.
I thought a holy knight from some religious order had arrived.
Claire looked at Isaac, who had jumped down from the unicorn, scrutinizing him from head to toe.
The sparkling mithril alloy armor paired with the snow-white unicorn was certainly eye-catching.
If he stood before worshippers dressed in this armor and released some holy light magic, the effect would surely electrify the crowd.
Ha ha ha, isn't that handsome?
Indeed, clothes make the man. You look a bit like Prince Charming, but isn't that Sister Lucy's unicorn? Claire pointed to the tall horn on the unicorn's head and asked.
It's not hers. I acquired a reserve horse.
You're right, I gave her a necklace, and she couldn't wait to give this horse to me. This trade was such a bargain.
Isaac took a carrot out of the saddlebag and offered it to the unicorn to reward it for its hard journey.
The unicorn, however, curled its lip disdainfully, turned its head away, and stared straight at Isaac. Its expression seemed to say, "You think you can fool a horse with this trash? Quickly give me the powder that makes horses feel utterly joyful." This unicorn was massive and had exceptional stamina, perfectly fitting the standard of a famous steed, but it was just too soon, dear. Fortunately, Isaac had already successfully gotten it hooked on sugar.
Brother, did you name it?
Famous horses should all have names.
Then let's call it Claire.
Don't even think about it.
Effie and Knight Miller standing nearby both laughed. How dare she interrupt her brother, truly an unfilial sister.
Then let's call it Red Hair. Wait, that's not quite right, Cyborg. Let's call it Cyborg.
This was the name of a modern European cavalry which hadn't appeared in this world yet. Mainly giving a completely white unicorn the name of a famous Chinese horse felt too jarring.
Although I don't know what it means, it sounds pretty good.
Claire nodded in approval.
Oh.
Cyborg, let us become one and sweep away 1,000 troops.
Isaac lovingly stroked Cyborg's smooth coat, then offered it another carrot.
Cyborg disdainfully took a bite, then spat it directly onto Isaac's head.
Asterisk PFFF exclamation asterisk. Unicorn, I want to eat the powder. Freed.
Back at the Lord's castle, Isaac changed into his Lord's attire. After all, wearing armor all the time was quite uncomfortable. After handling some backlogged official business, Isaac received news that the people from the royal capital had arrived.
They were the slaves he had previously commissioned the slave merchant to transport.
Buzz.
In the training grounds of the Blackwood territory, traces left by Knight Miller and Knight Hans's training were everywhere.
Over 90 strong slaves gathered on the hard stone ground, whispering among themselves as they watched Isaac approach. Is he the Count of the Blackwood territory who bought us? The man who leaped from being a remote lord to the overlord of the West?
He's Sion.
Obviously, Isaac's deeds had not only spread through the royal city, but even the slave merchant groups in the royal capital knew them inside out.
Learning that the person who bought them was the legendary Isaac, the slaves' eyes were filled with a mix of unease and anticipation. They say on the battlefield he smashed the heads of many nobles with a mace. Will our heads be smashed by him too?
Who on earth is spreading these rumors?
To say he goes around smashing nobles' heads. He had only threatened those disobedient nobles. How did it get twisted into this?
Isaac raised his hand, signaling for silence.
The slaves immediately shut their mouths, watching him nervously.
Poor little lambs. Your journey of displacement to this place was all arranged by the goddess.
At that moment, Agni walked out of the Lord's office, her hands clasped in prayer. Her red eyes scanned the slaves on the training grounds.
Poor. Just how does she view this world?
Those burly men who looked like bandits, she could actually use the word poor for them.
Isaac was somewhat speechless. He stepped forward, drawing the attention of all the slaves.
Welcome to the Blackwood Territory.
This is a land protected by Goddess Iris. The slaves looked at each other. They seemed to have never heard of Goddess Iris.
Isaac had been preaching in the West for so long and had done so much in the goddess's name, yet she had no reputation outside. Oh goddess, do you see this? You need to work harder. It's tough for a transmigrator to have worked so hard. Yeah, no one outside knows your name.
Sometimes you have to reflect on the reasons yourself.
Have you put in the effort over the years? Has the number of believers elsewhere increased? What kind of work will we be doing here?
One slave cautiously raised his hand and asked, "Please don't let it be mining." And not rowing either. I almost died when we encountered a magic beast last time.
They actually thought Isaac spent a fortune on them just to have them do such menial labor. How naive.
Isaac intended to train them directly into elite slaves like those of the ancient Roman era.
Those elite slaves wouldn't just do physical labor, they would also learn law, foreign languages, and professional skills to serve their masters.
You're lucky.
As I said before, this is a land protected by Goddess Iris, and she embraces everyone.
And take note, her embrace knows no distinction of race or status.
Herein Isaac mentioned the goddess Igni raised her index finger and added,
But those slaves still didn't seem to understand Isaac's meaning, looking at each other in confusion.
"Don't worry,
I won't treat you as ordinary slaves. I want to train you into trustworthy technicians.
Under the guidance of my craftsmen, you will learn pearl cultivation, glassmaking, and other highly secret techniques. Pearl cultivation, glassmaking, paper, and metal movable type production. These were the core technologies of the Blackwood Territory that could not be leaked. To prevent technology leaks, the Republic of Venice even confined craftsmen to the island of Murano specifically for glassmaking. Isaac planned to use Vow of the End and silence magic to prevent technology leaks. This was more reliable than trust or loyalty.
It sounds like it's not hard labor.
Instead, it seems like easy work.
Hearing Isaac say they wouldn't have to do physical labor, the slaves all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we can work indoors, we'll be satisfied.
"Yes, since we have to work anyway, something easier is better than working ourselves to death."
They seemed a bit puzzled by Isaac's arrangement, but as long as it wasn't work that would kill them, they were actually satisfied. In reality, Isaac hoped they would work more proactively.
Merely for the sake of secrecy wasn't enough.
That would be too inefficient. He hoped they would work as tirelessly as the beasts of burden in big corporations on Earth.
As long as you work, I will provide all of you with a certain wage.
if you work hard enough, I can even arrange for you to get married.
Furthermore, you will all have your own houses now. You'll just need to pay me rent every month."
Hearing Isaac's words, the slaves' previously numb expressions began to change, and a spark of something called desire gradually ignited in their eyes.
They all looked at Isaac in shock, hardly able to believe their ears.
Finally, if you convert to the Elysian faith, become devout believers, and work hard to master the techniques and achieve results, I will grant you freedom.
Whoosh! When Isaac uttered the word freedom, the slaves were completely stunned, and the training grounds immediately erupted in a commotion.
One of the slaves asked in a trembling voice,
"How old? Why are you being so good to us?"
Isaac looked at the slave and smiled slightly.
"I told you before, Goddess Iris is a benevolent goddess."
Hearing Isaac's answer, the slaves seemed moved by his sincerity and began praising Isaac and his goddess one after another.
"Our benevolent goddess.
To think we are only getting to know you now."
This scene was like a religious event,
Giving out burgers and drinks, driving a group of participating middle-aged women into a frenzy.
as expected. The power of religion can only reach its peak under the dual influence of spiritual belief and material support. Regardless of state of saving all living beings, the goddess truly is too benevolent.
Beside them, Igni clapped along with the slaves.
In truth, this wasn't benevolence, but a way to boost their work motivation, though there was no need to say that aloud.
Constant oppressive labor, what kind of efficiency could that produce? Only by placing fodder in front of the beasts of burden, while piling heavy loads on their backs, can they work frantically without fatigue. Furthermore, according to his calculations, those who worked hard would only be swept up by house rents and family responsibilities, working even more frantically, so whether he granted them freedom then or not wouldn't really matter.
Of course, Isaac wasn't stupid.
To grant them freedom, he would also set certain conditions, such as having already married and started a family here, or becoming a devout believer.
This way, they could truly integrate into the Blackwood Territory.
With the double insurance of family responsibility and religious faith, he could basically rest easy. Rest assured, I am very friendly to those who enter my territory.
Of course, the threshold for entering his territory was also very high.
He hoped they would, through their efforts, earn the qualification to officially enter his territory. In short, Isaac could now confidently entrust the territory's important tasks to them.
Next, it was time to see how useful that mermaid girl was. After waiting so long, Isaac was already quite impatient.
Trolls! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
A cool river breeze caressed Isaac's face. He was walking along the rapidly flowing Blackwood River. "You asked me to follow you. You should at least tell me what kind of work I'll be doing, right?"
A stocky dwarf, whose cars and arms were as thick as tree trunks, asked from behind Isaac. His beard was shorter than Todlin's, but he looked sturdier overall. He was the dwarf master blacksmith Isaac had purchased from a slave merchant before leaving the capital. "Your name is Bromdell, right? Do you know a dwarf named Todlin?" Bromdell, who had been looking listless, suddenly widened his eyes in surprise upon hearing Isaac's question, and asked,
You mean
That freak dwarf who blew up the king and even burned off his beard.
Oh, that's the guy.
Isaac couldn't help but laugh when he heard Brondle's description. For dwarfs, beards were more important than life itself.
It seemed the trouble Todlin had caused was even greater than he had imagined. It was a miracle he was still alive. Given that, it was a blessing that he managed to escape the death penalty and become a slave. It seems you know him well.
Of course I know him.
He's a highly skilled craftsman, but he always uses his talents in strange ways.
This sentence was a perfect summary of Todlin. That's why Isaac had said a long time ago that Todlin was very suitable for him.
Because their quirks were to some extent interconnected.
He's currently working in our territory. You just need to assist him.
The work shouldn't be too difficult.
What?
That stubborn fellow is actually willing to work under a human. How is that possible?
Yes.
That's unbelievable.
What magic did you cast on him, Lord?
You'll know when you get there.
Isaac pointed to the completed water wheel in the distance.
Todlin was there experimenting with smelting various metals. In Isaac's opinion, he should succeed very soon.
That looks like a steel-making furnace.
What exactly is it? Brondle trotted along with his short legs pointing at the huge steel-making furnace and asking.
Anyway, when you get there, work with Todlin to make me a crucible that can separate lead.
Isaac was busy and didn't explain, turning to leave after giving his instructions.
You still haven't told me what that is, Lord.
Brondle asked anxiously.
You'll know when the time comes.
To preserve the surprise,
Isaac decided to keep it a secret for now.
He was currently preoccupied with the merfolk woman, so he quickly waved to Brondle and turned to leave.
The Blackwood Territory Lord's office was quiet and peaceful. A pile of glittering salt was stacked on the table. The merfolk woman smelled the strong salty aroma, and her nose twitched involuntarily. She looked at Isaac and the salt in confusion, as if asking, "What is this? What exactly do you want me to do?"
had she forgotten in just a few days?
Isaac glared at her, somewhat displeased. Every time he saw her, Isaac felt inexplicably annoyed. So smooth, so good with her mouth, it was simply a waste of his feelings.
Seeing that Isaac was genuinely getting angry, the merfolk woman Raja quickly corrected herself.
Oh, I remember now. You said before that you wanted me to summon a water spirit to extract brine.
Isaac was still a bit uneasy.
If she couldn't even do this, then it would be too much of a loss.
Sigh, fine and dine,
Raja complained as she waved her hands, and a light blue glowing orb appeared before her. This was clearly different from Effie's spirit. Could this be a water spirit?
Unfortunately, Isaac couldn't see anything and could only stare blankly.
Wow, is this a water spirit?
So cute.
Effie, who could see the spirit, clapped her hands and said happily.
The water spirit seemed mischievous, controlling a glass of wine to float and spin in the air. Isaac watched the scene dumbfounded. Wow, look! I praised its cuteness and it started acting spoiled.
Effie excitedly tugged at Isaac's sleeve.
Isaac looked at her helplessly. He really wanted to see it, but he genuinely couldn't.
Raja, stop playing and get to work.
Raja seemed to be having a lot of fun, but upon hearing Isaac's words, she immediately pouted. Then she commanded the water spirit to enter the salt pile.
Before long, pale yellow brine began to slowly flow out of the salt pile.
Isaac dipped a finger in and tasted it, and a bitter flavor immediately spread.
That was the unique taste of magnesium.
It worked, Raja.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before.
You're a real treasure. Effie looked at Isaac in confusion, seemingly not understanding why he was so excited.
But Isaac was too happy to pay attention to her at this moment.
He was overjoyed. From now on, he could quickly extract brine and mass-produce salt. Not only could he pickle herring, but he could also develop various sodium-based industries. This was a huge step forward. This wasn't just salt, these were gleaming silver coins. Then can I just play around freely? Seeing Isaac's mood improve, Raja immediately asked, "No, don't push your luck with me."
Tusk told her.
Raja patted.
I found this night, Hans.
A little girl with a spirit floating on her shoulder blinked her green eyes, claiming ownership of the item in her hand. Between her thumb and forefinger, she held a fruit with smooth skin.
But I killed the magical beast guarding it, Shafe.
Night Hans, clad in heavy armor, said as he patted the bodily fluids off his shoulder.
The corpse of a unicorn ant lay on the ground, surrounded by the brown gelatinous liquid it had sprayed. The Lord has recently been searching for the unicorn ant's habitat. This is great.
Night Hans thought to himself as he broke off the unicorn ant's horn. Alright, I'll give you credit for killing the unicorn ant.
But I found this fruit first. Shafe smiled triumphantly as if she had made a great concession. How was this a concession?
Night Hans looked at the cunning elf girl and shook his head helplessly.
Then let's split the credit evenly.
6-4 split, and I'll report to the Lord. You treacherous elf. The knight and the elf argued like children over the credit for a single fruit.
Meanwhile, the other survey team members seemed accustomed to it, ignoring the two and continuing with their own tasks. You two don't argue over such things.
An elf named She couldn't stand it anymore. She controlled a plant spirit and walked over to mediate.
You've been arguing for a long time.
Do you even know what this is?
Hearing her question, Night Hans and Shafe finally examined the fruit carefully.
The shape of the tree and the fruit are exactly as the Lord described, but if you squeeze it gently, a sticky substance flows out. So disgusting.
Shafe looked at the sticky juice on her hands and disgustedly threw the fruit away.
Night Hands, quick-eyed and quick-handed, immediately caught the green fruit. He touched it with his hand, then licked it and said,
"And the taste seems pretty good. This green fruit seems to contain a lot of oil." Night Hands then surprisingly discovered that the oil in the fruit seemed to be inexhaustible. "It's true, how can there be so much oil? If we can cultivate it on a large scale, we can stably produce soap."
She, who was researching big variety improvement, immediately saw the potential of this fruit, her eyes filled with interest.
Everyone's gaze was focused on that fruit. They were discussing this magical crop that the Lord had asked them to find. Suddenly the question came to mind: how did Lord Isaac know about this? Even I, an elf who controls plant spirits, am seeing this crop for the first time. Could his ancestors also be wood elves? She's plant spirit asked curiously.
She was also an expert in plants, but this human lord's knowledge far surpassed hers.
Yes, sometimes I even wonder if he's human.
Shafei, who had once been assigned by the Lord to various civil engineering projects, said with deep emotion.
What shocked her most was the exaggerated salt fields. When she saw the gleaming white salt piled high in the warehouses, she couldn't believe her eyes. Imichem. The others nodded in agreement as they put the fruits into bags. Several elves who had once compacted the earth with Shafei using spirits also nodded in agreement. Thump. Suddenly,
A loud bang broke the forest's tranquility.
the elves' pointed ears immediately perked up alertly. What is that?
Someone pointed deep into the magical beast forest and shouted in terror.
A huge figure, eyes glinting fiercely, burst out from the dense trees.
It was enormous, with rough, tough skin, and an incredibly ugly face holding a blood-stained wooden club.
The wood elves recognized it almost instantly, shouting in unison with terror.
It's a troll, the visit of the kingdom's largest merchant caravan.
A notoriously giant magical beast suddenly appeared before the investigation team. The team members were instantly thrown into a state of chaos.
Heavy footsteps boomed, getting closer and closer.
Why is there a troll here?
Night Hands.
What should we do?
Although they were equipped with rifles, their opponent was a giant magical beast, and there was more than one.
The two wood elves immediately turned to Night Hands in a panic, seeking instructions. Note, at this point, I hope readers remember our domain, Taiwan novel website. It's great for passing time and very smooth. Night Hands tightly gripped the green fruit, staring at the terrifying enemies that had suddenly appeared. It seemed this investigation would have to end here. Although there were still many things they hadn't found, the Lord had said that while exploring the unknown was important, life was even more precious.
He had to lead everyone back alive.
Thinking of this, Night Hands made a split-second decision, raised his arm, and shouted loudly, "Retreat!
Everyone retreat with me to the Blackwood territory immediately."
Asterisk.
Tap, tap, tap.
Isaac tapped the table with his index finger.
After the wood elves discovering the merfolk, Raja was another stroke of luck for Isaac.
Her ability to quickly extract brine was extremely valuable.
After Isaac witnessed the miracle of her performance with his own eyes, he immediately expressed his intention to send her to Albron Port. At the time, she thought she would be able to pilot a ship and jump for joy on the spot.
But what she didn't know was that only mountains of salt awaited her there. Her expression back then was truly wonderful.
Thinking of Raja's expression at that moment, Isaac couldn't help but burst into laughter again. It couldn't be helped, he still wasn't sure if Raja was an evil pirate or a genuine merchant captain, so he couldn't just hand over a precious ship to her. In any case, Raja had worked hard that day extracting brine from the sacks, and the quality of the salt she processed was excellent. It could be consumed directly.
It possessed extremely high commercial value. One must realize that in this world, salt could even be used as wages to pay workers.
However, since she was the only one working, the speed was still limited.
Isaac had no way to find another merfolk for the time being, so he still hadn't achieved true salt independence.
Squeak, squeak.
A field mouse in a simple cage was happily eating cornmeal mixed with metal powder.
It seemed it had never enjoyed such delicious food, its face filled with an expression of happiness.
Squeak, squeak. Normally, Isaac would absolutely never bring a mouse into the Lord's office. He knew that most of the time mice were sources of disease and were the primary vectors for the Black Death in Europe. But now he was conducting an important experiment, and this mouse had been purified by Igni's blessing, so it counted as the first mouse in this world that Isaac had come into close contact with. However, when Isaac asked Igni to bless the mouse and use holy power to purify it, Igni's expression was quite a sight. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Isaac's thoughts. He turned his head to see Night Miller standing at the door. Night Miller seemed to have already entered, and seeing Isaac intently studying the mouse, he knocked to get his attention.
"My lord, I have seen many of your strange behaviors, but I must say today you have once again exceeded my imagination. What on earth are you doing hiding in your room with a mouse?"
Night Miller's complicated gaze seemed to say, "Please stop acting crazy. You are an earl, and a lord now."
Can't you tell?
"I'm feeding Fatty Tiger."
Squeak, squeak. Isaac answered while sprinkling a handful of grain mixed with metal powder into the cage. The field mouse immediately buried its head and ate ravenously.
Sigh, you even gave it a name.
"May I ask what you're feeding it?" "Grain mixed with magic stone powder."
Hearing Isaac's answer, Night Miller rubbed the bridge of his nose and asked,
"Why are you feeding something so dangerous and precious to a mouse?"
"I want to confirm whether I have successfully extracted a certain substance."
Although the magic stones produced in the eastern continent were abundant, they were like a holy grail filled with poison because they contain lead.
To separate the lead from the magic stones, Isaac tried the cupellation method from earth.
This was a method recorded in the Changmung Kaiwu. On Earth, following this method could perfectly separately to obtain pure silver.
Looking at the results, I should have succeeded.
Isaac brushed the metal powder off his hands and said,
So this powder is no longer a dangerous and expensive thing, it's just an expensive thing. From now on, the price of magic stones would directly double.
This plump field mouse could be said to have enjoyed the most luxurious delicacy in this world.
According to Isaac's observations, these past few days of feeding had caused the field mouse's body size to increase and its movements to become more agile. Is this the true power of a magic stone after the lead is removed? He even wondered if continuing to feed it would directly result in a magical beast field mouse. So what you're saying is still all Greek to me, my lord.
Haha, it's only right that you don't understand.
If you understood everything, I'd be freaking panicked. So do you have some business with me, Night Miller?
Isaac chuckled and leisurely set the cage aside as he asked.
Night Miller had been running around lately and shouldn't have had time to look for him.
A guest has arrived.
Oh, who is it? Was it Lucy's, or someone sent by Princess Priscilla?
Isaac was not particularly social, so few people ever came to visit him.
It is a middle-aged man who claims to be the leader of the Belfort Merchant Group.
This was quite unexpected.
Ever since the Blackwood Territory Merchant Group became independent, the leader of the kingdom's largest merchant group had actually come to visit him.
This was truly interesting, opening up sales channels and changes in the Warcraft forest.
Isaac elegantly swirled the silver wine glass in his hand, the wine-red liquid inside spinning continuously.
He wasn't doing it to aerate the wine and release its aroma, but simply to calm his chaotic state of mind.
All this colour and aroma, it must be Sharif wine, right?
We used to distribute this wine frequently before the war,
a middle-aged man said with a smile, stroking his neatly trimmed goatee.
However, he kept talking about trivial matters and delayed getting to the point, which made Isaac a bit impatient.
I've noticed that the population of Blackwood Territory has increased significantly. This is all thanks to the blessings brought by the Lord.
Have you been here before?
Isaac asked. The man who introduced himself as Edward, the leader of the Belfort Merchant Group, nodded and replied,
About 20 years ago.
Oh, I wasn't even around back then. Yes, I came here at that time to purchase magical beast materials. Back then I was just one of many heirs.
Just like Miko, it seemed the internal competition within their family was also fierce.
I never expected this place would become so prosperous. By the way, I heard you were going to take in the refugees from the royal capital.
You're quite well informed. That's correct. You've done well.
Blackwood Territory rose too quickly, so there was a lot of gossip, but your act of taking in refugees has instantly reversed public opinion in the royal capital.
Gossip? Was he referring to the incident where he smashed a noble's head with a mace? Although his original intention for taking in refugees wasn't that, it was still a good thing that public opinion had improved before the royal capital became like this. I also frequently help those in need. I once saw a little girl wearing a white robe begging in the square.
I felt sorry for her and gave her a piece of black bread.
Isaac's fingers tightened slightly around the wine glass. His patience was running thin.
If he let this old fellow continue, there would probably be no end to it.
Is there something specific you came for this time, Leader Edward?
Isaac set down his wine glass and asked directly.
Leader Edward seemed to understand and immediately waved his hand, saying,
Ha ha ha, my apologies.
I've gotten a bit talkative in my old age. I heard that you and the Dario Merchant Group have parted ways, so I was wondering about your current situation.
It seemed the news of the Blackwood Territory Merchant Group's independence had already reached his ears.
Leader Edward seemed to be anticipating Isaac's answer.
We haven't exactly parted ways. It's just that Miko and some other excellent merchants chose to join us.
Hostility and competition only hurt business.
Whether it was the Dario Merchant Group or the Belfort Merchant Group, as long as they brought a profitable proposal, Isaac was willing to cooperate with them. Of course, the Dario Merchant Group, having had an entire branch snatched away, probably wouldn't come looking for cooperation.
It seems you are very interested in the goods we sell, right, leader?
Isaac looked at him with a slight smile.
Of course I am.
Although the Blackwood Territory Merchant Group annexed a branch of the Dario Merchant Group, your commercial network, sales channels, and influence are still limited to the western part of the kingdom and the royal capital.
But we can sell Blackwood Territory's products to the entire eastern continent. Our sales channels don't overlap, and we can diversify revenue sources so we can actually achieve mutual benefit.
Leader Edward spoke while stroking the other side of his goatee. Indeed, the Blackwood Territory Merchant Group was still in its early stages and its influence was quite limited.
For sales in the western continent, they relied on the strength of the Henton Duchy Merchant Group, but in the eastern continent, they didn't yet have the capacity to sell products across the entire land.
Hess, since you want mutual benefit, why did you pressure the royal family to stop us from supplying carriages to them?
Hearing Isaac's questioning, Leader Edward gave an embarrassed smile.
Heth, we have to survive too. Our original business of supplying carriages to the royal family was about to be snatched away by you.
However, you have now obtained the protection of the regent, so you don't need to worry about the problem anymore.
It was clear that the news of the regent becoming Blackwood Territory's backer had also reached his ears.
MHM, but if I cooperate with you, it means the Belfort Merchant Group will officially enter the western market.
Will the Dario Merchant Group just sit back and watch?
In the business world,
there are also unspoken rules.
Traditionally, the western market was handled by the Dario Merchant Group, while other regions were handled by the Belfort Merchant Group. This way, they could avoid conflict.
So what was the reason that made him change his mind?
You can't blame us for that.
It was the Dario merchant group that broke the rules first.
They took advantage of the granary being burned down to transport a large amount of flour to the eastern region, which we are responsible for, by the way. I remember back then, it seemed you were the one who provided a large amount of flour.
Asterisk cough asterisk, is that so? I don't remember.
In business, there are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. This principle holds true in any world, as long as the price is right. Yesterday's enemy can become today's partner. Of course, if one were to betray their own siblings or beloved friends, that would also require extra pay.
Isaac fell silent for a moment, carefully calculating.
Now that the various projects in his territory were on the right track, production capacity could fully keep up. Conversely, if sales channels remained closed, it might lead to a distorted production development outcome of overcapacity.
Isaac planned to first utilize the trade networks of the Henton Merchant Group in the Western Continent and the Balfour Merchant Group in the Eastern Continent.
These two sales channels could completely exhaust the production potential of his current territory. However, Isaac didn't intend for this cooperation to last too long.
Although the Blackwood Territory Merchant Group was still young, his ambition was great.
Moreover, he had exclusive secret weapons, all right. You can talk to my finance officer about the price for this. I can allow you to distribute a portion of the goods.
Porcelain from another world that would soon be produced in Wright City.
A behemoth like the Balfour Merchant Group could certainly sell Blackwood Territory's products to other kingdoms and empires.
And his Blackwood Territory brand would spread throughout the entire continent.
Thank you, Lord.
You are indeed as open to commerce as the rumours say, just like a true businessman.
Rather than saying Isaac was open, it was more that other lords were too conservative.
By the way, since he was here, Isaac could ask him about something.
Leader Edward,
do you know a merfolk captain named Raja?
Isaac had originally planned to send someone to the merchant group to inquire about Raja.
He hadn't expected the leader of the merchant group to come in person, which saved him a lot of trouble.
Are you referring to Captain Raja of the Merfolk Kingdom?
Of course I know her.
Isaac stroked his chin.
It seemed she really was a captain. He had truly picked up a treasure this time.
Why did the Lord suddenly ask about her?
I heard she was originally a pirate and was later recruited by the Merfolk Kingdom because of her excellent navigation skills to become a merchant ship captain.
Holy crap!
The corner of Isaac's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and his expression turned a bit sour.
Good grief, after all that she was still a pirate.
However, the merfolk are basically all from pirate backgrounds, but when she was a pirate she was only a navigator responsible for reading maps, which is why I dared to do business with her.
Seeing that Isaac's expression wasn't very good, Leader Edward seemed to think he knew Raja and quickly changed his tune to explain. Isaac also nodded slightly. It seemed she still had a chance for redemption.
However, Isaac was still a bit annoyed.
He decided he would use his army's training methods to strictly train her, transform her into a good girl with faith and ideals.
A few days later, the second investigation team that had entered the magical beast forest with great expectations and hope finally returned to Blackwood Territory.
They all looked very disheveled, as if they had encountered some emergency.
But fortunately they evacuated in time, and there were no casualties.
What exactly happened?
Isaac asked, unable to contain his curiosity. That I'm not quite sure, but we seem to have been caught up in a war between certain races, Lord. Nighthans took a deep breath and explained to Isaac on behalf of the investigation team members. A large group of trolls suddenly appeared in the forest.
We had to evacuate urgently and couldn't complete the task you gave us.
I am very sorry, Lord. It's fine. I said before, don't take risks. Your safety is the most important thing. You don't need to blame yourself.
Tell me, what did you see?
What war between races?
Nighthans only mentioned trolls.
Were there other races involved in this war?
We evacuated in a hurry, so we didn't see clearly, but those fighting the trolls seemed to be humans as well.
I saw them equipped with weapons, and they even used battle formations.
Hearing Nighthans' description, Isaac felt a bit puzzled.
That place was so dangerous, how could there be humans?
You're saying there are humans in the magical beast forest? Yes, although I only saw a blurry figure, it was definitely a human female. Only what?
Isaac urged.
Nighthans hesitated for a moment, as if he himself wasn't sure if he had seen correctly. Her lower body seemed, can any wise person guess who it is?
There were foreshadowings earlier.
Bullies. I want fried freedom.
Her lower body's a horse.
Hearing Nighthans' description, everyone in the office was stunned.
The woman who is half human and half horse.
Isaac rubbed his chin, wondering if the lower half was a horse's *B* or a human's. Nighthans, are you sure you weren't mistaken? It's true, she wasn't riding a horse. Her lower body was *a horse.
Chaffee, who had been silent, also spoke up to confirm Nighthans' statement.
She saw it with her own eyes, so there couldn't be a mistake.
That's right, my lord.
She has 4 legs.
Form.
I saw it clearly.
Nighthans held up 4 fingers and stated solemnly.
Half human, half horse. Isaac felt like he had heard of this creature recently.
The succubus from the Western Continent seemed to have mentioned it before.
My lord, could they be the centaur tribe that fled the Henton Duchy into the forest? Miko narrowed her cat-like eyes and said, she seemed to recall the scene where she listened to the succubus tell stories with Isaac. The centaur tribe, yet another fantasy creature.
Creatures on the eastern continent generally have 2 legs, so Isaac had never realized how diverse the creatures of the fantasy world were.
The western continent really is vast and rich in resources, my lord. What should we do?
It seems the exiles from the western continent have arrived near our territory. Moreover, they aren't ordinary exiles, they are actually capable of fighting trolls. Whether it was a territorial dispute or a racial war, they did not yet know. Did they all flee into the forest?
Isaac glanced at the wood elves.
One after another.
The magical beast forest is an unclaimed land,
And no one has the right to occupy it.
but the environment there is harsh and not just anyone can survive.
The people of Blackwood territory have lived there for generations, so they are very familiar with the environment.
Perhaps only those equipped with flintlock rifles and cannons could safely settle there.
Furthermore, the trolls and ogres also pose a threat to them.
What actions have those centaur people taken?
Have they shown hostility toward humans or attacked them?
As for the trolls, there's no need to ask. They are magical beasts that would literally write intelligent creatures like humans into their recipes.
Peace cannot exist between prey and predator.
They haven't made contact with us, we only saw them from afar. Hearing Nighthans' reply, Isaac felt a bit troubled. Currently, they don't even know if the other party's intentions are good or bad. It seems they will only know the answer after making contact.
Hopefully, they can coexist peacefully.
Regarding the trolls and the centaur tribe, we will make a decision after the territory meeting.
Hans Chaffee, do you have anything else to report?
The last time the investigation team was dispatched, they found beets and rubber trees in the forest.
Isaac was still looking forward to seeing what they had found this time.
Seeing Isaac's expectant gaze, Chaffee chuckled, pulled something out of her pocket, and handed it to him. What is this?
We don't know either.
Isaac took the green fruit from Chaffee's hand and examined it closely. The fruit looked familiar.
He gently squeezed it with his index finger, and a glossy liquid flowed out. He put the fruit into his mouth, and a sour, astringent yet mellow flavor immediately spread.
Holy crap!
Isaac's eyes immediately widened.
An olive. Isaac jumped up excitedly, grabbed Chaffee's fair, tender hand, and kissed it. Ha ha ha, it's this.
You guys are amazing. Chaffee and Nighthans were initially puzzled, but seeing Isaac so excited, they also became happy.
Have we searched the whole forest to find it?
You should praise us more.
Chaffee put her hands on her hips with a proud expression.
I contributed too.
But I found it first.
Chaffee and Nighthans started arguing over credit again.
Haha, thank you for your hard work.
You're my explorers, my Columbus.
Isaac patted their shoulders and said,
Although Chaffee and Nighthans didn't know who Columbus was, they understood it was likely a compliment, so they puffed out their chests and showed proud expressions. Where did you find it? There must be an olive grove, right?
Nighthans pointed to the map on the table and replied,
Right here. There's an olive grove in the area where the trolls and centaur people are active.
It actually grows at the border between 2 races. Damn the magical beast forest, it always complicates things alright. We must figure out how to deal with the trolls and prepare for battle.
It seems the territory meeting is now pointless.
Isaac must now enter the forest, inherit his ancestors' aspirations, explore the unknown, cultivate the land, and plant olives.
My lord, is that sour fruit really that important?
Nighthans seemed to have tasted the olive on the way, and he asked doubtfully. Chaffee looked at Isaac with the same expression.
Of course it's important.
It's an olive. Just like on Earth, oil
And fat are
very valuable resources in this world.
to obtain more oil and fat. People tried every method from animal fats to vegetable oils.
From soybean oil to sesame oil to flaxseed oil, they spared no effort.
And in the era without hexane, only palm oil and olive oil could efficiently extract fats. We can finally produce olive oil. Olive oil is a vegetable oil that can be mixed with bay leaf to make high-quality soap, and it can also be used to fry donuts and various other breads. If non-toxic cottonseed oil is promoted, commoners can also enjoy fried food at a relatively low price. Isaac still remembered the famous quote from his previous life that was used for brainwashing. Coat it in breadcrumbs, fry until golden brown, and the kid next door will cry with envy. However, this saying is not unfounded. Frying is the ultimate cooking method, where the Maillard reaction and caramelization reaction occurs simultaneously, maximizing the flavor and aroma of the ingredients.
Isaac had long planned to open a Blackwood Territory bakery in the royal capital, catering specifically to the wealthy, which should earn a lot of money.
As for selling fried chicken, kebabs, and the like, unfortunately, due to the limitations of seasonings and means of production in this world, it is currently too difficult to achieve.
Therefore, all things considered, opening a bakery is the most suitable approach for the current situation. If successful, he would also train professional bakers, provide raw materials like flour, sugar, and salt, open branches, and expand the scale. Therefore, to achieve frying freedom, we must prepare immediately and enter the forest.
3-ring majors and new-style cannons.
Squeak, squeak.
Fatty Tiger hopped around in its cage, breaking the silence of the office.
At this moment, it was no longer an ordinary field mouse, but a super field mouse.
Under the influence of the magic stones, its body had grown significantly more plump than before.
At first glance, it didn't even look like a field mouse anymore.
It's time,
Isaac said as he looked at it.
he could no longer let it enjoy this luxury all by itself.
During this time, the precious magic stones ground into powder had likely given it quite a thrill. Not only did it show no symptoms of poisoning, but its fur had become even more lustrous.
Its body had now become as fat as a chinchilla.
Considering the amount of magic stone it had consumed and its body size, if the magic stones were toxic, it would have died long ago.
So the non-clinical trials were over. Next came the clinical trials. It's my turn to eat.
To deal with giant magical beasts like trolls,
One needed not only sophisticated equipment and weapons, but also to enhance
each person's combat power.
Although Isaac was somewhat worried, he still had great faith in the ancestors' cupellation method.
Isaac dissolved the purified magic stone powder in water and then drank it in one gulp.
He closed his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing continuously.
He had expected an unpleasant metallic taste, but unexpectedly he tasted nothing at all.
Instead, he felt a strange energy flowing through his body. He activated his mana circuits and found that the metallic powder had actually turned into threads of mana wandering through his body. What is this?
Those mana threads, as thin as silk, began to wrap around his heart, forming a mana circuit. 1 loop, 2 loops as the mana threads wrapped around.
The mana circuit became thicker and thicker, so this was how magic stones strengthened mana circuits.
The magic stones, originally used to enhance magical effects, could actually directly strengthen the heart's mana circuits once they entered the body. No wonder the mages of the magic tower would frantically consume magic stones, even knowing it would damage their bodies.
The effect was truly miraculous.
Isaac couldn't help but take a few more sips.
Such good stuff, yet you ate so much of it, Fatty Tiger.
Squeak squeak.
Didn't you feed it to me?
Fatty Tiger looked at Isaac, seemingly not understanding why he was stealing its food. Isaac was about to say something when a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes.
You have discovered a method to remove the toxicity of magic stones. Achievement points plus 2,000.
Goddess Iris had approved of his purification method.
Having the goddess's certification also dispelled his last sliver of unease.
Haha, thank you for your approval, goddess. In the entire eastern continent, only they could produce this kind of consumable magic stone. With the goddess's endorsement, Isaac spent the next few days continuously drinking magic stone powder as if it were a beverage. He also took some time to supervise the research and development of new weapons.
His mana circuits also grew thicker over these days with the consumption of the magic stones. Finally, on a sunny day, his mana circuit broke through its bottleneck. 3 mana circuits were now wrapped around his heart.
Just like that, he had easily become the 3rd circle mage.
There was no resistance. It was as simple as getting out of bed to use the bathroom in the morning, natural and incredibly smooth.
Truly incredible.
The realm he had once dreamed of had actually been achieved so effortlessly.
Although he had spent magic stones worth dozens of gold coins on this experiment, he didn't regret it.
It's good to have money, hard work, passion, talent.
Those were all fake.
In this world, money ultimately did the talking.
So don't pressure yourself for no reason.
Believe that it's not that we lack talent as long as there's money. Won't talent just come?
No money.
And then join the glorious mutation.
In short, this money-burning experiment was a huge success.
The magic stones effect worked for both knights and mages, so Isaac planned to distribute the purified magic stones to Knight Miller and Knight Hans later to further enhance the territory's combat strength.
A wealthy country and a strong military. Only a wealthy country can possess a powerful army.
Asterisk.
Clatter, clatter, clatter.
The sound of horse hooves was deafening, and dust flew across the fields. The elf rangers rode their war horses alongside the Blackwood Territory cavalry, who were currently training, galloping across the fields together.
Heavy Clare rifles were slung across their backs, and short-barrel flintlock pistols were tucked into the holsters at their waists.
They looked just like Western cowboys.
However, since their opponents this time were trolls, they only wore light armor. Except for mithril alloys, other types of armor were meaningless in front of a troll.
Therefore, speed was the most important thing. Bang, bang, bang.
The ordinary soldiers of Blackwood Territory were also equipped with altar rifles modified from flintlocks, practicing how to deal with trolls. Lead bullets pierced through wooden targets painted with troll figures.
The heads of the targets had already been riddled like honeycombs.
Wow, it's so convenient without a matchgood.
You just pull it back, and then pull the trigger.
The appearance of flintlocks received unanimous praise from the soldiers.
After all, managing a matchgood was originally a very troublesome matter. They were also practicing how to reload bullets quickly.
Because in the forest, anything could happen.
Isaac didn't want the soldiers to die in vain when dealing with magical beasts.
They had to be fully prepared now.
Brondel, stop staring and come help move things.
It was the first time Brondel had seen firearms capable of producing loud noises and flames, and he was so shocked his mouth was hanging wide open.
Tobin gave him an impatient shove from behind.
What is this?
A pile of metal lumps.
This is a weapon for dealing with trolls.
Watch closely, this is the reason I stayed in this territory.
The 2 dwarves worked together to move a heavy metal object next to the field gun.
A proud expression appeared on Todlin's face as he stood with his hands on his hips.
The artillerymen took the new weapons that had just been transported from the workshop and immediately began to get busy.
They used ramrods to stuff black powder into the barrels, and then loaded cloth-wrapped canister shots into the barrels.
With everything ready, the artillerymen all looked toward Isaac, waiting for his command.
Isaac pointed into the distance at a steel plate much thicker than a troll's hide and said,
Target the steel plate directly ahead. Using flintlocks and rifles against trolls was like hunting rhinoceroses or elephants. Killing a single troll might require dozens of bullets. Unless one was lucky enough to hit the head in one shot, they were very difficult to kill. So Isaac needed a weapon capable of a one-hit kill. The shrapnel attacks from black powder shells weren't very effective against trolls, and since trolls moved quickly, it was also hard to hit them directly with ordinary cannonballs. Therefore, Isaac needed an attack method that could apply the cannon's power directly to the enemy.
For example, turning the cannon into a giant shotgun fire canister shot.
Delta FF89.
Yes.
The artilleryman lit the fuse.
Boom.
Flames erupted from the muzzle, and the cannon let out a deafening roar.
the canister shot swept forward like a storm. That heat-treated, high-strength steel plate only made a crack sound before being instantly torn into fragments.
Nice. Looking at this exaggerated power, Isaac couldn't help but let out a cheer. The value of a 20-cylinder engine.
Brundle stared at the shocking result before him, dumbfounded.
That indestructible metal plate had been torn to shreds like a piece of rag by a single blow. Moreover, he had forged that steel plate himself using fire spirits and his hammer. He knew its durability better than anyone.
This place really gets the blood pumping, doesn't it?
Toddlin walked up to Brundle,
Patted his shoulder and said with a chuckle. He looked at his masterpiece with a satisfied smile, constantly stroking his beard.
Taiwan novel website accompanies you in your leisure time. So thoughtful. TH's thing is even more powerful than the inventions you showed before the king. Did you make all of this? Had Toddlin's eccentric and peculiar creativity finally blossomed on this distant continent?
However, Toddlin's answer made him even more incredulous.
No, I just swung the hammer. These things were all thought up by Lord Isaac himself.
What? There's someone even more eccentric than you.
Brundle was so surprised he nearly fell over. He had actually encountered someone more eccentric than Toddlin, and it was a human.
If it were just conjectures, it would indeed be eccentric, but our Lord turns all his conjectures into reality,
Toddlin said with a shrug. He pointed at the firearms that had blown the wooden targets to smithereens and said,
"Would you believe it? With those stick-like weapons, they actually defeated several times their number in nights."
Now he wants to challenge trolls.
He's truly an amazing fellow.
Trolls had thick hides and tough flesh, possessed incredibly strong regenerative abilities, and were impossible to communicate with. Most intelligent beings in this world chose to avoid them. But he's not dealing with just one or two, he's challenging the entire troll race.
How is that possible? Trolls are too strong. Of killing just one requires at least 15 dwarven warriors capable of using mana.
Brundle had been surprised enough when he first heard that the territory he was sold to was right next to the magical beast forest. He never expected there would be such terrifying creatures as trolls nearby.
Toddlin looked at the shredded steel plate and said with a laugh, "Ha ha ha, no matter how tough they are, can they be tougher than steel?"
He had personally seen knights wearing 3 layers of armor easily routed by the army of the Blackwood Territory. In the face of the Blackwood Territory's army, common sense was meaningless.
This place is always inventing secret weapons that defy common sense. You'll find out later.
Toddlin thoroughly enjoyed this life of making swords and blades without having to stick to convention.
Moreover, the Lord here always proposed unheard of novel ideas for them to create together. To him, this place was practically heaven.
I see no wonder you like it here so much. Only then did Brundle finally understand why Toddlin was working here so happily. Now that you understand, get to the workshop and work. We have much to do to prepare for the expedition. Toddlin seemed to have grown accustomed to the work rhythm of the Blackwood Territory as he pointed toward the workshop.
Fine. What is it this time? Another weapon for dealing with trolls? Brundle complained as he followed, but he was also looking forward to what new novelty would appear.
Toddlin scratched his head and said,
"No, this time it's a weapon for the Lord himself. I don't even know what it's for."
He remembered the staggering dimensions the Lord had requested for the weapon and shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. If the weapon could actually be swung, it should indeed be able to defeat a troll.
The prerequisite was being able to swing it. Is to risk.
At noon, the sun was bright. Isaac had been busy preparing for the expedition and training the soldiers.
Hearing from Toddlin that the weapon was finished, he didn't even have time to take off his armor before rushing to the workshop.
Clank. The full suit of plate armor Isaac had bought from the royal capital was made entirely of metal parts, so it made a mechanical sound as he walked.
The sunlight shone on the silver-white plate armor forged from mithril alloy, making it glitter.
The closed helmet could be opened and closed freely, and his entire body was tightly encased in metal, giving off a powerful sense of pressure. This armor could be called the pinnacle of armor technology in this fantasy world.
Every part had been magically enhanced with enchantments.
With this armor, unless he encountered a sword saint, it would normally be difficult for Isaac to die even if he wanted to.
Thus, Isaac felt that such armor must have a matching weapon to be harmonious.
I melted down your mace and reforged it with this. I believe even a troll can be killed in one blow.
Toddlin and Brundle worked together to laboriously move a heavy object before Isaac. Wow, this is fantastic.
This weapon was truly massive. The enormous hammerhead could practically be used as a battering ram.
Isaac excitedly picked up the two-handed mace. He gripped the mace with both hands and immediately felt a surge of immense power, as if he could destroy anything.
From now on, you shall be called Canopana No.
3.
If struck by this, even a troll's head would be crushed in a single blow.
The head of the mace was particularly large and thick, resembling a weapon used by a final boss in some fantasy movie.
Yes, but only if you can swing it, Lord Isaac.
Knight Miller's voice came from behind him.
He seemed to have just finished training, and Hans was with him.
I know you have many ideas, but weapons should be chosen based on one's own strength to increase survival rates.
That weapon is simply too big.
Say,
What were you thinking?
Knight Miller pointed at the giant mace and asked. He completely could not understand why Isaac would choose such a weapon.
But Isaac was actually quite helpless.
He couldn't use mana to enhance weapons like a knight, so he could only rely on pure strength to make up for the deficiency.
I was thinking like this. As Isaac spoke, he suddenly hoisted can open and no.
Free and swung the mace as nimbly as if he were swinging a baseball bat.
Whoosh! A powerful gust of air swept through the workshop, instantly blowing everyone's hair into a mess. How is this possible? Everyone watched Isaac play with that terrifying hammer with wide eyes, completely stunned.
Oh,
How about it?
Isn't my Mad Demon hammer style cool?
Isaac proved through practical action that he could fully wield this giant mace.
my goodness.
How is this possible?
As expected of the goddess's apostle,
A mage actually possesses such strength.
Fergus, Harold, and the other blacksmiths directly attributed Isaac's monstrous strength to the divine power of the goddess.
But Knight Miller looked at Isaac with a gaze that seemed to see through everything. Could it be that you broke through to the third circle?
Your mana has increased.
That's right. Now that I've gained this power, I certainly can't let it go to waste.
No one knew that beneath this armor, carved into his skin and flesh, were runes he had created using all his enchanting techniques.
Do you know the goal standard of a 20-cylinder engine?
Isaac proved with action that once a 20-cylinder engine starts, it basically turns you into a homelander right then and there.
Right now, I feel like I could even crush steel with my bare hands. To gain greater power, Isaac had not hesitated to risk consuming magic stones and had carved all the runes into his bones bit by bit. Yes, every single strengthening rune.
Including speed, strength, and endurance. At this moment, he was not only immensely strong and incredibly fast, but also possessed inexhaustible stamina.
That's right. Just like the protagonist in my other driving book, he can go over a dozen times without flagging. Isaac's current enhancement had essentially turned him into a terrifying humanoid weapon in every aspect. One must know that on Earth, 20-cylinder engines weren't used to power cars, but were used directly to power trains. However, it would be even better if he could use third circle magic. After all, only after reaching the third circle would one be recognized by the world as a true mage. But Isaac had been deemed talentless when learning magic, so he had given up on magic long ago. A mage is actually stronger than a knight. What is the world coming to? As an intermediate knight, Knight Miller felt a bit despondent. Speaking of which, Isaac himself didn't know exactly how great his current strength was. Barring any surprises, he should have already surpassed a high knight, but without a reference point, he couldn't be certain for now. Lord Isaac, how exactly did you do it? How did your mana suddenly increase?
It's all thanks to Fat Tiger.
Oh,
Knight Miller looked confused. But Isaac couldn't tell him the truth yet. This was his biggest secret, and for now, it was safest if only he knew. Ha ha ha, don't worry. You'll also enjoy the benefits brought by Fat Tiger in the future. As Isaac spoke, he shouldered the can opener. Knights also use mana to strengthen their bodies and weapons. Perhaps Knight Miller would soon be able to become a high knight as well. Everything was ready. It was time to go crack some troll skulls. True unity of waist and stance. The soldiers, clad in the latest equipment, marched along the road in neat ranks and with uniform steps. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and their momentum was as grand as a rainbow. The residents of the territory cheered enthusiastically from both sides of the road. Rue backward, Blackwood. This was less like a solemn departure ceremony and more like a triumphal return. The refugees were confused as they watched every household's sons and husbands head off to the battlefield while the people cheered and rejoiced. Perhaps only the residents of the territory understood that their great lord would bring all the soldiers back in triumph, just as he always did. Dressed in mithril alloy armor and riding a snow-white unicorn, Isaac used all his strength to raise his glowing mace high into the air. The will of the goddess of harmony guides us.
The evil trolls shall be destroyed.
Victory to the Blackwood army. The mace flashed with a dazzling light. The residents' cheers reached a crescendo.
wow.
Victory! Victory!
Set forth pioneers of the West.
Victory to Blackwood. Though they all knew their opponents were terrifying trolls, there wasn't a trace of fear on their faces. With determined eyes and filled with blind adoration for the apostle, they marched with steady steps toward the magical beast forest. 1,000 feet marched in unison, creating a deafening sound.
Forward, forward.
The magical beast forest was no longer a symbol of fear. With such a divine army, how could they possibly fail? Whether it be trolls or magical beasts, they feared nothing.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
The marching sounds of the Blackwood army broke the silence of the forest. As they ventured deeper, they saw many plants and creatures they had never seen before, as if they had arrived on a new continent. The vegetation in the forest grew denser and denser. Knight Hans and Shafe had been here before, so they led the way at the front.
Paul, clad in his new armor,
Knight Hans raised a fist to signal the column to stop. The well-trained regular army stopped instantly, like a surging wave suddenly coming to a standstill. What is it? Isaac rode his horse up to Knight Hans. Knight Hans pushed aside some thick bushes and pointed to a clearing ahead. The clearing was barren, as if it had been scorched by a dragon's breath.
To think such a clearing was hidden within the forest.
Rumble.
A deafening sound accompanied by billowing dust came from the clearing. While it's the Centaur tribe, Effie used the butt of her Gaia rifle to prop herself up, parting the bushes and speaking in surprise.
And a lot of trolls.
On the wide plain, the two races were locked in a fierce battle.
The battle cries shook the heavens, and the fighting was exceptionally intense.
Rumble.
Utilizing their agile mobility, the Centaur tribe swarmed like bees, moving and attacking the trolls from all sides.
Their archers maintained a safe distance, constantly raining down arrows.
Moreover, the bows they used appeared quite special. Unlike the long bows of the elves, their bows were shorter with curved limbs looking somewhat like a gourd at first glance.
Could those be horn bows?
They seemed to utilize the elasticity of animal horns to enhance the power of their arrows, much like the limbs of a ballista.
Isaac had long guessed that such weapons would eventually appear. After all, it only required a simple creative spark to realize. But their arrows don't seem to be having much effect, Effie said, watching the battlefield.
Indeed, although the Centaur were constantly firing arrows around the trolls, they weren't achieving much.
The cavalry was utilizing their speed for guerrilla warfare, which was impressive. If their opponents were humans, orcs, or elves, this kind of guerrilla tactic would have yielded an overwhelming victory.
But unfortunately, their opponents were trolls whose skin was as hard and rough as dried tree bark.
Even when the Centaur got close and shot arrows into their bodies, the trolls simply pulled them out or swatted them away casually and continued fighting. The Centaur seemed to have truly met their match this time.
Wait, it's a bit strange.
Why are all the participants female?
Though, you're right.
Isaac noticed this as well. The Wood Elves were like this because their males had suffered heavy losses in the war with the High Elves and during their settlement in the magical Beast Forest, forcing the females to take up arms. It was just like the Soviet Union after World War II, but the Centaur tribe had left the Henton Duchy voluntarily. Isaac vaguely remembered that the Centaur were a race that worshipped strength, where all members were warriors. Though this should be the ultimate goal of feminism, if men can go to the battlefield, so can women.
I'm just saying, if you sent all those feminists to the front lines, their combat power would be off the charts.
After all, who could withstand a front line full of tanks?
They finally picked up their spears, Effie said, pointing toward the clearing. Ignoring the rain of arrows from the Centaur, the trolls began to launch an assault directly on a village.
Seeing this, the Centaur warriors finally raised their spears in unison. The sound of hooves thundered across the plain as the two races finally engaged in close quarters combat. Utilizing speed and power, the Centaur thrust their sharpness spears fiercely at the trolls. The trolls meanwhile used their strong bodies to tank the Centaur attacks, swinging wooden clubs in a vicious counter-offensive.
Suddenly, the plain was filled with screams and the clashing of weapons.
Before long, the battle turned into a chaotic melee.
The Centaur lost their speed advantage, and in close combat, they were simply no match for the trolls.
With every swing of a troll's club, several Centaur were sent flying. In melee combat with cold weapons, the difference in physical size was insurmountable.
The Centaur began to retreat steadily.
Their previous bravery now completely vanished.
Though, blue trails, it looks like they have warriors who can use mana.
Suddenly a dazzling figure appeared within the retreating ranks.
She had red eyes, wild long red hair, and bronze skin, a truly valiant female warrior.
Swish! The spear in her hand glowed with blue light, instantly piercing the head of an unsuspecting troll. The troll's head flew into the sky like a plucked fruit. An expression of disbelief remained on its face.
Beautiful. It was a truly magnificent strike.
And she was the female warrior at that.
She reminded Isaac of Lucy, who was fearless on the battlefield. To save her race, she brandished her spear like a god of war, weaving through the battlefield with rapid lethality. Isaac couldn't help but nod. This female warrior was indeed fierce.
Furthermore, her fighting style was incredibly crisp and efficient.
In the chaos of battle, she always maintained perfect unity of waist and horse, striking swiftly from tricky angles before retreating, perfectly evading all attacks.
P.S. This is the true unity of waist and horse. To this, Isaac only wanted to say one thing.
Awesome. I want her.
Wait, no.
Awesome. I want her.
Oh, she seems to be heading our way.
Night Miller, hiding behind the bushes, suddenly spoke as he observed the battlefield. Isaac quickly looked back at the battlefield. He saw the female warrior, in an attempt to cover her companion's retreat, actually drawing 6 trolls away from the main battle by herself.
Her 4 hooves galloped wildly,
dust billowing behind her, while the 6 trolls pursued her relentlessly.
The key was that the direction she was fleeing was exactly where Isaac and the others were hiding. Damn! Did she see me?
Is she coming for me?
This might hurt a bit, Tilda.
First Kagan, the chieftain of the Centaur tribe, watched her tribespeople being slaughtered, her face turning pale.
The current state of battle was extremely unfavorable for them.
And all of this was her fault.
She knew the magical Beast Forest was full of danger, but she hadn't expected it to be so cruel.
She had hunted trolls in the Western continent before, but those trolls were stupid, slow-moving, and few in number.
But in this forest, everything was the opposite.
Not only were the trolls numerous, but they also had commanders, and they seemed to have eaten something that allowed them to recover quickly from any non-lethal wound.
Lord Kagan,
we can't hold out. We can't deal with those thick-skinned guys. The screams of her tribespeople rose and fell.
Perce's guard warrior, covered in blood, shouted in despair.
Perce clenched her teeth,
her face ashen.
Tama,
I'll go lead them away. The Centaur tribe were born warriors possessing strong limbs and great strength, but at this moment they were unable to defeat the trolls in this forest.
As the chieftain Purse had to take responsibility for her mistake, she decided to use herself to draw the trolls' attention. Lord Kagan, don't! The guard warrior Tama shouted anxiously behind her. But Purse had already charged into the battlefield without looking back.
Purse specifically provoked the strongest trolls, quickly leading them behind her.
Those trolls wore thick grizzly bear skins like armor. They charged through the battlefield, commanding the other trolls. Purse remembered seeing ogre footprints in the forest earlier.
An ogre's territory was likely nearby.
Ogres, known as the kings of magical beasts, here should be able to wipe out these trolls.
Even if they couldn't,
At least they could be her final burial companions.
Well, while thinking, Purse drew her bow and fired arrows, provoking the trolls.
Her arrows, imbued with magic, pierced the trolls' leather armor, and the trolls immediately let out angry roars and gave chase. These trolls were different from the others. They were agile and seemed to possess a certain level of intelligence.
they didn't just swing fists and wooden clubs.
They also used various tools and threw stones.
Come on, dregs of the twisted evil god.
I, Purse Kagan, am right here.
The sound of hooves was deafening, and dust billowed behind her.
Purse kept provoking the trolls, running back and forth across the battlefield.
Suddenly, she saw a figure poke its head straight out of the bushes on the path ahead.
What the?
Looking closely, it was actually a young human man wearing silver-white armor.
Purse's attention was instantly drawn by this sudden, strange human, and her mind went a bit blank.
As a result, in the next instant, a giant rock flew from behind her.
Bang! Oh damn it, the shattered rock hit her leg directly.
Purse lost her balance. The sensation of falling letting her know she was about to go down. She subconsciously closed her eyes while in midair.
Asterisk.
Boom!
The female warrior of the Centaur tribe rushed to a spot not far in front of Isaac at an incredible speed, then fell heavily to the ground. Her speed was so fast that she rolled several times after hitting the ground before coming to a stop.
This is probably going to hurt a bit, Tilda.
Isaac walked over with an expression that looked painful just to see, clicking his tongue while stroking Cyborg's snow-white mane. Unfortunately, the female warrior had already fainted from the tumble and couldn't tell Isaac just how much it hurt her. The trolls chasing the female warrior also spotted Isaac at this time, and they immediately let out even more ferocious roars.
Thump, thump, thump.
Heavy footsteps shook the ground as the trolls charged frantically toward Isaac's position. To fight or retreat, please give us your instructions, Lord. Knight Miller ran over from a distance. He looked at the fallen Kentauro's female warrior and the charging trolls and asked quickly, "How is the soldiers' preparation for firing?" Trolls were clear enemies, but whether the Centaur tribe was friend or foe was still uncertain. Before figuring that out, it was best not to make an enemy. So Isaac decided to save the female warrior first and then test her to see if she was willing to cooperate. The infantry are ready to fire at any time, but the cannons and Gaia rifles are still being loaded. Knight Miller lowered his helmet's visor and said, "The greater the power of heavy weapons, the longer the preparation time." This was indeed a hassle.
Isaac turned his head and saw Effie holding a Claire rifle and a flintlock pistol, nervously loading a Gaia rifle.
Isaac no longer hesitated. He immediately mounted Cyborg, quickly returned to the front of the infantry phalanx, and shouted,
Prepare to fire. Target those ugly trolls. There were 150 infantrymen. No matter how thick-skinned the trolls were, they shouldn't be able to withstand such concentrated fire.
Moreover, they had specially made pointed conical bullets. So Isaac decided to use this infantry fight to conduct a small test.
Prepare to fire. Shura, click.
At Isaac's command, 150 rifles pointed at the trolls simultaneously.
The soldiers pulled their bolts, making a crisp sound of clashing metal.
Bro,
The trolls seemed to want to deal with the Kentauro's female warrior first before dealing with Isaac. They actually charged straight toward her.
fire.
Knight Miller waved his arm. 150 rifles spat fire at the same time. Bam, 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 bam. Flames flickered and a thunderous roar filled the air. The soldiers were instantly enveloped in white gunpowder smoke.
A few trolls were riddled with holes in the blink of an eye and collapsed to the ground in unison.
2 of them are still alive.
As the smoke cleared, Hans pointed ahead and shouted in disbelief.
Firepower sufficient to eliminate dozens of plate-armored knights had only killed 4 trolls.
2 trolls were still alive and were charging fearlessly.
Thump, thump, thump.
Those 2 trolls were wearing thick leather armor, and they were clearly more resilient than the others. Although that leather armor hadn't undergone any treatment, wearing several layers could actually withstand bullet attacks. Who the hell taught these trolls to wear leather armor?
Does this even make sense?
Although trolls possess great strength and physical attributes, they shouldn't know how to use tools.
This damn magical beast forest is always full of surprises. Isaac gave a bitter smile. He had originally thought 150 infantrymen would be enough to eliminate 6 trolls, but he hadn't expected a brief gap in their firepower. Roar! The wounded trolls let out angry roars. With a fierce glint in their eyes, they continued to charge and would soon reach the Kentauro's female warrior. Isaac couldn't wait any longer. He had to do something.
Did he have to go into battle himself?
While thinking, Isaac reached for the mace on his back and gripped Cyborg's reins tightly. Looking closely, he saw that although the 2 trolls were still alive, they were both seriously injured, their bodies covered in wounds of all sizes. But they seemed to be driven by rage, each still wanting to continue the frantic fight.
Their eyes were blood red, their mouths wide open, drooling like mad dogs.
It seemed he could only solve this the traditional way. Since ancient times, the best way to deal with a mad dog has been to bash it on the head. Isaac began to silently mobilize all the enhancement magic in his body.
Cyborg also seemed to sense the atmosphere of battle and began to grow restless.
Lord, I finished loading.
Effie pulled the ramrod out of the muzzle and immediately spoke loudly. Good.
I'll borrow it for a moment.
Yo,
Isaac snatched the Gaia rifle with one hand, then kicked Cyborg's belly, charging out instantly. I'm not well educated. Brother, please don't lie to me. Isaac snatched the Gaia rifle from Effie's hand with one hand, kicked Cyborg's belly, and instantly charged out. His Cyborg let out a neigh and galloped with all four hooves.
Lord.
Knight Miller and Effie cried out in alarm behind him. Isaac did not answer. He calmly raised the Gaia rifle, aiming at the troll charging toward the Centaur tribe female warrior. No, rather than aiming, it was more like pointing.
Because the muzzle was shaking violently, it was impossible to aim. That's why cavalry uses pistols, not long rifles, for shooting.
He was shaking like Parkinson's. There was no way to aim.
Click.
The flint was pulled back, emitting a crisp metallic clang.
In this situation, Isaac didn't need to aim at all. They were practically face to face, and the troll was so huge he could just shoot with his eyes closed.
Even if it was wearing several layers of leather armor, it shouldn't be able to withstand the Gaia rifle at such close range.
The distance was right, and Isaac immediately pulled the trigger.
Yes. The flint struck the powder pan.
Boom.
A flash of fire erupted before Isaac's eyes, and the massive recoil slammed into his shoulder.
He opened his eyes and saw that the troll had already fallen to the ground, its chest still gushing blood.
It looked like its heart had been blown apart, though the effect was remarkable.
Now, only one troll remained.
Isaac pressed the attack, drawing the mace from his back can opener. Roar.
Click, clock, flop.
Cyborg galloped, kicking up dust behind him.
Isaac concentrated the strength of the unity of man and horse, along with the immense power of a 20-cylinder engine, onto the mace and swung it violently. Almost instantly, the can opener smashed into the chest of the troll, who was looking at its companion's corpse. Bang! A muffled crash sounded, and an unimaginably huge reaction force came from the mace, but the next moment it was instantly absorbed and converted by the rune inside Isaac's body. The troll let out a shriek, its feet leaving the ground instantly. It was sent flying backward by the impact of the blow.
Thump! It crashed heavily onto the ground.
Heh, did they really think his anti-troll weapon was just for show? Against his unreasonable great mace, wearing steel armor wouldn't help.
Let alone the troll's tattered leather armor.
Clang.
Isaac dismounted, walked up to the fallen troll, and prepared to deliver the final blow.
The troll clutched its chest, panting painfully.
Isaac raised the mace and swung it directly toward its head.
Whoosh! The mace let out a heavy whooshing sound, as if this one strike could split mountains and shatter stones. The troll struggled desperately one last time. It suddenly stood up and grabbed the middle section of the mace with its right hand.
Damn it.
Let go of me.
Guru.
Krakatoa.
The troll's expression was utterly terrified, and it was jabbering something, but unfortunately Isaac couldn't understand a word it was saying. Although this troll was barely clinging to life, it was still resisting desperately and screaming in terror. Isaac stopped worrying about what it was saying, and immediately injected all his magic power into the reinforcement rune, causing his strength to instantly surge again.
Go to hell.
Bang! He clenched his fist, which was encased in a mithril alloy gauntlet, and viciously punched the troll in the face.
Who the hell taught you to wear leather armor?
Bang, bang, and you're wearing several layers. Bang, 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 splat.
Several of the troll's teeth were knocked out by Isaac's final few punches.
Finally, the dizzy and disoriented troll could no longer howl, and its hands lost all strength.
Isaac immediately grabbed the mace and lifted it sharply upward. I'll teach you to wear it. Crash! After a massive sound, the world fell silent. The troll's skull was utterly shattered by the single blow from Isaac, splattering brains and blood everywhere.
Can open a Roman 3, stable performance, as always. What Isaac didn't know was that the Centaur tribe female warrior lying nearby had woken up at some point, and she had witnessed his bloody and violent actions with her own eyes.
Gently tap open your sleeping brain, tilde tilde. Slowly open your eyes, tilde tilde. Look at the flying brains. Are they still tilde willfully spurting non-stop, tilde tilde? The great mace doesn't understand love, tilde tilde. It hammers holes in your skull's nerves, tilde. This segment is best enjoyed with a BGM. Tomorrow will be better.
Isaac, in high spirits, picked up the great mace while humming a modified song, preparing to find something to wipe off the brains and bloodstains.
The female warrior watched Isaac, who had picked up the great mace again, in horror. She immediately subconsciously retracted her four horse legs, twisting her body to move backward, trying to distance herself from Isaac.
You're awake.
Haha, you alright?
Isaac, whose face was covered in bloodstains, immediately noticed the female warrior's terrified struggle. He quickly put down the great mace, and with a face full of brains and blood, he chuckled and reached out his hands to her. Next, under her extremely frightened gaze, Isaac picked her up, straightened her out, and then set her back down.
The Centaur tribe female warrior immediately widened her red eyes in surprise again. What just happened? How did she stand up?
She couldn't believe that this slender human, Could easily pick her up and play with her like a toy. Who exactly are you?
She had healthy brown skin and a well-toned physique.
Isaac observed her closely at this distance and found that she was even prettier than he had imagined.
Any man would probably stare at her.
If only she didn't have those 4 horse legs, that would be perfect.
Actually, having them wasn't necessarily bad, but the height difference seemed off, alas.
What a pity.
Why you possess such incredible strength? Are you a human knight?
Seeing Isaac wearing shining armor and possessing extraordinary power capable of easily killing a troll, she immediately took him for a knight. Actually, I'm a mage. As Isaac spoke, he casually wiped the large, blood-stained mace on the troll's leather armor, then slung it back over his shoulder. Afterward, he used cleaning magic to clear the bloodstains from his armor and face.
But the Centaur tribe female warrior became even more confused.
She stared intently at Isaac with an expression that clearly said, "Are you treating me like a stupid horse?
Have you human mages become this playful?
Wearing heavy armor, swinging a hammer, splitting a troll's head open, are these the actions of a mage?"
Are you kidding me? I am a centaur, not the stupid horse beneath your butt. Your lies are full of holes.
Are you the leader of the Centaur tribe?
Her strange gaze made Isaac uncomfortable, so he changed the subject and asked.
He had just witnessed her performance on the battlefield and figured she was definitely not an ordinary soldier.
I'm their chieftain, Perscan, powerful nameless human mage. The Centaur tribe is a race that reveres strength, so Perce's attitude toward Isaac became very respectful after seeing him kill a troll.
Chieftain, that's great. Looks like I saved the right person.
Fortunately, he stepped in to help.
However, this woman was truly reckless. Even if the battle was unfavorable and the situation urgent, she shouldn't have used herself to attract the troll's attention. And wait, why does that sentence sound so familiar? Isaac turned his head with a sense of deja vu, only to see Knight Miller and everyone else staring at him from a distance, dumbfounded and motionless.
Isaac scratched his head, gave them a sheepish smile, and then turned back to Perce. Although it's a bit sudden, your situation doesn't look too good. How about we cooperate, Kentoro's chieftain? Isaac extended his hand to Perce as a gesture of friendship.
It was just that the fragments of troll teeth stuck to his gauntlet were a tiny bit unsightly.
Perce's eyelids twitched and she swallowed, asking in confusion.
May I ask, why are you helping us?
Because the fewer enemies the better, and the more allies the better.
Isaac is a henchman of the goddess of harmony. They always prioritize peace.
I must eliminate those trolls and occupy this area.
We have a common enemy, so why don't we fight together?
He wants to develop the forest and reclaim the land.
For land and women.
For the olives waiting for him, and for those delicious fried foods.
Oh,
you are truly generous.
I accept, powerful human mage.
Perce grabbed his hand happily, as if clutching a life raft.
Excellent. This way, Isaac gained hundreds of cavalry allies.
It seems the trolls have sent reinforcements.
Let's retreat first.
My soldiers must be anxiously waiting for me to return.
In reality, Knight Miller, who had just recovered, was currently stomping his foot in anger. If nothing unexpected happens, Isaac will be lectured by him for the next few days.
Why your soldiers?
Oh right, I haven't mentioned it, but I'm a lord currently ruling a piece of land on the eastern continent.
Perce genuinely suspected that the human before her, with his monstrous physique and abnormal fighting style, was deliberately messing with her. She looked at the sincere-faced Isaac and truly couldn't understand how this human, who was as fierce as a monster, could be a mage, or how he could be a lord. Forget the mage part, but what kind of lord charges ahead of his soldiers to single-handedly beat a troll to a pulp?
I'm uneducated. Big brother, don't lie to me, troll vanguard.
When Isaac charged out, he was alone on a single horse.
When he returned now, however, he had brought back a Kentoro's.
Using his immense strength, he supported the heavy Perce and brought her back to the Blackwood Territory Army's position. When Knight Miller saw Isaac covered in blood, his old face turned pale with fright, and he immediately began nagging regardless of everyone's presence.
My lord, you're really going to be the death of me.
My heart nearly jumped out of my chest.
How could you? Knight Miller complained incessantly, pleading with Isaac to never be so reckless and impulsive again.
It was obvious that Isaac's impulsive behavior just now had truly terrified him.
Ha ha ha, but my heart is still doing just fine, isn't it?
Damn it.
Do I have to wait until my heart actually stops beating before you're satisfied?
Knight Miller flared up again, immediately questioning Isaac about what kind of lord would personally charge into the fray with a mace.
Lord Apostle, in all my years, I have never seen such an arrogant lord. I beg of you, show some restraint.
Well, Tilda, today you have.
Lord Apostle.
You've...
Ha ha ha, alright.
Next time I'll pay still attendation.
It was an emergency. I had to do it. If I hadn't stepped in, she would definitely be dead. The defensive power of those trolls was even stronger than Isaac had imagined.
If he had just waited to reload his ammunition, Perce would likely have been torn to shreds by the trolls by now.
Isaac helped Perce up once more and then called for Iggy. Hearing Isaac's call, Iggy immediately ran over, huffing and puffing like an obedient puppy.
Exactly.
Lord Apostle, you are truly noble and heroic.
Hans George also clenched his fists, agreeing with a face full of reverence. To hell with you. Who exactly is your father?
I've put up with you for a long time.
Can't you say something for your old man? Knight Miller backhandedly gave Hans several flicks to the forehead, venting all his previous dissatisfaction at once.
Although Hans still wanted to speak up for Isaac, his father's repeated forehead flicks made him prudently choose to shut up.
Isaac looked at the two of them and couldn't help but click his tongue.
Tuss, that's too harsh. He uses mana reinforcement for a forehead flick. It seems Miller was truly furious this time.
Miller, that's enough.
Don't give the boy a concussion.
Phew, Lord Apostle. You should at least tell me in advance, or take me with you. I watched you grow up. The thing the old lord was most worried about before he died was you.
So, at least let me Miller die before you were alright.
Miller stopped his forehead flicks and let out a long breath as if he had finished venting.
He spoke to Isaac with extreme seriousness.
Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Isaac couldn't help but sigh.
He understood Miller's meaning and the pain in his heart, so he stopped joking with him.
Yeah, alright.
Stop talking about dying.
I'll be careful next time, don't worry.
This time,
Isaac's brain had been controlled by his muscles. He'd gotten a bit overconfident and hadn't considered anything else. He patted Miller's shoulder and then returned the borrowed guy rifle to Effie. Taking the heavy rifle, Effie couldn't help but ask in surprise,
Lord Apostle, how did your strength suddenly become so great?
I saw you just now. It seemed like you were pinning the troll down and pummeling it.
To be precise, Isaac had used his mace to pin the troll to the ground, then used his fists to smash several of the troll's teeth, and finally reclaimed his mace to crack open its head, but from a distance, it probably did look like he was just pinning it down and pummeling it.
I am the apostle chosen by the goddess. This is the power her ladyship bestowed upon me.
In reality, Isaac had consumed magic stones worth dozens of gold coins and risked his life, enduring agonizing pain, to carve runes onto his own bones to finally obtain such power.
But he didn't want to make this secret public yet, so it was better to explain it as divine power.
In any case, he was already incredibly practiced with this rhetoric.
As he spoke, his eyes were as firm
As if he were taking a solemn oath, they were full of faith.
Exactly.
Our Lord Apostle has received the goddess's infinite favor. Goddess, please use your divine power to heal the wounded. Heal.
Igni excitedly chimed in and then continued treating Percy's injured horse leg.
Dense vitality enveloped Percy's leg and the swelling gradually subsided. Percy's complexion looked a bit better now, and she tried pawing at the ground with her hoof. Clearly, the leg that had been hit by the stone fragments had recovered somewhat.
Helping others regardless of race is a testament of faith. Achievement points plus 1,000.
The goddess's reward arrived as expected.
The grace of the goddess of harmony truly did not discriminate between races.
Percy, can you fight?
You don't look like you fully recovered yet.
Igni's healing and blessings relied primarily on vitality, so the effects still couldn't compare to a professional healing cult.
But her healing range was wider and its duration was longer. She could even heal continuously for an entire day without feeling fatigued. This little injury is nothing to a warrior.
But human knight no mild mage.
For Lord.
I said before, just call me Lord. I thought I heard someone call you Apostle.
Could it be that you, like the Duke of the Henton Duchy, have received God's favor? Isaac had almost forgotten that the Centaur tribe had originally followed the Dark Elf before escaping her control.
Yes, I am the apostle chosen by Goddess Iris.
The leader of the Centaur tribe looked at Isaac with a slight frown. The other party's titles seemed to be endless. She only felt that the handsome youth before her was mysterious to an extreme.
You certainly have many titles, God's apostle.
It just turned out that way through a series of accidents.
But you seem to know our goddess well.
Few people in the Eastern continent knew of Goddess Iris.
Only Claire, that girl who loved studying theology, knew of her.
He hadn't expected Goddess Iris to actually have a certain level of fame in the distant Western continent.
Isn't she the ancient goddess who sealed the twisted evil god long ago?
It's just that faith in her gradually declined and disappeared in the long river of history. It hasn't completely disappeared.
She has been revived in the Blackwood territory and is being restored step by step.
Percy nodded with a smile and said, in this chaotic era, a god who maintains peace and order is always welcome. Your efforts are very meaningful. Isaac hadn't expected to hear such words from a non-human from the Western continent. It seemed Goddess Iris had not been entirely forgotten. Once paper became cheaper in the future, Isaac intended to vigorously promote the Elysian faith.
Lord Apostle, sorry to interrupt, but the trolls have discovered us. Look.
Knight Miller patted Isaac's shoulder and pointed toward the plain where the battle was taking place.
Yes, I see. It looks like they've split their forces
specifically to deal with us.
Roar. The trolls let out angry roars.
The trolls who were originally hunting the Centaur tribe on the plain split into two groups, one of which charged toward Isaac's position. Fortunately, they didn't all charge at once, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Good timing.
Knight Miller, are the field guns, siege cannons, and Gaia rifles all ready?
The Gaia rifles are loaded.
The field guns are also in position, but the siege cannons still need some time.
Unlike field guns, siege cannons required oxen or horses to pull them, making them difficult to use on the battlefield.
But once in place, their power would be immense.
It's fine, we should be able to handle it.
With the accumulation of achievement points, Isaac now possessed 8 field guns.
There were also 5 Gaia rifles, as well as 150 flintlock rifles and rifles.
And there were only 15 trolls charging toward them.
Knight Miller prepared the canister shot.
The can opener was just for entertainment. The real anti-troll weapon had to be canister shot. And now it was time for it to make its appearance.
Mission issued.
Eliminate the troll vanguard and save the Centaur tribe in crisis.
Eliminate the troll vanguard on the plain and complete.
It seemed the goddess also desired to expand her influence.
As expected, first comes war, then comes harmony.
Since this was a vanguard, there must be the main force as well.
Isaac hadn't expected to have such a rare opportunity to improve his army's strength without a civil war.
All troops prepare for battle.
The goddess is watching us. Because Isaac, the god's apostle, announced that the goddess was watching this battle, the morale of the Elysian faith believers soared instantly.
Pikemen, infantry, advance.
Fire, Japanese letter down.
Letter for Fate 9.
Boom, boom, boom.
The earth was trembling.
The sound of heavy footsteps drew closer and closer.
Ugly trolls, their fangs stained with flesh and blood, charged toward them with deafening roars. The 15 trolls were aggressive, exuding a powerful sense of oppression.
Remember the domain name of this site, Taiwan novel website, for a better experience and easy reading.
From a distance, they looked like a row of charging armored vehicles.
If this were an ordinary army, the soldiers would have already thrown down their weapons and fled in terror.
But the army of the Blackwood Territory, with the Elysian faith as its core belief, stood united. Not a single person retreated or fled.
Load the shells.
The artillerymen stuffed strings of canister shot into the muzzles.
The new type of shells rested atop a large amount of black powder.
Roar, roar, roar.
The trolls' roars became increasingly clear.
They were already entering the range of the firearms.
Isaac immediately raised his hand, and the artillerymen, each holding a linstock, swallowed nervously.
Everyone don't panic. Wait calmly for the command.
Trolls standing 2 or 3 times the height of a human charging aggressively created a massive sense of pressure.
Isaac was worried someone might fire early out of fear, so he kept reassuring the soldiers. This secret weapon, the canister shot, was as previously described, a giant shotgun shell fired from a cannon.
If fired too early, those iron balls wouldn't be able to fulfill their purpose perfectly.
They had to be detonated right in front of the enemy, like a claymore mine, to cause maximum lethality. However, this required great courage. Human Lord, shouldn't we do something? If we wait any longer, it'll be too late.
Pers knew nothing about the Blackwood Territory's weapon systems. She couldn't understand why Isaac insisted on waiting.
Seeing the trolls get closer and closer, she couldn't help but grow anxious.
If the army of the Blackwood Territory was defeated now, her clansmen would certainly not escape their doom. Wait a little longer, just a little longer. Isaac clearly remembered the troll that had just screamed in terror after being punched by him. Clearly, trolls could also be scared out of their wits. So Isaac didn't want to just kill a few trolls sporadically. He wanted to lure them into the optimal range and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. This one strike would absolutely deal them a massive psychological blow. Of course, the trolls moved faster than he had imagined, so there weren't many opportunities to shoot, which was another reason he chose to wait. Grenadiers throw. The grenadiers immediately bent down and then threw the grenades with all their might.
Thud, thud, thud.
The black grenades landed on the ground with dull thuds.
Though invisible, the fuses inside were burning.
And Isaac had already calculated the timing.
Roar.
The trolls didn't notice the grenades at their feet. They let out angry roars and charged into the trap one after another.
Fire, Japanese letter there.
Letter for Fate 9.
The artillerymen instantly lit all the field gun fuses.
In the next second, all the firepower of the Blackwood Territory opened fire simultaneously.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom first with the grenades exploding in unison at the trolls' feet.
Then came the canister shot from the field guns. Iron balls capable of piercing steel plates showered over the trolls like a torrential downpour. PFFD, PFFD, PFFD. The trolls in the front were instantly shredded, flesh and blood flying. They were turned into sieves, falling straight to the ground without even a groan.
Shoot! Bang, 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 bang. The panicked trolls were once again baptized by bullets.
Silver trajectories cut through the air, making sharp whistling sounds. The large caliber bullets fired by the elf rangers left hideous gashes on the trolls' bodies. With just this one round of heavy volley fire, the trolls' morale was completely shattered. WH, what is this?
Pers watched in a daze as the trolls that had once hunted them were wiped out in an instant.
But there was no time to explain to her. Isaac directly drew the mace from his back.
Let's go, Knight Miller and Pers. It's time to expand our gains.
Yo.
Some trolls were still alive, though heavily wounded, and were struggling on the ground.
Winnie.
Isaac kicked Cyborg's belly. Cyborg let out a neigh as his strong muscles began to exert power. Isaac swung his mace, smashing it into the head of a troll that was struggling to stand up. Crack! The troll's skull was instantly shattered, and red and white brain matter splattered everywhere. The troll's massive body collapsed to the ground with a thud.
Oh,
Gulu Katra. The other trolls let out angry roars upon seeing this. Isaac couldn't understand what they were saying, but he could no longer feel any fighting spirit from them. At this point, they were merely in their death throes.
Kill. The knights of the Blackwood Territory, along with Pers, who had recovered and joined the fray, swung swords and spears that shimmered with blue light.
They hacked off the trolls' limbs and heads one by one. Isaac clicked his tongue again as he saw Pers decapitating trolls as easily as picking tomatoes.
He really wanted such valiant cavalry charge, kill every last troll.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
The sudden appearance of the humans completely turned the tide of the battle. Half of the forces the trolls had sent out were easily wiped out. When the human army regrouped and launched a counteroffensive, the trolls' attack from both sides began to collapse rapidly.
Boom, boom,
boom. Flames lit up the battlefield, and the explosions were deafening.
The human army used weapons they couldn't comprehend to tear enemies apart from hundreds of paces away.
The deafening blasts and the iron balls that could turn enemies into sieves left the trolls terrified.
Even fleeing to a distance didn't make them safe.
because those silver trajectories would chase them down and ruthlessly take their lives. Lord Kagan. Tama didn't know who those humans were or why they were helping, but she took the opportunity to find the patriarch she had almost lost. Perse also returned to her side from the battlefield.
Tama, are you alright?
Oh, Lady Perse.
It's wonderful that you're safe.
The gods must have protected you.
Patriarch Tama said excitedly. She kept clutching her chest, her face showing the expression of someone who had survived a disaster.
But Perse shook her head and pointed in a certain direction.
To be precise, it was that human who saved me. Tama followed Perse's finger and saw a young man in silver-white armor covered in blood.
He seemed to have lost his mace by now and was frantically punching a wounded troll.
Thud, thud. The sound of fists hitting flesh was dull and heavy. Every punch was full of power. The troll's teeth were knocked out and fell to the ground like corn kernels.
The dying troll hunched its shoulders and held its head like a turtle, looking exactly like a bullied child. But the human youth used brute force to pull its hands away, then clenched one hand into a fist like a hammer and smashed it hard against its head. Crack!
Thinking brain matter instantly gushed out. Is he really human?
Tama said, dumbfounded.
I suppose so.
In truth, even Perse was a little uncertain. Everyone loves Little Pink established merit by repelling trolls at age 16. Achievement points plus 1000. Killed a troll with bare hands. Achievement points plus 2000. The goddess considered Isaac's actions a miracle, so she generously granted him extra achievement points.
In short, from this battle, he earned the title Killed a Troll with Bare Hands at 16, along with a large sum of achievement points.
This is ridiculous, to actually kill a troll with bare hands.
Night Miller, who had participated in the troll hunt, looked at Isaac as if he were looking at a monster.
The middle-aged knight muttered,
"Just how strong have you become, kid?"
while shaking his head incessantly.
Behind him, the soldiers were even more excited and cheered wildly upon seeing how powerful the lord they served was.
Lord Apostle.
He shook the entire battlefield.
While the soldiers of the Blackwood Territory expressed their awe of Isaac with deafening cheers. The warrior class always worships great strength, especially when the leader guiding them can kill a troll with his bare hands. It made them feel incredibly proud. Isaac suddenly had a moment of realization. Perhaps this was why the cavalry under the command of the sword Saint Count Arnold could burst forth with such astonishing momentum and bravery.
May the goddess and Lord Apostle bless us.
As long as you have devout faith in the goddess, you too can receive blessings and become as strong as him. Isaac had previously explained the source of his monstrous strength as a gift from the goddess, and Igni believed this wholeheartedly. So at this moment she was running around, proclaiming the greatness of Isaac and the goddess. This is proof of his ascetic discipline and devout faith.
The goddess's grace is like an endless flow of holy water.
Igni's words held immense authority in the hearts of the believers. Moreover, the fact that Isaac, a former mage, had displayed such incredible physical strength before them only made their faith in the goddess even more devout. This crushing victory caused the entire army of the Blackwood Territory to boil with excitement. Igni was an excellent priestess, who never missed an opportunity to bolster the faith of the believers.
Isaac believed this news would soon spread throughout their entire territory. With hundreds of soldiers witnessing it
and vying to testify, the number of believers was likely to increase significantly.
After all, a miracle witnessed with one's own eyes is always what moves people's hearts the most.
The goddess has always been protecting us.
Isaac, as usual, used the goddess's name to stir the soldiers' cheers before walking into the crowd.
However, even though he gripped the reins tightly, the war saber still looked weak in the knees and sickly, wobbling as it walked. He should have entered looking cool, but this damn horse was failing him. This was probably the only imperfect thing about this battle, Winnie.
I want Little Pink.
You're still not very good at handling it. As a legendary knight who killed a troll with his bare hands, this appearance isn't very flattering.
Night Miller, the only one who knew the truth, couldn't help but tease him.
On the battlefield, horsemanship is a matter of life and death, which is why Night Miller spared no effort in urging Isaac to practice.
Cough cough, that's because I didn't feed it sugar. It protests like this every time after a run.
Isaac explained helplessly.
Honestly, he didn't know how it had developed such a picky palate.
Here, for you.
Isaac had no choice but to pull a small pinch of precious sugar from his robe and place it by its mouth.
Seba's eyes lit up, and it immediately licked it up impatiently.
The sugar powder vanished quickly under its large tongue, but it still seemed unsatisfied, pawing the ground and snorting.
It actually likes eating sugar that much,
Night Miller said in surprise.
Of course.
Before he would feed such a precious thing to a horse. Sigh, I started off on the wrong foot.
This guy is quite cunning and now it goes on strike if I don't give it sugar. Isaac sighed. If he had known, he should have just fed it carrots.
Isaac was a bit annoyed and patted Seba's thick neck before looking at Miller.
By the way, what about the Centaur tribe warriors who fought with us?
When I last saw them, they seemed to be finishing off the survivors.
As the side that fought most fiercely, their finishing blows were filled with anger and a desire for revenge. Upon hearing this, Night Miller immediately pointed in a direction on the plain. In the distance, dust was flying as the female warriors of the Centaur tribe came galloping this way, holding spears adorned with troll heads. Leading them was none other than the tribal chief Perse.
Asterisk.
The white mane of the wall Seba fluttered in the wind.
Under the warm welcome of the Centaur female warriors, Isaac and the others entered their secret village located in a corner of the plain.
Click, 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 click. Seba maintained a steady pace as it slowly entered the Kentauro's village.
Isaac's vision bobbed up and down with the horse's movements. Is this what an alien village from the western continent looks like? In the village, simple houses were arranged in an orderly fashion, with livestock like cattle and sheep grazing leisurely between them.
Russell, the news of the humans' arrival seemed to have already spread.
Some young or elderly Kentauros poked their heads out of their tents curiously.
Before long, a dense crowd of Kentauros had gathered.
They all looked at Isaac and the others with curious gazes.
Isaac and his group similarly looked back at these half-human, half-force beings with curiosity.
They were all filled with a sense of strangeness and curiosity toward one another.
Truly wondrous residents of another world.
What do they eat?
And what kind of lives do they lead?
You're the first humans to step into our village, human lord. A female warrior walked up to Isaac and said. She emitted a faint scent of earth and wildflowers.
Perce also added excitedly that this was a day worth remembering in the history of the Centaur tribe.
It seemed she was also quite excited about this cross-continental racial exchange. After all, this was the first time they had met, and they had already established a common front and repelled a common enemy together.
Is that so?
I hope this is a good beginning, Isaac said with a smile. Lord Isaac, this is already the best beginning. You have saved our tribe, Perce said gratefully.
That's good then.
Isaac nodded with satisfaction.
It seemed the Centaur tribe didn't have any prejudice or rejection toward humans.
Even if they did, it should have vanished after this event. Especially the valiant sight of the Lord killing a troll with his bare hands. It left a deep impression on everyone, Perce added. So even when they saw fully armed outsiders approaching, they didn't show any wariness, but were instead filled with awe and goodwill. As expected of a race that reveres strong warriors and intense combat, the scene of him killing a troll with his bare hands was deeply etched into their minds.
Exactly. To kill a troll with just brute force without using magic, are you a half-breed between the giant race and humans?
The blonde woman, who had previously introduced herself as Tamar, asked with great interest. Isaac gave an awkward smile and explained that he was a pure-blooded human.
But speaking of which, the women of the Centaur tribe were really tall. Isaac could only barely look her in the eye while riding on Seba's back at this height. Even standing on a small stool would be a struggle.
Lord, please forgive her rudeness.
She wanted to praise you, but her way of expressing it was a bit inappropriate.
Perce quickly explained.
From Tamar's reaction toward her superior, Isaac felt that she really didn't understand etiquette and had no social awareness at all. Haha, it's fine. After all, your culture is different from ours.
By the way, it must have been hard for you to come all this way.
Is your tribe only composed of these people now?
Isaac looked around and noticed that while the village was quite large, there weren't many people, so he asked curiously.
Upon hearing this question, Perce lowered her head sadly.
We had 500 people when we set out, but now only 200 are left. It's all my fault.
The magical beast forest was indeed not a good place.
Even a warrior race from the western continent known for their bravery found it hard to escape unscathed.
It seemed the only ones who could truly pioneer and develop this land were his Blackwood Territory troops equipped with modern weapons.
This forest is full of dangerous creatures, but wasn't the number of people too small when you set out?
Did the entire duchy escape? Isaac asked curiously.
Most of the tribes chose to stay. Only a small portion of the tribes chose to leave like we did.
So that's how it was.
There were different tribes within the Kentauros race, and those who escaped were only a part of them.
However, what kind of conflict did they have with the Duke that led them to choose to leave the duchy?
Winnie,
just as Isaac was exchanging information about the western continent with the Kentauros, Seba suddenly snorted. Then it began to wobble again, pretending to have sore legs and aching feet.
How long had it been?
It already wanted sugar again.
This horse's fuel consumption was terrifyingly high.
Isaac slapped its neck in annoyance, feeling like this guy was like a supercar that could only take high-octane gasoline. He hoped the improvement work on the beats would be completed as soon as possible, or else he would run out of sugar to feed this guy.
The elven priests were working hard on it, and he believed there would be results soon.
Thinking this, Isaac fed the last of the sugar to Seba. Seba's tail spun cheerfully like a fan. He didn't know if horses had facial expressions, but Isaac felt like it was smiling.
Oh, this is my first time seeing a horse look so happy.
What on earth did you feed it?
Perce asked curiously as she saw Seba constantly licking its lips.
Isaac didn't answer, but instead smiled mysteriously and poured the last bit of sugar powder onto Perce's palm.
Perce curiously stuck out her pink tongue and took a small lick.
Isaac then saw her eyes widen instantly, and then she followed Seba's example, quickly licking the sugar powder from her palm in a few gulps.
Oh my!
Perce only realized Isaac was still watching her after she finished licking, and her face immediately flushed red as she turned her head away in embarrassment.
Isn't this sugar?
You actually feed such a precious thing to a horse?
After a few seconds, she turned back and looked at Isaac, asking curiously.
Her gaze seemed to say,
"Just how rich are you?"
"I can't help it, he just likes eating this."
"It's quite a hassle," Isaac said with a helpless shrug.
However, it was precisely because of Seba's picky palate that he was able to easily tame this hot-tempered warhorse.
It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Since you let me taste sugar, I can't just give nothing in return.
This is for you. Purse pulled a leather pouch containing liquid from her robe and handed it to Isaac. Isaac took it curiously, and upon opening the lid and taking a sniff, a strong, strange smell immediately hit him. It seemed this was a common beverage drunk by the Centaur tribe.
Oh, what kind of drink is this?
I happened to be thirsty. To show friendliness, Isaac endured the discomfort and took a large gulp.
The slightly thick liquid was filled with a sour and astringent taste that instantly filled his mouth.
It was a flavour he had never experienced before. From a certain perspective, it was quite wondrous. This is horse milk that we often drink. It can be used as a substitute for cow's milk.
Here, 50.
A familiar taste. Isaac suddenly spat out the liquid in his mouth. As the liquid flowed back, a strange taste immediately surged in his throat.
He began to cough violently as if he were choking.
Seeing this, Purse blushed and tried to act calm as she spoke.
Just to be clear, this isn't my milk.
It's not yours, then why the hell are you blushing?
Cough, cough. I just got choked suddenly.
This flavour is truly unique. The coughing is making me feel a bit uncomfortable.
Is there anything I can eat?
Isaac felt very uncomfortable in his mouth and hurriedly wanted to change foods to alleviate the taste.
Seeing this, Purse directly handed him a handful of brown, oval-shaped fruits.
What is this? Can humans even eat this thing?
The digestive system of the Centaur tribe should be very different from humans. This thing might even be poisonous.
This is a fruit with a very unique taste and aroma.
It should help relieve your discomfort.
Sigh, whatever it is, as long as it gets rid of the sour taste in my mouth. Isaac grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his mouth, biting down hard.
Instantly, a rich aroma filled his oral cavity. This taste is familiar. This sense of deja vu reminded Isaac of the bitter overtime hours in his past life, although the flavour was still faint because it hadn't been processed. A familiar feeling was very clear. This was clearly the taste of cocoa beans. Could it be?
Isaac carefully observed the fruit in his hand again.
A wrinkled appearance and a glossy, oily surface, all of this indicated that it was rich in fat.
He finally recognized it.
Holy crap!
It really is cocoa beans. When the succubus Azazel came to find him before, she had asked if the Western continent had such a thing.
At the time, Isaac thought she was talking about a crop he had never heard of before. He didn't expect it would appear before him in this manner. Do you like it?
Eating this fruit can replenish physical strength and energy.
It's very popular in our tribe.
Of course it can replenish strength and energy. It's rich in fat, calories, and contains caffeine. Purse, where did you find this fruit?
Isaac asked with a serious expression.
Purse was startled by his sudden reaction and answered somewhat uneasily.
We picked them up while wandering around.
I don't remember exactly where, but it should be near the kingdom of Aru or the Blank Kingdom on the western continent. There are many of these fruit trees there. As expected, Isaac knew that this thing must exist in some corner of the western continent. Cocoa beans were actually growing vigorously on the distant shore. Clearly, although the people of the western continent had discovered this edible crop, they didn't know its true value and simply let it grow wild.
However, this is a problem now.
Cocoa beans aren't
In the magical beast forest.
but across the vast ocean.
But since its existence was confirmed, Isaac had to find a way to get the seeds. He had to do it before the people of the western continent realized its value. Thank you, this news is very important to me. Is that so? Isaac excitedly grabbed Purse's hand and shook it repeatedly. Purse still looked dazed. Thanks to her, Isaac was now able to understand the potential of the western continent. This cultural exchange was very fruitful. Even being choked by horse milk wine was worth it. Alright, Purse, let's end the small talk here. Let's talk business. Isaac and the others arrived in front of the chieftain's large tent. Having bid farewell to the enthusiastic welcome and the surrounding crowd, Isaac could finally have a proper talk with Purse.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
The sun set and night fell. They talked for a long time, nearly the entire day. Chieftain, what proposal did the human lord make to you?
When Isaac walked out of the tent satisfied, Tama immediately went in to ask Purse what they had discussed.
The chieftain of the Centaur tribe showed a complex expression. Tama, tell me the results of the scouting first.
Yes.
I don't know how the human lord knew, but just as he said, those trolls from before were indeed just an advance party. We have confirmed that the main troll force is approaching. At our speed, it would take about half a day. At their speed, it would take about 2 days. Isaac's words were confirmed, and a hint of surprise flashed in Purse's red eyes again. She hadn't expected there to be an army better at scouting than the Centaur tribe, who were famous for their speed. Lord Isaac proposed that we join forces. He said if the two armies can cooperate, they can unleash infinite potential. Although she didn't fully understand Isaac's meaning, Purse could feel that he was full of expectations for her tribe, just like the look in his eyes when he saw those brown fruits. Then how did you answer, chieftain?
I agreed. They had encountered a strange race on unfamiliar land with a common, ferocious enemy.
To survive, they had to seize every opportunity.
Forgive me for being blunt, but can we trust the human lord? Could he be using us as cannon fodder?
He is a man who killed a troll with his bare hands.
Powerful warriors are men of their word.
True, he even risked rushing at the troll to save you. Tama also nodded, indicating that his previous thoughts might have been overthinking.
Fine.
Then let us fight.
Indeed.
Although I don't know what infinite potential he's referring to since he's so confident, let's trust him this once. They already owed Isaac a favor.
Moreover, he had promised to support them unreservedly in exchange for a certain crop on this land.
Perhaps they would even have a chance to avenge their fallen tribesmen, Kentauro's lancers. Chief Purse arranged a temporary command tent for Isaac in the village.
Isaac was currently formulating a defensive strategy based on the maps brought back by the Centaur tribe scouts.
The parchment was covered in messy lines and markings.
This drawing level is just too poor, it should at least be legible.
Isaac scratched his hair and helplessly tossed the quill onto the table.
He had originally wanted to deduce the location of the main troll force based on the two roughly sketched locations on the map, but he eventually gave up. With such a vague, scribble-like map, the margin of error was simply too large.
I found it strange too, so I asked.
They told me that drawing and record keeping aren't things warriors should be doing.
Knight Miller shook his head helplessly as he replied, "Then what exactly is it that warriors should be doing?" Isaac was somewhat speechless.
Fighting for the chief, running for the village, and dying gloriously on the battlefield.
That certainly is heroic. Isaac gave a bitter smile. They truly were the backbone of the Henson Dutch's military power. They were indeed fierce.
However, the difference in distance is too great.
This doesn't look like a 2-day journey no matter how you look at it.
My lord, this might be calculated based on the standards of the Centaur tribe, who are known for their speed.
Well, that's possible.
Isaac nodded, feeling that Knight Miller's guess made a lot of sense.
This was the impact of racial differences.
But for them to be able to cover such a long distance in a single day, was every one of them a 1,000-mile steed.
Truly astonishing mobility.
By the way, my lord, how did you know those trolls were just an advance party?
Even the returning scouts were surprised.
Ha ha ha, the goddess told me.
Amazing, isn't it?
Isaac pointed toward the sky.
To be precise, he had deduced it based on the quest prompts.
Given your usual behavior, the goddess is truly magnanimous.
Cough cough, what are you saying? I am the most devout of believers.
Knight Miller shrugged. He knew Isaac's faith in the goddess all too well.
Asterisk bang 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 exclamation asterisk. A sudden burst of dense gunfire erupted from outside the tent.
Knight Miller glanced at the scene outside through a gap in the door and nodded with satisfaction.
It seems my son has trained them well.
Asterisk thump 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 exclamation asterisk.
Following that was the earth-shaking sound of galloping hooves. A female voice came through clearly, seemingly commanding the tribe members. How are they reacting to the new weapons? Isaac asked, catching the quill that was rolling around from the vibrations. They say it's a weapon that surpasses the bow and arrow.
The reaction has been very enthusiastic.
That's good.
It seems my apostle ability hasn't gone to waste.
Isaac had previously used the 8,000 achievement points he'd earned to exchange for a large number of rifles and distributed them to the Centaur warriors. He had also pulled some rifles from his own soldiers to lend to them.
The Centaur people were stunned when they saw Isaac instantly manifest a large number of weapons on the battlefield.
But when Isaac told them it was an ability bestowed upon him by the goddess, they quickly accepted it.
Clearly, they had seen similar miraculous abilities during their time in the duchy.
However, my lord, can those Centaur warriors who have only trained for 2 days really be useful?
These are precious firearms, wouldn't it be better to give them to experienced musketeers?
Knight Miller asked, worriedly keeping his eyes on the outside of the tent. Don't worry, they will be very useful.
Haven't you seen soldiers who only trained for a day use a matchlock gun to kill enemies before?
That was the power of firearms. As long as you load the powder, pack the bullet, and pull the trigger, you possess the power to kill an enemy. Therefore, training was very easy. If precision was sacrificed, and they were only taught how to load and fire, never mind 2 days, even a few hours would be enough. Moreover, the enemies this time were huge.
As long as they could use their mobility to close the distance, it would be hard to miss.
Furthermore, I don't just think they'll be useful, I expect them to shine brilliantly.
Oh, is that so? Isaac knew well the power and infinite possibilities of dragoons.
Rapid mobility combined with powerful firepower would create unimaginable synergy.
This was especially true when the enemy lacked long-range firepower.
By the way, how is the Centaur tribe's training progressing?
You should go see for yourself.
Knight Miller stood up and pointed not far outside the tent.
All right, let's go take a look together.
Isaac and Knight Miller walked out of the command tent and onto the vast plain where intense battle preparations were underway.
The sun was bright and dust was flying over the plain.
The female warriors of the Centaur tribe were undergoing grueling training, fueled by a thirst for revenge.
Purse stood at the front of the formation, commanding her tribe's people with a clear voice.
Asterisk bang 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 exclamation asterisk. Gunshots rang out one after another.
Utilizing their mobility, they rapidly approached their targets and then mercilessly shattered the temporary targets made of wood.
Turn.
At Purse's command, the Centaur warriors, who had just been firing with full force, immediately retreated from the scene as quickly as an ebbing tide,
leaving behind only targets riddled with holes and lingering gunpowder smoke. Once they had opened up enough distance, they began to reload their ammunition.
My goodness, my lord, what on earth did you teach them?
Knight Miller asked in astonishment.
Nothing much, just some small modifications based on their original tactics.
Looking closely, one would see they were still using their previous hit-and-run tactics. It was just that now they were using firearms instead of bows and arrows. However, Isaac hadn't expected that in less than 2 days they would be able to skillfully execute the caracole tactic with rifles. Loading complete.
They were one with their horse halves, there were no reins, no stirrups, and no concept of falling off a horse.
Truly having their hands free allowed them to do whatever they wished. Though the training time was short, their reloading speed was already on par with the cavalry being trained in the Blackwood territory. They could even reload their ammunition while moving. Although some gunpowder was spilled, that could be compensated for through repeated practice. Watch closely, Knight Miller.
This is the cavalry unit that will soon become world famous, the Centaur Dragoons. Even if their movements were still a bit unrefined, they already showed incredible potential at this moment. Once
They were equipped with better weapons and had undergone systematic training. Isaac could hardly imagine how powerful they would become.
it seems my investment was not wrong, no, I should say it's more than worth it. Isaac had already begun to look forward to the upcoming battle. He could use this opportunity not only to test their combat effectiveness, but also to earn achievement points and a large amount of materials for making high-grade potions troll corpses. This included massive skeletons that could be used to make phosphate fertilizer, animal fat, and olive oil. This trip to the magical beast forest was so worth it.
Why would such a powerful tribe leave the duchy? Knight Miller asked curiously, watching the performance of the Centaur warriors with surprise.
Discrimination.
Knight Miller,
Because of discrimination.
Oh, does discrimination exist even in a kingdom composed of demons? Of course, it might even be more severe.
that's why the inclusiveness of our Blackwood is even more great.
P.S. Those Japanese mercenaries over in the Russia-Ukraine conflict have been miserably late captured and tortured to death, but I still want to say they deserve it.
Human society is the same everywhere.
Different people will discriminate against each other. Even similar people will develop barriers due to subtle differences. There is no difference between here and there. Of course, for certain people who deserve it, we can't call it discrimination. After all, some beastie things cannot be called human, and the key point is that Dark Elf Duchess actually made these semi-nomadic people farm.
Isaac's expression was a bit strange.
After all, making centaurs farm how? By using them as livestock to plough the fields.
What? Making them farm?
Exactly.
It was indeed a bit much.
If she wanted them to plough the fields, I might be able to understand that a little, but
Supposedly, the Duchess believed that laws and rules should apply to everyone, so even the warrior class, when not in battle, had to pick cotton without exception. While Isaac knew that picking cotton required a lot of labor, doing this was simply too ridiculous.
After all, with the Centaur tribe's height and size, how would they pick cotton?
Squeezing into a cotton field would be agonizing. It seems that Duchess has become a bit narrow-minded because of the deity she worships, my lord. Just then, Effie's anxious voice suddenly came through. She was seen riding a medium-sized saddle horse galloping quickly toward Isaac and the others. 2 spheres of light floated above her shoulders. It seemed she had received some news from other rangers via wind spirits. What's wrong, Effie? Effie panted heavily, her green eyes looking toward a certain direction, the end of the plain, deep within the dense forest.
My lord.
A large group of trolls is approaching. Looking in the direction Effie pointed, the distant trees were shaking violently. It wasn't the shaking of leaves blown by the wind, but rather caused by some creatures moving rapidly.
Countless startled birds flew out from the woods one after another.
Cease training.
Fire.
Blast them to pieces.
Stop training.
Isaac took a deep breath and shouted loudly.
Rito and novels your choice.
The training Centaur tribe warriors stopped, one after another, pricking up their ears and looking towards Isaac.
The moment of actual combat had finally arrived.
Lord, judging by the range the birds are flying from, I'm afraid the enemy's numbers are quite large, Knight Miller said worriedly, looking at the menacing troll army.
Although the Blackwood Territory army had won consecutive battles, most of their previous opponents were humans and orcs.
Trolls were an enemy of a different level, but Isaac's smile remained filled with confidence.
Trust in the power of the Blackwood Territory. We are best at defensive warfare.
Moreover, we now have a group of allies filled with a desire for revenge.
We will surely achieve victory.
Mission trigger.
Annihilate the main troll force, save the Centaur tribe, and have them join your team. Eliminate the main troll force on the plains incomplete.
Just as the battle was about to begin, a mission prompt suddenly appeared.
This requirement is quite specific.
It seems you planned this all along, Goddess Iris.
Isaac looked around at the temporary wooden fences and fortifications, raising the can opener now.
3 high in his hand.
A holy light, like divine power, radiated from the can opener. The goddess is watching us.
We will still achieve victory today.
Oh.
With a flash of light, the originally nervous soldiers were instantly invigorated.
Since the goddess wanted them to win, they would do so. From this moment on, the enemies were no longer terrifying trolls.
They were merely achievement points that could make the Blackwood Territory army even stronger. Prepare for battle. Preparations to welcome the guests were complete. It was time to let the enemy witness the gorgeous and cruel art of explosion from the Blackwood Territory.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Thump, 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 thump.
Sudden actual combat.
Purse stood at the very front of the group, running with all her might.
The headwind blew against her, slapping her cheeks.
Her long brown hair danced in the wind.
Dozens of hooves struck the ground.
The heavy breathing of her companions came from behind.
To them, this kind of impactful charge used to be a guarantee of victory.
Roar.
Until they encountered those trolls in the magical beast forest.
Large number of trolls detected ahead.
Gaping maws revealed jagged fangs. Dirty noses were stained with dried mucus, and they held filth-covered wooden clubs. The charge they were so proud of appeared vulnerable before these trolls.
Countless companions had fallen screaming under the trolls' feet.
This was the first time they felt fear during a charge. Arrows were ineffective against them, and swords and spears had to be imbued with mana to even barely injure them. Chieftain, is this weapon really useful?
Tamat behind her asked in a trembling voice.
The other warriors looked at Purse with the same gaze, waiting for her answer.
Purse raised the rifle in her hand and shouted loudly, "It is.
I've seen it with my own eyes,
So everyone trust him.
If you don't even trust him, then trust me.
She had once fought in a human camp and witnessed how easily the trolls were eliminated.
And that human lord had not only saved her but also given her the chance for revenge. So it was time to prove her choice.
Roar. Those monsters drooling and letting out deafening roars were now actually treating them as prey. When the distance was close enough, the Centaur tribe warriors raised their rifles and aimed at the trolls ahead. The trolls seemed to sense danger as well, firmly rooting their feet into the ground to steady themselves, preparing to meet the impact.
But the Centaur tribe warriors had no intention of clashing with them head-on.
Fire! Rat-tat-tat-tat! The deafening gunshots, accompanied by soaring flames, echoed through the sky.
They aimed for the trolls' heads and fired at close range. 30 bullets actually knocked down 5 trolls simultaneously.
Turn! Under the cover of the smoke, the Centaur tribe warriors quickly turned and left the scene without making contact with the trolls. Thump thump thump! Who struck the ground? They had knocked down a large number of enemies unharmed, and then retreated completely, each cheering excitedly. It worked. It worked. Our arrows were completely useless against them. But this thing actually, what on earth is this weapon? Her companions were beyond excited.
Although Purse tried to remain calm, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly.
Reload and attack again. Once the distance opened up, the Centaur tribe warriors quickly began to reload.
Panting heavily, they finished reloading one by one and then silently looked at Purse.
Though no words were spoken, their thoughts were surprisingly unanimous.
With this weapon, they could now avenge their fallen tribespeople. Everyone charge. At Perse's command, the hooves thundered against the earth once more. Thump thump thump. The sound of whistling wind filled her ears.
This time they were no longer afraid during the charge.
Their hearts were filled with the confidence of victory. Charge.
Asterisk.
Oh, it seems the Lord was right.
They really did shine.
Night Miller watched the heroic performance of the Centaur tribe warriors who had transformed into dragoons with deep emotion.
Of course, this is the perfect example of the combination of mobility and firepower. Isaac shrugged proudly.
In ordinary field battles, musketeers must hide behind pikemen after firing.
But the Centaur tribe warriors didn't have this concern. Because they could hit and run, or even fire while running.
For an enemy without firearms and cannons, this was simply a nightmare.
And when necessary, they could transform into shock cavalry, using their momentum to cause massive damage to the enemy.
Almost no unit could effectively counter them.
Perhaps only mages and high knights could barely contend with them.
Fortunately, they were allies. If they were enemies, Isaac would have a headache.
Roar!
The angry roars of the trolls grew closer. They had been beaten black and blue by the Centaur tribe warriors and had almost lost their reason. Loading complete. A massive grape shot was stuffed into the barrel. Its sheer size was terrifying. The artillerymen swallowed nervously, ready to light the fuse at any moment. Although the upcoming scene might be cruel, there was no need for sympathy for these monsters. Everyone split left and right. The Centaur tribe warriors, kicking up clouds of dust, split into two groups, left and right, in front of Isaac and the others. Like a middle parting, the ranks split symmetrically. Roar! The trolls, blinded by rage, suddenly saw the dust clear to reveal the Blackwood Territory army, and couldn't help but let out a confused sound. Night Miller, give them a big gift. Yes, siege cannons, field guns fire. The cannons let out a deafening roar, and the Blackwood Territory's strongest firepower was unleashed to its heart's content at this moment.
Boom! A resounding victory.
This was a canister shot for a siege cannon loaded with 3 layers of heavy metal balls. The barrel was packed with black gunpowder. To the enemy, it was no different from a giant claymore mine exploding right in their faces. Boom! Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions like hammers striking meat echoed across the plains. Even though it was firmly anchored, the siege cannon slid back a distance under the massive recoil. The trolls were instantly turned into mincemeat, limbs and broken bits flying everywhere as flesh and blood stained the earth red. Troll corpses lay scattered in all directions, blood gushing from their blasted wounds. Boom, 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 boom. 8 field guns roared as they fired. The rubber wheels ground against the earth, making a piercing screech. The loaded canister shots poured toward the trolls like buckshot, covering almost the entire space. Roar! The trolls let out shrill screams. They were completely powerless to resist and were torn to pieces in an instant. They had never seen such a method of attack and didn't even know how they died. The enemy formation collapsed instantly, falling into chaos.
The continuous bombardment finally terrified the trolls. They stopped their charge, stood frozen in place, eyes full of fear.
Isaac sneered.
These stationary trolls were the perfect targets for firearms.
Musketeers aimed for the head fire. Bang! Flint struck the priming powder, and the soldiers pulled their triggers, pouring out the firepower of their handheld rifles, matchlock guns, and Gaia rifles.
Rat-tat-tat-tat. The dazzling muzzle flashes obscured their vision. Lead bullets tore through the air, their white trails imbued with elven power slicing across the battlefield. Oh! Accompanied by scream after scream, the trolls fell to the ground, blood staining the earth red. Reload! Get us go! Blarney! An exceptionally large troll commander cracked a whip and shouted at the cowering trolls, trying to make them charge again.
It was unclear what it shouted, but those trolls actually defied death and roared as they charged once more.
However, the trolls' tenacity only served to stir Isaac's fighting spirit.
Pikemen,
Swish, swish. At Isaac's command, the plate-armored pikemen raised their pikes like the quills of a porcupine.
In a blink of an eye, the Blackwood Territory formation turned into a forest of spears.
Seba, I'm counting on you this time as well.
Isaac gripped the can opener tightly and, along with the knights prepared to meet the troll's impact. Unless breech-loading rifles or bolt-action rifles appeared, close quarters combat was unavoidable in field battles. This was the fate of muzzle-loading rifles.
That was why the pike and shot tactic existed.
Do not be afraid. The goddess and I are both with you.
Charge! Isaac raised the can opener high and shouted loudly.
He led from the front, leading the soldiers to face the trolls.
On countless battlefields, at Warhammer, which had crushed the heads of numerous enemies, shone once again.
The soldiers' morale soared,
Their eyes filled with the conviction of victory.
The Apostle of God is with us.
Until the moment of victory.
The pikemen held their pikes height standing ready, while the musketeers hurried to reload for the next round of attacks.
The sound of earth-shaking footsteps approached as the trolls brandished massive wooden clubs and charged aggressively.
Thump, 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 thump.
Avenge our fallen kin.
Charge!
The female centaur tribe warriors, who were previously split into left and right wings, suddenly merged and slammed into the troll's rear like a heavy hammer. Dust billowed as swords and blades imbued with magic flashed with a cold light within the troll ranks. The trolls were caught off guard by the attack from the rear, and their formation collapsed instantly, falling like dominoes.
Isaac seized the opportunity and shouted the command.
Fire! Rat-ta-ta-ta!
Hundreds of muzzles spat fire simultaneously.
The deafening gunshots, accompanied by white gunpowder smoke enveloping the Blackwood Territory formation. 3 trolls that had rushed close were instantly riddled with holes and fell to the ground.
One of the trolls tried to struggle to its feet, but Isaac spurred his horse forward.
Bang!
The can opener slammed heavily onto the troll's head.
Isaac felt as if he could hear the sound of the skull shattering.
The troll collapsed limply, white brain matter splattering out. Everyone, charge!
The tide of battle had now completely turned in favor of Blackwood Territory.
Fire!
The Centaur tribe warriors flanked from the rear, while the Blackwood Territory army swept in from the front like a tsunami.
Attacked from both front
And back, the trolls were powerless to resist.
Thump, thump, thump.
Isaac charged left and right, the can opener whistling in his hands. Isaac swung the can opener, smashing it into a troll that was preparing to ambush Perse.
The horse's speed combined with Isaac's strength sent the troll flying.
Isaac had strengthened his body using various methods, and now his strength seemed to have surpassed human limits. Every strike he made carried the momentum of a thunderbolt, shattering the bones and tendons of the trolls. Only then did the trolls discover in terror that this human strength was so horrific.
Lord!
Perse looked at Isaac in surprise and joy. Perse, we're going to wipe these guys out completely.
Of course, Poos pounded the ground fiercely. Magic-infused pikes and warmers containing immense power cut through the troll ranks with ease.
Bang! Squelch!
The sounds of blades slicing through flesh and dull impacts rang out one after another.
The troll tried to stand up, only to have its head crushed by a blow from Isaac.
The Centaur tribe warriors followed closely behind and joined the fray.
The Blackwood Territory pikemen also charged forward, brandishing their pikes.
The troll pack that once dominated the magical beast forest was now completely
defenseless.
In just a few minutes, this troll troop was utterly annihilated.
Wow! Deafening cheers shook the heavens.
The Blackwood Territory army had achieved a glorious victory.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
A troll's head was impaled on the tip of a pike.
An expression of pain still lingered on his face.
Perse swung her pike and threw it far away.
The troll's head rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a stop.
I hope this consoles the heroic spirits of our fallen king,
Perse said calmly as she looked over the corpse-strewn plain after the battle.
Before, this place was always covered with the bodies of her kin, but this time, there were only the bodies of the enemy.
This was a perfect victory, one that she herself was still amazed by. They had merely changed their weapons and received help from a few hundred reinforcements, yet such a massive change had occurred. What incredible weapons! Just how did he manufacture them?
Perse looked curiously at the firearms and at Isaac. From their appearance to their usage, these weapons were filled with an alternative design aesthetics as if they came from another world. These weapons are much more advanced than our horn bows. They are so easy to use, yet they can actually kill trolls.
Tamar also walked over and spoke in surprise.
As a warrior, she was instinctively filled with interest in powerful weapons.
That's right.
I've heard that this weapon can shoot down enemies from 400 tar away. It's truly the strongest weapon on the continent. Perse had also seen wood elves using these weapons.
The silver trails and precise accuracy were truly breathtaking.
And those giant iron lumps, did you see them?
The fire they spat out instantly wiped out all the charging trolls.
Tamar spoke excitedly, as if she was still immersed in the shock of that moment. The other Centaur tribe warriors also voiced their opinions.
I heard their soldiers say those cannons can destroy city walls. I used to think it was a boast, but now...
And those human soldiers are truly amazing.
They didn't show the slightest fear in the face of the savage trolls. Instead, they shouted with high morale.
Yeah,
their lord is even more of a monster.
His strength is probably greater than a troll's.
I saw with my own eyes a troll hit by his warhammer fly right out.
They chattered away, looking at Isaac and the others as if they had discovered a new continent. Why have we never heard of such a powerful army before, chieftain? It's not that we haven't heard of them. I feel they were intentionally hiding their strength. I see they were biding their time.
The Centaur tribe warriors nodded in realization.
And perhaps we have found a new home.
Perce said, looking at the young human lord in the distance who was wiping blood from his armor.
He was the first person to reach out to them, strangers of a different race. One defeat was enough. They had already lost too many of their kin. With their strength alone, they were completely unable to survive in this cruel forest. They needed someone to rely on. Please call them miracles, if you all agree.
Perce said as she looked at her fellow clanspeople.
Fortunately, Isaac seemed to like the Centaur tribe as well.
Furthermore, he was a powerful warrior who was not only willing to give them these weapons, but had also saved her life.
We agree.
He is more worthy of our loyalty than Duke Freya.
The warriors of the Centaur tribe nodded one after another in agreement.
Perhaps because of Isaac's previous performance, they quickly reached a consensus.
Perce also nodded.
Good.
The Kintoro's warriors, who had betrayed their former master for various reasons,
Had now found a new master in this distant forest.
Asteris.
Eliminate the main troll force on the plains. Completed. Achievement points plus 7,000. Saved the Centaur tribe and shone brilliantly in the forest. Achievement points plus 2,000.
Isaac smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the rewards from the goddess appearing before him.
it seemed his efforts charging into battle on Seba and wielding the canopina had not been in vain. While developing new technology or achieving great feats could also earn achievement points, it wasn't nearly as fast as earning points through one. If he wanted to spread the goddess's fame and increase the soldiers' faith, a great victory was the most efficient way. Moreover, magical beasts were the enemies of all intelligent races. Eliminating them was doing a good deed for the world. It was truly killing multiple birds with one stone. My lord, are you alright? While Isaac was wiping blood off himself, Igni suddenly ran over and asked with concern. Her face was flushed at the moment, and her eyes were filled with a dazed light.
As a member of the clergy, how could she show such an expression?
Goddess Iris, aren't you going to do something about this?
I'm fine. Go and treat those Kentoro's warriors.
Isaac was a bit overwhelmed by her fanatical gaze and wanted to send her away to treat the Kentoro's warriors.
They are so strong, they probably don't need treatment, right?
Ignis said, glancing at the tall female Kentoro's warriors.
This double standard was far too obvious.
Where was the merciful saintess the residents of the territory talked about?
Asterisk clop 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 dot asterisk. Just then, the sound of hoofbeats approached.
Isaac looked up and saw Perce and Tamar approaching with all the Kentoro's people.
Perce walked up to Isaac and said, "Ha ha ha, you are truly amazing."
I, Perce, certainly did not misjudge you.
Perce bowed respectfully to Isaac.
My lord.
What is it?
Are you here to return the firearms?
Please become our Khan.
Isaac's eyes widened upon hearing this.
Become their Khan? Wasn't Perce herself the Khan? We are searching for a new home.
If you are willing to take us in, we are willing to pledge our loyalty to you and fight for you.
Perce said hoping Isaac would agree to one condition, not to make the warrior class farm the land. She said that was an insult to warriors and was their only condition. If my request is too much.
Isaac quickly shook his head.
Too much? How could it be too much?
She was only asking not to make the warrior class farm, not the entire tribe.
Besides, Isaac had no intention of making these versatile warriors who could use firearms and shock tactics farm the land. Unlike the cavalry being trained in the Blackwood territory, every one of them was an experienced warrior.
Even the non-combatants could immediately become cavalry if given a spear.
If he accepted their proposal, the Blackwood territory would immediately gain a large number of cavalry units ready for actual combat. Isaac was more than happy to agree.
I welcome you joining.
Isaac tightly grasped Perce's scarred hand and said excitedly.
He hadn't expected such excellent cavalry to join the Blackwood territory of their own accord.
Khan, thank you for taking us in.
I know the human way of showing loyalty, but my body cannot kneel.
Please forgive me.
Isaac quickly waved his hand and said,
"Don't worry about it.
Loyalty isn't proven through such formalities."
And hasn't the trust between us already been established on the battlefield?
Hearing Isaac's unconditional trust to the Kentoro's people all showed moved expressions.
Oh,
Please continue to follow me in the future, just like in the last battle.
yes.
We will follow you forever, Khan.
Very good.
In the name of the goddess, another race after the Wood Elves had joined the family of the Blackwood territory.
Asterisk.
Asterisk clatter clatter. Clatter clatter dot asterisk.
After ending the fierce battle with the overlords of the magical beast forest, the trolls, the army of the Blackwood territory, set out on their return journey. They had another place to visit on the way back, so they took a slight detour. The female Kentoro's warriors shuffled through the ranks excitedly. The word Khan was constantly heard from their mouths.
By the way, my lord, what exactly does Khan mean?
Knight Miller asked curiously.
It seems to be a word from the Kentoro's language. I'm not entirely sure either.
It probably refers to a leader who's powerful, skilled in battle, and capable of achieving victory in war. A typical leader of a warrior group. Well, it seems your feat of killing a troll with your bare hands wasn't in vain.
Indeed.
Asterisk, crunch dot asterisk.
Isaac thought, while popping the cocoa beans Perce had given him into his mouth and chewing them like peanuts. Although they hadn't been roasted or fermented, the taste was not bad, having a unique flavour. This crop would likely be difficult to grow in the Blackwood territory. Once he found seeds, he could try planting them in the magical beast forest.
There were rubber trees there, perhaps it was suitable for cocoa beans to grow. Of course, this still required further confirmation.
What are you eating, my lord?
A type of fruit.
Seeing Knight Miller's curious gaze,
Isaac handed him the remaining cocoa beans. Knight Miller chewed a few times and made a strange face.
the taste is very peculiar. While edible, it probably has no commercial value.
How much do you know about agriculture and crops?
Isaac said with a smile.
This knight only knew about brandishing swords and spears.
Being by your side, I've also learned some knowledge about crops.
To say, cocoa beans had no commercial value.
Of course, it was possible that people in the Western continent currently thought so as well.
My lord.
Paul?
Knight Hans gave his signals and Isaac immediately ordered the entire army to stop advancing.
The young knight pointed in a direction within the forest.
They grew several olive trees,
their branches laden with ripe black olives. They had finally found olive trees. And from the looks of it, there were quite a few.
My lord, did we pay such a high price just for these trees?
Is it really worth it?
Knight Miller looked at the fruit trees that seemed ordinary to him and asked in confusion, "Are these trees worth it?"
Heh, please call them miracles.
A great find.
It's so plump.
Isaac picked a heavy olive and examined it closely in his hand.
The skin was smooth and round. A gentle squeeze revealed it was soft and juicy with thick, full flesh. The plants in this forest always grew exceptionally tall and lush. Thanks to those unknown beings who fought here. Whether it was the decaying corpses or the scattered mana, everything had become nutrients to nourish this land.
Asterisk snap dot asterisk.
Isaac plucked a ripe olive, wiped it casually, put it in his mouth, and took a light bite. The flesh burst, and the sour, astringent juice instantly filled his mouth, making him feel refreshed.
Raw olives, without being pickled or processed, tasted just like this.
However, it certainly stimulated the appetite.
Asterisk munch dot asterisk.
Like a hamster, Isaac stuffed his mouth with the fruit and chewed with great relish. At that moment, he felt a gaze fixed upon him.
It was a pair of curious green eyes.
Effie was looking at him with the same expression Knight Miller had used before. It was as if she was saying, "Is it really okay for you to eat all this for yourself right in front of me? Here for you." Isaac picked a plump olive and handed it to Effie.
The olive quickly disappeared between Effie's pink lips.
She puffed out her cheeks and chewed earnestly, imitating Isaac.
As she chewed, the expression on her face kept changing.
She had wanted to use beautiful words to describe the crop Isaac had worked so hard to find.
But in the end, she succumbed to the sourness, sticking out her tongue with her features scrunched into a ball.
How is it? Too, it's so sour.
Effie wrinkled her small face and stuck out her tongue.
Isaac couldn't help but laugh.
"Look at my lips, aren't they oily and shiny?"
Indeed.
"So did you find this crop for that reason?"
Not for its taste, but for the soil.
Isaac nodded.
Clearly, this wood elf, who had joined the Blackwood territory less than half a year ago, understood him better than the middle-aged knight who had been by his side for years. Knight Miller, you should learn from her.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden?
Knight Miller looked speechless.
Khan, did you risk entering this dangerous forest just for this? Accompanied by the sound of horseshoes and the scent of wildflowers, a dark-skinned female warrior looked at the fruit in Isaac's hand and asked in confusion.
Pretty much purse.
Isaac happily tossed an olive into the air and caught it directly with his mouth.
Purse immediately showed a look of surprise.
"Lord, what is this thing used for?" Effie had previously seen Isaac extract sugar from beets and rubber from white sap. This can actually be used as an ingredient after pickling, but I plan to use it to make soap first. Vegetable oil is the best material for making soap.
It has a small molecular weight and higher unsaturated fatty acid content, making it more suitable for washing one's face than coarse animal fat soap.
On Earth, natural olive soap was quite expensive.
Isaac remembered that the last time he sold soap he earned about 900 silver coins. Right, with a stable supply channel this time, the soap industry would surely become another cash cow for the Blackwood territory.
And with a large amount of oil we can make many delicious foods later.
Frying, sauteing, deep frying, it could do everything.
Furthermore, if you press them quickly after harvest to reduce the free fatty acid FFA content to 0.1 to 0.2%, Isaac could obtain the highest grade of olive oil. The smoke point of the highest grade olive oil is close to 200 degrees, so it can even be used for deep frying.
In other words, even without using organic solvents like hexane for refining, it could be used to make fried skewers, fried chicken, and donuts. Of course, the cost of this high-purity extra virgin olive oil was still very high.
Although olive oils with acidity below 0.8% are classified as extra virgin, the price of olive oil that can be used for deep frying is too high to be cost-effective. But here the situation is different.
On Earth, due to mass production and organic solvent refining technology, every household can afford 2 liters of cooking oil.
But in this medieval fantasy world, trying to produce the same amount of cooking oil sight.
In short, the profit from producing cooking oil here was extremely high. Even if he only produced the highest grade olive oil, Isaac could still make a fortune. Moreover, those olive oils with higher acidity could be used to make soap, so nothing would be wasted. The Blackwood territory also had elves who could control plant spirits, so he could try to improve the olive tree varieties later.
If we add cottonseed oil to the mix,
Foods fried in olive oil would only be affordable for wealthy farmers, merchants, or nobles.
However, cottonseed oil extracted from cotton seeds that would otherwise be discarded would allow commoners to enjoy the deliciousness of fried food as well.
At least that was Isaac's plan.
Take it step by step and slowly make it happen. After all, he didn't want to be a long Aeolian-style protagonist, he just wanted to be a laid-back farming novel protagonist.
Asterisk squelch dot asterisk.
Isaac squeezed a few olives hard, and the oily juice coated his palm.
Test. This stuff could even be used as a lubricant. Isaac's eyes lit up as memories of his carefree youth flooded back. An essential oil SBA. Oil massage cough. Cough. How many trolls did he have to eliminate to get these olives?
As a symbol of victory, he had to bring them all back and enjoy them thoroughly.
Brothers, take this as a warning. A friend of mine was tricked by a masseuse into topping up over 10,000, and then he even lent her nearly another 10,000.
When he went back the next time, she had resigned and vanished.
The key point is he didn't even get to eat a meal end so tragic. In this boring world lacking entertainment, food occupied almost all of people's lives.
So, if he could coat a little black chicken raised for 2.5 years in Con Village with egg wash and flour, and fry it until golden brown on both sides, the kids next door know. The kids in the neighbouring territory would be crying from the smell.
Who could resist such deliciousness?
As long as the conditions allowed, Isaac believed people would be willing to pay for it.
Moreover,
This industry relied on the competitiveness of the oil, making it difficult for others to imitate.
Isaac chuckled smugly.
My lord is a bit of a blockhead. Don't mind him, he's often like this.
Effie, acting like an experienced observer, stood on her tiptoes and patted the back of Perce's horse as she spoke familiarly.
Perce nodded in understanding.
I see, he's indeed a bit abnormal. Sigma Deo.
can you two not badmouth me right behind my back?
Isaac decided that as soon as they got back, he would first fry some bread or chicken. Then he would eat it all right in front of them, letting them only smell the aroma without giving them a single bite. Isaac was going to make them die of craving. Night Miller told the soldiers to leave a portion of the men to collect the olives. Having arranged everything, Isaac mounted his horse, raised his war hammer high, and shouted loudly,
Good work, everyone. Let's go home. We have officially entered the Steel Age.
Autumn was coming to an end, and a relatively warm winter was about to arrive.
Isaac returned to Blackwood territory with 200 new neighbours and a massive harvest.
Ranger messengers had already sent the news of victory back to the territory in advance.
The subjects swarmed the streets to welcome the returning army. They looked curiously at the long procession.
They were first surprised by the wagons laden with troll corpses, and then even more surprised that the group they thought was cavalry was actually the Centaur tribe.
They had originally wanted to cheer and jump for joy, throw flowers, and hold a grand celebration.
But when they saw the Centaur race from the western continent, they were all stunned, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. What is that?
Horse legs.
Is it a monster? Hearing the discussions around them, the faces of the Centaur tribe members following Isaac turned sour.
Isaac had almost forgotten that they had suffered discrimination in the western continent because of their unusual appearance.
Even in a kingdom composed of demons, it was the same, let alone here where humans made up the vast majority. Isaac could clearly feel their growing unease.
Look, my people.
Isaac rode his snow-white warhorse to the front of the line, raising his war hammer high.
As the lord and spiritual leader of Blackwood territory, Isaac had to step forward to resolve this issue.
Among third circle magic, there was a spell called Enhanced Light. If the first circle light was a flashlight, and the third circle enhanced light was a searchlight,
they are powerful warriors who wiped out dozens of the ferocious trolls that invaded our territory. It is the goddess's will that they become our new neighbours in Blackwood territory. The goddess is all-loving and merciful. Chiron, a blinding light burst from the top of the warhammer as if the goddess's blessing had descended upon the world.
Oh, this is the army the goddess gave us.
Troll slayers. Hearing Isaac speak in the name of the goddess, the subjects, who were already shocked by the troll corpses, became even more excited, seeing the Centaur tribe as powerful allies bestowed by the goddess.
You used wisdom to eliminate discrimination and unite everyone achievement points. Plus 1,000.
It seemed the goddess also wanted the Centaur tribe to be accepted peacefully. Isaac thought to himself,
Khan, isn't this a bit much?
Perce looked at Isaac and said awkwardly.
The Centaur tribe members who had looked upset earlier were now also somewhat at a loss.
Ha ha ha, I wasn't wrong. You did indeed wipe out dozens of trolls on the battlefield, and you helped us. That was also because you lent us weapons.
That's not important.
Isaac waved his hand dismissively.
He believed that with his army and training, they would surely become a true army of God.
Let's head back to the castle.
We have a lot to do.
Isaac mounted his horse and led the group into the castle amidst the blessings and welcomes of all the subjects. In short, with the addition of a new branch of service, the security of Blackwood territory was further guaranteed, enough to handle internal and external threats.
They become the new neighbours of Blackwood territory.
This is a blessing for the territory.
The cheers of the subjects spread rapidly like a prairie fire.
This scene filled the knights following Isaac with pride. It was an honour to follow such a lord. Look, that is our great and beloved lord.
Night Miller patted his son's shoulder with relief. That's not what you said before, father.
Cough cough, you brat. Why bring up things that shouldn't be mentioned?
Hans's words made Night Miller cough awkwardly.
Back then, Isaac really was a headache.
He was always getting into trouble, leaving Night Miller exhausted from running around after him.
especially the time he burned down the barn to protest the prohibition anyway. Assist him well. You will spend more time with him than I will.
Although some knights can fight until they are 100, most retire around 70 due to declining physical strength.
Unless they can become a high knight, I will assist him well.
No, I will go beyond loyalty and become one with him, eliminating everyone who blocks his path.
Those who dare to block Lord Apostle deserve to die. Since receiving the armor rewarded by Isaac last time, Hans had become more bellicose, even somewhat blindly so. Seeing his son's fanatical expression, Miller couldn't help but cover his face. I take back what I said.
Stay a little further away from the Lord.
Asterisk.
Isaac had vaguely heard some good news when he entered the territory.
So after the grand celebration ended, he got up early in the morning and dragged his tired body to the banks of the Blackwood River. Just as he arrived, he saw the people involved in the project to improve Blackwood Territory's military power. Most of them had dark circles under their eyes, clearly having worked very hard during this period.
Especially Chaffee and the spirits responsible for civil engineering using earth spirits. Isaac saw that they had become quite haggard.
I heard you brought back a large number of troll corpses and a race never seen before.
You should have a lot to deal with, right? Why did you come here first?
Toblin stood next to Brundle, stroking his beard as he asked.
Can't help it, I'm too excited. I couldn't resist coming to see.
Isaac shrugged and smiled helplessly.
Indeed, I feel the same.
Toddler nodded in understanding.
This project had mobilized almost all the stonemasons, architects, and workers in Blackwood Territory. Stonemasons were responsible for cutting a large number of bricks to build the blast furnace, and they also had to crush refractory stone and fire into refractory bricks. Places that didn't need to bear too much weight were cast with concrete and then rapidly solidified using wind spirits. To complete this important project, Blackwood Territory had utilized almost all its technology, materials, and the magical powers of the fantasy world.
And today, they finally achieved results.
Whoosh, whoosh.
The blazing charcoal fire in the blast furnace emitted an intense glow, and the water wheel spun continuously, sending fresh air into the furnace, making the flames even more vigorous.
Heat waves rolled, and the temperature inside the furnace rose rapidly.
Honestly, it was Isaac's first time seeing such a large amount of molten iron with his own eyes.
High-purity iron ore from the Free City gradually melted, turning into red molten iron tumbling in the furnace.
Workers stood above the blast furnace, constantly adding decarburizing agents and stirring the molten iron with iron rods to control the carbon content.
Rust powder was evenly integrated into the molten iron, undergoing complex chemical reactions upon contact with air.
Go! As Toddlin and Bromble spoke, a burst of flame erupted from the furnace.
The fire spirits summoned by the dwarves also jumped into the molten iron one after another, continuing to complete the final process. Although Isaac couldn't see the spirits' forms clearly, he could see the molten iron tumbling violently like a drink being stirred with a straw. How are the spirits doing? They seem to like this blast furnace they're playing in the molten iron. Chaffee and the spirits watching from the side said with a smile.
Isaac was also curious about what the fire spirits swimming in molten iron looked like.
But unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to perceive spirits.
After a long wait,
Finally, the molten iron is coming out.
with Utilda. After such a long effort, they finally saw results.
The workers all cheered excitedly.
Crimson molten iron slowly flowed out of the blast furnace, this time in a large quantity, as if endless. Although it looked no different from iron that had just been refined, its internal structure was worlds apart.
You mean these are all steel infused with barrack crystals?
Brondel pointed at the steaming, semi-molten steel blocks and asked incredulously.
Everyone's eyes were focused on Isaac. That's right.
If the fire spirits have completed their task, the quality of this steel will be excellent.
Although Isaac said so, Brondel still seemed a bit skeptical and decided to verify it himself. To prove Isaac's words, Brondel picked up a steel plate and began testing the power of various weapons.
After countless hours of tampering, Bromble's arms were full of strength. He brandished a sharpness longsword and stabbed hard at the center of the steel plate.
Clang!
Only a shallow scratch was left on the steel plate. Brondel grit his teeth and picked up another weapon to continue testing. He tested for nearly 20 minutes, even bringing a morning star to smash against the steel plate with force. Finally, he had to admit that what Isaac said was true. Incredible to think there's a method to mass-produce steel like this.
The dwarf's words were the best guarantee of the steel's quality.
Oh!
It really worked. The craftsmen, led by Fergus and Harold, cheered excitedly. Toddlin excitedly opened a keg of beer. Puff! Mugs clinked and golden liquid splashed everywhere. From now on, we don't have to spend day and night in the workshop hammering iron blocks anymore. The craftsmen hugged each other and danced joyfully.
Isaac watched them dancing so happily, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. However, in the end, he didn't tell them that as steel production increased, the number of weapons and armor they would actually need to forge would increase, so their workload wouldn't decrease in the future. It would actually be even more. Isaac walked to the steel plate, looking at the scratched surface, his heart filled with grand ambition. Steel could finally be mass-produced. He would have all his soldiers equipped with steel armor.
From this point on, Blackwood Territory officially entered the Steel Age. All tasks are progressing steadily. This successful steelmaking was a great achievement recognized even by Goddess Iris, and Isaac earned another batch of achievement points because of it.
Although Isaac had left a significant mark on the history of eye-making in this fantasy world, the territory's administrative affairs remained as busy as ever. Just as steel gushed from the blast furnace, the administrative work that followed piled up like a mountain.
We've grown accustomed to the Lord's whimsical ideas. But we never expected you to bring back a race from the Western continent.
As soon as Isaac walked into the territory's meeting room, Administrator Peter and Finance Officer Charles looked at him with disbelief. They had nowhere to go, so I picked them up on the way back. So you make it sound so simple.
What about the housing and food? We'll advance them some food. As for housing, we'll arrange for them to stay in the forest we cleared earlier.
Although that patch of forest had been cleared, it had remained uninhabited.
Isaac hoped the warriors of the Centaur tribe could guard his olive groves, just as the wood elves stationed at the nearby fortress guarded the rubber trees and saltpeter mine. The non-combatants meanwhile could help with harvesting the olives.
Right, it seemed all the non-combatants of the Centaur tribe were male. Apparently, due to their racial characteristics, it was difficult for male centaurs to awaken mana. However, a small number of spirit shamans would be born among them. It truly was a strange race.
Will their housing still be built with concrete? They've changed from a semi-nomadic people to a settled one, so they should need permanent residences, though I'm not sure if human living arrangements are suitable for them.
Why don't you just build them larger?
In any case, try to meet their requirements as much as possible. Hearing Isaac's words,
Finance Officer Charles frowned. Helping hundreds of people settle down would be another significant expense. Sigh, even if we recruit more administrative staff from Rat City, we still can't keep up with the speed at which the law creates work. Charles and Peter sighed in unison. The two of them were certainly becoming more synchronized, especially when dealing with Isaac.
Knight Miller, on the other hand, greatly appreciated the Centaur tribe.
Even the non-combatants could immediately become excellent lancers if given a spear. Thus, their addition was equivalent to directly increasing the cavalry by over 200.
Take a long-term view. They are battle-hardened elites capable of eliminating dozens of trolls. Hearing Isaac mention trolls, the finance officer and administrator immediately recalled the wagon trains transporting troll corpses and asked curiously,
"Were those trolls really eliminated by them?"
With my helps, yes, they were the ones who eliminated them.
And the rumours circulating outside about you killing a troll with your bare hands, is that also true?
Haha, it was just a stroke of luck.
It's actually true.
The vassals in the meeting room let out a collective gasp of amazement. They couldn't imagine their teenage lord engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a troll, let alone the rumour that he had literally torn a troll in half with his bare hands on the battlefield anyway. Expenses will increase quite a bit during this period, so please work hard. They will definitely become a vital force for the territory in the future.
In fact, Isaac had noticed on the way back that the Centaur tribe's appetite was staggering.
At the time, he had wondered if he could just raise them like horses and feed them fodder, but Isaac later decided against it, as that would be too inhumane. They had come to work for him, so he couldn't treat them like literal beasts of burden.
At the very least, he couldn't leave them without food or a place to live.
However,
Isaac believed they would soon create value to match their costs.
By the way, Administrator, how is the construction of the road to the royal capital progressing?
This was currently the largest public works project in Blackwood Territory, and Isaac had to inquire about its status.
Progress was a bit slow before, but fortunately, the royal capital sent some labour, so the construction speed has picked up recently.
The administrator explained that they were putting the new labourers to work on the road construction.
It seemed the refugees sent by the royal family had begun arriving in Blackwood Territory. In the royal capital, those people couldn't even find work cleaning latrines because it was so overcrowded, and they could only watch their families starve to death.
But in Blackwood Territory, they had endless work and basic food and shelter.
Once the road construction was finished, they would be sent to the cotton fields also. Shafei and the elves have been a huge help.
They can actually make the earth move like a living thing. We might be able to finish the road construction before next autumn.
They are all my precious treasures.
Ordinary road construction required manual digging down below the permafrost layer, which took a massive amount of time and manpower.
But with their help, Isaac was spared a lot of trouble. Moreover, they didn't consume any fuel. Their daily energy cost was just 3 meals.
Isaac decided that once the improved beets were harvested, he would definitely reward them with some sugar.
This road will close the distance between the royal capital and Blackwood Territory, and it will become a vital thoroughfare for all residents of the West. So please keep up the good work.
When the project is finished, I will give everyone a generous reward. Blackwood Territory was gradually shedding its status as a remote backwater.
Even without considering the income from tolls and tariffs, convenient transportation was a necessary condition for commercial development.
Lord, never mind the rewards for now. You know we've been working very hard. Could you give us a vacation?
Of course.
Isaac smiled slightly and agreed immediately. However, before everyone could thank him, Isaac added another sentence.
When I take a break, I will naturally give you a vacation.
Don't be in such a hurry. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk psi tilde. The administrator and the finance officer sighed simultaneously.
They knew very well that this vacation was almost impossible.
All right. I'm not asking you to do anything impossible.
As long as you do your jobs well, I won't make things difficult for you, as you know. Isaac used his usual rhetoric to motivate them.
Administrator Peter lowered his head in a helpless and aggrieved manner.
Isaac then noticed that the top of Peter's head seemed to be getting shinier. Hadn't the goddess's life force, which swept through the entire territory last time, cured all the minor aches and pains?
Did hair loss not fall under the category of disease, my lord?
Why do you keep staring at the top of my head?
Administrator Peter asked, awkwardly touching his hair.
It's nothing. I just think you might be very well suited to be a programmer.
Hey,
Know what, Mer?
Or nothing.
Just saying you work hard.
If you truly feel that way, then please stop increasing our workload. That's impossible.
say,
All of this was for the territory and its people.
However, Isaac also knew the territory had a long-term shortage of administrative staff, so he planned to establish a school as soon as possible.
As long as people could read, write, and calculate, they would be a huge help.
He also needed to introduce double-entry bookkeeping and the abacus.
And prepare some tonics for them.
Maybe use those expensive mana stones. So, is that all for today's meeting?
The administrator seemed to remember something and raised his hand, saying,
While you were away, my lord, the first princess and the fourth princess sent messengers, and the guests you invited arrived in Blackwood territory a few days ago.
Messengers and guests.
The guests should be the senior management of the Belfolk Merchant Guild.
Isaac had something to ask of them, so he had invited them to Blackwood territory.
Did they see the celebrations?
No, they've been staying in the drawing room, so they shouldn't know what's happening outside.
Do you wish to see them?
All right, I'll see them one by one in order. Why would the haughty royals take the initiative to send messengers to this remote western frontier?
What exactly was their purpose?
Hopefully, they didn't just come to talk nonsense.
Mother of the chemical industry.
Get out.
What?
Hearing Isaac's icy voice,
The messenger sent by the first princess trembled all over.
He seemed to feel insulted, his face flushing a deep red.
HMPH, I heard your influence has expanded quite a bit lately, but it seems you've forgotten your place. I am an envoy sent by the royal family.
if he thought he could use his royal status to pressure Isaac, he had miscalculated.
he clearly hadn't bothered to ask around the noble circles to find out exactly who Isaac was.
He was the man who dared to mess with the second prince, a mad dog, famous among the nobility. Are you waiting for me to shove your head up your own backside before kicking you out? Or are you going to be sensible and get out now?
Isaac asked coldly, picking up the massive mace that had once crushed a troll's skull. Seeing that hideous weapon, the first princess's messenger immediately clutched the gifts he had brought and scrambled out in a panic.
You just wait.
You will pay for your arrogance and insolence.
That you just wait line again.
Did he not know that the people who said that usually ended up with crushed heads?
At least the messenger sent earlier by the fourth princess, Princess Lilibel, had been normal.
In the name of Princess Lilibel,
He had requested to purchase weapons and grain from Isaac. Isaac had stated he would consider it before making a decision.
brother, what happened?
Claire asked, standing outside the open door of the drawing room.
She had just been startled by the messenger, who had suddenly bolted out.
Claire, where is the guest I invited?
In the Lord's office.
By the way, what did that messenger say?
Oh, he said he wanted me to betray the second princess.
He claimed that if I agreed to cooperate with her, the war of succession could be ended quickly.
What?
Claire's mouth hung open in surprise.
Although the first prince had emerged victorious in his battle against the third prince, he had suffered heavy losses.
Consequently, the first princess, whose strength was second only to the first prince,
Had become the biggest beneficiary.
moreover, she seemed intent on seizing
This opportunity to annex the western region.
which had not yet recovered its strength. That was why she sent someone to contact Isaac, the most powerful man in the West.
She proposed a marriage alliance with Isaac and promised that if she became queen, she would share half the kingdom's power with him.
Isaac prepared to write a letter directly to the second princess, intending to cause her some trouble along the way, gaining half the power by betraying a former master.
Who would believe such nonsense?
She had undoubtedly made the same promise to other nobles. That woman is a real piece of work because of the second princess. Isaac had almost forgotten that most royals were this arrogant and rude.
Looking at it this way, the second princess is actually quite kind. How did she grow up to be a normal person under the rule of the lunatic king?
Brother, so how did you answer?
How else? I chased him out with my warhammer. Claire breathed a sigh of relief. While she wasn't exactly a loyal subject, she just wanted to gain benefits and power once the second princess ascended the throne. Betraying the second princess was something she still couldn't bring herself to do.
Isaac walked out of the drawing room, and as he reached the Lord's office, he heard the voices of Miko and Ignita along with the voice of the guest he had invited.
Miko, I thought you would join our guild because of the discrimination and persecution you faced.
Oh, no matter how desperate I get, I won't join a rival guild. I do have business ethics after all.
Would a person with business ethics resell grain in the devastated eastern region? Haha, that's all in the past, Chairman Edward.
Isaac pushed open the door with a smile. He saw Edward, the goatee-wearing chairman of the Belfolk Merchant Guild, and Igni, who was tasting wine with Miko. Isaac waved to Igni and then said to Edward, "Are you very free lately?"
I only asked you to send a manager over.
Edward stroked his neatly trimmed goatee and said with a smile, "This is our most important client. How could I be negligent?"
Of course, I had to come in person.
Usually, the chairman of a merchant guild appears wherever the most profit is to be made, and right now that place was the Blackwood territory.
You're too kind.
Your goal must be these things, right?
Since you're here, take them with you.
Isaac tossed a rosewood-coloured fountain pen from his desk drawer to Edward.
Edward picked up the exquisitely crafted fountain pen and couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration.
Oh, so this is the one the region often uses.
I've already made about 20 of them, and I've accumulated quite a few rubber shoes.
Take them and sell them for a high price.
No problem. Also, when you return, help me bring some mercury.
It's hard for me to get it here. The Kingdom of Jura had a mine containing cinnabar, but that was within the sphere of influence of the Balfour Merchant Guild, so Isaac had always found it difficult to obtain mercury.
But now that they were partners, he could naturally ask the other party to bring him some. Alright, I'll bring some when I return.
By the way, what do you need mercury for? Beauty. Beauty. Mercury is toxic. Would he use it for beauty?
It seemed this world was like Queen Elizabeth I's Earth, but she had suffered greatly in her later years because she applied mercury to her skin.
Something like that?
Because of its unique properties, mercury had a wide range of uses.
In particular, it was very compatible with the substance Isaac was trying to produce.
Perhaps before long he would be able to unlock the next Tetri.
I see. By the way, my lord, have you restarted the production of Sheriff wine?
I tasted it last time, and the flavour is as good as ever.
Yes, even after the war, its quality remains excellent.
Since you mentioned it, why not of a glass?
Isaac walked over to Igni and opened the tap on the wine barrel.
In the past, he was used to having a cold beer after finishing a transaction.
But now that he was a noble, his choice of drinks had to be upgraded. Great.
Actually, I was hoping to act as an agent for the sale of Sheriff wine.
That's fine too. You can discuss the specifics with the finance officer.
Ha ha ha, alright.
Isaac picked up a silver cup to pour the wine, but Edward suddenly stopped him, handing him an oddly shaped grey goblet instead.
What is this?
Noble wine should naturally be paired with noble drinkware.
This is my personal goblet, my lord. So particular.
Carrying his own goblet around.
Despite his thoughts, Isaac carefully examined the goblet that even a guild chairman would carry with him.
This is no ordinary goblet. As a guild chairman, I often receive all sorts of gifts.
Oh, then what is it?
This is a magic item from the high elves of the Avalon continent.
It can maintain the temperature of the wine, prevent the flavour from spoiling, and even detect toxins and contamination.
Edward smugly stroked his goatee.
A magic item from the high elves.
Isaac had never seen one before. It had no minor circuits or common runes. It didn't seem to be an enchanted item. Then how exactly did it work?
Suddenly Igni stood up, pointing in surprise at the goblet in Edward's hand.
My lord, WH, what is that thing?
She said in a horrified voice.
I sense a nauseating aura from that goblet, like the stench of a rotting corpse.
Hearing the priestess's words, Edward abruptly stopped mid-sip.
Lady priestess, are you serious?
Edward placed the goblet on the table in confusion.
Igni immediately rushed over and released holy power as if driving away pests. Whoosh! As the holy power was infused, a layer of viscous black substance quickly surfaced on the goblet.
WH, what on earth is this? Before Edward could finish, the black substance made a sizzling sound, and then burst into flames.
Finally, it vanished into a wisp of blue smoke.
Edward's face instantly turned pale.
It seems it wasn't meant to purify toxins, but was contaminated by some kind of evil power.
Luckily my capable priestess discovered the problem in time. Don't carry such strange things around anymore.
Yes. Edward nodded, his face still pale.
What exactly was the deal with those high elves?
Isaac made a mental note to investigate if he had the chance in the future.
Anyway, a pleasure doing business.
I'll leave the mercury to you. Just leave this goblet here.
Isaac emphasized the importance of mercury again. It was an indispensable material for his next plan.
Oh, alright.
Edward's face now wore an indescribable expression.
Isaac recognized that expression.
It was the look of someone who had found a bug in their food halfway through a meal.
Asterisk.
Albrum thief.
The air was thick with the salty smell of seawater, and the sun scorched in earth.
This was the perfect place for salt evaporation.
Isaac walked into a warehouse filled with white sea salt, checking the brine dripping from the salt piles.
Oh, so this is the liquid contributed by the merfolk. It was a cloudy white liquid, much like rice water. Isaac suddenly felt that sentence sounded a bit strange. He turned his head and saw Raja looking at him with a disgusted gaze.
You had me extract this stuff, but what exactly is it?
Isaac didn't answer, but instead dipped a finger into the brine and put it in his mouth. A bitter taste instantly filled his mouth. He clearly felt the presence of magnesium. He hadn't expected to be able to extract brine so easily.
Long like the water spirits.
Don't throw it away, collect it all for me.
It will be useful later.
This bitter water.
Exactly.
Isaac wasn't planning to use it to make tofu.
He was trying to use lightning magic to separate a certain substance.
You probably didn't come here just to check on this, did you?
Can you tell me your purpose?
The merfolk had originally thought they would be sailing out to sea, so she had followed Isaac here with great enthusiasm, but she had been extracting bitter water here all day, so she was already a bit unhappy.
Isaac pointed in a certain direction and said, "My purpose is that."
It was a device that looked completely out of place among the surrounding buildings.
It consisted of a reaction vessel, a combustion chamber, and a tower.
Isaac had been preparing for this for a long time. Saltpeter, lead, fire bricks, and pyrite were all ready. Everything was in place, only needing the final touch.
I need sulfuric acid.
One of the three strong acids, a substance known as the mother of chemical industry. It was also the core of all sodium-based industries.
Dilute sulfuric acid.
Sulfuric acid.
What is that? Raja asked doubtfully, dusting the brine off her hands.
She couldn't understand why such a strange building needed to be constructed just to create this thing called sulfuric acid.
It's a colorless, odorless liquid compound that can dissolve many things, Isaac explained simply.
Raja looked even more confused by Isaac's answer.
So, what exactly is the use of this stuff?
The uses for this substance were numerous. Almost all chemical processing and industrial production required it.
It could be said that a nation's output of sulfuric acid directly reflected the level of development of its industry and chemical sector.
With it we can make sodium carbonate, which is soda from common salt.
Then we can mass produce soap and glass, and also obtain strong acids like hydrochloric acid and nitric acid.
Most crucially, the diluted solution can be used as an electrolyte, which allows us to create a voltaic pile battery. This was an essential material for laying the foundation of the territory's nascent chemical industry.
Ever since Chaffee began expanding the salt fields at an astonishing pace, Isaac had been preparing to manufacture sulfuric acid.
After obtaining pyrite, he immediately set about building the equipment, finally succeeding today. Pyrite, as a sulfur-containing metal mineral, had extremely wide applications extending far beyond just making weapons.
I only understood soap and glass.
What a strange lord.
Raja looked at Isaac as if he were a monster.
Moreover, if we can mass-produce the previously expensive soap and glass, workshops in other kingdoms will have to close down, especially the Merfolk kingdom, whose main trade commodity is soap made from seaweed and fish oil. Raja, having been a ship captain, could foresee the impact that sulfuric acid production would bring.
Raja asked with a great expression.
Can you really do it?
Of course, if you help me, Isaac said confidently.
What he was about to perform now was the lead chamber process, an early sulfuric acid production technique used before the contact process.
Simply put, it involved calcining pyrite and saltpeter in a sealed lead container. The pyrite would release sulfur dioxide, while the saltpeter would release nitrogen dioxide.
The nitrogen dioxide would dissolve in water to form nitric acid, which could then absorb the sulfur dioxide.
At this point, Raja needed to use the power of the water spirit to blow steam into the container, and dilute sulfuric acid with a concentration of 58% to 62% would accumulate at the bottom of the lead vessel.
I don't know the principle, but it seems you can't finish without my help.
Hearing that Isaac needed her assistance, Raja puffed out her chest and raised her chin slightly, looking somewhat smug.
Clearly, even having become a slave, her pride as a captain had not vanished. That's right, so captain, please hurry up and roll up your sleeves to help with the work. Isaac smiled and teased.
In reality, with sulfuric acid, Isaac could manufacture smokeless powder.
Of course, with the current technology level, where they couldn't even make mercury fulminate, thinking about that was still premature. In any case, he decided to first experience the joy of industrial production in this world. No, since the Lord was personally participating, it should be called Lord's industry, right?
Isaac decided to run a trial operation first to see the results.
Asterisk.
Time flew by until noon.
Workers were sweating profusely in front of the strange building they had never seen before.
Beneath the apparatus, charcoal burned fiercely, providing heat for the pyrite and saltpeter.
Drip, drip.
After passing through the lead chamber and the tower, the sulfuric acid absorbed by the steam fell drop by drop into the lead container like tears. Watching the liquid gradually accumulate in the container, Raja curiously reached out her hand, wanting to touch the liquid that looked no different from water. Damn it.
So,
Isaac quickly stopped her.
Dilute sulfuric acid is also a strong acid, and due to the abundance of water molecules, its degree of ionization is higher than concentrated sulfuric acid, making it more corrosive. This looks just like ordinary water. Are you sure this is the sulfuric acid you mentioned? Raja complained dissatisfiedly. She felt that after all her effort, she had only produced a pile of water, and the more she thought about it, the more it felt like a waste of time.
Isaac almost couldn't resist telling her to just test it with her hand, but in the end he softened and decided to prove it to her using sugar.
So, is it done now? Raja asked.
Of course not. We still need to filter out the impurities and then distill and purify it to get concentrated sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid produced by the lead chamber process contains many impurities due to the nature of the raw materials. Therefore, once the technology matures, people choose to use the contact process with a catalyst. So, I need the water spirit's power again this time, just like separating the brine, to help me filter out the impurities. Hearing that she needed to help again, and that it involved separating one substance from a pile of others, Raja immediately flared up. Hey, what kind of person do you take me for? I was once a captain.
She placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest in protest.
A former captain. Is there another title you're leaving out?
Captain.
Is that so?
The president of the Belfort Merchant Guild said you used to be a pirate.
Isaac looked at her with a half smile.
What nonsense are you spouting?
Raja immediately panicked, her eyes darting around, trying to hide her fluster.
A respectable merchant ship captain.
You dare to hide your past.
No, that's not it.
I was just a navigator responsible for the maps, and I was forced into it. There's a hidden story behind this. Watch your tone.
There really is a hidden story. Raja lowered her head, looking somewhat wronged.
Isaac snorted noncommittally and said, "So for this period, you will honestly work here, perform well, and I will consider changing you to an easier job later.
As for being a captain, it's not impossible. That depends on your performance.
Who knows how long I'll have to wait."
Does that matter that much?
Of course it matters. You promised to let me take the helm back then.
Isn't this recruitment fraud?
I demand human rights.
Do you know the status of the black slaves in America?
Do you understand what a slave is?
Isaac casually picked at his ear and said dismissively,
Watch your words. You weren't here to apply for a job, you were sold to me as a slave.
"Besides, weren't you the one who lied first?"
Raja was immediately struck speechless. But I heard that if other slaves just say they want freedom, you let them go.
Raja asked unwillingly.
Then you also need to become a devout believer first, and then demonstrate your value.
HMPH.
Raja realized that the carefully selected information she had was easily neutralized by Isaac, leaving her helpless. She could only resort to acting spoiled. This is unfair.
You are playing favorites.
This is racial discrimination.
Fish people deserve human rights too. Isaac was annoyed by her nagging. Why was there such an annoying woman? If only the women in the territory were as mature and sensible as Effie.
Shut up and get back to work.
Then at least pay me a salary.
I heard that other slaves get one. Slaves should act like slaves.
What slave asks their master for a salary? Isaac really wanted to retort, but on second thought,
Whether it was separating brine or manufacturing sulfuric acid, Raja and her water spirit had indeed contributed a lot to the territory.
fine, take this then.
Isaac grabbed a handful of white glistening salt and handed it to Raja. The etymology of the English word salary comes from salt, showing that salt was indeed a widely used commodity currency in the past.
However, Raja frowned in distaste.
Bug spit, spit, spit.
I feel sick just looking at this stuff now. Do you know how much brine I separated?
That mountain-like pile of salt was all refined by my own hands.
Isaac followed Raja's finger and looked at the dazzling white pile of salt. He had thought it was salt waiting to be refined, never expecting Raja had already separated so much brine.
He pinched a small amount of salt and put it in his mouth. Unlike sugar, salt brought an intense saltiness when it melted on the tongue. However, unlike the bitterness he felt in the brine before, the salt now had only pure saltiness, the taste of the refined salt he was familiar with.
I'm not bad.
He had expected her to slack off, but she had actually worked quite diligently.
Good job, worthy of praise. Hearing Isaac's rare compliment, Raja happily wiggled her fin-like ears.
A task that would normally take years, you completed it at this speed. I have to admit your capability.
Of course, I'm very capable.
That's enough, you're getting carried away, just from one compliment. HMPH.
In any case, keep working hard, then I will consider letting you take the helm again.
Really? If Raja's previous really was mixed with pleasant surprise, this time it was filled with skepticism. You still don't believe me?
How many times have you been deceived?
Quite a few recently. I judge people only by their abilities. As long as you can prove your worth, there will always be a day for you to shine.
Since ancient times, whoever controlled the ocean controlled hegemony. Therefore, Isaac was also considering matters of ocean navigation.
Raja was proficient in controlling the water spirits and should also be able to navigate the sea routes well.
Fine, I'll wait for that day. Raja's face finally showed a look full of fighting spirit, and in her eyes, as blue as the ocean, flickered the light of ambition.
It seemed that for some people certain things were more important than money.
Ambitious Ivergreen.
When Grand Princess Ivergreen learned that Viscount Darby, whom she had sent as an envoy, had returned in disgrace, she immediately demanded to know why. After listening to Viscount Darby's report, she flew into a towering rage. Are you saying that Western Hillbilly kicked you out, like a dog?
Yes, that fellow was incredibly arrogant and rude. I clearly stated I was your envoy, yet he didn't give me any face at all and even threatened me with a hammer.
Viscount Darby hurriedly lowered his head, exaggerating the terrible treatment he had suffered in the drawing room.
He even fabricated details about Isaac threatening to crush his head with a giant mace. What an arrogant fool. He's only so haughty because he happened to gain a few territories during the war. To think he dare treat a royal envoy like this.
Remember the domain of this site. To read good Taiwan books, choose Taiwan novel website, twken.com. It's super worry-free.
Grand Princess Ivergreen spoke through gritted teeth, her voice filled with anger and disdain.
An envoy represented the fate of their master. She had never suffered such a humiliation, especially not since the first prince fell from power.
She had clearly given him enough face, even being willing to offer him the chance to become a prince consort. In the end, not only was he ungrateful, but he also dared to insult her like this. It was simply unforgivable. Does he think that because he's had a little success in that backwater of the West, he can ignore the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth? I'll show him that he's nothing more than a frog in a well. The second princess's forces had been exhausted in the civil war against the second prince, and as far as she knew, the standing army of the Blackwood territory was only about 300 men. Even if they possessed those strange, fire-spitting weapons, she could gather a grand army of 2,000 from various territories. Moreover, her army not only had a high proportion of regular troops, but it also included a full 70 mages.
The destruction those mages could cause was far beyond what mere fire-spitting weapons could match.
I originally planned to plot slowly and annex him easily, but now it seems a direct military conquest would also be fine.
Since he refused the easy way and chose the hard way, she wouldn't be polite.
But, Your Highness Princess Iphigrin, what about the third princess and that pretty boy?
Viscount Darby reminded her.
He was referring to another power entrenched in the south.
That idiot who knows nothing.
Don't worry, I have a way to deal with her, Grand Princess Iphigrin said confidently. She had already won over several key figures using power and profit to tempt them into betraying the third princess. In times of chaos, loyalty was far less enticing than tangible benefits. I will make the West my stepping stone. But force isn't everything. Our foolish first prince is a good example of that. HMPH.
A dangerous light flashed in Grand Princess Iphigrin's eyes.
Asterisk.
On a vast plain near Blackwood City, which was originally used for training long-range artillery, a completely different scene was unfolding today. A troop was galloping toward this area from the distance.
Rumble.
The deafening sound of hooves echoed through the air as dust clouds rolled up. A troop of over 80 Kentauros female warriors, like a black torrent, charged toward their target with unstoppable momentum, while launching a fierce attack.
Fire.
Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat, accompanied by deafening gunshots, the muskets in the hands of the lancers spat out angry flames as a dense rain of bullets poured forth. Under a sufficient supply of ammunition and rigorous training, their marksmanship had become superb, but the distant targets were hit one after another, sending splinters flying.
Turn. Leading them was a dark-skinned Kentauros female warrior Purse. She shouted the order to turn. After exhausting their bullets, they immediately turned their horses and quickly withdrew, leaving behind only the smoke filling the air and the targets shredded by bullets. If this were a battlefield, the attacked party would only be able to watch them ride away helplessly, unable to fight back.
Reload.
The lancers skillfully poured gunpowder into the barrels and packed it tight with ramrods.
They were all natural cavalry. There was no need to worry about their horses being startled by the explosions and gunshots.
They could even take out bullets from their waists and reload while running at high speeds.
To a human, their casual running speed was comparable to a full-out sprint.
Once reloaded, they turned their horses again and launched a charge toward the imaginary enemy. If they keep going like this, I feel like I've created a truly terrifying branch of the military.
Gulp.
Isaac smiled and took a sip of a liquid that gave off a faint,
Strange smell, muttering to himself.
"What are you drinking, Lord?"
Accompanied by the clanking of metal armor, a curious voice came from the side.
It was Knight Miller who was responsible for training the Centaur tribe warriors.
Every time Isaac drank, he became very sensitive, though this was due to the sins Isaac himself had committed in the past.
The Centaur tribesmen milk wine. Isaac lifted a leather pouch in his hand and shook it.
Knight Miller made a strange expression.
It seemed I wasn't the only one who thought this stuff was weird. Its taste isn't quite like beer or wine. It has a unique flavor. Isaac couldn't help but sigh.
Really?
Then let me have a taste too.
Lord, you can't enjoy it all by yourself,
Knight Miller said with a laugh.
I already prepared your share. Isaac handed another leather pouch to Knight Miller.
In fact, he had come to the training ground for this very reason. Knight Miller opened the cap and sniffed but couldn't smell anything, so he asked in confusion, "What is this?"
Water.
Of course it's not water.
This is a reward for my subordinates who train hard. You can think of it as a kind of tonic.
I will provide it to you regularly.
Drink it secretly for now, and tell me after you've confirmed the effects.
This was nothing a mere milk wine could compare to. It was a special drink he had made by grinding precious mana stones into powder and adding them to water.
If you want to reward us, you'd be better off giving us a few days off,
Knight Miller complained as he downed the mana potion Isaac had handed him. Isaac couldn't help but give him a roll of the eyes.
Do you have any idea how expensive this stuff is, you guy, to want to trade it for a vacation?
You really don't know how lucky you are.
Rumble.
The deafening sound of hooves rang out again. It was the Kentauros cavalry, who had just finished reloading, performing another volley, before quickly turning to withdraw. To prevent enemy pursuit, they had to leave the battlefield immediately, giving the enemy no opportunities. In his original world, due to various limiting factors, the cavalry caracole tactic had been a flash in the pan that vanished into the river of history. But in this world,
they could bring the power of this tactic to its absolute peak.
Knight Miller, what do you think if we equip them with caltrops?
Isaac suddenly asked.
Are you referring to those time bombs used by the grenadiers?
Isaac nodded.
Knight Miller pondered for a moment, as if hearing this idea for the first time.
They could first attack the enemy with a rain of bullets, then quickly withdraw.
When the enemy pursues, they can throw caltrops with preset fuses onto the ground.
Isaac imagined a scene from a certain game where a character riding a motorcycle set mines behind them.
In that case, the enemy wouldn't dare pursue at all.
Knight Miller also caught on.
Although the training load will increase quite a bit, it's definitely worth a try.
What do you think? Fighting, while retreating, hitting, while running. If the enemy doesn't pursue, they just keep getting hit. And if they do pursue, they'll step on mines. That's just cheating to the extreme. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle.
Isaac felt they would become a nightmare for all their enemies, much like the Mongol cavalry that once dominated the Eurasian continent.
Your idea is truly wicked, but I like it.
Is that so?
Isaac knew this old guy had long since seen through the nature of war. A knight's honor and such. How much was that stuff even worth?
The two looked at each other and smiled. Everything was understood without words.
Fried chicken is here.
As the relatively warm winter passed and spring quietly approached inside the kitchen of the Blackwood Territory's main castle, it was as busy as ever today. The crisp clatter of pots and pans mixed with the crackling of charcoal in the stove as various ingredients were fried, sautéed, and boiled. In the center of the kitchen, the supreme ruler of the territory, Isaac, was directing the cooks while personally grinding something.
Lord, is it all right if it's fried like this?
The head chef lifted the golden brown, crispy food from the oil and showed it to Isaac.
It's fried well, as expected of our ace chef.
This color, this appearance, it was simply perfect.
Isaac nodded with satisfaction. Having been in this other world for so long, he could finally eat this golden brown fried chicken.
Gulp. Asterisk.
The maids, who had been confused by Isaac's sudden whim to tinker in the kitchen, were now conquered by the aroma of the fried chicken and couldn't help but swallow their saliva secretly.
Especially his pink-haired maid, Dorothy, who was salivating from the craving. Seeing their gluttonous looks, Isaac couldn't help but laugh.
Ignoring them, he continued to grind what was in his hands with the focus of an ascetic.
It's too hot right after frying, it needs to drain and cool down a bit.
No rush, shasha.
A pile of roasted fruits lay on a smooth stone slab, and Isaac crushed them one by one using a stone grinding tool.
These fruits had already been cut in half before they reached him, clearly prepared specifically for him.
He ground them patiently.
After pushing and pulling dozens of times, the moisture from the fruits gradually seeped out, turning into the familiar thick brown paste.
Asterisk. Knock. Asterisk.
With the sound of knocking, several ladies called by Isaac arrived at the kitchen.
Brother, what are you doing in the kitchen?
Claire asked in surprise as soon as she saw Isaac. She couldn't understand why her brother, the Lord, was wearing an apron and working in the kitchen with the maids.
Effie, who followed behind her, stood to the side with a dazed expression, not knowing what to do.
I'm conducting market research for olive oil and developing a new gourmet product.
Isaac replied without looking up.
What research development? Since you're here, try this and tell me your thoughts.
As he spoke, Isaac took 2 freshly fried chicken drumsticks from the head chef and handed them to Effie and Claire.
After all, this was another world. The tastes and preferences of the people here might be vastly different from those on Earth.
So he needed to gather opinions from different genders, ages, and even different races.
It felt like conducting an internal evaluation before a new product launch.
After all, he intended to open his shop in the royal capital. While this smells amazing,
it really does smell good, Miss Claire.
The chicken had been marinated, breaded, and deep-fried, emitting an enticing aroma.
The freshly made fried chicken, drained of oil, was still steaming.
Its skin was crispy and the meat tender, making one's mouth water.
This was a classic delicacy that had conquered the world. The taste naturally wouldn't be bad.
Claire and Effie sniffed the aroma, and then impatiently took a bite of the drumsticks in their hands.
The tender and juicy chicken exploded in their mouths, flavorful juices filling their palates.
The moment Claire and Effie took the first bite, their eyes widened. Exactly, that's the expression.
In a world where enjoying fine food is considered one of life's greatest pleasures, what could be more fulfilling than seeing people's faces light up with happiness?
Isaac asked proudly, is it good?
Claire, however, was completely immersed in the temptation of the food.
She didn't hear Isaac's question at all, merely nodding, while devouring the drumstick with no regard for her image.
They ate with such gusto that the surrounding maids cast envious glances at them.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
Is it good? Claire looked up, her mouth stuffed with chicken, and replied indistinctly, MMPH.
MMPH,
it's good. She was like a gluttonous hamster, her cheeks puffed out roundly. In no time, the drumstick was gnawed down to just the bone.
Sucking the grease off her fingers with lingering desire, she asked,
*burp,
beer, brother, is there any beer?
As expected, this girl is a foodie. She even knew to pair it with some beer. Isaac shook his head with a smile, then turned his gaze to Effie.
Effie, what do you think?
Effie, like Claire, was completely immersed in the world of food, with only a bare chicken bone left in her hand.
Realizing Isaac was looking, she immediately blushed and hid the bone behind her back.
This is truly delicious.
It's fragrant and tasty. The meat is tender, and the skin is so crispy, while the inside is full of savory juice.
It's wonderful.
It seems the deliciousness of fried chicken is a universal winner, whether in the East, the West, or even another world.
Isaac and the head chef exchanged a look, both revealing satisfied smiles.
Is this the little black chicken from Kun Village?
Or some other breed? Why is it so good?
It's not the chicken's fault. This is just the same little black chicken we usually eat. It's mainly the preparation.
Isaac added with a mysterious smile.
This is a very delicious way to cook chicken.
I've just taught them.
If you like it, you can have them make it every day.
It's an ingredient we've eaten often, yet just by changing the cooking method, the taste has transformed so drastically.
It's amazing.
How on earth did you do it?
Effie asked curiously. Isaac pointed to the pot full of oil and explained patiently. To make the chicken crispier, I added corn flour to the wheat flour.
Then, after marinating it with salt and some spices, it's fried in the oil pot.
Effie realized, and continued, looking at it that way. The cost of this dish must be quite high, right?
It's certainly not cheap.
Although the Blackwood Territory had achieved self-sufficiency in olive oil, for the common people,
The price of this dish remained very expensive.
Until cottonseed oil becomes widespread, I'm afraid only those from wealthier families will be able to enjoy this delicacy regularly.
This was also why Isaac wanted to open the first shop in the royal capital.
Do you think this dish will be popular?
Of course, Effie nodded without hesitation, her green eyes sparkling with excitement.
Although the price might deter some people, once they taste it, they will definitely fall in love with it.
Isaac was also full of confidence.
After all, it's hard for fried food not to be delicious.
This truth should apply in any world.
Isaac estimated that this cooking method had probably been discovered in this world long ago,
but it just hadn't become popular due to cost issues.
And the Blackwood territory happened to have solved the cost issue. Ha ha ha, looks like I've found another way to make a fortune.
Building roads, digging canals, promoting intensive agriculture, various public works required massive funds. Coupled with the newly joined 200 Centaur cavalry, the Blackwood territory's expenditures were constantly increasing, leaving the finance officer sighing all day long.
Alright, let's not talk about that.
Since you're here, try this as well. Not wanting to waste the oil, Isaac fried some donuts, drizzled them with honey, and handed them to Claire and Effie. The result was naturally a huge hit.
The two of them ate with great relish, their cheeks puffed out like two cute little hamsters.
Asterisk, shasha, shasha, asterisk. Isaac watched them with a smile while continuing to grind the previous items.
Through repeated pounding, the cocoa beans gradually turned into fine cocoa blocks.
Although it was his first time making this, he felt like a professional chocolatier. What a sense of accomplishment.
After adding a small amount of sugar, the cocoa paste was finally finished and fine beads of sweat appeared on Isaac's forehead.
Brother, what is that?
Smelling the unique sweet yet slightly bitter aroma of cocoa, Claire thought it was something delicious and quickly leaned in to sniff it.
This is also preparation for the future. Luckily, the crops here are similar to those on Earth.
Isaac wiped his sweat and replied,
although they looked similar, they were crops from another world after all, so he had to verify them one by one. This time, he only prepared enough to make a small piece of chocolate. Is it good? Claire and Effie asked in unison, their eyes full of expectation. No, this is a gift. Who is it for?
It's for Princess Priscilla.
Oh,
why are you giving it to her?
Claire asked, puzzled.
She seemed to have never seen her brother give anyone a gift.
Ha ha ha, because someone once said that when announcing bad news, it's best to pair it with something sweet. This was an experience Isaac had learned from his father back on Earth.
When he had to take Chinese medicine as a child, his dad liked to use his favorite candy to trick him into drinking it. A storm is brewing. The palace meeting room.
Second Princess Priscilla's purple eyes were filled with anxiety, and her hands were trembling slightly.
Remember, this site's domain name reading Taiwan's good books is super worry-free.
Are you saying that Princess Evergreen has set her sights on the west and tried to incite Baron Isaac to defect?
Yes, she promised that as long as she could ascend the throne, she would marry Baron Isaac and grant him the title of Grand Duke. The messenger replied respectfully.
The first princess's ambition was laid bare. She had actually proposed such a bold suggestion.
Princess Priscilla had originally thought about winning over Isaac as well, but she felt that such a method was neither honorable nor necessarily effective, so she had never put it into action. Then how did Baron Isaac respond?
Princess Priscilla asked nervously, her voice trembling slightly.
Faced with such tempting conditions, it was hard for anyone not to be moved. The Lord said he would smash his head, and then he chased him out with a mace.
The messenger replied, suppressing a smile.
What? Hearing this unexpected answer, several other ministers in the meeting room couldn't help but laugh.
Princess Priscilla also breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile of relief appeared on her face. Ha ha ha, he truly has the same temper as Baron Alter to have such integrity at such a young age. The old Knight Rubit said with a laugh, as if reminiscing about the past.
Yes, that is indeed Isaac's temper.
Princess Priscilla also said with a smile.
Isaac's personality was sometimes calm and composed, and at other times as passionate as fire, making him unpredictable. By the way, the Lord asked me to hand this over to you, saying he prepared it specifically because he was worried you might get angry.
As the messenger spoke, he pulled something wrapped in linen from his breast pocket.
What is this?
Princess Priscilla asked curiously. It's food.
The messenger replied, then handed the item to Princess Priscilla.
Although she was no longer angry, Princess Priscilla still curiously took the item and put it in her mouth.
As soon as it entered her mouth, a rich aroma spread throughout her oral cavity.
It was sweet with a hint of bitterness, with a silky texture that melted instantly. Princess Priscilla's eyes widened.
This was a wonderful taste she had never experienced before.
This sweet yet bitter taste is so special. What on earth is this? I heard it's called chocolate.
The messenger had been observing Princess Priscilla's reaction, and seeing how much she liked it, he spoke up to explain. It was amazing how something that looked so hard could be so sweet and silky upon entering the mouth.
It's delicious.
He's truly amazing to be able to make something so delectable.
Princess Priscilla praised.
Seeing that Princess Priscilla, who usually wasn't very fond of food, was full of praise for this item, the old Knight Ruger also became interested. Really? I want to try some too.
No, it's already gone.
Princess Priscilla quickly protected the already empty linen cloth.
It's fine. The old knight withdrew his hands somewhat awkwardly.
Seeing that Princess Priscilla's mood had completely recovered, he was also relieved.
However, Your Highness the Princess, although Baron Isaac has shown his loyalty, this is a favor after all. You must not forget it.
The old knight reminded her. I know.
By rejecting the first princess's attempt to win him over, he has essentially chosen us. To set an example for other lords, we must give him an adequate reward.
Princess Priscilla nodded.
She was currently in need of manpower, and owing a favor to Isaac made her feel increased pressure.
Furthermore, as time passed, Isaac's influence was growing larger and larger.
In addition, Princess Evergreen's ambition toward our west is also a huge threat, the old knight said seriously. He knew the first princess's character well. This woman was ruthless and full of schemes, and she would never let things go just because of one failure. That venomous snake is already eyeing us hungrily. We must make preparations early. Yes, given her personality, she will likely make a move soon. She won't give us much time to prepare. The old knight nodded with a solemn expression, fully agreeing. That woman was like a venomous spider, ready to pounce on her prey at any moment.
Just then Princess Priscilla, the door to the meeting room, was suddenly pushed open, and a messenger ran in frantically.
What's wrong?
Princess Priscilla asked in surprise.
The messenger knelt on one knee and said in an urgent tone,
Your Highness, we have just received news that the third princess fell into the first princess's trap and has now been imprisoned by her.
What?
The meeting room instantly fell into an uproar.
The third princess was actually defeated by the first princess so easily.
Princess Priscilla stood up abruptly, her face filled with shock and disbelief.
The first princess has already integrated the third princess's forces and is now marching toward our west. The first princess's actions could be described as swift and decisive. She had no intention of giving Princess Priscilla any room to breathe.
Princess Priscilla slumped back into her chair weakly, murmuring, how could it be so fast?
The crisis was arriving much faster than she had imagined.
The messenger sent to deliver the letter to Princess Priscilla had already returned to the Blackwood territory. After hearing the news brought by the messenger, Isaac was also very surprised.
You mean she feigned peace talks and directly drubbed the third princess at the banquet?
And then, just like that, she captured all of the third princess's subordinates.
Yes, and it seems the first princess had already incited many of the third princess's subordinates to defect beforehand, which is why she was able to succeed so smoothly, the messenger replied.
She really has no shame at all. Moreover, the fact that she could incite the third princess's subordinates beforehand showed how meticulous and ruthless this woman's methods were, which was chilling. If Isaac had agreed to her terms back then, the Blackwood territory would probably have been disintegrated from within by now.
One must guard against those closest to them. This third princess was also a fool to let herself be schemed against like that. Isaac decided that he could never easily believe the nonsense of those nobles and royalty again.
So she is now leading an army and charging toward us.
Yes, Lord.
The messenger lowered his head and replied,
Lord, I have a question. I don't know if I should ask.
The messenger hesitated for a moment and asked.
Isaac smiled and said, don't worry, it will be fine.
He still held a trump card in his hand.
Lo Lord. Just then, Knight Miller suddenly pushed open the door and ran in, panting heavily.
He seemed to have just finished training, and his armor was still covered in dust. Magic was surging on the sword in his hand, as if it could easily cut through even steel. Knight Miller, what happened?
Isaac asked.
This. Knight Miller was so excited he was incoherent.
This what?
To beat properly.
You were actually drinking such a good thing, all by yourself.
That's too much.
Seeing him like this, Isaac suddenly understood and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that the mana potion he had forced him to drink all winter like bitter medicine had finally taken effect.
See for yourself what an industrial assembly line is like.
Ha ha ha, congratulations.
But could you put the sword away first? Isaac looked at the longsword in Knight Miller's hand, which was shining with a blue magical glow and couldn't help but speak. A High Knight's magic sword could easily cut through steel, and the one in Knight Miller's hand looked like a lightsaber from a game no matter how one looked at it. To be honest, he was a bit envious. After all, he also wanted to experience the thrill of easily dealing with opponents without using brute force.
Even though he was a mage.
Lord, what exactly did you give me to drink? Ha ha ha, that's called Shembao.
It's just a beverage to strengthen the body.
What kind of beverage can strengthen magic circuits and allow someone to promote to a High Knight?
Knight Miller insisted that Isaac give him a reasonable explanation.
So, Isaac first dismissed the shocked messenger before answering.
I had to grind up magic stones to it.
Magic stones? Knight Miller's eyes widened. You mean those rare minerals that can enhance magical power?
But I remember those things are toxic, could it be? Don't worry, I've already removed the toxicity. What? How did you do it?
The mages in the magic tower are currently racking their brains and still haven't found an effective way to remove the toxicity of magic stones.
It was just mixed with lead. I used the melting point of lead to separate them. This is a technique passed down from my ancestors you wouldn't understand even if I told you.
Although Knight Miller was completely confused, he still looked at Isaac with admiration. You are truly amazing, Lord.
It's all right, Isaac shrugged and said.
In fact, this was just a method from Earth for separating silver and lead. It would be even better if he could find a silver mine.
You actually kept such a good thing hidden and drank it secretly yourself.
That's too much. No wonder you could send a troll flying with one punch before.
What do you mean, drank it secretly?
Wasn't I using myself as an experiment?
You should be thanking me instead.
This guy completely failed to understand his good intentions.
Of course, Isaac also admitted that he did indeed harbor a slight fantasy about the concept of a brute force physical mage.
Either way, Lord, what were you talking about with the messenger earlier? Why was his expression so serious? After all, that was a messenger sent by the second princess. He couldn't help but be worried.
So Isaac told Mike Miller the news he had heard from the messenger. That's so despicable.
To have no sense of honor at all.
She is a member of the royal family, after all.
Exactly. Isaac shrugged in deep agreement.
The first princess's actions had completely tarnished the word honor. In the future, probably no one would ever believe her promises again. Just like Simuyi and the kingdom of Wu in history, one turned his back right after swearing an oath by the Luo River, and from then on, even the water of the Luo River stank, and the surname Sima was branded with a cap of treachery.
As for Jiangdong, where do you think the term Jiangdong rats came from?
The white clothes crossing the river incident directly made Jiangdong's reputation. Ruchi now has an army of over 10,000. If we face her head-on, we will certainly suffer heavy losses, but the second princess should send troops to support us.
Although due to the impact of the last war, the second princess could probably only mobilize 5,000 or 6,000 troops now, and the proportion of regular army was not high. However, it should be enough to stall for time. I suddenly realized that your use of the mace to drive away that messenger earlier was truly wise.
What? Did you think that if I had spoken to him nicely, the result would have been different?
Isaac has to caught between laughter and tears.
Given the first princess's ambition, this war would have broken out
Sooner or later.
I know. My point is, could you please try to restrain your temper a little in the future? Of course, you're already much better than before.
Mike Miller advised earnestly. He had personally witnessed Isaac's heroic deeds of punching Viscount Ralph away and knocking the second prince flying while riding a horse.
How can you blame me?
Clearly, they were the ones who provoked me first. That arrogant messenger had successfully enraged him. He was no mister. Nice guy, he had transmigrated. Why should he still coddle them?
Let's not talk about that.
Let's celebrate your promotion to High Knight instead, Isaac said as he took out the magic potion he loved to drink most and poured 2 glasses. High Knights were known as the strongest existence below Sword Saints. On the battlefield, they would exert unparalleled combat power. They not only possessed superhuman physiques, but could also easily cut down enemies in heavy armor like scarecrows, with no need for firearms at all.
True, we'll probably be
At war with the first princess soon, and then we won't be able to drink such delicious beverages. Exactly. To celebrate your breakthrough, cheers. Cheers. The 2 clinked glasses and drank them down in one gulp. I will catch up to you soon. When this war is over, let's spar again. Clearly, Knight Miller was still brooding over having been bullied by Isaac all this time. Now that he had promoted to High Knight, the first thing he wanted to do was reclaim his dignity. I was just worried about not being able to find an opponent. However, you're not allowed to use magic that counts as a foul.
Bullshit.
I'm a mage, and you won't let me use magic. What kind of mage can tear a troll apart with his bare hands?
Fine, you win. In any case, a High Knight had finally been born in the Blackwood territory.
Asterisk.
Clank clang. To meet the output of the new blast furnace, the blacksmith shops in Blackwood City had also been expanded. At this moment, the blacksmith shop was a scene of bustling activity, with blacksmiths going all out to forge various weapons and equipment. Strike while the iron is hot was not just an empty phrase. As long as fresh iron blocks were delivered from the furnace, the blacksmiths would immediately swing their hammers to beat them into various shapes. Although it looked no different from other blacksmith shops, the speed at which they forged weapons and equipment was startlingly fast. They didn't need to go through the complex processes of repeated heating, hammering, folding, and twisting like traditional blacksmiths. Now they only needed to hammer out the rough shape and could go directly to final assembly and polishing. All of this was thanks to their precise control of carbon content during the smelting process, producing a large amount of high-quality steel. Now steel production in the Blackwood territory had skyrocketed, and various steel weapons and equipment were being produced from the blacksmith shops in a continuous stream, just like an assembly line. Why, we've already produced
So much steel, the workload hasn't
decreased at all. Japanese letter dot dead letter for 50. In fact, I feel like there's even more work.
clang clang.
Since the new blast furnace was built, the blacksmith shop expanded, and a large number of blacksmiths were recruited from other territories.
The steel production of the Blackwood territory could now rival that of some small kingdoms, but at the same time the blacksmith's workload had increased rather than decreased.
Hey,
A new batch of steel is here.
come move it.
Steel ingots, just refined from the blast furnace, were being continuously transported to the blacksmith shop.
I'll breathe, I'll breathe. This is simply crazy.
Oh Mazo.
Seeing this, Isaac, who was currently inscribing enchantments for the weapons and equipment, couldn't help but chuckle.
Although this assembly line method seemed somewhat primitive, its efficiency was dozens or even hundreds of times higher compared to traditional artisan workshops.
Moreover, this method of division of labor allowed the craftsmen to focus more on their own fields, improving their professional skills. In history, at the Battle of Maclodio in 1427, although the Milanese army was defeated and lost all its weapons and equipment, in just a few days, they obtained thousands of sets of brand new weapons and equipment and returned to the battlefield once more. The reason behind this was that Milan possessed a massive weapons factory with a clear division of labor. Of course, this didn't mean they produced that many weapons and equipment in just a few days, but the inventory they held showed just how powerful Milan's industrial production capacity was at the time.
In the early 16th century, Venice was able to launch a brand new galley every few days, and the military factory behind it was even more terrifyingly powerful.
Although the current Blackwood territory could not yet be compared with those industrial powers, with the mass production of steel and the promotion of assembly line operations, the industrial level of the Blackwood territory was rising at a visible speed. Isaac seemed to see a torrent of steel rising in the Blackwood territory. He could already foresee the scene of the Blackwood territory's soldiers wearing steel armor and holding fine weapons, being invincible on the battlefield.
Seeing Isaac's expression, which looked like a mad scientist developing secret weapons in a hidden lab, Toddling, who was forging weapons nearby, couldn't help but shake his head.
My living ancestor, what exactly are you trying to do?
Conquer the world.
Moreover, he couldn't understand why his dwarf was already half dead from exhaustion, while Isaac was still full of energy.
In fact, this was mainly thanks to the magic stones and his careful care. Even his holy water could always make him quickly recover his energy and throw himself back into a combat-ready state with renewed vigor.
I just want to protect my territory from being occupied by some crazy woman. By the way, how are the things I asked you to prepare coming along?
You mean the weapons and equipment for those Centaur cavalry?
They're all over there.
Toddlin pointed toward the warehouse with some pride.
Ready to assemble. Ready to assemble.
Led by Toddlin,
Isaac arrived at the warehouse, where dozens of sets of gleaming steel armor and weapons were displayed.
This is fantastic. Isaac immediately spotted the full plate armor prepared for the cavalry, as well as the breastplate-like armor prepared for the warriors of other races. These armors were custom-made according to the body shapes of the various races. They offered excellent protection, while remaining flexible and lightweight, ensuring they wouldn't impede movement in the slightest.
Besides the plate armor, there were also pauldrons, braces, helmets, and metal footrests resembling stirrups.
Toddling, you truly are amazing.
Go find my maid later to get some fried chicken and remember to pair it with beer. That's where the soul is.
Isaac patted Toddlin's shoulder in satisfaction.
Although the appearance of these weapons and equipment was primarily practical due to time constraints and lacked much fancy decoration, the strong metallic texture was still impressive.
They will definitely like them.
After all, those female warriors had little interest in soft silks and sparkling jewels. Only sturdy weapons and equipment like these could excite them. Moreover, this equipment was personally bestowed by the Khan whom they served. Other industries in the Blackwood territory had to temporarily halt operations to forge this equipment, but Isaac believed it was all worth it.
They are willing to fight for me and for the Blackwood territory, so naturally, I must provide them with the best weapons and equipment.
Isaac muttered to himself while looking at the red cloaks, which were as vibrant as fresh blood. With this set of armor and equipment, they had completely transformed into battlefield reapers. An incredibly powerful, hard to pursue, and hard to kill army was about to be born.
Asterisk.
Bang, bang, bang. On the plains outside Blackwood City, Effie and the other elf rangers were engaged in intense mounted shooting training.
They rode their horses, running while shooting at distant targets.
Turn. Since they were already accustomed to fighting on horseback,
Mounted shooting was not particularly difficult for them.
Even if the horses' bumps caused a drop in accuracy, they could use the power of the wind spirit to correct the trajectory.
but the problem was that reloading ammunition while mounted was simply too troublesome. Although the barrel of the new carbine rifle had been shortened by half compared to before, it remained a huge challenge for them.
Oh,
The gunpowder spilled out again.
how do those Centaur tribe fellows manage to reload ammunition so easily while mounted?
While struggling to maintain balance, they awkwardly used a ramrod to push the gunpowder into the barrel. Because they needed both hands to operate, they were constantly at risk of falling off their horses. But knowing they faced an unprecedented crisis, they had to cheer up and dedicate themselves fully to training.
Halt, stop advancing.
Hearing Effie's command, the elf rangers quickly pulled on their reins and stopped. Then one by one, they began quickly checking the status of their ammunition loading. After this period of hard training, their reloading speed had significantly improved. Although they still couldn't reload ammunition while moving at high speed like the Centaur cavalry, they could now reload quickly and accurately while stationary. Not bad. If we combine this with the power of the wind spirit, we should be able to achieve a decent rate of fire.
But this is far from enough.
We must work harder to regain the attention of the Lord.
The elf rangers seriously analysed their strengths, weaknesses, and the gap between themselves and their opponents, just like in a pre-battle meeting. Driven by a sense of competition, they were constantly pushing their limits and improving their strength. We must be more perfect.
I feel like the Lord has been thinking only about those Centaur tribe fellows lately. Most of those Centaur tribe fellows are women.
Could it be that the Lord?
How is that possible? Their lower bodies are horses. Their heights wouldn't match up.
So what? Couldn't he just move a stool over to stand on?
Where there are women, there is always gossip. These elf rangers were already gossiping about whether their lord had some special fetish.
By the way, Chief, how have you been getting along with the Lord recently?
A tall elf ranger with thick eyebrows looked toward their chief, Effie, her tone full of anticipation. Hearing this, Effie immediately showed an awkward expression, twisting her fingers together nervously.
Well, about that. Clearly she hadn't made any progress recently.
The elf rangers noticed Effie's embarrassment and tactfully changed the subject. We must train even harder. They clenched their fists, their eyes resolute.
Exactly, we must strive to complete all reloading actions while mounted as soon as possible. For some reason, they suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis approaching them.
Asterisk.
Click-clop, click-clop, click-clop.
On the plains outside Blackwood City, the Centaur female warriors,
having finished their day's training,
dragged their weary bodies back to their camp. Before entering the camp, they all set down the children they had been carrying on their backs and watched them return to their parents.
It's truly unbelievable.
I thought they would be very hostile toward us.
Yes, I thought so too. I didn't expect them to accept us so easily.
The Centaur female warriors were all surprised and moved. In their understanding, intelligent beings often rejected races different from their own, and creatures like them, who were half-horse, were frequently discriminated against by other races.
Even in the Henton Duchy,
which was composed of various beastmen, they were often mocked, accused of smelling like horses, and called carriers of plague. Could it be that this place is free of discrimination? They couldn't believe that on this eastern continent, rife with hostility between foreign races, there was a place so accepting of half-human, half-horse creatures like them. This completely overturned their understanding.
as expected of our Khan.
In the Blackwood territory, Isaac was practically revered as a god. His single command was enough to make everyone obey him implicitly.
Isaac was powerful, wise, and respected them greatly.
He was simply the perfect leader.
Creep the
Purse pushed open the tent door and walked in.
However, the next moment she froze. The tent was filled with all sorts of weapons and equipment, gleaming brightly and dazzling the eye. T-Rexes, scale armor protecting the abdomen, elongated breastplates, and sabers specifically designed for cavalry. Strong metallic scent rushed forth.
This equipment seemed tailor-made for them.
Oh,
this.
Looking at the notes on the table, the Centaur female warriors were stunned.
These were actually gifts from Isaac.
Looking at these gifts personally bestowed by their Khan, they were all too excited to speak.
And this was after only a short month.
The Blackwood territory had managed to forge so much weaponry and equipment for them in just 1 month.
What kind of price did Isaac pay to forge so much equipment in such a short time? Even in the Henton Duchy, we never enjoyed such generous treatment. Tama looked at the equipment, and the corners of her eyes became slightly moist.
In the Henton Duchy, they were just an insignificant branch among the many beastman races.
They were used arbitrarily like tools and never received the respect they deserved.
Do you see? This is our Khan. Purse raised a cold, gleaming saber high and shouted loudly, Khan, Khan, Khan.
The Centaur female warriors also drew their weapons and loudly shouted the name of their Khan.
Their eyes filled with fanaticism. This equipment, personally forged for them by their Khan,
completely ignited the fire in their hearts.
Something called desire permeated the tent.
Khan, Khan, Khan.
Asteris.
Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, spring had arrived.
The earth was revived, presenting a scene of vibrant life. Outside Blackwood City, on a vast plain suitable for large military operations, an army was assembling.
They came from different territories and flew different banners, but at this moment,
they all shared a common goal.
Night Rouge.
Why hasn't Count Blackwood arrived yet?
Beneath the colourful banners, a beautiful woman with purple eyes asked the knight beside her.
Hearing her question, the surrounding nobles all turned their attention to the knight.
He should be arriving soon.
Night Rouge explained.
Just then rumble.
A distant contingent was galloping toward them, kicking up dust into the sky.
They approached menacingly at extreme speed, looking like a cavalry unit from afar,
but as they drew closer,
the nobles' faces filled with confusion.
What is that? Could it be Centaur? Night Rouge squinted, scrutinized the approaching group, and said with some uncertainty,
Are you talking about those creatures living on the western continent?
Why would they appear fully armed on the eastern continent? Oh well, I don't know either.
Most of the nobles and knights under the second princess were gathered on the plain, but at this moment, no one could answer that question.
100 against 10,000.
The advantage is mine.
Warm sunlight spilled overhead. It was a fine day for wiping out the shameful southern army. Upon arriving at the plains, the ranger scouts sent out earlier immediately arrived to report on their enemy's situation.
Seeing Princess Priscilla's surprise at the appearance of the foreign soldiers, Isaac directly made a suggestion to her.
What? Absolutely not.
Princess Priscilla's purple eyes were filled with shock.
Isaac held a map drawn based on the intelligence gathered by the rangers. On it, the enemy's positions, movements, and suitable ambush sites were marked in detail. Even the deployment positions for the field guns were taken into account.
Thanks to the wind spirit's constant stream of intelligence, Isaac knew the enemy's movements like the back of his hand, as if he had map hacks enabled.
Having such a massive information advantage, yet still foolishly clashing head-on with the enemy, would be far too stupid.
It is possible, Your Highness the Princess.
No.
How can this be?
The enemy has over 10,000 men, with 500 cavalry alone.
How can you think of launching a sneak attack with so few people?
Even if you're Earl Isaac, you cannot.
Princess Priscilla, worried for Isaac's safety, forced herself to swallow the rest of her words.
Even if she didn't understand military affairs, she knew Isaac's plan defied all common sense.
The surrounding nobles and knights also nodded in agreement at this moment.
I'm not going to face their 10,000 head-on. I just want to eliminate their cavalry first, cutting off their hands and feet before the war even begins.
Lord Earl, did you not hear? Just now.
Their hands and feet consist of 500 men.
Princess Priscilla looked worriedly at the Blackwood Territory's cavalry unit, which numbered only about 100.
A five-fold disparity in troop strength was indeed difficult to overcome. Moreover, cavalry in this world were no mere rabble, they were elite units that had undergone rigorous training. Winning with fewer numbers was almost an impossibility. However, what Isaac intended to do wasn't just winning with fewer numbers, but completely overturning this world's mode of warfare.
Even with those beastmen, no, the centaur, it's still too dangerous.
And isn't this method of sneak attacking a bit too dishonorable?
In this world, people seem to still be stuck in an era where both armies lined up their formations to decide victory or defeat on a single battlefield.
This traditional mode of warfare had been directly phased out after the advent of firearms, replaced by the concept of front lines.
But the first princess herself is hardly an honourable person. She'll use any means necessary to annex other powers.
We don't need to play by the rules when dealing with someone like her, Your Highness, the princess.
Hearing Isaac's words, the nobles and knights nodded in agreement once again.
Furthermore, the greatest advantage of cavalry was mobility. They could choose their battlefield freely, attacking or leaving as they pleased. Now that they held such detailed intelligence, it would be a waste to foolishly clash head-on with the enemy, especially since, according to the reports, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Please trust me, I will bring you victory just as I have before.
After reviewing the intelligence, Isaac decided to use guerrilla warfare and mobile warfare against the first princess's army. Though it looked like suicide, Princess Priscilla ultimately chose to trust him and agreed to his plan.
Fine.
I don't know what you're thinking, but you must come back alive.
MHM, just in case, you should take Lucy with you.
She's already a quasi-sword saint now, she should be able to help you. She's already close to becoming a sword saint. Isaac looked at Lucin in surprise. This talent was simply terrifying. If he gave her some minor stone potion, Isaac estimated she might soon break through the bottleneck and become a true sword saint.
We can fight side by side again, Isaac.
Although Earl Arnold couldn't take the field himself, he still cast an envious gaze at Isaac.
After all, he also loved the feeling of leading cavalry into the fray. To some extent, he was a war maniac just like Isaac.
How is she?
Is she still obedient? Lucy asked while stroking the necklace around her neck.
Isaac smiled and pulled a handful of sugar from his saddlebag, stuffing it into Seba's mouth.
Asterisk chump asterisk pinky. Epsilon equals Japanese letter.
After eating the sugar, Seba was instantly invigorated, excitedly pawing at the ground with his hooves.
Ha ha ha, he's very obedient, just that his fuel consumption is a bit high.
Fuel consumption.
Ha ha ha, it means he eats quite a lot. MHM, he certainly can eat, and he's a bit of a picky eater too.
Lucy nodded in deep agreement.
Was that just being a picky eater? He was addicted to sugar ever since he got Seba. Isaac's sugar supplies had been disappearing remarkably fast.
However, as long as he was fed well, his combat power was absolutely no less than that of the legendary Red Hare. Even amidst a hail of bullets, he could charge forward bravely. Isaac estimated that as long as there was enough sugar to feed him, even if he sawed off his horn, the horse wouldn't resist Effie. Leave one person behind, everyone else follow me. It's time for you to show your skills.
Yes.
If the Centaur cavalry were multi-purpose war hammers, then the Elf Rangers were precision scalpels.
The greatest threats to the Blackwood Territory's cavalry were the enemy's cavalry and mages who could use explosion magic. The Elf Rangers were specifically meant to deal with mages. Before setting off, Isaac cautiously called everyone to check their equipment once more.
Isaac's warhorse was draped in heavy barding, and 2 flintlock pistols were tucked into the holsters at his waist. The Centaur cavalry were also equipped with rifles, sabres, and flintlock pistols with several black iron spheres hanging from their saddles.
After all, they were the most elite unit of the Blackwood Territory. Isaac naturally wouldn't be stingy.
Isaac gripped the reins tight, raised his mace high, and said loudly,
"Soldiers,
I shall lead you to challenge 10,000 enemy troops.
Do you?" Under the sunlight, the mace shimmered with a dazzling light.
Isaac turned around to look at the soldiers behind him and asked,
"Wish to follow me?" The female warriors answered impatiently.
"To the death without regret."
"We get to challenge 10,000 enemies." "That's wonderful. Khan, please give the order."
Hearing such a passionate response from the female warriors, Isaac couldn't help but laugh.
"Good then, let's set off. Follow me."
Although the opponent's numbers were 100 times theirs, fortunately, the enemy knew nothing about them at this moment.
100 against 10,000.
The advantage is mine. Isaac rode at the very front of the formation, imitating Earl Arnold's tone. He shouted loudly,
"Charge!" Seba shot forward like an arrow from a bow.
The wild wind tousled Isaac's hair, and the sound of whistling wind filled his ears.
Yo! Asterisk rumble exclamation asterisk.
Deafening sounds of whoos echoed across the plains. A battle that would rewrite history had begun.
Lure the enemy deep into our territory. Why is there still no news from the scouts? Princess Evergreen asked impatiently, tapping Viscount Darby's shoulder with the fan in her hand. It had been a long time since she sent them out. Why was there still no word?
Viscount Darby didn't know what had happened either, so he could only stand awkwardly to the side without a word.
Just then rumble, a deafening sound of horse hooves came from the distance, and then a cavalry unit suddenly rushed out of the forest.
They appeared before the first princess's army as if they had descended from the sky, silent and undetected. What are those things?
The fan in Princess Evergreen's hand almost fell to the ground.
Those creatures looked like a bizarre hybrid of humans and beasts. They should be some kind of cavalry, right?
But why don't they have horse heads?
Instead, they have a human upper body growing from a horse's lower body.
Facing Princess Evergreen's questions, Viscount Darby remained dazed, not knowing how to answer.
Meanwhile, those unidentified cavalrymen kicked up clouds of dust as they rapidly approached. Pikemen stepped forward. In the midst of the panic, a knight was the first to react, loudly ordering the pikemen to step forward and form a line.
Those unidentified cavalrymen actually launched a charge toward the dense formation of pikemen.
Were they not afraid of death?
They actually dared to challenge the authority of an army of 10,000.
However, in the next moment, the cavalry did not collide with the pikemen. Instead,
They suddenly stopped while still some distance away from the pikemen, and then fire
and large plumes of white smoke erupted from their weapons.
Bang, 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 dol, dol, dol. The heavily armoured pikemen fell in swaths, like wheat being harvested by a scythe.
They didn't even know how they were injured. They could only clutch the bleeding wounds on their bodies in pain and let out desperate wails. Those unidentified cavalrymen quickly disappeared back into the forest, leaving behind clouds of white gunpowder smoke. How is this possible? The first princess's army was caught off guard by this sudden attack. They didn't even know who the enemy was or what weapons they used. What on earth is going on?
Why did no one report this beforehand?
Where are the scouts?
Viscount Darby.
Princess Evergreen roared in anger.
Viscount Darby trembled in fear and quickly explained.
I don't know either. It seems the scouts were all wiped out by them.
Rumble. Just then, those unidentified cavalrymen appeared once again. They wore brand new armor that sparkled under the sunlight, looking indestructible.
Mages,
Quickly destroy them before they get close.
Burn them to ashes.
a knight ordered loudly.
Boom, boom, boom.
The mages raised their staves and began chanting spells.
Dazzling flames and bone-chilling ice shot toward the cavalry.
Bang, 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 bang.
However, those cavalrymen launched another attack.
This time their targets were the mages.
Fear 50.
Oh,
The mages never expected the enemy to attack them suddenly. They didn't even have time to defend before bullets pierced their hearts. Damn it.
bang.
A high-level mage tried to use flight magic to escape the battlefield, but the bullet accurately struck his head, knocking him down from the sky.
The weapons the enemy used were unheard of and unseen. The first princess's army was actually being beaten to a pulp by an enemy of less than 100 people. Damn it.
Quickly send the cavalry to pursue them. Kill them all for me.
Princess Evergreen shouted in a fit of rage.
Rumble.
500 well-trained cavalrymen charged toward the forest at her command.
Asterisk.
Clatter, clatter, clatter.
The sound of horseshoes constantly drummed against the ground. Isaac felt
Like his backside was about to be shattered.
Beads of sweat covered his forehead. He wiped the sweat away while observing the pursuing cavalry behind him.
Damn it.
Catch them.
I'm going to tear them to pieces.
Because Isaac had been constantly harassing them with his flintlock pistol along the way,
They were now furious to the extreme. Furthermore, Isaac would occasionally throw a few iron balls with very short fuses at them, so their numbers had already decreased significantly. If there hadn't been over 500 of them, they probably would have been wiped out by Isaac long ago. Since Isaac's attacks were carried out while moving at high speeds, they still hadn't figured out exactly how they were being injured. Of course, those who reacted faster had already gone to meet their god.
they're chasing quite closely.
Isaac said with a smile as he looked at the enemies who were in hot pursuit.
they thought Isaac's ammunition had run out, which was why they were pursuing so recklessly, but they didn't know this was just Isaac's plan to lure the enemy in. This was the most common tactic used by the Mongol cavalry that once swept across the Eurasian continent, luring the enemy deep.
They would intentionally feign defeat to lure the enemy's cavalry into a deep pursuit, then use pre-ambush troops to surround and annihilate them.
This way, the enemy would only be left with infantry, and the Mongol cavalry could use their superior mobility and long-range attack capabilities to defeat the enemy piece by piece.
Come.
I see our army.
Perth shouted loudly.
They had rushed out of the forest and arrived at an open plain. On the other side of the plain, Knight Miller and Knight Hans were waiting with their troops ready for battle. They had already loaded the field guns with canister shots, an improved type of shell that could split a single cannonball into over 100 small iron balls. Furthermore, they had aimed all the muskets in Blackwood territory at the enemies who were pursuing them. This pursuit was about to end.
Lord, over here.
As Isaac ran, he threw the iron balls in his hand onto the ground, just like dropping items in a racing game.
Boom, boom, boom.
The enemies, blinded by rage, didn't notice the iron balls Isaac and his men were dropping on the ground at all.
They only cared about pursuing Isaac until they rushed out of the forest and saw the Blackwood territory army already prepared for battle. Only then did they realize they had been tricked.
Fire.
At Knight Miller's command, the Blackwood territory army launched a fierce attack.
Boom, 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 boom.
The field guns spat out angry flames, blowing the charging cavalrymen off their horses.
Dol.
Horses neighed and fell to the ground, and the knights were thrown into a daze, their screams echoing through the skies. Under the cover of the artillery fire, the musketeers of Blackwood territory also began firing.
Bang, 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 bang. Dol, dol.
Bullets mercilessly harvested the enemy's lives. Knights were shot and fell from their horses one after another, with some even being dragged along the ground by their stirrups.
The entire battlefield was in chaos.
Isaac took advantage of the enemy's lack of reaction and led his cavalry to flank them. Under the baptism of artillery fire,
and bullets, the enemy cavalry had suffered heavy losses with less than 100 remaining to struggle bitterly.
It was time to end this battle.
Draw swords.
Climb.
At Isaac's command, the Central Cavalry drew their sabers, and Lucy also drew her longsword, which sparkled with magical lights.
For the Khan. Rumble.
Over 100 war horses charged simultaneously, making the earth tremble. Isaac felt like his heart was about to jump out as the horses accelerated. His adrenaline surged. He saw the enemies who had yet to react and felt the strong wind blowing against him.
Charge. The Blackwood Territory cavalry was like a sharpness blade, stabbing fiercely into the enemy's heart.
Kill.
Asterisk.
Why is there still no news?
Princess Priscilla waited anxiously for news of the Blackwood Territory cavalry.
Just then, several cavalrymen appeared in the distance. They were the scouts Princess Priscilla had sent out earlier to gather information.
Report.
The Blackwood Territory cavalry has completely annihilated the enemy's 500 cavalrymen. Furthermore, they have also eliminated a large number of enemy mages.
Our casualties are only 5 men.
This was simply a miracle.
Hearing this news, everyone was stunned.
How is this possible?
It's unbelievable.
Count Blackwood, how on earth did he do it?
Amidst the exclamations of surprise, Princess Priscilla snapped out of it and asked worriedly,
Then why haven't they returned yet?
Well, because the enemy's cavalry has been wiped out, they are now charging and killing at will within their enemy ranks.
Yes, it's estimated they won't return until all their ammunition is exhausted.
Hearing the scouts answer, Princess Priscilla was momentarily speechless. Charge.
Clop, clop, clop.
The Western Dragoons were galloping across the plains at an astonishing speed.
After annihilating 500 enemy cavalrymen, nothing could stand in their way anymore.
Moreover, by utilizing their mobility advantage to constantly receive supplies from the rear, the entire battlefield had become their stage. They could gallop across this land as they pleased.
Khan.
I have never seen such a hearty and satisfying battle. We actually routed over 10,000 enemies with just 100 cavalry. Person Tama cheered excitedly.
Ha ha ha, the feeling of stomping the locals is indeed refreshing.
Isaac was equally thrilled.
He had never imagined that he would lead a unit of fully armed Central Cavalry to dominate the battlefield.
You have successfully integrated an alien race into your army, creating a completely new branch of service. Gain 3,000 achievement points.
With unparalleled military achievements, you have proven that numbers are meaningless in the face of absolute power.
Gain 2,000 achievement points.
Ever since he introduced these unheard of dragoons to this world, the goddess had been constantly awarding him achievement points. He had even forgotten exactly how many achievement points he had earned. It seemed the goddess was also reaching a bit of a climax from his feat of routing 10,000 troops with 100 cavalry. The Blackwood Territory cavalry would only engage the enemy when it was to their advantage. The moment they sensed something was wrong, they would retreat immediately. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy camps, we harass. When the enemy tires, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. The great man's strategy was definitely many versions ahead of this world. Isaac and his men were like a pack of cunning hunters constantly wearing down the enemy's strength.
This was all thanks to the Elf Rangers scattered across the battlefield who could transmit
Enemy movements to Isaac in real time.
Meanwhile,
because the first princess's messengers were being constantly sniped by the Elf Rangers, her army was scurrying around the battlefield like headless flies.
furthermore, a thin layer of mist hung over the battlefield, making it even harder for the first princess's army to track the Blackwood Territory cavalry. Isaac, where are we going next?
Please give the order.
Lucy asked excitedly. Like Perce, she had performed exceptionally in the previous battle, acting like a human-shaped killing machine, cleaving through enemy cavalryman and horse alike.
My lord.
Our scouts have discovered the enemy's supply train. It's not far ahead,
Effie said, pointing in a certain direction.
A ranger had just seen the enemy's supply train with her own eyes.
Large quantities of military rations, weapons, armor, and other supplies were stored there.
Since the Blackwood Territory cavalry had been pinning down the enemy's main force at the front, there were only a small number of guards there. In other words, it was the enemy's soft underbelly. Attacking it would deal a heavy blow to the enemy in one fell swoop.
Effie, notify the other rangers to gather immediately.
We're going to press our advantage and launch another attack.
Yes.
Isaac drew his flintlock pistol and spoke loudly to his cavalrymen.
Move out.
We're going to take the heads of those who dared to invade the West. Kill them.
Clop, clop, clop.
The elf rangers also arrived one after another to join the ranks, and the deafening sound of hooves echoed across the vast plains once more.
Previously, Isaac had never experienced this feeling of charging into battle, so his impression hadn't been deep.
But now he finally understood why those cavalrymen loved this feeling so much. This lightning fast charge toward the enemy actually sent his adrenaline skyrocketing. It was even more exhilarating than the special massages he used to sneak off on the second floor of a certain bathhouse in his previous life.
Clop, clop, clop.
They galloped all the way until they finally saw the enemy's supply train. Just as the scouts had reported, there were fewer than 800 guards. It's the first princess's army.
Kill them all.
Damn it. Where did they come from? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Because Isaac had previously eliminated a large number of enemy messengers,
The enemy had not expected the Blackwood Territory cavalry to suddenly appear here, and they were instantly thrown into chaos.
Mages, go get the mages quick. A knight shouted loudly, Soon several mages rushed over from the rear.
They frantically raised their staves and began chanting incantations preparing to attack the Blackwood Territory cavalry.
Judging solely from the mana fluctuations radiating from them, the magic they were most likely using was explosion.
If that spell exploded within the cavalry ranks, the consequences would be unthinkable.
Effie, yes. Bang!
A silver light streaked across the sky, accurately striking one of the mages in the chest.
Though conducting a precision snipe from such a distance, and while on horseback, was something the Centaur cavalry could never achieve.
This was practically like sniping with iron sights on a stormy sea.
Tilda,
How's that?
Am I amazing or what?
great job, Effie. Isaac praised her with a smile.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The scent of gunpowder filled the air as the other 3 mages were picked off one by one by the elf rangers. The last mage was so terrified that he hastily cast a shield spell, but under the continuous fire of the elf rangers within seconds the shield shattered, and he eventually collapsed to the ground. With the help of the wind spirit, the elf rangers each displayed incredible shooting accuracy.
Pikeman,
Step forward.
Block them.
Quick, block those damned cavalry.
the remaining soldiers began to form ranks under the command of the knights preparing to withstand the charge of the Blackwood Territory cavalry.
Hundreds of pikes formed a wall of steel, standing firmly in front of the Blackwood Territory cavalry.
However, their morale had already plummeted to rock bottom.
They had all seen with their own eyes how easily those mages had been killed by the Blackwood Territory cavalry. Furthermore, they knew that the Blackwood Territory cavalry were no ordinary heavy cavalry. Their weapons could easily pierce through their armor.
Fire!
Bam 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 bam. The rifles in the hands of the Centaur cavalry fired again. Those heavily armored pikemen fell in swaths like scarecrows blown over by a gale. A massive gap immediately appeared in the enemy's formation, the perfect moment for a heavy cavalry charge. Draw sabers.
Climb, climb, climb.
The Centaur cavalry slung their rifles onto their backs and drew their sabers in unison. The charge of heavy cavalry was unstoppable, and the enemy was already beginning to panic under the immense pressure.
Wedge formation.
The Blackwood Territory cavalry quickly formed an arrowhead shape and launched their charge at the enemy. Leading at the very front were Lucy Purst and Isaac. Their task was to completely tear open the enemy's defensive line. Then the cavalry behind them would immediately follow through the gap into the enemy ranks, routing them in one go.
Rum-bum.
The ground shook, the sound of hooves was deafening, and Isaac's breathing became rapid. The enemy's defensive line had already collapsed. He could already see some soldiers throwing away their weapons and starting to flee. For Blackwood, for the nuclear harmony goddess.
Kill.
The Blackwood Territory cavalry crashed into the enemy at top speed, a massive impact instantly vibrating through their entire bodies.
Crack, boom, the sound of whose screams and clashing weapons all exploded into a single cacophony.
The enemy infantry was sent flying by the immense force, then trampled under the horses' hooves.
Isaac activated his strengthening enchantment and swung his mace wildly, smashing aside every enemy in his path.
Lucy and Perse also brandished their weapons, charging through the enemy ranks with no one able to stop them. To tear open the enemy's defense, they had to push forward again and again with relentless determination. Like a chisel, they drove themselves deep into the heart of the enemy army.
Break through them.
The earth trembled violently under their charge. They were like an unstoppable torrent, violently crushing the enemy's defensive line.
Converge and launch a general offensive.
On Princess Priscilla's side, all they knew was that after Isaac replenished his ammunition and gunpowder, he once again led his cavalry and vanished into the battlefield. Afterward, the sounds of cannon fire and gunfire echoed continuously across the battlefield, but no one knew exactly what was happening there. Fortunately, Isaac had left behind several elf rangers, allowing Princess Priscilla to stay informed about the situation on the battlefield in real time. According to the latest intelligence, the enemy's numbers are higher than we previously estimated, at approximately 20,000.
Remember, this site's domain name, Taiwan Novel website for a smooth and worry-free reading experience.
Lord Isaac has already eliminated 300 of the enemy's archers. He also raided the enemy's baggage train, routing roughly 1,000 enemies. He has also wiped out over 40 magicians and all of their siege engines. An elf ranger reported that Isaac had reduced the enemy's numbers back down to 10,000. Isaac's military achievements came one after another, leaving everyone overwhelmed.
At first, the nobles merely clenched their fists in excitement, but as Isaac continued to perform miracles, they had now become completely numb.
Sigh, I really should have gone with him, Earl Arnold said with regret. If you wish to go, I can send you there, Princess Priscilla asked with a smile.
Never mind, it's better to let Lucy experience it. High-intensity combat and new experiences were necessary conditions for becoming a sword saint, especially for Lucy, who was about to break through a bottleneck.
Lord Isaac has repelled 20 of the enemy's knights and 60 of their cavalry.
It seemed the first princess had sent out a second pursuit force, but they too were annihilated by the cavalry of the Blackwood Territory.
It looks like I'll have to give up the title of the strongest cavalry of the West, haha, Earl Arnold said with a bitter smile. He had originally thought that the Blackwood Territory's army was primarily composed of infantry, so he hadn't paid much attention to their cavalry.
But he hadn't expected the Blackwood Territory to be hiding such a powerful cavalry unit.
Moreover, they were composed of female warriors of the Centaur tribe who were naturally suited to be cavalry.
I observed their equipment closely while they were replenishing supplies.
My goodness, I've never seen such exquisite heavy armor.
Indeed, Your Highness the Princess.
That is steel armor tailor-made for the Centaur tribe.
It seems he prepared this cavalry unit long ago.
It's truly incredible that territory always seems to create all sorts of miracles.
The second princess and the western nobles were discussing animatedly. They simply could not imagine how the Blackwood territory had forged so many weapons and equipment in just 1 month. The elf ranger standing nearby really wanted to tell them that this was just a misunderstanding, but he held back. After all, they couldn't be blamed.
Who could have imagined that the Blackwood territory could produce so much steel in just a single quarter? The wood elves had always envied the dwarfs' smelting techniques, but Isaac had now directly surpassed the dwarves.
He might even be able to arm all the conscripts with steel.
What an amazing law! Saw Matriarch hurry up and win over the Lord. Swoosh! The wind spirit flew over with the speed of an arrow.
A long-eared ranger received the message from the wind spirit and then said loudly,
Lord Isaac says the enemy is now in chaos. We can rendezvous with the infantry and artillerymen to launch an attack. We will surely achieve great results. Hearing Isaac say the time was ripe, the noble spirits were immediately lifted.
Your Highness the Princess, what should we do?
What else can we do?
The Lord Earl has already kneaded the enemy into dough. Naturally, we must light the fire and prepare to bake the bread.
Although the enemy still had 10,000 men, Princess Priscilla wasn't actually afraid. The Blackwood territory's infantry and artillerymen were about to arrive on the battlefield.
The power of those weapons had left a deep impression on her. Most importantly, Earl Isaac said this was an opportunity, and Princess Priscilla believed it must be so.
Quick, let's set out. Prepare for battle.
The nobles urged those who were still hesitating, all of them eager to seize military merit.
Seeing his army's high morale, Earl Arnold also gave the order with a smile.
Move out. We will rendezvous with the Blackwood Territory's army and act according to the plan.
Asterisk.
With their baggage train destroyed and their messengers wiped out, the first princess's army had now completely lost its command.
They were like a swarm of headless flies scurrying aimlessly across the battlefield.
They never expected the enemy would use such elusive guerrilla tactics.
Furthermore, those guerrilla fighters were natural cavalry, the Centaur.
Not only were they fully armored, but they also possessed mysterious weapons capable of piercing through armor.
Oh, damned barbarians.
Princess Evergreen roared in a fit of rage.
Her cavalry had been completely annihilated, and she now had no way to pursue the enemy. Moreover, once the enemy noticed their formation was too dense, they would immediately retreat, giving them no chance at all.
They would only attack from a distance with those fire-spitting weapons and then run away. It was utterly shameless.
But if they found a gap in the first princess's army, they would surge forward like a tide to crush them. Consequently, the first princess's army was now on the verge of collapse.
Look at yourselves.
We have over 10,000 men, and yet we can't even defeat an enemy of less than 100.
Does this make sense? Does this make any sense?
Princess Evergreen's face was ashen with rage as she roared at the nobles and knights who had their heads bowed. The surrounding vassals and nobles did not dare to look up at her.
Go, send someone to wipe them out. Go now.
But your highness,
As you saw, they throw things that explode.
and those fire-spitting weapons of theirs are terrifying.
Our cavalry has been completely wiped out, and even the high-level magicians we brought to deal with a sword don't dare to show their faces.
Those elusive snipers were simply too terrifying. They would kill anyone the moment they showed their heads.
Seeing the magicians, who usually bragged about how powerful they were, now acting like shrinking turtles, Princess Evergreen gritted her teeth in fury. She felt as though she was surrounded by a bunch of useless trash.
What exactly are those fire-spitting weapons?
Why can they pierce through a magician's shield and a knight's plate armor?
No one could answer her question. They had previously thought those were just rumors, but they hadn't expected them to be true.
And those nomadic tribes who should be herding sheep in the western continent, why have they appeared fully armed in the eastern continent?
Viscount Derby,
You've been there, you should know something about this.
well, I didn't know this would happen either.
Useless.
You're a piece of trash.
You don't know anything.
The first princess was driven nearly insane with rage, repeatedly striking Viscount Derby's shoulder with her fan. Viscount Derby didn't dare to dodge and could only wail in pain while clutching his head.
Your Highness, although those cavalry are formidable, we still have a chance.
That's right.
Although we've lost some soldiers, we still have over 10,000 men. So as long as we block the cavalry's attacks and then eliminate the second princess's army, we can still win.
The nobles and knights tried to comfort Princess Evergreen one after another. Their words seemed to have some effect. Princess Evergreen's anger gradually subsided, and Viscount Derby breathed a sigh of relief.
Whoa! At that moment, a horn blast suddenly sounded, indicating another army was approaching.
The second princess's army had actually launched an offensive on their own initiative. They were formed in dense phalanxes pressing down toward the first princess's army. The first princess hurried out of her tent and looked into the distance, saying in disbelief, "Damn it, what is that now?"
Dad is here to pick you up.
Kill. The roars of battle shook the heavens and the earth as two armies engaged in a fierce struggle on the plains.
The second princess's army was like a group of hedgehogs. They wrapped themselves tightly with pikes and then used those powerful muskets to continuously gun down the first princess's soldiers.
Bang, 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 bang.
Those damned gunshots and the pungent gunpowder smoke filled the first princess's soldiers with incomparable fear and despair. Whether they hid behind shields or wore armor, they couldn't withstand those lethal bullets.
Furthermore, the second princess's army had adopted a brand new tactic. They divided the infantry into small square formations, and these formations coordinated with each other to cut off and surround the first princess's army.
Princess Evergreen, we can't break through the pike formation.
Their tactics are too formidable.
We can't get near them at all.
If we get close, we're pierced by pikes. If we retreat, we're attacked by those fire-spitting weapons.
They are simply invincible.
The mages are also in trouble. The moment they show their heads, they are hit by white streaks shot from the formations. News of failure kept coming in.
They had originally thought they could easily defeat the second princess's army,
But it wasn't until they formally clashed that they realized they were wrong.
and they were wrong by a landslide.
Those muskets from the Blackwood territory were simply too powerful. At this moment, there were many from the Blackwood army within the second princess's forces, and they were all equipped with these weapons. Moreover, because they were fighting on level ground, their shooting accuracy and rate of fire were much higher than those of the Centaur cavalry. Most importantly, the second princess's army also had another even more powerful weapon from Blackwood.
Boom!
A black cannonball traced a graceful arc and landed in the midst of the first princess's army.
In the next instant, the cannonball exploded, and dozens of soldiers were instantly turned into a rain of blood and severed limbs.
With just a single cannonball, a huge gap appeared in their defensive line. Seeing this terrifying power, the first princess's army finally understood how their cavalry had died.
Your Highness, I think I know how second Prince Good lost.
Viscount Derby stared blankly at the battlefield, muttering to himself as if he had gone senile.
Snap!
Princess Evergreen snapped the fan in her hand with a fierce grip.
Do you think I'm blind?
You incompetent fool.
Why couldn't you tell me sooner?
The enemy's weapons and tactics were completely beyond their imagination, and the numerical advantage they took pride in had vanished into thin air. They were exhausted from trying to deal with the enemy's strange formations, and their defensive line had already become fragmented. Every time those giant fire-spitting weapons fired, the first princess's army would fall into chaos.
Just then, another gap was torn in the first princess's defensive line, and a figure led the charge inside like a bolt of white lightning.
A noble spotted this gap and immediately shouted in terror.
Princess, they are here.
Those cavalrymen are here again.
Upon hearing his words, the first princess's army instantly fell into a state of total disorder. Those Centaur cavalry were like a pack of demons from hell, charging and killing at will on the battlefield, bringing immense fear to the first princess's army. They had no idea where those cavalrymen had suddenly appeared from, but they knew that seeing those cavalrymen meant the other side was ready to harvest their lives.
Block them. Block them at all costs.
Asterisk.
The Blackwood army and the second princess's army had developed a tacit understanding, and they began a perfect counterattack. Although the second princess's army was at a numerical disadvantage, their morale was extremely high. With the support of the Blackwood territories, muskets, and cannons, they were pushing back the first princess's army step by step.
However, the enemy still had 10,000 people after all, so the fighting remained intense. Isaac knew very well that if this continued,
The second princess's army would still suffer very heavy casualties in the end. Therefore, the battle had to be ended as quickly as possible.
Lord,
their messengers are all entering and leaving from there. That should be their headquarters.
Effie pointed in a direction.
Under the attack of the Blackwood territories, muskets, and cannons, the formation of the first princess's army had been thrown into disarray. Because they had to deal with the Spanish tercios and avoid the bombardment, many gaps had appeared in the originally tight formation. Furthermore, Isaac had discovered a particularly weak spot in their defenses. If they could break through from there and drive straight into the enemy's headquarters, maybe they could, and there's a chance. Back when he was just an infantryman, even if he discovered a flaw in the enemy, he couldn't easily launch an attack because he wasn't sure he could make a clean getaway.
But it was different now. With this multi-purpose cavalry, he could carry out a bold surprise attack.
Warriors, we're going to go chop off the enemy's head right now. On the battlefield,
Nothing was more thrilling than a decapitation strike.
if they could successfully capture the enemy leader alive, then this war could also end right here.
oh, kill.
The Centaur female warriors cheered excitedly. Even Lucy was infected by their passion and cheered along with them.
Mission trigger.
These capture Princess Evergreen at the frontline headquarters alive. Capture Princess Evergreen incomplete. Even the goddess had sent a mission prompt. It seemed this operation was a must-win. The goddess is protecting us.
Charge.
Isaac squeezed his horse's flanks and Seba galloped off like an arrow from a bow.
The fully armed Centaur cavalry immediately followed behind, all charging out. They were like an unstoppable torrent of steel sweeping toward the enemy's headquarters.
Rumble.
The earth trembled, their speed grew faster and faster, and the enemy's weak defensive line was already right before their eyes.
Kill.
The heavy cavalry's charge was unstoppable, tearing through the enemy's defense like a hot knife through butter. Fear spread through the enemy camp as they began to discard their armor and flee in all directions. Isaac swung the mace in his hand, smashing away every single enemy who blocked his path. They broke through several layers of infantry defense and finally saw the enemy's headquarters. The enemy's headquarters was a mess of panic-stricken soldiers, making it difficult for Isaac to find the first princess among them for a moment. He had originally thought he could easily find the woman in the luxurious clothes, but he didn't expect there to be so many maids in fine attire in the enemy's headquarters, making it even harder for him to distinguish who the first princess was.
Isaac looked at them, thought for a moment, and suddenly gave a crooked smile before opening his mouth to shout.
Evergreen.
Daddy's here to pick you up. Come out now.
Otherwise, when I catch you later, even if you cry for daddy, I'm still going to spank your butt raw.
You damn bastard.
I'll hold him off. You guys get Her Highness, the princess, away quickly.
An armored man roared in anger and stepped forward, preparing to stop Isaac.
Tusky knew it. That bitch definitely has a lot of backups.
Isaac clicked his tongue in sentiment, pulled the reins to turn his horse, and charged toward the man.
I am the Lord of Ebrick Territory, Intermediate Knight Altman. Today, I shall take your head and present it to Her Highness the Princess to prove my loyalty.
Banner,
The man named Altman fell to his knees at the sound.
Sorry, I don't have time to listen to your whole speech.
Isaac lightly blew the gunpowder smoke from the muzzle of his flintlock pistol.
He gave a faint glance at the corpse that was still gushing blood and continued charging forward past it.
Click, 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 click.
He saw a woman looking at him with a face full of terror. Her body was trembling slightly, and her eyes were filled with anger and fear. She was indeed the first Princess Evergreen.
Target identified.
Charge. Still trying to run. You little bitch. This spank in your little butt won't be able to dodge it, Tilda. Jai, Tilda.
She fled, he chased. She had no way to escape. Isaac could feel the vibration of the horse's hooves and the friction of his armor against the gale. The senses of his limbs seemed to be blocked out.
Only one voice reached his ears clearly.
Stop them.
Quickly stop those barbarians and madmen. It was the sharp, angry scream of Grand Princess Iphigren. Obviously, the barbarians referred to the centaur while the madmen referred to him. Nay,
Grand Princess Iphigren's personal knights were escorting her, desperately whipping their horses in an attempt to flee the battlefield.
Her horsemanship was excellent. Clearly, as a member of the royal family, riding was a mandatory subject.
The heavy infantry and swordsmen, under the command of the knights, formed a defensive formation and watched Isaac and the others nervously. Infantry, block those demons.
We absolutely cannot let those monsters get close.
Demons. Monsters.
Since when did we become demons and monsters?
Isaac didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
In that case, he couldn't let them down.
Charge formation. Isaac gave the order.
Percy and Lucy brandished their war blades imbued with sharpness magic and rushed to Isaac's side, one on the left and one on the right.
Like two bolts of lightning, they instantly tore through the enemy's formation. Leading the charge, Isaac increased the effects of his strength augmentation magic to the maximum, feeling as if he had inexhaustible strength.
For Blackwood Territory.
For the goddess.
The deafening shouts caused the enemy's hearts to tremble.
Stick your asses out for me.
Isaac raised the hideous massive can opener high. The hammerhead, stained with bits of flesh and blood, whistled piercingly through the air.
Dad is coming.
With a roar, Isaac swung the can opener down with all his might. With the combined power, weight, and speed of man and horse as one, the force of this strike was no less than that of a cannonball's impact. Boom! With a loud bang, several heavy infantrymen who were hit instantly flew high into the air like kites with broken strings.
For the west. For the can.
Following closely behind, Lucia and Perce also brandished their war blades and joined the fray.
With the enhancement of magic,
The sharp blade sliced through the enemy's armor and weapons as easily as cutting tofu.
the three of them tore through the enemy's entire defensive line like a sharp knife. The Centaur cavalry behind them seized the opportunity to further widen the breach, completely crushing the enemy's defensive formation.
Oh! Screams and the clashing of metal rose and fell. The enemy's defensive line was finally broken by them.
Iphigren, you still dare to run?
Swish, swish, swish.
A dense rain of arrows fell from the sky, attempting to block their path.
Clang, clang, clang.
The arrows struck Isaac's armor, making crisp clinking sounds but failing to harm him in the slightest.
This was top-tier armor forged from mithril alloy, let alone ordinary arrows.
Even a full-strength strike from a high knight would not easily break its defense. Swish, swish, swish. Lucy brandished her longsword, cutting down the arrows shot at Isaac one by one.
The longsword in her hands seemed to turn into a series of afterimages, moving so fast the naked eye could hardly track it.
Knave.
Under the impact of the Centaur cavalry, the enemy's archer formation instantly collapsed and scattered in flight.
Meanwhile, Grand Princess Iphigren, under the protection of several knights, fled the battlefield with all her might.
Your Highness the Princess.
Stop running, Dad, no, I won't spank your ass anymore.
Isaac shouted, but Grand Princess Iphigren turned a deaf ear and only cared about escaping for her life.
Especially upon hearing the word ass at the end of Isaac's shout, she seemed to whip her horse even faster in a daze.
Unfortunately, she underestimated the speed of the Blackwood Territory cavalry. They were no ordinary cavalry, but an elite force composed of centaur who were born to gallop across the continent, and whitehorn horses rumored to be descendants of the unicorn. Damn it.
Why won't those guys leave us alone?
Threat. Stop them.
Seeing Isaac and the others in hot pursuit, Grand Princess Iphigren's knights also panicked.
They once again split off a portion of their men to try and block Isaac's pursuit, buying time for Grand Princess Iphigren to escape.
Isaac, leave this to us.
Come, trust us.
Leave the small matter to us.
Lucy and Perce volunteered.
Good.
Then I'll leave it to you.
Give me a loaded gun.
Perce immediately handed a flintlock pistol to Isaac. The Blackwood Territory cavalry also turned their horses and rode in other directions, kicking up clouds of dust to try and confuse the enemy.
Isaac took the opportunity to urge his mount forward, pursuing Grand Princess Iphigren alone.
On the vast plain, only Grand Princess Iphigren
And her three personal knights remained fleeing for their lives.
Threat.
Quickly stop him for me, Grand Princess Iphigrin roared, on the verge of collapse. She whipped her horse desperately,
wanting to escape this terrifying place.
Asterisk.
The sound of whose was deafening, but it was less a brave charge and more the frantic flight of fugitives.
Grand Princess Iphigrin and her knights panted heavily, exchanging uneasy glances.
How did it come to this?
They swore they had never experienced such a pathetic battle. We should have lost them by now, right? Grand Princess Iphigrin couldn't help but look back.
However, to her despair, that figure was still following closely behind them, like an emissary sent by the god of death, impossible to shake off.
Kill him. Go and kill him.
Grand Princess Iphigrin shouted hysterically. Two knights steeled themselves and turned their horses, charging toward Isaac.
At this moment, they only hoped to stop him and buy time for Grand Princess Iphigrin to escape. I am Kingdom Knight Rodart.
Lackey of the demon, prepare to die.
Bang!
Rodart,
You bastard! Bang!
With two screams, the two knights fell from their horses one after another, their fates unknown.
Grand Princess Iphigrin's eyes widened in horror.
She finally saw the pursuer's true face. It was actually the Baron Isaac, who had rejected her marriage proposal.
So it's you.
Grand Princess Iphigrin said through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with anger and resentment.
It was all because of him that she had fallen into such a state.
She whipped her horse savagely,
Now only wanting to escape Isaac's clutches as quickly as possible.
at this time, she fled and he pursued. She could not escape even with wings. If you don't behave, you'll get a spanking.
Through the narrow field of vision of his helmet, Isaac saw Grand Princess Iphigrin fleeing desperately, with only one knight left by her side.
Charge, Cyborg. You're a descendant of the unicorn.
Nay, Cyborg was panting heavily. Despite his huge churning, he could no longer increase his speed. Even as a descendant of the unicorn, running at full speed for so long had left him exhausted.
Daddy's already here. Iphigrin, stop running.
Ow, chop.
Grand Princess Iphigrin's angry curses reached Isaac's ears clearly.
In the distance, the first princess's army had also spotted them and was currently rushing toward their location. If he let Grand Princess Iphigrin escape now, all of Isaac's hard work would be for nothing.
You can't escape.
Just stick your butt out and be good.
Get lost, you bastard.
Grand Princess Iphigrin shouted profanities, losing every bit of her royal poise.
Isaac clicked his tongue and stopped wasting words, pulling his flintlock pistol directly from its holster.
Slowing his horse's pace, Isaac raised the pistol and aimed at her mount.
It would be troublesome if she managed to escape.
Bang!
With a gunshot, Grand Princess Iphigrin's mount let out a scream and collapsed to its knees. Caught off guard, Grand Princess Iphigrin fell from the horse's back, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a pathetic halt.
I told you to stop running.
You,
Grand Princess Iphigrin looked at Isaac in terror, as if she were looking at some terrifying monster.
Just any bastard. The last knight charged from the other side, swinging his longsword directly at Isaac.
Fine.
Unfortunately, his sword failed to even break Isaac's armor, leaving only a shallow white mark. Damn it. The knight looked at Isaac's armor, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief.
take this.
Isaac seized the opportunity to swing his can opener, aiming it at the knight's head.
Clang.
The knight hurriedly raised his sword to parry.
Sparks flew as a deep dent was actually smashed into the blade of the longsword. Oh, you fell for it.
Demon, die.
The knight laughed triumphantly as if he could already see the dawn of victory.
As expected of a battle-hardened knight, his swordsmanship was indeed exquisite, far superior in technique to Isaac's brute force hammer swings. However, he had celebrated too early. Isaac directly activated the enchantment within his body, and a powerful force instantly surged through his entire being.
Bang! Isaac dropped the can opener and threw a punch straight at the knight's face.
The immense force shattered the knight's visor and slammed his head back into his helmet. Oh, a muffled groan came from inside the helmet, and the knight's body slumped down.
Death, despicable coward.
The knight struggled to stand, but Isaac grabbed a handful of sand and shamelessly threw it into his helmet.
Cough, cough, cough.
You bastard.
The knight immediately began coughing violently, his vision obscured by the sand, leaving him to swing his longsword blindly.
Isaac took the opportunity to slip behind him, grabbed the knight's waist, lifted him high, and then slammed him hard onto the ground.
Dove. The knight let out a scream, struggling and rolling on the ground a few times before stopping. This was the fighting technique he had learned from the old veterans in the Blackwood territory, extremely simple and crude, but very effective. Damn it, you bastard. If you have the guts, duel me honorably.
One didn't need to look to know the knight's face must be black and blue honorably.
In this magical world where one could summon meteors with a flick of a finger, you're talking to me about honor.
Oh, right.
I'm not some knight, I'm a mage.
Fireball.
As Isaac spoke, he released a fireball directly into the knight's face.
Dove.
The knight screamed and collapsed, clutching his face. Isaac took the opportunity to pick up the can opener from the ground, strolled leisurely to the knight's side, and assumed a standard golf stance.
Estimating a dirt pit ahead, Isaac aimed the warhammer at the knight and tested the distance several times. After finally finding a comfortable stance and distance, he twisted his body and raised the warhammer high.
Fall.
The warhammer swung down violently toward the knight's chest.
Boom.
With a loud bang, the knight's body flew out like a cannonball, landing heavily in the dirt pit and becoming completely still.
Phew, I'm really freaking elegant.
Isaac let out a long sigh of relief, feeling refreshed.
No wonder rich people liked playing this. A hole-in-one really was satisfying. Isaac shouldered the can opener and walked over to Grand Princess Iphigrin.
WH, what do you want?
Grand Princess Iphigrin asked in terror, her body constantly backing away. Watching her high knight get effortlessly sent flying by Isaac's hammer had left her with a significant psychological shadow.
Isaac ignored her, grabbed her waist, and with a light lift, tucked her under his arm.
Let me go,
You monster, bastard.
Grand Princess Iphigrin struggled, desperately kicking and punching him, but her attacks were like mere tickles to Isaac.
Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Capture Grand Princess Iphigrin.
Achievement points plus 7,000.
The system's notification sounded in Isaac's mind. Isaac couldn't help but start laughing.
What are you laughing at?
Grand Princess Iphigrin asked in confusion, her eyes filled with fear.
Nothing, we'll have plenty of time to play later.
As Isaac spoke, he quietly placed his other hand on her and gave it a squeeze.
You
bastard.
let me go.
I am the first princess.
So what if you're the first princess?
Disobedience must be punished.
Isaac laid her horizontally across the saddle in front of him.
With one hand holding the reins, he used the other to hold her both to keep her from falling off the horse and to occasionally deliver a few swats. Isaac rode leisurely like this, savouring the sensation. Of course, this was all well deserved. Being hit for disobedience was only natural. As for how the gagged Iphigrin went from a face full of resentment to being flushed and motionless, we won't look into that too deeper, Lord Khan.
Nay,
Isaac continued his leisurely stroll until the shouts of Purse and Tama came from the distance. They had already dealt with those knights and were now heading this way. Seeing that Isaac had successfully captured Grand Princess Iphigrin, excited smiles appeared on their faces.
On the other side, the first princess's army had also noticed the situation and was charging toward them.
Obviously, they had seen that Grand Princess Iphigrin was in danger.
Unfortunately, their army consisted mostly of infantry, which could not stop the Blackwood Territory cavalry from retreating. The mission was complete. It was time to withdraw.
When Isaac and the others returned to the second princess's main camp with Grand Princess Iphigrin in custody, they were immediately greeted with a hero's welcome. The soldiers cheered, banging their spears against the ground as if welcoming back triumphant heroes.
Although Isaac hadn't had time to report on the battle yet, the heroic performance on the field had already won everyone over. Even the nobles who were originally jealous had put aside their grudges and were sincerely offering their congratulations.
Well done, Lord Isaac. Second Princess Priscilla personally brought a cup of water and handed it to Isaac.
Thank you, Your Highness the Princess.
Isaac took the cup and drained it in one gulp.
It's truly incredible. Your loyalty and bravery are admirable.
Second Princess Priscilla praised.
It's all thanks to the Blackwood Territory cavalry.
Today was their first battle, so everyone worked extra hard.
Isaac modestly shared the honor and credit with the cavalrymen.
Haha, Second Princess Priscilla laughed happily.
Ever since she had decided to go to war, this was the first time she had shown such a relaxed smile.
Nay, where's my pinky?
At that moment, Cyborg suddenly gave a dissatisfied snort, pawing at the ground with his hoof.
Isaac shook his head with a smile, pulled a piece of candy from his pocket and handed it to Cyborg.
Cyborg happily opened his mouth to take the candy, letting out a joyful neigh.
Second Princess Priscilla noticed a disheveled woman tied up behind Isaac and asked curiously, "Count Isaac, who is this?"
You mean her?
Don't touch me in front of so many people.
You damned bastard. Grand Princess Iphigrin roared.
This is Grand Princess Iphigrin, Isaac replied.
Second Princess Priscilla's eyes widened, and the surrounding nobles all wore expressions of disbelief. Some were so shocked that the cups in their hands fell to the ground.
How could this be?
Second Princess Priscilla's voice was trembling.
The process involved was quite complicated. How should he explain it?
Isaac slowly took another sip of water, pointed toward the first princess's army, and said,
"Well, I picked her up over there, as long as that man is willing. Long ago, when Princess Priscilla first became involved in the struggle for the throne, everyone looked down on her, believing she had no chance of winning. This was not only because of her weak personality, but also because the western region was already firmly controlled by the powerful Second Prince Good. Second Prince Good was cruel and ambitious. In a chaotic world, this personality actually became his advantage. Not only that, but through unknown means, he had even won over many Western lords led by great magician Cantonil, causing them to flock to his side like gathering clouds. It seemed as if the scales of victory had completely tipped before the struggle for the throne had even begun. However, even in this predicament, there were still those who steadfastly supported Princess Priscilla.
Your Highness Princess Priscilla,
You're the only one who can save this suffering kingdom. Please become a benevolent and wise queen." Priscilla did not want to fail the expectations of those lords and nobles who rushed to kneel before her, pleading for her to become their monarch. Thus she changed her former weak image, and for the first time began to use schemes, doing her utmost to participate in the struggle for the throne. However, the barriers of reality stood before her like an insurmountable mountain. At the time, Second Prince Good possessed an overwhelming numerical advantage, leading his great army with unstoppable force, continuously encroaching upon her territory. Just as Priscilla suffered successive defeats and her heart was gradually consumed by despair, Isaac finally led his army to join her camp. Initially,
Isaac used the magical beast forest as an excuse to refuse Priscilla's requests several times. This once led Priscilla to believe he had given up on her and wanted to distance himself. However, the facts proved she had misjudged him. It turned out Isaac had been waiting for the optimal moment, secretly accumulating strength. At that time, he appeared behind Second Prince Good's army like a ghost, striking them down, one by one, with lightning speed, and even broke through the encirclement like a god, descending to earth to rescue the besieged Brianna Lord's castle. He even bound the captured enemy, generals and knights, and sent them before Priscilla like gifts. These lords, I picked them up on the way. Priscilla still clearly remembers Isaac's nonchalant tone at the time, as if those lords were truly just pebbles found anywhere by the roadside. And at this very moment, the incredible scene before her eyes was remarkably similar to that time. Untie me this instant. How dare you humiliate a member of the royal family like this? Princess Evergreen had been tied up and thrown over a horse's back like cargo, and she hadn't made a sound even when she was spanked all along the way. But now, being spanked again in public, she was like a cat with its fur standing on end, roaring loudly regardless of her image. The crowd didn't know what had happened when she was picked up, but they felt that she seemed even more short-tempered than the legends suggested. It was just that Princess Evergreen was currently covered in grime and dust. She didn't look like a noble royal at all, looking exactly like a beggar. As more and more people gathered to watch Princess Evergreen's face flushed with shame and anger, and her roars became increasingly sharp and piercing. I told you to let me go, do you hear me? How noisy?
Lord Isaac, who had been watching coldly from the side, seemed to have lost his patience with Princess Evergreen's noise.
He reached out and lightly slapped her bottom again. This action immediately sent Princess Evergreen into a fit of rage. Her face flushed as she incoherently shouted, "How dare you commit such an act of insubordination in public, such treason." Seeing Princess Evergreen's face full of shame and exasperation, Isaac couldn't help but chuckle. "You dare laugh at me? Oh, is it that obvious? You saw right through me. You bastard." Clearly, in Princess Evergreen's eyes, Isaac was a crude and reckless fellow. However, considering her previous actions, Isaac's behavior was already quite polite toward her. After all, Isaac never felt that the royalty amounted to anything. The ancestors of Huaxia had taught him many years ago the throne is taken by turns. Next year it's my turn.
Priscilla sighed inwardly. The tables had truly turned.
PFFD. Priscilla finally couldn't help but laugh out loud as well.
She never thought she would laugh so heartily on a battlefield. Now that the battle situation was excellent, the position of queen no longer seemed like an unreachable dream. It felt as if it were within her grasp. And all of this was thanks to Lord Isaac. It was he who allowed Priscilla to truly see the hope of ascending the throne. However, there was also a hint of worry in Priscilla's heart. This lot only won once by luck, relying on the protection of that mad dog. Priscilla still remembered the unwilling roar Second Prince Good let out on the day they captured Count Aniel's castle and defeated his army. If she truly were as Second Prince Good said, just using her beauty to bewitch Isaac, she might feel more at ease. Or she couldn't fathom Lord Isaac's thoughts at all. What exactly does he want? What are his thoughts about her? Thinking of this, Priscilla couldn't help but steal a plaintive glance at Isaac. However, I've already come this far.
Priscilla secretly clenched her fist.
She had already reached this point today, far exceeding everyone's expectations. And Isaac was that ray of light she had grasped in the darkness. If she truly could ascend the throne, perhaps she wouldn't be able to become the benevolent and wise queen her subjects expected. But she had experienced hardships unimaginable to ordinary people. She had witnessed the cruelty of war, and she deeply understood the suffering of the people. She would never repeat the mistakes of the previous king. She would lead this country to prosperity once again as a true monarch. Even if the price was herself, she wouldn't hesitate. Priscilla looked at Isaac, who was still spanking her elder sister, with a complex expression. As long as that man is willing, it directly cause psychological trauma. Standing inside the command tent, Isaac looked down at the battlefield below. The worker bees, who had lost their queen bee, were currently plunged into a state of chaos. Just a short while ago, Isaac had ordered men to escort the captured Princess Evergreen back to the camp. This action had completely enraged the soldiers of the First Princess's army. They charged recklessly toward Isaac's main camp, attempting to rescue their commander. I hope readers will remember our domain name for smooth reading of Taiwanese novels. Thus, nearly 40% of the enemy forces plunged headlong into the meat grinder formed by the pikemen. Isaac's soldiers utilized the elven companions of the Rangers to constantly adjust the formation of the Spanish tercios, quickly segmenting and surrounding the enemies who had charged in. The soldiers of the First Princess's army, having realized the trap, immediately began desperately attacking the formation, but ultimately with very little success. The greatest advantage of the Spanish tercios was their ability to simultaneously deal with attacks from all directions. A dense rain of bullets and sharpness-enhanced pikes struck from all sides, trapping the soldiers of the First Princess's army firmly within the formation.
Hello.
Welcome to the West. At the moment, Lord L. Arnold led his cavalry unit, charging into the chaotic rear of the First Princess's army like a tiger descending from a mountain.
Cool.
Lord Earl Arnold took the lead, his longsword swinging a sharp blade of kai that instantly cut down the enemy's front row like chopping melons and vegetables. Under the cover of the infantry and artillerymen,
The second princess's cavalry unit finally launched their charge.
Facing this menacing cavalry unit, the soldiers of the first princess's army completely collapsed.
They had no power to resist at all, only able to watch helplessly as their brothers were cut down one by one.
"'Twas truly overwhelming,"
Isaac couldn't help but remark as he watched the one-sided situation before him.
The illustrious reputation of the Blackwood cavalry had long since spread across the entire battlefield. Now, as soon as these soldiers of the first princess's army saw cavalry, they would be scared out of their wits, not even daring to harbour the thought of resistance.
No matter how strong an army is, once it loses its will to fight, it is merely a disorganized mob.
But why is he working so hard?
Isaac watched Lord Earl Arnold galloping across the battlefield, feeling a bit puzzled.
Lord Earl Arnold made full use of the cavalry's mobility, constantly weaving through the enemy formations and eliminating those segmented
and surrounded enemy soldiers one by one.
Though he looked very heroic, Isaac felt that today's Lord Earl Arnold seemed a bit too desperate. Lord Isaac's heroic performance has left a very deep impression on Lord Earl Arnold.
Princess Priscilla's words caused the surrounding lords and Knight Ruger to nod in agreement.
Haha, not long ago Lord Earl Arnold had this same expression, wishing he could immediately charge onto the battlefield to compete with Count Blackwood.
Knight Ruger's words made Isaac reach out and scratch his head. Well, this sword saint is trying to compete with me. Could it be he wants to reclaim the title of strongest cavalry unit from my hands?
However, Isaac knew very well that the strength Lord Earl Arnold displayed could no longer be measured as a cavalry unit. He was a human self-propelled cannon, an unstoppable one-man army on the battlefield.
In any case, the fact that the first princess's army's formation collapsed so quickly is definitely a good thing for us.
Before this, although we had the advantage of cannons, we were outnumbered after all.
Yes, it's all thanks to Count Blackwood's brilliant command.
If Count Blackwood had notified us earlier and let us participate in this battle, we would have given the first princess's army an even more grand welcome ceremony. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the scales of victory had completely tipped in their favour, these western lords also began to relax, complimenting Isaac one after another. Although these complimentary words were not without a fair share of flattery, Isaac didn't mind. After all, what they said was the truth.
However, just then, a harsh voice suddenly rang in Isaac's ear.
HMPH, truly despicable and shameless.
What did you say?
Isaac turned to look at Princess Evergreen, who was sitting nearby with a pale face, and raised his hand with a mischievous smile.
"Chop plain dumb.
I have an army of 100,000 under me, fully twice yours.
How could they be defeated so quickly?
You must have used some sinister scheme to try and force me to surrender."
It seemed Her Highness the Princess still hadn't recognized reality. Or rather, she simply didn't want to believe she would be defeated so thoroughly.
Calm down, Your Highness the Princess. Isaac walked up to Princess Evergreen and reached out to gently pat her bottom, wanting her to calm down.
I told you.
Don't touch me in front of so many people.
You filthy monster.
Unfortunately, Princess Evergreen's reaction was even more intense.
She was like an infuriated pufferfish, all her spine standing up, staring at Isaac with shame and aggression.
If you keep being so noisy, believe it or not, I'll give you a spanking.
Hearing Isaac's words, Princess Evergreen instantly fell silent.
My loyal subordinates will soon come to rescue me. When that happens, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Princess Evergreen didn't stay silent for long before speaking up again.
Ha, then let them come. I'll kill as many as show up.
HMPH, arrogant and ignorant.
Courting death. Same to you. The dialogue between Isaac and Princess Evergreen made the surrounding lords break into a cold sweat. Off, it's getting cool.
Just then, Persa, standing outside the tent, suddenly spoke.
At the same time, a new change occurred in the situation on the battlefield. The already dense fog became even thicker. Raindrops the size of beans began to fall from the sky. Clearly, the previous heavy fog was just the prelude to this rain.
Isaac looked up at the gloomy sky and sighed inwardly.
He was not a god and could not control the weather. Instead of complaining, it was better to find a way to deal with it.
Fortunately, Isaac had long anticipated that rainy days might affect gunpowder weapons, so he had prepared in advance. Rainwater would affect the gunpowder, so the normal use of important weapons had to be prioritized.
Those flintlock rifles that could not be used due to dampness could be fitted with bayonets and used directly as spears.
As for the cannons, the pre-prepared gunpowder bags coated with waterproof material, along with the match cords and oilcloths, needed to be delivered to the artillery positions as quickly as possible.
Persa, I'm counting on you.
Isaac turned to look at Persa and said,
As you command.
Come.
Persa nodded and turned to give orders to her centaur warriors.
Move out.
Dozens of centaur warriors charged out of the camp like arrows released from a bow, galloping through the rain toward the artillery positions. Watching these centaur warriors running in the rain, a surge of heroic pride rose in Isaac's heart. The soldiers of the first princess's army would soon witness the power of this special unit.
Just then, Princess Evergreen suddenly laughed again. Isaac found it strange. What was this woman going crazy about now?
What are you laughing at?
Isaac walked up to Princess Evergreen and asked,
Haven't you noticed?
Those weapons that make the loud noises have stopped attacking.
It seems you've run out of ammunition and food, haven't you?
Kneel and beg for mercy now, and perhaps I'll show some mercy and give you a quick death.
However, before Princess Evergreen could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a series of exclamations.
Our Lord Earl.
The first princess's army, they are retreating.
Toot toot.
2 sharp horn blasts came from the first princess's army camp.
This was the signal to retreat.
Hearing this news, both the lords inside the tent and the soldiers outside looked up, casting their gazes toward the distant battlefield.
The previously aggressive First Princess's army was now in a state of chaos, fleeing toward the rear in panic.
What was going on?
Isaac observed closely and found that the soldiers of the First Princess's army seemed to be avoiding something.
Soon Isaac understood.
Those Centaur warriors had left too deep an impression on the soldiers of the First Princess's army.
Now, as soon as these soldiers heard the sound of hooves, they would reflexively think those terrifying Centaur warriors were charging over. How could they have any heart left to fight? This was striking straight into psychological trauma.
In the distance, Lord Earl Arnold, who had been leading the cavalry charge, also stopped in his tracks, looking at the scene before him with a look of astonishment.
But at this moment, the most embarrassed person was none other than Princess Evergreen.
It seems your subordinates aren't as loyal as you imagined.
Princess Evergreen's face was pale, and she said nothing, merely lowering her proud head powerlessly. Father Murder and usurpation.
Viscount Duffy looked around blankly. The battlefield had turned into a living hell.
How did it come to this?
He muttered to himself, his eyes vacant.
To rescue Princess Evergreen, they had sent their most elite troops, but in the end, they vanished into those strange phalanxes like a clay ox entering the sea.
Deafening explosions echoed one after another as massive projectiles whistled past, instantly tearing one's vibrant lives into shreds. The cavalry, led by the sword saint, was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, wantonly harvesting the lives of their soldiers.
The expressions of Viscount Duffy and the other nobles grew increasingly grim. What they thought would be an easy victory had unknowingly turned into a terrifying nightmare. Could it be?
Are we going to lose?
A sense of unease began to spread among the nobles.
The war had spiraled completely out of their control. Could it get any more chaotic than this?
Could it get any worse than this?
However, fate did not seem intent on letting them off. Rumble. The earth shook violently, as if an earthquake were occurring.
The cavalry had long since been wiped out. This definitely wasn't reinforcements from their side.
Could it be Brianna's cavalry? Viscount Duffy's heart sank. Yet the reaction of the soldiers around him was even more intense, as if they had seen some terrifying monster.
Viscount Duffy followed their gaze and saw a group of creatures like demons from hell charging toward them.
Clad in heavier armor
and wielding sharp blades, they left a trail of flying flesh and rolling heads wherever they passed.
Demons. It's demons. Run for your lives.
The soldiers were scared out of their wits and abandoned everything, fleeing frantically in all directions. Even the voices of the commanders were filled with trembling. Although Viscount Duffy knew those monsters were the Centaur race, he couldn't help but feel his skin crawl after witnessing their horror firsthand.
To say nothing of the ordinary soldiers who hadn't seen much of the world.
An army of 10,500 elite cavalry, dozens of mages and knights, none of them could stop their advance.
Damn it, we're finished. Retreat quickly.
The nobles who had witnessed the Centaur race's charge with their own eyes no longer cared about dignity and shouted loudly for a retreat.
But Her Highness the Princess,
it's too late.
If we don't retreat now, our entire army will be wiped out.
Exactly.
We must preserve our strength to have a chance to rescue Her Highness later.
Those nobles, whose loyalty to Princess Evergreen was already low, used this as an excuse and chimed in with the proposal to retreat.
The
horn for retreat soon sounded. The soldiers receded like a tide, the entire army's order in shambles and without any cohesion. The ambitions of this group of nobles to conquer the south and then unify the west vanished like bubbles.
In any world, war leaves behind nothing but endless emptiness and pain.
Gurgle. Along with a gnawing hunger that felt like a knife twisting in the gut.
Clatter.
A village in the east had been completely destroyed by the flames of war. A boy of about 10 was rummaging through the ruins. He wasn't there to help the villagers rebuild. He was looking for the bread he had hidden there earlier. Found it. The boy found a dark piece of oat bread among the debris.
The bread was hard and dry. Even though it had only been hidden for 2 days, it no longer smelled appetizing.
Is this really bread? The boy thought as he patted the dust off the bread.
Just then, the rapid sound of hoofbeats came from the distance.
A group of soldiers clad in armor and carrying weapons appeared at the entrance of the village on tall horses. Is this the Kingdom of Hyde? What a peaceful and serene place.
The leader, a blonde young man, scanned the surroundings with his golden eyes and said with a smile,
"Are you saying this place is remote?"
You figured that out.
The blonde youth shrugged, and the soldiers around him burst into laughter.
Click-flop.
The blonde youth noticed the boy rummaging for food in the ruins, the glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Startled by the blonde youth's gaze, the boy asked tremulously,
Who are you? Us just passing mercenaries, the blonde youth said with a smile.
However, the boy saw through the blonde youth's lie at a single glance.
His armor
and weapons were clearly expensive, not something an ordinary mercenary would have.
What are you doing here?
The boy asked. The blonde youth stroked his chin and said, We're lost and want to pick up some supplies here.
Although the blonde youth said supplies, he didn't hide the greed in his eyes at all.
He smiled and pointed at the oat bread in the boy's hand, saying, Let's start with this piece of bread.
The blonde youth's undisguised greedy smile instantly turned the boy's face pale.
What?
Priscilla won again.
Regent Passes was shocked upon hearing the chief attendant's report.
Yes, Lord Regent.
The chief attendant nodded and said, Princess Evergreen set out with an army of 12,000, but only brought back 6,000 remnants.
The news coming from the west lately is more shocking than the last.
Capturing Princess Evergreen with just 1,000 men and routing an army of 12,000.
Priscilla only lost fewer than 1,000. Regent Passus asked in disbelief.
Yes, Lord Regent.
What is their next move?
According to intelligence, Princess Evergreen's army wants to pay a ransom to get her highness back. The second princess surely won't agree. They'll definitely demand Princess Evergreen's unconditional surrender.
The chief attendant standing behind the regent nodded and said, and once the news of Princess Evergreen's defeat spreads, the third princess's forces in the south, which were forcibly suppressed, are likely to make a comeback.
Meaning time is on the second princess's side.
Perhaps Priscilla really can easily take the south. Regent Pastus muttered to himself.
The development of this war for the throne had completely exceeded his expectations.
At the time of the late king's death, we could have imagined that Priscilla would defeat the second prince and Princess Evergreen in succession, drawing closer to the throne step by step.
Regent Passus subconsciously stroked the armrests of the chair in the study.
That was where the king conducted business.
He could almost see Priscilla sitting there, the girl who was always smiling, trying her best to maintain her dignity while handling government affairs.
There, rather than being dignified, she seemed better suited to being an approachable monarch.
Perhaps it was for this very reason that she was loved by the people.
After all, tolerance is also an essential quality for a leader.
If not for Princess Priscilla's tolerance, how could she have won over Isaac and reached this point? Chief Attendant, have you found out about the weapons the Blackwood Territory army is using?
Whether it was the second prince or Princess Evergreen, Princess Priscilla faced enemies with twice her numbers every time, yet she emerged victorious again and again.
Regent Passus believed that the credit must partly go to the new weapons of the Blackwood Territory.
He suspected they might be some kind of magic items flowing in from the Saxon Empire.
This your subordinate is incompetent.
Please forgive me, Lord Regent.
The chief attendant bowed his head, his voice filled with guilt.
What? Regent Passus frowned.
Blackwood Territory's security is excellent, and it's filled with fanatical believers. No matter what method we use, we can't bribe them.
The chief attendant's voice trembled slightly.
Even capturing them failed.
Yes, because they have never been defeated. We've had no chance to capture their weapons from the battlefield.
Regent Passus had been busy with various government affairs and had only heard rumours about the war in the west. He hadn't expected this result.
Have they really never lost?
Regent Passus asked in disbelief.
Yes.
According to the soldiers who fought and their families, Isaac is practically the incarnation of the war god Thor's in their eyes. Even more formidable than my brother, who was known as the Conqueror King. If the late king hadn't contracted that strange illness in his later years, perhaps the two of them could have worked together to create an even more glorious era.
Also, Lord Regent, this is the latest news.
Something seems to have happened in the Saxon Empire.
Regent Passus's heart sank. It seemed his greatest fear had finally come to pass. Due to treaty restrictions, they are ostensibly infiltrating our country's eastern region under the name of the Emir Mercenary Group.
Preposterous.
Immediately submit a formal protest to the Emperor of the Saxon Empire.
That I'm sorry, I'm afraid that won't work. Why?
Because His Majesty, the Emperor of the Saxon Empire, has fallen ill.
What?
Regent Passus was stunned.
The Saxon Emperor was elderly and his health hadn't been great, but falling ill so suddenly.
Besides, with so many excellent healers by his side, how could they not cure his illness? What kind of illness is it? Has it been identified?
It's currently unclear.
No toxins were detected, and several high-ranking priests are at their wits' end.
His Majesty remains unconscious.
Neither poison nor a disease that priests could cure. What on earth was going on?
In short, because His Majesty has fallen ill, the prince has become even more unscrupulous.
According to reliable sources, he has sent over 5,000 soldiers disguised as mercenaries across our border.
What a coincidence.
Don't you think? Yes, quite a coincidence.
The chief attendant nodded, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes.
Regent Passus rubbed his temples, his heart full of unease.
The emperor falls ill, and the prince takes the opportunity to expand his power. Goddess of wisdom, I hope this is just a coincidence. Monarchs who committed patricide to usurp the throne are not uncommon in history.
He just hadn't expected such a thing to happen in a neighbouring country, and the most powerful Saxon empire at that.
Well, Regent Passus closed his eyes and prayed silently,
hoping his suspicions were wrong.
Does physics no longer exist? Lonsi, the direct territory of Princess Priscilla.
Due to the gunpowder getting damp from the rain and the enemy army's rout, the war had temporarily entered a stalemate.
The second princess's army was resting in a nearby territory.
Really, when I led the cavalry charge, why were they so tenacious? Father, please stop complaining.
In Princess Priscilla's private garden, Count Arnold was grumbling while drinking heavily. He was very dissatisfied that he couldn't show off his skills. Readers, I hope you remember our domain name here. For reading Taiwanese novels, visit anytime. Has Princess Evergreen proposed paying a ransom?
Yes, they still think they have the upper hand and actually expect us to accept their negotiation terms.
What a foolish decision.
Do they think that stalling for time will change the situation?
Princess Priscilla and Knight Ruger discussed the battle situation while savouring fine wine. Just as Princess Priscilla said, Princess Evergreen's army was truly too foolish.
They thought that by delaying, they could find an opportunity to turn the tables, completely unaware that the steel output of Blackwood Territory was increasing day by day.
If they were given more time, the army of Blackwood Territory would become even stronger.
By autumn, the standing army and conscripts of Blackwood Territory would all be equipped with steel armour and a large number of muskets.
At that time, could they still be called conscripts?
Considering the relatively low training difficulty for muskets, perhaps those conscripts receiving military pay could easily defeat the standing armies of other territories. The same amount of time could directly create completely different results.
Moreover, Raja should have already refined a large amount of concentrated sulfuric acid by now.
The president of the Balfour Merchant Guild had also promised to bring cinnabar ore, which is used to extract mercury at this time.
With this, Isaac could use saltpeter and concentrated sulfuric acid to produce nitric acid, and then use mercury and common salt to produce mercury fulminate. With mercury fulminate, the army of Blackwood Territory would be able to overcome the difficulties of fighting in the rain and officially enter the breech-loading era. This is why sulfuric acid is called the mother of the chemical industry.
The ransom they proposed isn't high, and their envoy's words were disjointed. I suspect there might be internal disagreements among them.
That is indeed possible. Although they had achieved victory, Princess Priscilla and Knight Ruger maintained a cautious attitude while seriously analysing the enemy's movements. Beside them, Princess Evergreen stood with a bewildered expression.
Although her ropes had been untied, she was still under house arrest in this location.
How could this be?
They actually abandoned me.
Princess Evergreen tightly gripped the wine glass in her hand, her eyes filled with venom and unwillingness. She couldn't believe that she would be abandoned by her own subordinates.
If you knew this would happen, why did you act that way in the first place?
Isaac walked up to Princess Evergreen and said lightly,
If she could have won the loyalty of her subordinates like Princess Priscilla, she wouldn't have ended up in this predicament.
HMPH, get lost.
Princess Evergreen snorted coldly, her tone full of disdain.
You are no longer in a position to command me,
Isaac said with a smile.
It seemed Princess Evergreen still hadn't recognized reality.
Isaac shook his head and put a piece of fruit into his mouth. Who exactly are you? Princess Evergreen asked in a low voice. What? Those weapons that spew fire, explode, and crush my soldiers into meat paste, what exactly are they?
Where did you get them?
This question, I'm afraid,
wasn't just something Princess Evergreen wanted to know. Princess Priscilla and the deceased second prince probably wanted to know as well. Could it be those magic items used by the High Elves when fighting the Dwarven Kingdom?
Isaac raised his eyebrows and put down the fruit he was holding.
What is a magic item? Although Blackwood Territory's intelligence network was gradually being established, it was still very weak,
especially regarding matters on the other side of the continent, which could only rely on Azazel of the Duchy of Henton. A magic item is something that can create miracles or bring disaster. For example, a powder that can make people sleep forever, a shield that can block all attacks, a mirror that can see scenery 1,000 miles away. That sounds like something out of myths and legends.
Exactly, they are legendary things.
How do they work? Like magic or enchantment?
No, they possess that power themselves.
Isaac frowned.
How could this be possible?
The use of any power requires a price.
Magic and enchantment require consuming magic power. Muskets require consuming gunpowder.
But those magic items display powerful effects without any cost. What about the conservation of energy? Does physics really not exist? Then what exactly are those weapons of yours? Is it the power of demons? The power of demons?
Isaac shook his head. It's something called gunpowder.
You stuff it and a projectile into a sealed tubular structure ignited with fire, and it can launch the projectile to hit the enemy. Princess Evergreen was stunned. She completely couldn't understand what Isaac was saying.
What are you talking about?
I don't understand at all.
Never mind, just pretend I said nothing.
Isaac shook his head helplessly.
He knew that no matter how he explained it, this woman, Princess Evergreen, wouldn't understand.
HMPH, it is indeed the power of demons.
Princess Evergreen snorted coldly.
Only demons would use such an evil power.
Isaac was utterly speechless. Eastern Army.
Just as Isaac had predicted, the negotiations had reached a stalemate.
Mages capable of flight magic shuttle back and forth between the Royal Territory and Princess Evergreen's army, carrying flowery diplomatic rhetoric, yet they failed to make any progress.
Seeing that the negotiations were going nowhere, Isaac decided to leave.
Unlike the other nobles who were immersed in the joy of victory and wine, he still had many things to do.
He was about to inform Fiercer and the others to pack their bags, only to find that they had also joined the revelry.
They were sitting around Lucy
and Princess Priscilla,
enthusiastically recounting heroic deeds from the battlefield.
Lucy, in particular, seemed full of curiosity about these warriors from another continent. Even after fighting alongside them for so long, she remained fascinated by them. Perhaps this can be considered a form of cultural exchange. Isaac thought to himself. Maids brought silver wine cups, but these female warriors didn't seem satisfied. They simply picked up wine barrels and gulped down the wine with gusto. Lord Fear said this wine is too weak.
It has no kick at all.
This isn't a warrior's drink.
Is that so?
I thought it was quite strong, Lucy said in confusion.
She remembered getting drunk after just a few glasses. Was this wine really not strong enough?
Lucy, you don't understand.
Drinking the strongest wine, riding the finest horse, that's what a warrior should do.
Isaac was speaking with great
bravado, but upon seeing the horse-like lower bodies of the centaur race, he suddenly gave an embarrassed cough.
To us this is just like juice.
Fortunately, the centaur warriors didn't mind Isaac's slip of the tongue at all. They spoke while wiping wine stains from the corners of their mouths with their arms.
Lucy knew they meant no harm, so she just smiled and didn't argue.
Worried that these drunkards might cause trouble, Isaac quickly stepped forward and pulled them out of the banquet hall.
Oh right.
Lucy, this is for you.
Isaac turned back once more and pulled a compact, well-crafted flintlock pistol from his coat, handing it to Lucy. Oh,
This is for me. Why?
Lucy asked in surprise.
No reason, I just thought you might like it, Isaac said with a smile.
he knew Lucy had always been interested in such weapons. On the battlefield, her gaze had often lingered on those muskets.
Here, take it.
This I couldn't possibly. Lucy took the pistol with both hands, stroking it as if she couldn't bear to put it down.
To be honest, trying to trade a necklace found among the spoils of war for an excellent warhorse like Seba was really quite ungenerous.
This pistol would serve as the difference in value he was making up. Isaac, I usually don't have much interest in weapons, but this gun I really love it.
Thank you.
I'm glad you like it.
Take good care of it.
Isaac then took out a barrel of gunpowder, with some round lead bullets, handing them to Lucy. This gunpowder and the bullets were enough for her to use a dozen or so times.
Count Arnold stood behind a tent in the distance, peeking out, with his head watching this scene secretly with eyes full of envy and jealousy.
That brat. He didn't even think to prepare one for me.
Isaac, are you leaving?
Princess Priscilla's voice came from behind him. This was her territory. She naturally knew the news of Isaac's intended departure long ago.
Yes, Your Highness.
These negotiations will likely drag on for a long time. I am not good at diplomacy, so staying here would only be a waste of time.
If it were him, he would use the captured Princess Evergreen to provoke the enemy or threaten them into surrender.
But Princess Priscilla was too kind. She clearly couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. So I've decided to head back and handle some matters. Princess Priscilla nodded silently.
I see.
If anything happens, you can send someone to notify me at any time.
Also, if the negotiations stall, try to stall for time as much as possible.
Why stall for time?
Princess Priscilla asked in confusion.
No reason, I just think it would be better that way. Isaac didn't explain. He intended to use this time to accumulate power and advance his technology.
When the time was ripe, he planned to resolve the issue with force.
All right, I will do as you say.
Princess Priscilla had complete trust in Isaac.
Even if he didn't explain, she was willing to believe in his judgment.
Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye, have a safe trip.
With Lucy waving her farewell, Isaac left the Lentia territory.
Asterisk.
Spring passed and summer came, the sun shining brightly.
In the northern Trelentia territory, the fourth Princess Lily cried out in surprise upon hearing the news from the west.
What did you say?
Sister defeated Princess Evergreen. Yes, Your Highness. The Knight Urchin nodded. It is said that the Count of Blackwood territory led a strange cavalry unit that swept through the enemy forces and even captured Princess Evergreen.
That's truly incredible.
Fourth Princess Lily's tone was full of envy. Perhaps because she was the youngest, she always wanted to appear mature and steady, but she didn't realize that she actually often showed a childish side. Yet we are fighting so hard on our side.
Fourth Princess Lily complained in a low voice. She really envied her sister for being able to find such a powerful ally.
Unlike the gloomy atmosphere here, they must have already started celebrating their victory over there.
Why only me?
Fourth Princess Lily wanted to complain about the injustice of fate, but she quickly shook her head. She couldn't think like that. It was disrespectful to the nobles who supported her. Those people had fought until now for a weak girl like her. She couldn't let them down even a little.
Still, I'm a bit envious. Back then, if she had been a bit more proactive when she sent people to Blackwood territory to buy weapons,
Perhaps the situation now would be completely different.
Where on earth did that Isaac come from? Why didn't she have such good luck?
Just then,
As if in response to her wish, a piece of news arrived.
at this moment, more than 7,000 soldiers have gathered in the eastern region.
What?
Where did that army come from?
They are likely mercenaries sent by the first prince.
It's said they will launch an attack very soon.
oh my god,
Misfortunes never come singly. Fourth Princess Lily had originally thought the first prince had been eliminated, but she hadn't expected him to still have so many troops.
She couldn't help but scratch her hair in a headache, her heart filled with anxiety and unease.
prepare the breech-loading rifle.
Since he was already out, he decided to take the opportunity to properly inspect the territory before heading back. Isaac decided to take Fulsa and the others on a detour through several other earldoms.
Collins, Sharif, Enil, Albram, everywhere they went, the nobles were startled by the sudden appearance of the centaur race.
However, with this meeting out of the way, they probably wouldn't be so surprised next time. Village Chief, how is this year's harvest? Isaac arrived at Linear Village in Enil's territory and asked the village chief Pablo Esquil about the growth of the crops.
Very good, Lord.
Village Chief Pablo Esquil said with a tired expression.
The fertilizer you provided was very effective.
We applied it in small amounts multiple times according to your instructions, and the results have been remarkable. Isaac had previously worried that fertilizing according to his method would lead to a decrease in the fiber content of the flax, but it seemed he had overthought it. How is the construction of the paper mill progressing?
The main structure of the building is nearly complete.
Village Chief Pablo Esquil said.
The machines used for processing the flax are still being manufactured in Rat City.
Hopefully they can finish them before autumn.
By the way, you burned all those red flowers I told you to get rid of, right?
Yes, Lord.
Village Chief Pablo Esquil said with a bitter smile.
It's really a pity.
That flower makes you feel like you're floating on air with just a sniff.
All fatigue vanishes instantly, and
That's just your illusion. It will only destroy your soul. If you dare to plan it again, I'll burn you right along with them. Do you understand?
It seemed that Village Chief Pablo Esquil was already showing withdrawal symptoms.
Isaac had to issue a stern warning once again.
Yes.
We will absolutely never. Pablo Esquil hurriedly knelt down, firmly expressing his resolve to Isaac.
Lord, how do you think I did?
At that moment, Effie walked out from the flax field, smiling as she asked while wearing a ring woven from blue flowers on her hand.
I made one for you too.
Thank you.
Effie handed Isaac another ring and said shyly.
Honestly, you're already so grown up, yet you're still playing with such childish things. Isaac thought to himself, but he still took the ring and put it on his hand. It's very well made. Isaac praised her. And Elle's craftsmanship is indeed clever.
Lord Felser, why are they planting so many flowers? Are they for eating? Things that humans grow on a large scale are generally food.
The warriors of the Centaur race were full of curiosity about those flax flowers.
Seeing that Isaac was so interested in these flowers, they also picked a few and put them in their mouths to taste.
Pa. This tastes terrible.
Is this not food? Is it just ordinary ornamental flowers?
That would be such a waste of land. It's really strange.
We both live in the forest, so why is there such a big difference?
Isaac thought to himself.
Perhaps it was due to the difference between settled and nomadic peoples. Felser and Tama were more like soldiers than farmers. King Freya, it is truly a pity that you are making them farm.
*****.
Finally, Isaac returned to Blackwood territory.
The local residents had already heard of Isaac's heroic deeds on the western battlefield, and they lined the streets, their cheers shaking the heavens and the earth.
It was the first time the warriors of the Centaur race had received such a warm welcome, and they were all a bit at a loss.
After returning to the castle, Isaac dismissed the soldiers to rest while he went straight to the castle's laboratory.
Bang! The laboratory was originally an empty warehouse that had been converted into its current form.
There was only simple experimental equipment
And some chemical reagents here.
This was something Isaac had specifically instructed the administrator to build before he left.
It was far from people, so even if an explosion occurred, it wouldn't cause too much damage. Of course, it was best if no explosions happened at all.
Raja, I've just returned.
How is the extraction experiment going?
On his way back,
Isaac had heard that the Belfoot Merchant Guild had already delivered the cinnabar ore to Blackwood territory.
He specifically instructed Raja to place the cinnabar ore into a furnace for roasting. By collecting the evaporated vapor and cooling it, she could obtain mercury.
He also specifically reminded Raja not to inhale those vapors.
You underestimate me too much,
Raja said proudly. I am someone who climbed from the bottom to the position of captain. A small matter like this certainly won't stump me.
She pointed to several lead containers on the table and said,
Look, I've extracted everything.
Those containers were filled with various chemical solutions. It would be great if there were flasks and beakers. Clearly, Raja had successfully purified dilute sulfuric acid into concentrated sulfuric acid and followed the steps Isaac had written on the parchment to extract nitric acid from saltpeter using concentrated sulfuric acid.
Beside them were two other containers filled with ethanol and mercury respectively. HMPH tilde.
Come on, praise me.
Seeing Isaac's surprised expression, Raja couldn't help but act spoiled. Recently, both Effie and Raja had become increasingly fond of acting cute with him. Good work. You did very well. Hearing Isaac's praise, Raja immediately beamed with joy and said triumphantly, I can do even better.
Then stop thinking about those idle fantasies and get to work.
HMPH.
Raja had originally wanted to take the opportunity to make some requests, but seeing Isaac's serious expression, she had no choice but to drop it.
She really wanted to return to the sea and become a captain once again.
A lot of mercury was collected. You must be careful when extracting the mercury vapor. Do you understand?
I know.
Raja said impatiently.
I had the water spirit help with the processing, just like when we made the sulfuric acid and nitric acid before.
Spirits are truly convenient.
They can not only protect their masters, but also be controlled remotely to complete various dangerous tasks.
In the case, it seems you didn't really do much at all.
Isaac suddenly realized that those dangerous tasks were all completed by the water spirit.
Raja was just standing by and giving orders.
What are you saying?
Raja suddenly lost her composure and hurriedly tried to cover it up. Alright, since the materials are all ready, let's start making mercury fulminate.
Ever since he discovered mirabilite and pyrite, Isaac had been preparing for the production of mercury fulminate.
Now everything was finally in place. With mercury fulminate, the army of Blackwood territory would be able to use percussion caps and could even manufacture breech-loading rifles and Colt 1848 Dragoon revolvers. He would become the gunslinger of the West. Wait, Raja, can your water spirit withstand the attack of a fireball spell? Isaac suddenly asked. Of course it can, Raja said proudly. You should see the heroic figure of me and my spirit at sea. If you did, you would let me go work on the sea instead of...
All right, I get it. Since the safety measures were in place, let's begin.
So how should we do it? Raja had the water spirit attached to her body as she walked to the experimental table and asked.
It's simple.
Mix the nitric acid and mercury, then heat it and add alcohol.
Finally, dry the precipitate generated by the reaction, and it's done.
However, a phlegmatizer would need to be added, and multiple experiments would be required to find the optimal ratio, so it would take some time.
Sounds simple enough.
Why did you have me do it?
Raja asked while fiddling with the experimental equipment.
Is it something very important?
MHM, because if handled improperly, your hands might be blown off.
Raja's hands immediately stopped, and a flash of fear crossed her eyes. However, this was only a small-scale experiment, so there shouldn't be any danger.
Probably mercury fulminate.
Despite Raja's strong reaction, the mercury fulminate experiments continued.
Of course, there were some obstacles during the process.
For example, Raja always found various excuses to avoid participating in the experiments. She had heard some talk about slavery from somewhere and kept instilling the idea that all men are created equal into Isaac.
Was she joking?
As if a pirate like her was in any position to lecture him on that.
If I recall correctly, weren't you capturing slaves before?
I am not a pirate. Whenever Isaac brought this up, Raja would become exceptionally agitated, as if he had touched a sore spot.
She always defended herself, saying she was just an ordinary navigator responsible for keeping the logbook. Fine, to put your mind at ease, I'll do the experiment with you.
To dispel Raja's concerns, Isaac put on thick leather gloves with triple reinforced enchantments, and walked to the lab bench.
Seeing Isaac being so cautious, Raja finally felt relieved and began to focus on the experiment. However, she still peeked at Isaac from time to time, her eyes filled with curiosity.
You really surprised me.
I thought you'd be like other nobles and push all the dangerous work onto servants.
Whoosh!
Isaac lit the alcohol lamp using a fireball spell. That was my original plan.
I mean, typical nobles would stay far away from dangerous work and never participate personally. Clearly, Raja was referring to the sense of superiority unique to nobles.
Whether it was Isaac forging weapons with craftsmen in the workshop or ploughing fields with farmers, it always caused surprise.
I just feel that instead of working from the sidelines, it's better to do it myself. If you guys could do it to my satisfaction, I wouldn't bother.
The experiment continued.
Under Isaac's direction, Raja began to carefully mix various chemical reagents and heat them with the alcohol lamp
to prevent the mercury fulminate from getting damp.
Isaac also told her to add purified ethanol. After a series of complex steps, the white mercury fulminate finally appeared on the lab bench.
Is this mercury fulminate?
Finally, Raja looked at the ordinary-looking white powder and said with some disappointment, "This is what you said could blow off a finger."
Isaac's previous words, intended to scare her, had given her excessively high expectations of the mercury fulminate's power.
It's no ordinary powder. It's the foundation of all firearm development.
It won't suddenly explode, will it?
Haha, as long as you don't hit it, it won't.
Although no desensitizer had been added yet, mercury fulminate wouldn't just explode for no reason in a sealed laboratory.
Phew, I see. I thought it was something terrifying.
You had me worried for nothing.
Raja breathed a sigh of relief, and the next second she leaned lazily against the lab bench.
Just then, she accidentally knocked over a lead container hanging on the experimental rack, and it fell to the floor. Bang!
A split second later, a loud boom echoed through the laboratory.
Bang! A loud boom came from the castle's laboratory.
Claire was reading in her room and thought an attack was happening when she heard the sudden explosion.
She rushed to the laboratory door and burst it open.
A pungent smell of gunpowder smoke wafted towards her, and the figures of Isaac and Raja slowly appeared before her eyes. Isaac's hair was a mess and his face was covered in black powder, making him look very disheveled.
Raja, however, was unharmed, her body covered by a shield formed by water spirit.
"Are you alright, brother?"
"I should be fine. What on earth are you two doing?"
Claire had heard from Dorothy that Isaac and Raja were often hiding in the lab doing some strange experiments. Clearly, Dorothy's report was incomplete.
"I just had a momentary lapse."
Raja lowered her head and whispered,
"Actually, it's not entirely my fault.
"The Lord scared me on purpose, which caused me to—"
Shut up. Yes, Isaac complained as he patted the dust off himself.
"Why are you the only one unharmed?
It's not like I did it on purpose.
Please be magnanimous and forgive me. I think the day you return to sailing the seas has just moved one step further away."
"No way."
Raja's face immediately fell. Claire had originally worried that Isaac would drag the merfolk into his crazy plans, just as he had with the wood elf and centaur race, but it seemed she had worried for nothing.
So what now? The mercury fulminate we worked so hard to extract was blown away.
Are we continuing the experiment? What do you think?
Of course you're continuing.
And you'll do it even more carefully.
Isaac gritted his teeth, barely resisting the urge to give her a little punishment on the spot.
After some effort, Isaac finally succeeded in producing mercury fulminate.
A gleaming copper cap lay quietly on his fingertip filled with mercury fulminate.
"It's finally done."
This was the legendary percussion cap. With a light tap from a hammer or firing pin, it would detonate instantly.
It was said that this firing method was invented by a British clergyman,
Because he often missed opportunities while hunting with a flintlock rifle due to ignition delay. He invented this more reliable firing method in a fit of rage.
Isaac remembered there was a toy gun called gunpowder paper in the school store when he was a kid. In fact, it used a similar principle. Puff! Isaac pulled out a flintlock pistol from his coat and tapped the copper cap with the heavy grip.
A crisp explosion rang out. The world's first mercury fulminate was born.
Ding! Congratulations, host.
You have completed a great invention and gained plus 9,000 achievement points.
The system notification sounded in Isaac's ear.
Clearly, the nuclear harmony goddess was also very satisfied with the further evolution of his weaponry. Moreover, as Isaac completed the registration, mercury fulminate, which originally couldn't be generated in the armory, appeared there.
Phew, good job, me and the water spirit.
Isaac waved his hand at the air, thanking the water spirit for its help.
Lord, I'm right here.
Why are you thanking it?
What did you do? Earlier, Raja had been so scared by Isaac's disheveled state that she had hidden far away.
After that, she only dared to use the water spirit to manipulate the experimental equipment. According to her, even if it consumed more mana, she didn't want to end up looking like Isaac after he'd been struck by lightning. Under the control of the water spirit, those chemical reagents flew around on the lab bench, looking quite magical.
And speaking of which, I could turn sulfuric acid into a weapon, letting the water spirit splash it directly at enemies like swinging a whip.
Isaac thought to himself as he watched the various liquids flying about. Of course, this was just a thought for now. He couldn't bear to waste precious sulfuric acid on weapons yet. I'm the one controlling it, shouldn't you thank me? By your logic, I'm the one controlling you, so shouldn't I also thank myself?
Raja was suddenly speechless.
HMPH.
Although Raja didn't say anything, she was still very indignant.
Anyway, I'll leave the continued production of mercury fulminate to you.
Isaac ignored Raja's complaints and turned to leave the lab.
He still had to check the prepared parts he needed to personally confirm if they could be assembled into what he had in mind.
Major upgrade in firepower.
Spring passed and summer arrived, the scorching sun baking the earth.
A crowd had gathered at Blackwood Territory's training grounds.
Their faces were filled with anticipation and excitement. They had all come to witness the demonstration of the new weapons.
Are you ready, Toddlin?
I'm a dwarf blessed by the god of fire and the god of metal. There is no mold I cannot forge. As long as your design drawings are correct, it will surely succeed. Toddlin seemed to lack confidence in this demonstration, having already prepared an excuse for himself. However, he couldn't be blamed.
Compared to previous weapons, these new weapons were more complex and had more parts.
But with spring steel refined from the crucible, all difficulties were easily solved.
Are you really sure that by drilling 6 holes in that thing called a revolver, you can achieve rapid fire? Toddlin looked at the revolver pistol on Isaac's waist and asked doubtfully. It was merely an experimental revolver pistol with only the most basic frame, cylinder, hammer, and other components. It didn't even have a loading rod for ammunition.
Ha ha ha, why don't we try it and find out?
Effie said, eager to try.
First to be demonstrated was the rifle fired by mercury fulminate.
She carefully placed a copper cap on the flash hole protruding from the barrel.
Then she turned to look at Isaac, her eyes full of inquiry.
Oh,
does this not need gunpowder? Hans asked, puzzled from the side. He was surprised to find that Effie did not open the powder chamber to load gunpowder.
This was the advantage of mercury fulminate. It could transmit flame to the gunpowder inside the barrel without the need for ignition powder.
As long as the firing pin struck the mercury fulminate would explode and transmit the flame into the barrel.
This way, a sealed structure combined with wax paper cartridges could be used, allowing for normal operation even in rainy weather.
And the bullet speed would be faster.
Bang!
With the gunshot, Effie's shoulder recoiled from the massive kickback.
She skillfully completed the subsequent actions.
Although the paper mill had not yet been built, they had already started using paper cartridges.
Effie tore open the cartridge with her teeth and poured the gunpowder and projectile into the barrel. Then she patted the gunstock with her palm to compress the projectile.
Her movements were practiced and fluid, demonstrating rich experience and skill.
Bang! Just before Effie finished loading, Isaac had already drawn his revolver pistol, pulled the trigger, and fired a bullet.
Clang! A target shattered in response.
The power of the new weapon astonished everyone present.
But this was only the tip of the iceberg for the revolver pistol.
Click! Isaac cocked the hammer, and the cylinder, loaded with gunpowder and projectiles, rotated one position, bringing the next bullet in front of the barrel.
The entire process was without any pause.
Bang!
Oh! Before people could react, the second gunshot reached their ears.
Effie even stopped her actions in surprise. She didn't understand why Isaac could shoot so quickly.
But this was just the beginning.
Bang!
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Isaac continuously pulled the trigger, and 4 bullets whistled out, instantly shattering 4 targets.
This. Everyone present stared at the scene dumbfounded, completely bewildered by what had happened.
Isaac gracefully blew away the white smoke rising from the muzzle, and reinserted the revolver pistol into the holster at his waist.
With this, one of us can instantly take down 6 enemies.
High-purity black powder, Mininé balls rifling, paper cartridges, mercury fulminate coupled with a 6-shot revolver pistol and a single-action firing mechanism. Blackwood Territory's firearm technology had reached the peak of the muzzle-loading era. Next up was the breech-loading era.
Asterisk.
Blackwood Territory Weapon Workshop.
This was the birthplace of the new weapons that had overturned common sense and sparked a revolution in rapid-fire weaponry just a few days ago.
Clang, clang. Inside the workshop, deafening hammering sounds intertwined with pungent smoke and dust playing an impassioned song of fervor.
Apprentices bustled back and forth in the workshop, while flame sprites danced in the air, heating and cooling steel. Everything here seemed to be performing a peculiar dance.
Isaac always remembered the great man who said the political power grows out of the barrel of a gun, and at this moment, the gun barrels of this world would be born here. This was the only place in Blackwood territory capable of producing thermal weapons.
Come on, everyone. Once this is done, we'll be freed from this damn hammering.
The workshop was undergoing expansion recently, with new buildings rising one after another, making the workshop even more bustling.
Dozens of craftsmen and workers were building a massive hydraulic hammer and a drilling machine, so huge it seemed only giants could use them.
Even siege weapon experts from Rat City were mobilized here to participate in this grand project. Once these devices were completed, this place would no longer be a simple workshop, but a true Blackwood territory armory.
The power source for the hydraulic hammer came from the ceaselessly flowing river.
It, along with a large blast furnace that produced steel day and night, would elevate Blackwood territory's steel output to an unprecedented level.
Goodbye, hammering.
Embrace hydraulic power.
The craftsman's eyes gleamed with fervent light. They had initially thought that increased steel production would reduce their workload, but unexpectedly it had increased instead.
Clearly, whether earthlings or people from another world, everyone yearned for easier, more convenient ways of working. This hydraulic equipment was about to completely hand over the process that originally required manual hammering to the power of flowing water.
Shah.
Amidst the clamour, Isaac was intently carving blue runes onto a piece of high-carbon steel. The runes were tightly arranged and complex in structure, perfectly demonstrating Isaac's master-level enchanting skills.
May you be sharper and stronger, becoming the keen blade of Blackwood territory, severing all obstacles.
Isaac's heart pounded, and magic flowed from his fingertips, seeping into the metal.
He had applied hardening and sharpness enchantments to the drilling machine and other cutting tools.
Why do you chant those spells?
Todlin asked curiously, while fiddling with pots in his hand. Just as Isaac was curious about his flame sprites, he was also curious about Isaac's enchanting methods.
Just to set the mood.
Isaac shrugged. By the way, Todlin, how was that experimental piece I asked you to make last time?
Come see for yourself.
Todlin handed Isaac an assembled revolver pistol.
It was a nearly completed muzzle-loading mercury fulminate revolver pistol.
The sturdy single-action hammer, springs, loading rod, every part perfectly integrated, displaying a mechanical beauty.
To be able to create such a precise weapon under such crude conditions, they truly were dwarves blessed by the gods.
When you first asked me to make this revolver thing, I thought it would be simple. Just cast it like a sword hilt and drill a few holes.
I didn't expect it to be so troublesome.
Todlin's voice was full of fatigue.
On his workbench lay several scrapped cylinders alongside a few springs with insufficient elasticity and some failed hammers.
Fortunately, we only need to make one sample. Yes, that's a blessing in disguise. As long as a qualified sample was produced, the remaining work could be entrusted to the abilities granted by the goddess. However, this kind of gun
still needs to be loaded with gunpowder and projectiles from the front. What exactly was the method of loading from the back that you mentioned before?
After witnessing the power of the revolver pistol, Todlin developed a strong interest in the breech-loading firearms Isaac had previously mentioned.
Your curiosity really hasn't diminished.
Then Isaac briefly introduced Todlin to concepts such as paper cartridges, metallic cartridges, breech-loading, and magazines.
Todlin listened dumbfounded, his mouth growing wider and wider.
Although the range of this revolver pistol is very short, if a rifle with a range of hundreds of paces could also have such a rate of fire, its power would be unimaginable. Indeed, that will be a new revolution and nightmare for the enemy.
As soon as an enemy showed their head, a dense hail of bullets would sweep over them.
Traditional dense formations and charging tactics would thus become completely ineffective.
I heard that Queen Effie Greenleaf's army has already called you in a Blackwood territory army, demons.
If I didn't know you were the goddess's messenger, I would probably think so too. After all, you use fire and thunder and can easily take human lives.
Yes, it's a good thing I'm the goddess's messenger, not a demon.
Isaac looked at Todlin's surprised expression and thought to himself,
this is just the beginning. Although Blackwood territory's standing army was not small in number, it still paled in comparison to countries and empires that could conscript tens of thousands of troops. Especially, the number of well-trained and well-equipped standing soldiers was only about 400.
Isaac also wanted to expand the army, but the finance officer's brow was already furrowed into a river character, and most crucially, weapons couldn't be supplied for the time being. Just producing 10 rifled rifles would consume nearly 4,000 achievement points.
Therefore, he could only use a mix of rifled rifles and smoothbore guns, for now. Blackwood territory possessed many things coveted by other nations, so it had to remain vigilant at all times and be prepared to overcome the strong with the weak. Since he couldn't increase manpower, Isaac could only improve firepower for now. If one person could fight 15 enemies, then the disparity in numbers would no longer matter. Although Isaac didn't hope to create magazine-fed automatic rifles, he hoped to develop breech-loading rifles, such as trapdoor or bolt-action types. This would solve the long-standing problem of insufficient firepower for the Blackwood territory army.
On Earth, ever since the advent of thermal weapons, shortening loading time became a critical factor in determining the outcome of wars. And now, in this world, to shorten loading time, Isaac had already developed mercury fulminate and created the revolver pistol.
Alright, we should go check on the fields.
Bang! Just then, the workshop door was suddenly pushed open.
Administrator Peter rushed in, a hint of excitement and agitation on his face.
Lord,
Seeing Isaac covered in oil and iron filings like the craftsman, Peter paused, but then quickly reacted and said hurriedly,
Village Chief Baker of Russ Village reports that this year's harvest is excellent. No, it's super good.
They've already prepared the harvest celebration ritual. As the harvest season arrived, bumper harvest and newborn babies.
Recently, Isaac had been busy with the war and the development of mercury fulminate, and he hadn't paid attention to farming for a long time.
just what kind of harvest could make the administrator this excited?
remember the domain of this site. The tool for following Taiwan novels is super easy to use. Isaac looked at the excited Peter and thought to himself,
then let's go. We'll head over and take a look.
Isaac casually put on a straw hat and, taking the administrator and several attendants with him, left the workshop and walked toward Russ Village.
Asterisk.
Several donkeys carried goods crossing mountains and ridges and passing through fields.
Although Gregor, a merchant from the Collins Fief, was returning fully laden, his face carried a hint of worry. He had heard that the Collins Fief had been defeated in a territorial war last year, and that the Lord had changed.
He worried that the new lord would resort to extortionate taxes and levies on the subjects to make up for the war losses.
However, when he returned to the Collins Fief, he found that his worries were entirely superfluous.
First, he was stunned by the road that stretched all the way from the royal capital to the Collins Fief.
Then, when he returned to his hometown, he was once again left dumbfounded by the golden wheat fields.
Gregor,
You're back.
Wow, isn't the scenery here nice?
Village Chief, this what on earth is going on?
Has the Earth Goddess manifested her power?
Gregor's question was not without reason.
The scene before him had never appeared even in the eastern regions known as the granary.
Great Earth Goddess.
Just how many grains were on those ears of wheat?
How could that be?
Those greedy churches won't grant blessings without a high donation.
Then what is the deal with this incredible harvest?
This is the knowledge and grace bestowed upon us by the merciful goddess Iris and her messenger, Lord Isaac.
In just this short year, what exactly had happened to the Collins Fief? The current village chief was like a fanatical believer, full of adoration for the Lord Isaac.
The village chief's fanatical expression even made Gregor suspect if that Isaac was some kind of cult leader.
The fertilizer he brought is truly miraculous. It must be the gift from the goddess. It must be the life force of that healer attached to those white powders.
The village chief spoke excitedly as he looked at the golden waves of wheat swaying in the wind.
That's right.
If not for the goddess's grace, how could we have obtained such a harvest?
The farmers carrying sacks also chimed in one after another.
In their eyes, all the credit for this current scene should rightfully be attributed to Lord Isaac and Goddess Iris.
Gregor's mouth hung open as he looked at this unbelievable scene, his heart full of confusion. Everywhere else was suffering from famine, yet the wheat fields here could harvest like this. What on earth was going on?
He had originally thought the Blackwood territory was only suitable for grazing, but he hadn't expected it to be such a treasure trove.
Wow, wait.
Everyone, please don't do this. A priest wearing robes ran out from a grey building, shouting anxiously while waving his hands.
Those were just some insignificant things. Please don't send any more.
We cannot accept your kindness for nothing.
Wow, what the hell?
Gregor stared wide-eyed at everything before him.
This scene was simply inconceivable.
A priest of the Irish church was actually refusing donations from believers.
There was actually such a church.
Long life Goddess Iris.
Long life Lord Isaac. Serve the people.
Do not take even a needle or thread from the masses.
This simple and pure doctrine seemed even more capable of touching people's hearts.
Furthermore, what Gregor didn't know was that this phenomenon was not only appearing in the Collins Fief, but in other territories as well.
Asterisk.
This was the second time Isaac had held a harvest festival since becoming a lord.
Although the wheat harvest wasn't completely finished, the village was already filled with a festive atmosphere.
The farmers sang cheerful and joyful ballads while swinging their sickles to harvest the golden wheat. This year's grain was piled up like mountains, and the specialty beer of the Blackwood territory was being supplied continuously.
It's even more lively than last year.
Isaac sighed as he looked at the bustling scene before him.
This is all thanks to Chaffee and those large-scale irrigation projects. The administrator said that fellow Charles will probably be grinning from ear to ear.
Musicians and bards who had lost their jobs due to the war also flocked here, playing cheerful tunes on simple instruments.
The scent of baked bread filled the air, and children ran freely through the village, their faces brimming with happy smiles.
Perhaps, in these times of war, only in the Blackwood territory could such a peaceful scene be found.
Goddess Iris, protect us.
Lord Isaac, lead us.
People sang with great enthusiasm, praising Goddess Iris and Lord Isaac from the bottom of their hearts. The Irish church had deeply entered the people's hearts. The faces of the people here were full of piety and awe. The goddess must be very happy too,
Isaac thought to himself as he looked at the happy and joyful people before him.
Claire had also joined the celebration at this time, playing around the village with a group of young girls.
This girl, she finally looks like a child.
Isaac sighed slightly in his heart. Rather than her being a good noble, Isaac actually hoped she could live a happy life as she pleased.
The Blackwood territory had now truly become a granary in name and fact. In this aspect, it could even be said to have completely surpassed the eastern regions.
While the east, north, and south were all suffering from famine, only the Blackwood territory had achieved a substantial grain harvest.
And grain was also a weapon.
Lord,
Just then, the finance officer ran over panting, his face carrying a hint of excitement and agitation that was hard to hide. What's wrong? This, how should I put it?
It's nothing. Just say what's on your mind.
It's his babies. The Blackwood territory is full of babies right now.
What?
Isaac was stunned for a moment, then he reacted.
Since the last descent of divine power, the birth rate in the Blackwood territory had increased significantly. He had specifically recruited midwives from various places, provided large amounts of soap and olive oil, and sent out priests and priests to provide assistance to pregnant women.
It seemed that his advance arrangements during this period had finally borne fruit.
Come, let's go take a look.
Asterisk.
A long time ago, when Priestess Igni and the priests arrived in the Blackwood territory, there was only an empty temple here.
No prayers, no hymns, only endless emptiness.
When the first hymn sounded, the originally abstract Irish church finally revealed its true face before the people.
That singing, full of life and vitality, seemed to bring new hope to the Blackwood territory.
What? Now those seeds of hope had finally blossomed and borne fruit.
Goddess Iris, we thank you.
The deafening cries of babies came from every corner of the Blackwood territory. Even though Isaac had made full preparations, the scene before him still shocked him. How should we handle this? The miracles of the gods were truly unpredictable.
Isaac rubbed his temples, his heart full of helplessness.
The attendants, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, also showed similar expressions when they saw this scene. Isaac turned his head to look at Priestess Igni. Lord Messenger, look, there is rich life force and vitality everywhere. Priestess Igni jumped excitedly, her face full of joy. She seemed completely unaware that she was the culprit behind this baby boom.
This is all you're doing.
This silly girl really is a heartless fellow. Isaac looked at her, feeling somewhat speechless in his heart. That silly woman again. The joy of a bountiful harvest swept through the entire Blackwood territory like a tidal wave. However, news even more astonishing than this once-in-a-century harvest spread rapidly through word of mouth. Even though the harvest festival was still in full swing, people flocked from all directions to witness the incredible sight with their own eyes, gathering like clouds toward that one location. The deafening cries of infants rose and fell one after another. Everyone marveled at the wonder, their faces etched with disbelief.
Lord, if I may be so bold, is Goddess Iris perhaps not the goddess of abundance, but the goddess of fertility?
Standing beside Isaac, Knight Miller spoke with a strange expression and a teasing tone. Tusk, if those words were heard by a fanatic believer, it would surely lead to a heated dispute. However, hearing him say that, Isaac couldn't help but fall into deep thought himself. Though the idea was absurd, it wasn't entirely without merit. Knight Miller, please do not speak so recklessly. Priestess Igni, standing nearby, immediately changed her expression upon hearing this and spoke up in rebuttal. For those in love to form a family and bear fruit is the natural order of things. It is part of the natural cycle and a manifestation of the harmony of all things in the world. Isaac originally wanted to point out exactly which part of the scene before them followed the laws of nature, but he swallowed his words.
After all, trying to reason with a fanatic believer, how is that any different from trying to discuss values with a woman brainwashed by Master 2?
Isaac's gaze swept over the midwives rushing between the various houses as he lightly stroked his chin. In fact, this situation hadn't appeared without warning. Ample food reserves had significantly increased the population capacity, while tax reforms and the introduction of religion had stabilized public order.
Coupled with the popularization of soap and improvements in basic medical hygiene, the territory had maintained a long period of peace and stability.
If all the people are living happily, who wouldn't want to raise the next generation? Isaac had long expected an explosive growth in population. He just hadn't expected it to come so fiercely and so beyond common sense.
Tama, is the reproductive capability of humans in your western continent also this staggering?
Isaac turned to look at the centaur female warrior beside him. Among the crowd gathered to watch the excitement, there were many women from the centaur race in addition to the elves.
They were clearly confused by the incredible sight before them, huddling together and whispering.
Judging by the smell of sweat emanating from them, they must have rushed over without pause after finishing their training with the cavalry on the plains. To my knowledge, it is not so, Lord, Tama replied respectfully. The gestation process for humans in the western continent is also fraught with difficulties, and cases of death during childbirth are common. In my view, it must be that Lord Khan has employed some miraculous method to ensure all these children are born safely. In this era, childbirth was indeed an extremely dangerous affair. Tama, after all, was not like her other kin, who only worshipped martial might. Having witnessed Isaac's feats like refining alcohol and making soap, she naturally assumed Isaac possessed some kind of magical power. Why? Survival of the fittest, that is the law of nature. Another centaur warrior Fursa asked in confusion.
In their eyes,
only strong infants deserved to survive. It was inevitable for weak individuals to be ruthlessly weeded out. Isaac didn't bother addressing their conversation further, instead turning to look at Priestess Igni beside him.
Priestess Igni, what do you make of this?
Since the baby boom began, Igni's face had been beaming with a happy and satisfied smile, as if she had personally brought this about.
Her crimson eyes, burning like raging flames, seemed as if they wanted to dye the whole world in the glory of Iris.
Yes, I can feel it. The goddess is in a very pleasant mood right now.
Igni nodded vigorously, her tone filled with irrepressible joy. Her long hair, white as snow, swayed gently with her movements. It seemed that both she and the goddess she served were very satisfied with the current situation.
It was just like a farmer who sowed seeds last autumn and harvested a barn full of wheat this summer.
As the goddess's representative in the mortal realm, Isaac should have been happy too.
Except great goddess Iris, what exactly are you trying to do?
This eyes developing follows and expanding the religion. Isaac also had a faint feeling that she was urgently preparing for something that Lord.
Just then, the villagers seemed to have finished the initial settling of the newborns and swarmed forward to surround Isaac.
With an unprecedented harvest and the birth of new lives one after another, the faces of the villagers, celebrating a double blessing, were filled with happiness and gratitude.
In front of their Lord, they suppressed the excitement in their hearts and tried to restrain their emotions.
We heard that the Lord has been running around and working tirelessly for this.
Thank you, Lord.
It's thanks to you bringing experienced midwives from the royal capital that my wife could give birth safely.
And that precious soap, how can we ever repay such great kindness? In their eyes, Isaac was the high and mighty lord of a territory, yet he could show such concern and empathy for commoners like them. This honor made them feel a sense of dignity they hadn't experienced in their entire lives. Watching this scene, Isaac felt a sense of gratification regardless of everything else. His hard work during this period hadn't been in vain.
Alright, if you want to give thanks, thank the goddess.
Isaac waved his hand, habitually pushing all the credit and gratitude onto the goddess.
After all, the credit for this incident did indeed belong more to Iris and Igni.
Hearing Isaac's humble words, the villagers felt even more moved to tears, and Priestess Igni was so excited that her eyes welled up. Let us pray to the goddess together. To commemorate this great day, let us pour all our emotions into our prayers. Igni shouted, raising the scepter in her hand high. Perhaps caught up in the festive atmosphere, or perhaps lightheaded from the sudden joy, the villagers responded to Igni's call and began to sing loudly, their cheerful songs echoing to the clouds.
When dry wood meets a fierce fire, it burns brightly.
The villagers' emotions were like dry tinder that could be lit with a single spark, and they were instantly ignited by Igni's passion.
May the goddess and her envoy protect us. May the land have a bountiful harvest every year, and the 5 grains be abundant.
May everyone's family flourish, and may they have many children and grandchildren.
Long live harmony. Long live the goddess. Deafening cheers rose in wave after wave like the tide echoing throughout the territory. Isaac originally wanted to explain that the so-called harvest was simply the result of fertilizer made using saltpeter and the remains of creatures that fed on magic beast bone meal. But looking at this group of fanatic believers, he knew that no matter what he said, he wouldn't be able to change their minds.
Igni, what are you?
Isaac helplessly pressed his hand to his forehead, a faint premonition of disaster rising in his heart.
However, Igni seemed not to hear his voice. She slowly closed her eyes and raised her arms above her head in a peculiar pose, as if performing some religious ritual.
Our merciful and great goddess, your people are here praying devoutly, seeking your blessing.
As soon as she finished speaking, a vast and boundless holy power descended from the sky, sweeping in like a monstrous wave.
Boom, were Tilda. The villagers were bathed in the holy radiance, their faces filled with happiness and joy. The fluctuations of energy containing life force felt incredibly familiar to Isaac.
Wait, this sense of deja vu. Isaac suddenly realized something and hurriedly shouted to stop her.
Oh crap, you silly woman, stop it right now. However, it was already too late. Igni was now completely immersed in a profound state of communion with the deity. As if she hadn't heard Isaac's voice, she knelt devoutly on the ground, her hands clasped in low prayer.
You are the mother of all things, you are the source of light, you are the light of hope that dispels the darkness.
Please descend a miracle and protect your loyal believers. In the next moment, an even more powerful holy force descended from the sky, pouring out like a flood through a broken dam.
A miracle.
This is a miracle. The goddess has manifested. The goddess has answered our prayers. The villagers were moved to tears, kneeling one after another in worship.
Again,
standing in the crowd, Isaac looked at the group of fanatics, his heart filled with helplessness and bitterness. System, get out here.
Why are you doing this to me?
Isaac roared in his mind. Ding.
Congratulations, host. Your devout believer has successfully triggered a miracle.
You have gained plus 3,000 achievement points. The system's cold notification rang in his ears, as if mocking his powerlessness. After the harvest festival ended, Isaac originally thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief for those safely born little lives. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. If this continued, 10 months from now, he would be busy and overwhelmed all over again.
I'm telling you, goddess, if you do this again next time, don't blame me for showing you what a child begun to leave his visitors from the sea.
Thump, thump, thump. Since receiving the baptism of divine power, Isaac's heart had been beating violently, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. He could clearly feel that the 3 intertwined rings deep within his heart had become more solid and more dazzling. The miracle triggered by Igni seemed to have allowed him to touch the threshold of a 4th circle mage. A 4th circle mage meant he would be able to use advanced magic such as the flight technique. Imagine the shock of the scene when he, holding a Gaia rifle, soared through the sky and poured down a rain of bullets on the enemy from above. Or he could be like those legendary mages waving a staff of warhammer, summoning meteors from the sky to crush the enemy into powder. Lord, are you all right? Effie, sitting opposite him, asked with concern. To deal with this sudden baby boom, Isaac immediately called an emergency meeting of all territory officials.
Effie, any news?
How far does the influence of the divine power reach?
Isaac asked, rubbing his brow.
Effie turned to look at the wind spirit happily flapping its wings on her shoulder, a look of difficulty on her face.
It seems that priests in other territories have also received the goddess's call. Phenomena of surge in divine power have appeared everywhere.
Or, you mean every place where the temple has been affected?
Isaac asked in disbelief.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Isaac suddenly felt a headache. This meant the entire Blackwood territory would welcome an unprecedented baby boom in a few months. In 10 months, the entire Blackwood territory would fall into chaos.
In other words, as long as it's at that time. Knight Miller seemed very interested in the topic. He stroked his chin and asked with great interest.
There's a high probability of conceiving a child.
What? You want the child too? Do you feel like you've messed up training the big account that is Hans?
Isaac said half-jokingly. Oh, I'm past that age. Knight Miller's face turned red, and he quickly waved his hand.
In reality, a knight's descendants would largely inherit their father's talent and become an honourable knight.
Instead of me, you should hurry up.
Take this opportunity to find a wife and have an heir so those old fellows can rest easy.
Knight Miller suddenly changed his tone and spoke to Isaac earnestly again.
As soon as he finished speaking, the other officials in the meeting room immediately nodded in agreement.
Yes, Lord, you're not getting any younger. It's time to consider your life on affairs. Exactly.
You see, Miss Effie is actually quite good.
Shut up!
Isaac was suddenly filled with rage. These guys actually dared to tease him.
What on earth are you talking about?
Where would I have time for romance? Dealing with those damn demonic beasts and rebels alone is enough to make my head spin. Isaac's romantic cells had long since perished along with his youth in that dark military career.
Effie, what do you think? Isaac noticed Effie's abnormality. She had been keeping her head down since a moment ago, her cheeks flushed red, as if she were trying hard to restrain something.
Aye.
Effie stood up abruptly, but then, as if thinking of something, she sat back down dejectedly and stammered.
I might not be able to.
I was asking what you think about this child's situation.
Isaac looked at her blankly, only feeling a headache.
Oh, no, it's not that.
Effie's cheeks became even redder, and she waved her hands frantically, trying to explain, but didn't know what to say.
It's fine.
If you don't have any thoughts, just listen for now.
Isaac quickly smoothed things over. He didn't want to ruin their relationship because of a single sentence from these guys.
Effie, what's wrong?
Several wood elf elders standing behind Effie asked in low, concerned voices.
Yeah, how could you refuse? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Exactly.
Once you miss this chance, it's gone.
Oh,
you guys shut up.
Effie was mortified and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Anyway, we need to make preparations in advance.
Isaac quickly changed the subject and said,
first, speed up the construction of educational institutions and the production of paper. Prioritize the nutritional needs of pregnant women and infants, and if there's a food shortage, immediately open the granaries to distribute grain.
Wait, Lord.
The finance officer frowned and interrupted Isaac.
They are the ones who want children. Why should we use the territory's finances to subsidize them?
Exactly, Lord. Wouldn't doing this be too wasteful? Isaac was suddenly filled with rage. These guys had truly been sitting in high positions for too long.
What do you know?
Children are the future of a country,
the hope of a nation.
We must create the best environment for their growth at any cost.
Besides, with our territory's current financial situation, we can fully afford these expenses.
Miko, bring the things out.
Isaac beckoned to Miko, who was standing to the side.
Miko smiled confidently, walked to the table, and placed 3 wooden boxes on it.
Everyone, allow me to introduce the future pillar industries of our Blackwood territory: sugar, porcelain, and cotton. As the 3 wooden boxes were slowly opened, the air in the room seemed to freeze.
Asterisk.
Splash.
The sea breeze billowed the sails, and the merchant ship cut through the waves, riding the wind and waves toward the distance.
On the deck, a female demi-human with bat wings and a lizard tail was looking out at the gradually sharpening port in the distance against the sea breeze.
Haha, I'm back again.
She licked her lips, her eyes flashing with excitement.
Over the years, she had been to many places and done a lot of business, but the profits of no place could compare to those of Blackwood territory. Especially the goods she brought back last time, which caused a huge sensation in the royal capital, particularly the eternal pen, which even the Duke was said to be unable to put down.
More importantly, the goods from Blackwood territory never lacked a market, and the price was decided by them.
Tell me what surprise will that Lord bring us this time, she muttered to herself while stroking the giant raven beside her. In her hand, she also held a piece of metal emitting a faint blue light. This was something that Lord had commissioned her to find, something called mithril. She had gone to great lengths and finally found this rare metal in the southern part of the continent. She just didn't understand how that Lord, who had never left Blackwood territory, could know about this metal that only existed in legends.
Just then, a small bat flew from afar, landed on her shoulder, and began to report something in a low, rustling voice.
What did you say?
Tens of thousands of refugees from the south are flooding into Blackwood territory.
Her expression changed slightly.
In that case, won't our manpower need to be doubled down? They won again.
Coco, there's more.
What did you say?
The sound of infants crying is everywhere in Blackwood territory. A look of disbelief appeared on her face. How on earth is this happening? Your dad is such a jerk.
That was so intense just now.
Warm sunlight spilled into the room through the window, and Miko leaned comfortably back in her chair.
Her tail wagged happily, perhaps because she was in a good mood, or perhaps because she was satisfied with people's reactions. She was like a lazy cat curled up in a warm corner enjoying the afternoon sun. Isaac smiled, placed the sugar cube Miko had brought into a white porcelain cup, and poured in fresh milk from Con Village. A cup of fragrant milk tea was ready. He took a small sip. The bitterness of the tea leaves blended perfectly with the sweetness of the milk, and with the addition of the sugar cube, the flavor became even richer, leaving a wonderful aftertaste. It looks like Perse, and the others won't have to fight Seba for sugar cubes anymore, Isaac said as he licked the sugar cube crumbs from his fingertips.
My lord, what are you talking about?
Miko looked at Isaac curiously.
It seemed she didn't know that Isaac's warhorse and the warriors of the Centaur race had once engaged in fierce competition for sugar cubes.
Ha ha ha, they used to go to great lengths just to get these sugars. After every training session, Isaac would reward Seba with precious sugar. The Centaur warriors would always look at Seba with envious eyes, while Seba would snort proudly as if mocking them. For the sake of fairness, Isaac decided to award sugar as a prize to the warrior with the best training results.
As a result, Perse actually disregarded her status and personally joined the fray to compete with her subordinates for the sugar cubes.
When that sweet taste melted on her tongue, Perse's tail would wag excitedly, just like Seba's.
The memory of that amusing sight made Isaac chuckle every time he thought of it.
But centaurs have huge appetites.
Even if we produce more sugar cubes, we won't be able to satisfy their needs, right?
Miko said worriedly.
I only occasionally turn the sugar cubes into candies to give them as rewards. I can't afford to feed them sugar as a meal. By the way, how is the yield of beets?
How many beets did you use to extract this many sugar cubes?
Miko held up 5 fingers and tilted her head back proudly with a smile, saying,
5. Only 5. That's incredible. Well done, Miko.
The sugar content of beets isn't high. Without selective breeding, it's difficult to extract a large amount of sugar.
Isaac remembered that it used to take at least 8 or 9 beets to extract this many sugar cubes. While you were away, the elves and I have been working very hard.
We used the elf sensory abilities to select beets with high sugar content, then performed grafting and improvements to achieve the current results.
Miko's tone carried both a hint of seeking credit and a touch of complaint.
I couldn't help it. I've been too busy lately. Between the invading trolls and Queen Evergreen's sudden attack on the west, Isaac had been overwhelmed.
Those guys are always finding ways to cause us trouble.
I know, but you've handled them all perfectly, haven't you?
Of course. Did they really think my muskets and cannons were a joke?
Isaac said while stroking the smooth curves of the white porcelain teacup on the table. The design of this teacup was completely different from traditional ones. It was rounder and more elegant. This was exquisite porcelain fired by the potters of Rat City after hundreds of failures.
Once my homeland produced porcelain like this too, but then Isaac's thoughts drifted to the distant past.
Due to the impact of war, too much of our ancestors' technology was lost.
I will never let such a tragedy happen again. Isaac clenched his fist and swore silently in his heart.
To protect the things one holds dear, one must possess great power.
Miko, get ready. Let's start mass producing sugar cubes.
Okay,
I've been waiting for this.
The merchants of the western continent would surely be furious after losing their channel for obtaining silver coins from the eastern continent, but such is the cruelty of commercial competition.
How is the cotton cultivation going?
Isaac asked while playing with a piece of soft cotton.
The flax in Enil territory could only yield a small amount of fiber from its stalks, but cotton could produce so much fluff. Isaac's persistence back then had not been in vain. This is the highest quality cotton carefully selected by Deria. The elves are currently improving the varieties, and I believe there will be a major breakthrough soon.
That's good.
Isaac nodded, his heart full of anticipation.
Also, the production of rubber-soled shoes and fountain pens is going smoothly. Carriage production has also begun in Albrum and Rat City, with a steady output of 2 per day now.
Miko said excitedly, noting that one of the carriages had already been reserved by the royal family.
Initially, for publicity, they had gifted a carriage to the royal family for free, which caused a huge sensation. After a long period of hunger marketing, many nobles were now clamoring to buy this new type of carriage. Carriages were a symbol of nobility, and their primary mode of daily transport. The carriages from Blackwood territory were not only beautiful in appearance,
but also utilized the new leaf spring
technology, and with Isaac's enchantments,
they were naturally highly sought after.
However, the leaf spring technology wasn't complex, and Isaac estimated other craftsmen would soon imitate it.
Therefore, Isaac had to improve steelmaking techniques as soon as possible to develop a more advanced helical spring suspension system.
You should see the scene of those nobles competing to outbid each other. It's truly spectacular,
Miko said with a smile.
By the way, there's currently a specially made carriage crafted by the artisans of Rat City.
Do you want to keep it for your own use?
Isaac hesitated upon hearing this. A carriage specially made by the artisans of Rat City would surely be exquisite. It would be a pity to just sell it off.
I already have a carriage.
I know, but the carriage of yours is very old. You are now the Lord of the West. You should change to a more grand carriage.
That carriage might be a bit old, but it still works. I plan to use it until it's scrapped.
Tusk, you really are a miser.
A miser.
I'm just inheriting my army's fine tradition of diligence and thrift.
Isaac curled his lip and decided to sell the carriage from Rat City for money. Cold, hard cash was much better.
Right, how is the olive harvest? I have high hopes for it.
The reason Isaac dared to promise soap to every family with a newborn was actually because of the olive crop.
The male Centaur warriors are protecting the workers and helping them pick olives, but why do we keep producing soap? Miko asked in confusion. We can also use olive oil to make other products like fried foods,
Isaac said, rubbing his chin.
I plan to open a shop in the inner city of the royal capital next. The inner city of royal capital Mare was the most prosperous part of the entire kingdom and the place where the country's wealthy gathered. With the spending power there, as long as his shop's location wasn't absolutely terrible, it was bound to make a huge profit every day. You want to open a shop in the inner city of the royal capital?
Do you know how hard that is? I know a friend who should be able to help us.
Aside from Regent Passes, you shouldn't have any other friends in the royal capital, right? How exactly?
That's who I'm talking about. Blackwood territory had been taking in those homeless wanderers for a while now, so Regent Passes owed Isaac a big favor.
He wouldn't be able to refuse Isaac such a small matter.
That's incredible.
You actually have the Regent as a backer.
Miko felt some emotion for merchant groups like theirs. Such connections were actually very important.
Technically, Regent Passes wasn't the backer of Blackwood territory, but at least they had a special channel between them.
It seems my choice to leave the Dario Merchant Guild was the right one.
Isaac asked with a smile.
What? Were you dissatisfied with working here at first?
The Blackwood Territory Merchant Guild's main products were sugar cubes and salt.
They also supplied shoes, fountain pens, and carriages to the royal family.
The porcelain and artificial pearls currently under development were also about to hit the market.
Furthermore, while other territories were suffering from famine, Blackwood Territory had achieved a bumper harvest and now possessed a massive grain reserve.
Additionally, thanks to the efforts of Shafei and Raja, the salt production of Blackwood Territory had increased significantly.
Albran seafood, preserved with brine, had also begun to be sold to inland regions.
One could say that Blackwood Territory not only controlled the luxury goods market in the kingdom, but would also control the entire kingdom's food supply. And how could that be? From the moment I decided to follow you, I've been one of your people.
Miko said with a smile. It's not just your trust in me that moves me, the fact that you saved me back then also made me more certain of my choice.
In fact, Miko had long grown weary of her previous merchant guild.
From now on, I am Miko of Blackwood Territory. I will expand the territory's horizons in the marketplace.
Very good. I believe in you, Miko of Blackwood Territory, by the way. Don't you have a surname?
My father, he won't let me use his surname. Miko's expression darkened slightly. In reality, her father was the president of the Dario Merchant Guild, who had many children.
Your dad is really a bastard. I'll have to give him a good lesson later.
To treat his own daughter as a disposable pawn, and not even let her use his surname, he simply didn't deserve to be a father.
He really is a bastard, then I'll leave it to you.
Miko gave a sweet smile, lifted her skirt, and cursed to Isaac.
HMPH, it's a small matter. Your business is my business. Isaac made a grand, generous gesture and rubbed the calico on top of Miko's head to comfort her. This is cheating.
This is aggression.
Emerging merchant guilds usually take a long time to grow and build their own trade networks and relationships, but Isaac didn't have that much time.
Moreover, he possessed flagship products like sugar cubes, salt, and rubber.
So sorry, Dario Merchant Guild.
Isaac prepared to swallow it whole, utilizing their trade network and customer resources to rapidly expand the scale of the Blackwood Territory Merchant Guild.
This was a commercial war, and the goods Isaac crafted were weapons for conquering territory. Products from Blackwood Territory would step by step penetrate every aspect of people's lives.
Caw. At Albran Harbour, seagulls circled in the sky searching for food.
Isaac stood on the pier, waiting somewhat anxiously. Beside him stood a woman with fish fins.
Raja, you should be extracting brine and dilute sulfuric acid at the salt pans right now.
Why are you here?
Isaac remembered that he hadn't called her here.
I heard merchant ships from the Henton Duchy were coming here, so
Raja looked at the merchant ship's docking, her eyes filled with envious tears.
At this moment, she was reminiscing about the glorious years when she once commanded merchant ships and galloped across the ocean. Look,
the sails are so big.
If they sail with the wind, they must be very fast, right?
Are you even listening to me?
Seeing Raja's excited appearance, Isaac shook his head helplessly.
Back then, I also commanded merchant ships like those.
With one command, all the sailors would.
Raja lamented. Oh, tilde, I really envy those ship owners, unlike poor me, who can only extract those strange things on land.
You should know that those strange things are extremely precious.
Hey?
Why are you waiting here, my lord?
Are you waiting for someone?
Raja finally noticed that Isaac was waiting for something and asked curiously. If I'm lucky, someone on those merchant ships might be carrying what I want.
What you want?
It must be something extraordinary.
What is it? A type of blue mineral. I don't know what the people here call it, but I call it cobalt.
Cobalt.
Raja looked blank. Just then, a woman with a sultry figure walked down from a merchant ship.
She was tall and beautiful, her every move filled with the charm of a mature woman.
She had a pair of pale pink eyes, a pair of delicate wings, and a long tail.
She was the merchant from the Henton Duchy,
Azazel.
Oh.
Seeing Azazel, Raja immediately let out a startled cry and turned to flee.
Clearly, there was definitely a story between her and this woman.
Why are you running?
Isaac was quick and grabbed Raja's wrist, pulling her back.
Oh, let go of me.
Raja struggled desperately but could not break free from Isaac's control. Are you Chief Navigator Raja?
Aziz looked at Raja,
her eyes filled with surprise.
Clearly, this merfolk woman really did have a rich experience.
Isaac narrowed his eyes at Raja, who was too guilty to look at him.
This girl, just how many shameful things has she done?
Asterisk.
Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Dario Merchant Guild in the royal capital, a meeting with a heavy atmosphere was underway.
The rise of the Blackwood Territory Merchant Guild had made them feel immense pressure.
The Dario Merchant Guild had originally regarded the western region as its primary market, but recently they had repeatedly hit walls. All of this was because of the rise of the Count of Blackwood. His influence in the western region was growing larger and larger, with almost everything under his control. Even those nobles who were closely related to the Dario Merchant Guild were now unexpectedly switching sides one after another. Ah, that damn bitch. I provided her with good food and drink, and she actually dares to betray me. All of this started from the Blackwood Territory Merchant Guild annexing the Dario Merchant Guild's stronghold in Rat City. That wretched woman named Miko had actually betrayed the Dario Merchant Guild to join Isaac.
Chairman, you shouldn't have.
Shut up! The chairman of the Dario Merchant Guild berated the subordinate who wanted to advise him, and then walked out of the meeting room in a rage. What's that? Just as he stepped outside, he saw a long convoy of wagons continuously transporting goods into the city. Those wooden barrels were all printed with the emblem of Blackwood Territory across axe and sword.
In the eyes of the Dario Merchant Guild chairman, those barrels were like an army ruthlessly conquering his territory.
Damn it, could it be that Blackwood Territory had developed some new product again?
He hurried to a carriage and without a word pried open the lid of a wooden barrel. What are you doing?
The surrounding workers quickly stepped forward to stop him.
Get lost. I want to see what's inside.
But these things are all...
Get out of my way.
I have plenty of money. At worst, I'll just compensate you for a barrel.
The Dario Merchant Guild chairman had already lost his mind. He ripped off the lid of the barrel.
A thick fishy sea smell wafted toward him. The barrel was actually filled with plump fish. What is this?
It should be cod and herring, chairman.
The Dario Merchant Guild chairman didn't ask about the types of fish. What he really wanted to know was how could these sea fish appear in the inland region? And they are still so fresh, could they have used expensive preservation magic? Probably not. There are so many barrels here, the cost would be too high if they used preservation magic for all of them. Then what on earth was going on? The Dario Merchant Guild chairman scooped up a spoonful of the liquid in the barrel and tasted it. Then he discovered to his horror that the liquid was actually brine. Could they have soaked all these sea fish in brine and then transported them inland? What? The Dario Merchant Guild chairman and his executives were all stunned. They quickly inquired about the price, and the result was even more shocking. Although the price wasn't cheap considering the freshness of these sea fish and the transportation costs, this price was already ridiculously low. This price was practically smashing their rice bowls. This is simply cheating. They were all experienced merchants, and could naturally smell the business opportunity within. Could it be that the Count has already started wanting to seize market share? Even for the sake of seizing market share, this was going too far. Moreover, the entire kingdom was currently suffering from famine. While Blackwood Territory had achieved a bumper harvest, it was simply unbelievable. Previously, Blackwood Territory only produced some luxury goods like fountain pens and carriages, and their target customers were those nobles. So those didn't have a large impact on the Dario Merchant Guild. But now Blackwood Territory was actually starting to march into the mass consumer market, which made them feel a massive threat.
The Dario Merchant Guild chairman looked at the carriages lined up in a row, his heart filled with unease.
This was simply a war of invasion.
Damn it, could he have discovered some salt mine? Raja's secrets exposed. Raja was stuck to a corner of the pier like a piece of chewing gum, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She buried her face between her knees trying to escape reality.
Was Raja very famous before, like Blackbeard or Captain Kidd? I don't know who those people are, but this merfolk lady was once a top lieutenant for the Pirate Queen and was very famous on the seas. Oh, damn that Azazel, she actually spilled all her secrets. Raja clutched her head tightly with both hands. She felt like she was about to shatter when we encountered her at sea. We could hardly believe our eyes. If Duke Freya hadn't happened to be away from the ship, we probably would have all been captured by her. Oh, was she that powerful? Yes, her magic is incredibly strong. You should see the way she manipulates seawater. It's practically like magic. Raja's face felt burning hot at this moment, and she desperately wanted to find a hole to hide in.
The lies she had fabricated before, like I was only responsible for the logbook, and I only handled route planning, were now being ruthlessly exposed.
Soon everyone would know that she wasn't just a navigator, but had also participated in piracy. You're quite the actress, aren't you?
Isaac rubbed his chin, looking at Raja without saying a word.
Raja could no longer endure the torment.
She suddenly stood up and shouted loudly.
So what? I didn't want to be a pirate either.
And besides, aren't you guys at fault too?
Do whatever you want with me. Kill me or cut me up, I don't care anymore.
Have you gone mad?
Come on, do whatever you want to do.
Oh.
You really think I wouldn't dare hit you? Squat back down. Raja looked at Isaac's dark expression and suddenly remembered that the seemingly young man before her was a human-shaped beast capable of killing a troll with his bare hands. She chickened out the next second and obediently squatted back down on the ground.
Woo, I didn't do anything wrong.
Raja's tears wouldn't stop flowing. She had originally thought that as long as she worked hard, she could earn Isaac's recognition and eventually return to the sea to live a free life again. But now,
All her beautiful ideas had been ruthlessly shattered by Azazel.
Wait, my lord, she's lying.
She's not just a common merchant, she's the president of the Merchant Guild of the Henson Duchy.
A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Raja's waterlogged brain, and she jumped up pointing at Azazel and shouting loudly. Unfortunately, Isaac just looked at her silently, without a trace of the surprise she had expected.
Hey, that's indeed shocking news, but compared to you she's far behind. Chief Navigator Raja Gibbs, former top lieutenant of the Pirate Queen, captain of the Wave Treader.
Oh, hearing Isaac mention her past, Raja was instantly overcome with shame. She covered her face and squatted back on the ground, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into.
It seems the president of the Balfour Merchant Guild didn't know you well enough. Your past is quite colourful.
Isaac looked at Raja with a meaningful smile. Raja knew she was in the wrong and could only whisper,
We were just following the rules, Her Majesty. The Queen was very lenient. As long as the ransom was high enough, we would release the people. And if they couldn't afford the ransom, then we could only sell them as slaves, right?
Yes. Raja squatted timidly on the ground, feeling like she had nowhere left to run.
Besides, if they surrendered before the battle, we wouldn't kill anyone.
Right, because only living people have value and can be sold for money, right?
Yes. Raja finally realized she had been wrong from the very beginning.
It's over, I'm finished. She clutched her hair in despair, her heart filled with regret. She could never return to the sea. She could only stay on land doing tedious work every day until the end of her life. Everything she had tried to disguise was in vain.
She knew Isaac was very wary of her, and after this she would definitely have no more chances.
My life is over.
Raja's eyes were hollow and lifeless as she wailed silently in her heart.
But she didn't know that Isaac's thoughts at this moment were completely different from hers.
Asteris.
Manipulating seawater to briefly bind enemy ships, or making one's own vessel move like a living thing. When Isaac first heard these descriptions, he could hardly believe his ears.
Even on a highly technologically advanced Earth, such things were impossible.
While Raja's moral character was questionable, her abilities made Isaac very interested.
Combining what Azazel said, she was likely the real reason the merfolk could dominate the seas. He had originally only valued Raja's navigational knowledge and salt-making techniques, but he hadn't expected her to have such powerful abilities. My lord, I only be able to stay on land from now on, extracting those strange things.
Will I never return to the sea?
Raja looked at Isaac pitifully and asked.
The water spirit seemed to sense Raja's sadness as well. It swam over to her side, trying to comfort her.
Well,
I just listened to that woman's sweet talk and thought it was a legitimate job full of romance, adventure, and treasure. Raja's tears burst forth again. What romance, adventure, and treasure?
It was all a lie.
We were all authorized by the state. We were just carrying out missions.
Raja explained hurriedly.
What missions?
We were hired by the state to attack the merchant ships of enemy nations.
It seemed that the fleet Raja belonged to was a group of privateers.
Privateers were armed vessels authorized by government to attack the merchant shipping of an enemy nation.
You actually dared to use the state's banner to rob merchant ships?
My lord,
you must have conducted some looting after your territory wars ended too.
Raja tried to drag Isaac down with her.
Sorry, I've never done that. In this world, looting was the right of the victor.
Therefore many lords, after occupying enemy territory, would loot the subjects in the name of punishment.
You've won so many battles, yet you never looted even once.
You can rest assured I haven't done it a single time.
Now both Raja and Azazel looked at Isaac in surprise, as if they couldn't believe their ears.
Well, Lord Isaac, on behalf of my master, I apologize to you.
Azazel said.
It's fine, it's in the past.
However, I believe we should punish those who authorized the looting rather than you executors. The sea truly is a cruel place.
Yes.
Unlike the peaceful eastern continent, the western continent, with its complex mix of races, was still full of war and slaughter.
It seems I must strengthen the defenses of Albury Port. Even without wars between nations, the vast boundless sea was full of lawless pirates. To protect the merchant ships of the Blackwood territory, Isaac had to be fully prepared. Raja, go back to work.
There are still many things waiting for you to do.
Isaac waved his hand, signaling for Raja to leave.
What work?
Nitric acid, sulfuric acid, or that soda ash factory.
Enough, shut your mouth.
Isaac frowned and angrily interrupted the loose-lipped Raja.
Raja realized she had let something slip and hurriedly covered her mouth, then slinked away.
Fortunately,
Azazel couldn't understand what they were talking about. By the way, Azazel, are those blue ores in your hand what I asked you to find?
Yes, this stuff was hard to find.
I asked many merchants before finally finding it in a small desert kingdom.
Oh, they grind this ore into powder and use it to make blue dye. The color is very beautiful.
Clearly, someone in this world had also discovered cobalt and had already begun using it.
I brought a lot this time. Do you want all of it?
Of course, as long as the price is right, I'll take as much as you have.
Here, of course.
With cobalt, Isaac could produce blue and white porcelain. Blue and white porcelain was a luxury item that transcended eras and had once been popular for hundreds of years.
The porcelain, white as jade combined with the lush cobalt blue, was simply flawless.
And cobalt wasn't just for making dyes, it could also be used in industrial production.
If he could find tungsten, Isaac could sinter cobalt and tungsten together to create tungsten carbide with a hardness of up to 9.
This would bring a revolutionary change to swords, hard alloys, and various cutting tools. Of course, tungsten's melting point was extremely high. Even if he found it, Isaac might not have a way to smelt it for the time being.
Let me see it.
Azazel placed a piece of cobalt ore into Isaac's palm, then quietly caressed the back of his hand before withdrawing her own.
You really are persistent.
This was already the second time Azazel had attempted physical contact with Isaac.
Duke Freya certainly knows how to pick people.
Stop dreaming, you will never have my goddess. As the saying goes, a persistent man can win over even the coldest woman.
I believe that one day you'll fall in love with me.
If Iddy knew you were trying to seduce me again, she'd definitely be angry.
So let's keep this a secret. By the way, what goods did you bring this time? I need something that can make money.
Isaac asked, looking at the merchant ships that were being unloaded.
Besides cobalt, Azazel had also brought cinnamon, pepper, and other spices.
I prepared quite a bit of cargo, but it's not enough to fill your ships.
However, I have other goods. For example,
What do you think about table salt?
Routine report. Routine reports in the Blackwood territory were always accompanied by tea and snacks.
Sitting in the chair in the Lord's room, Isaac tasted a cinnamon frosted donut made by the chef while listening to the reports from Claire and the officials to understand the affairs of the territory, both large and small.
regarding the construction of the primary school,
Shafei and the spirits have already completed the foundation work, my lord.
we can now begin building the structures.
The administrator reported as if recounting his family treasures. In fact, after Shafei learned about the situation in the territory, she specifically took time out to prioritize the construction of the primary school.
As expected of a human bulldozer. Shafei did a great job.
Sometimes the power of magic truly could surpass Earth's technology.
In his heart, Isaac expressed his respect to Shafei and her earth spirits. This way, once those children grow up, the Blackwood territory will have even more talent. Additionally, because steel production has increased, we plan to try using the reinforced concrete construction technology you mentioned before.
If a building is compared to a human body, then concrete is the muscle and steel reinforcement is the skeleton.
Miraculously, these two materials have almost identical coefficients of thermal expansion. Therefore, even if thermal expansion and contraction occur, it will not easily develop cracks.
Furthermore, steel reinforcement can compensate for concrete's lack of tensile strength, significantly improving the building's durability.
On Earth, ever since the match made in heaven that is reinforced concrete was discovered, it has been
Widely used in various buildings and even for large-scale fortifications like Fort Douarimont and the Maginot Line. My lord, can we use wooden reinforcement or other materials? Although steel production has increased, we shouldn't waste it like this,
Finance Officer Charles said with a look of physical pain.
In his eyes, precious steel should be used to manufacture weapons rather than for construction.
The strength and durability of other materials cannot compare to reinforced concrete.
Moreover, the school is a place for nurturing future talents, so I hope to build it more solidly.
Of course, wooden or bamboo reinforcement could also be used, but bamboo requires complex processing and has a shorter lifespan.
However, I plan to expand the blast furnaces and the workshop.
Since we have mastered the blast furnace iron smelting technology, we should scale up.
Therefore, Isaac now needed to earn more money.
Fortunately, due to the influence of the war, grain prices remain high, so the financial income of the Blackwood territory was not a concern for the time being. The bumper harvest in the Blackwood territory this year provided them with ample capital reserves.
By the way, the cutting of the steel bars can be handed over to Knight Miller. He can use his mana blade to cut steel, which will be much more efficient.
Isaac had already forged a spring steel sword for Knight Miller using crucible smelting.
Combined with his mastery of the High Knight's mana blade skill, he was practically a human cutting machine.
About that, Knight Miller really doesn't like doing that sort of thing.
Tell him directly not to forget how he rose to the rank of High Knight. Tell him to stop talking nonsense and get to work.
Isaac poured milk and sugar cubes into a pure white porcelain cup one after another, and the tea instantly turned a light chocolate colour.
Beside him, Claire followed Isaac's example and made herself a cup of milk tea.
She picked up the cup and took a sip, an immediate happy smile appearing on her face. Since sugar cubes and olive oil became widespread, the dietary conditions in the Blackwood territory had improved immensely. This led to Claire coming here to mooch snacks every time there was a meeting.
Claire, do you have anything to report? Claire seemed to see through Isaac's thoughts and quickly put down the biscuit in her hand, saying,
I heard that the territorial defense force you formed earlier has been very well received among the citizens.
Oh, tell me more. Isaac's interest was piqued. Claire always had her own unique sources of intelligence.
She often took a group of young girls to play around the village so she could stay informed about the thoughts and movements of the citizens in a timely manner. Those who received plate armor and weapons are showing them off everywhere. And although the training intensity has increased, the training pay has also increased, so everyone is very satisfied.
And most importantly, your words about wanting them all to come back alive have somehow spread.
Now everyone's enthusiasm for training is extremely high.
It seemed that a sentence Isaac had said unintentionally was spread by Night Hands. That young knight was truly full of passion. This way, the Blackwood Territory's weekend warrior plan could be implemented even more smoothly.
Mainly, those girls seemed to be more interested in the boys wearing plate armor.
By the way, brother, I just saw Felsa and the others playing happily with Seba running through the fields together.
That wasn't playing.
I mainly used a bag of sugar cubes to make a bet with them.
So what Claire saw wasn't some heartwarming scene,
But a fierce competition.
occasional competitions could stimulate the warrior's fighting spirit and improve training efficiency.
By the way, Priestess Igni has been looking for you.
Do you know what she wants?
What is she looking for me for?
She said someone did something bad to the temple while she wasn't paying attention, and she's very angry.
What?
Isaac was suddenly shocked.
He had clearly warned everyone not to leak the secret. Could it be that those pious believers had started to defy his orders?
She said the goddess told her, sighing.
Isaac looked up at the sky, his heart filled with helplessness.
Goddess, what are you doing again?
What's wrong with you?
Nothing.
It seemed he had to resolve this matter as soon as possible, or Priestess Igni would surely pester him endlessly.
Claire seemed to have finished her report, and she picked up the leftover donut Isaac hadn't finished and put it in her mouth.
She drank her milk tea and ate the donut, looking very much like she was enjoying herself.
By the way, Administrator Finance Officer, is there anything else? Everything is going smoothly, right?
Isaac asked while adding tea leaves and sugar cubes to his teacup. There is one small matter. A worker at Albram Port accidentally dropped a barrel of tea into the sea while unloading cargo. That was just some ordinary tea, not an important commodity, just something Isaac and the officials drank themselves.
The administrator of Albram is discussing how to punish him.
Because it was the tea you were going to drink, someone proposed flogging him and confiscating all his property.
Although it was just a barrel of tea, because it was a noble's beverage,
It was quite expensive.
if they truly punished him according to their proposal, that worker would surely be ruined. Was he doing it on purpose?
He has a daughter to raise. It doesn't seem intentional.
Then give him a light punishment.
After all, it was just an accident.
Isaac thought of the mistakes he had once made in the military.
He believed that unintentional errors and deliberate crimes should be treated differently. In the Blackwood Territory, only he and a few officials drank tea.
As long as they were a bit frugal until the next batch of tea arrived, there would be no shortage.
All right, I will relay this to the administrator of Albram.
Good.
Both Claire and the administrator expressed their approval of Isaac's decision.
Only the finance officer was still recording the loss with a pained expression. Was he the only one who made a mistake? What?
Isaac suddenly wondered if soaking tea in seawater would turn it into some kind of strange drink.
He wanted to know if the residents of Albram would, like him, want to use the opportunity of the Civil War to gain independence.
I mean, did the residents of Albram collectively throw tea into the sea?
Oh,
What are you talking about, my lord?
it seemed he was overthinking.
The residents of the Blackwood Territory were already united by their religious beliefs.
Those priests and priestesses not only did not collect any donations, but also provided various help to the people in the name of the goddess and Isaac.
Although the church's operating funds were all provided by the Blackwood Territory, the cohesion and stability it brought were immeasurable by money.
It's almost lunchtime.
Let's discuss one last issue and then end today's meeting.
The kitchen should be frying chicken right now.
At this moment, the Internal Affairs officers all unconsciously swallowed their saliva.
That fragrant smell was definitely unmistakable.
My lord, this is more of a request than a report. Recently,
There seems to be some bad news regarding the first prince, but we can only get information from the merchants, who occasionally come to the Blackwood Territory, and from the second queen, so we are always one step behind.
I believe we should establish a more efficient intelligence network. I think we should establish a more efficient intelligence network.
What a coincidence, I'm preparing to make a trip to the royal capital. I'll find a way to get some intelligence. You're going to the royal capital.
Where will you get intelligence from?
The region passes.
Isaac was going to the royal capital to check on the construction progress of the highway leading directly to the Blackwood Territory, as well as the nearly completed paper mill.
Finally, he also planned to discuss with Regent Passis about opening the first donut shop in the inner city of the royal capital. So he planned to take this opportunity to get everything done.
This, my lord, Regent Passis isn't someone you can just see whenever you want.
I seem to be an exception.
Perhaps it was because Isaac had once rejected a request from Regent Passis.
Or perhaps it was because he had taken in those wanderers, so Regent Passis seemed to have a special feeling towards him.
Anyway, I'll be back soon.
Revisit the capital.
The construction progress of the highway connecting Blackwood Territory and the royal capital was faster than Isaac had imagined.
Thus they soon arrived at the royal capital mare.
Now, Isaac no longer felt that the royal capital was far away.
He believed that the merchants travelling to Blackwood Territory would soon feel the same way.
I'm back again.
Isaac passed through the city gates, his heart filled with emotion as he looked at the royal capital with its centuries of history.
However, compared to his last visit, the royal capital seemed to have undergone some changes.
Perhaps it was because Blackwood Territory had taken in a large number of vagrants, or perhaps it was because seafood from Blackwood Territory had begun to be sold in the royal capital.
The overall appearance of the royal capital today had changed significantly.
It was previously unimaginable that a small territory located on the western frontier could exert such a massive influence on the royal capital.
Later, once the highway was completed, and the industry and commerce of Blackwood territory became even more developed, this influence would expand further. Fresh Blackwood territory herring and cod, selling cheap. This is definitely tastier than that dry fish. Also salted crab.
By now, only 4 silver coins for 2 bundles.
These were the results of Blackwood territory's seafood suddenly appearing in the inland markets.
Vendors who originally only sold roasted meat began to sell grilled fish and crabs, and housewives were happy to have more choices.
Seafood from Albram finally escaped the fate of only being sold in coastal areas and began to move toward a broader market. This was all thanks to the preservation methods Isaac had improved.
They would immediately gut the caught fish and soak them in brine, which could significantly extend the preservation time. Moreover, because they weren't subjected to high-temperature sterilization, the fish meat remained fresher and more delicious.
Lord, the herring and cod we saw in Albram are actually appearing in the royal capital. Effie was full of curiosity about everything in the royal capital. At this time, she had changed into a red dress and looked like a delicate, beautiful rose. I dressed up specifically, what do you think? Effie Greenleaf looked at Isaac expectantly, hoping for his praise. Although her imitation was quite accurate, she possessed more purity and cuteness than the arrogance and indifference typical of high elves, making it feel slightly out of place. However, Isaac felt it was better this way.
I really want to paint you.
Effie's beauty always made him want to record it with a paintbrush.
Thank you.
Effie smiled happily. It seemed she was very satisfied with Isaac's answer. I will protect you well. Effie mimicked Miko's mannerisms, lifting her skirt and performing a bow.
She had won the competition against the centaur race, so she earned the opportunity to protect Isaac today.
Then I'll leave it to you.
By the way, where is that revolver pistol I gave you?
That was a military revolver pistol capable of knocking down 6 enemies in an instant.
I hid it, of course.
Where is it hidden?
Effie's small face turned slightly red, and she gripped her skirt tightly, saying with a smile,
It's a secret.
You really are something, being able to hide such a large weapon.
Asterisk cough cough asterisk.
Night Miller coughed, reminding Isaac to watch his words and deeds.
All right, Night Miller, let's go.
To the inner city. Although Isaac enjoyed seeing the scenes changing because of Blackwood territory's goods, his primary purpose for this trip was still to enter the heavily guarded inner city.
Asterisk.
The royal palace of Royal Capital Mayor, especially the regent's study. That heavy door was rarely open for visitors.
Recently, because certain external forces were stirring, the regent's work had become even busier.
Asterisk creak asterisk. Yet today, this door opened for a special guest. The regent was full of curiosity about this young man because he always did unexpected things. So you want to take away more vagrants, and you also want royal intelligence. The regent could still understand Isaac's first 2 requests, but the next request felt bizarre to him.
You also want me to help you find a good place to open a shop in the inner city. Could it be that the person before him was not the Count of Blackwood territory, known as the Overlord of the West?
If you grant my request, I guarantee I will make everyone in the inner city fall in love with my goods.
To be honest, Isaac's request was refreshing to the regent.
Unlike those nobles who flattered for power and profit, Isaac simply wanted to do business. Every time you come, you say some strange things, don't you?
The regent looked at Isaac and said with a smile, Haha, that's right.
Isaac did not hide his thoughts at all. All right, I agree.
The regent eventually agreed to Isaac's request and helped him find a good location to open a shop in the inner city.
After Isaac left, the regent
and the chief attendant looked at each other and smiled.
Truly a strange fellow.
Indeed, the nobles who came to the regent's study, though their motives varied, all had the ultimate goal of obtaining more power and profit.
However, he is also the young man I have the highest hopes for. The struggle for the throne had now entered a fever pitch. After a series of incidents, the regent had now pinned all his hopes on Isaac. Chief attendant, what do you think the future of the Hyde Kingdom will be? It is already difficult to mend the internal rifts. If the prince truly invades, even if we mobilize the central army, I'm afraid. As the head of the intelligence department, the chief attendant was naturally not easily optimistic. That prince was constantly increasing troop strength in the eastern regions. If the treaty between the kingdom and the empire were violated, it would bring massive losses to the Hyde Kingdom. But my elder brother once said that heroes emerge in times of chaos. To this day, Isaac maintained a record of total victory.
Each time he defeated enemies whose numbers were several times his own.
Now the entire western region had united around him, and even Queen Priscilla followed his every word. Looking at him now, I always feel he resembles the late king in his youth. Yes. Traces of nostalgia appeared on the faces of both the regent and the chief attendant. Ebony Nye. Effie's pale hands held a skewer of grilled herring she had just bought from a roadside stall. She hummed a little tune as she wove through the crowded royal capital with curiosity, her face full of excitement.
Perhaps because she had returned to the territory in a hurry after her last visit, the market research and business analysis this time made her unable to suppress the joy in her heart.
Or perhaps she was simply enjoying the spoils of being the winner of a bet. The foot traffic is good.
Opening a shop around here should be just right.
The inner city of Royal Capital Mare was said to be where the kingdom's wealth and power were concentrated.
Dignitaries dressed in expensive silk and other fine fabrics, clearly of noble birth, came,
and went.
Everywhere the eye could see was magnificent and golden.
This was likely a feast built upon the taxes contributed by the territories.
Is it delicious?
Isaac asked Effie as he looked at the skewer, which now held only fish bones.
Fatty fish grilled directly without being dried is naturally delicious, Lord.
There was indeed no arguing with that.
Precisely because of this, even in the royal capital, where all sorts of ingredients gathered, grilled herring could cause quite a stir.
Who would have thought that commoners, not just nobles,
Could enjoy seafood in the inland regions at a price that wasn't exorbitant. As cheap solar salt became popular in the royal capital, the existing salt market was bound to face a massive upheaval.
Just as the development of cultured pearls in Japan led to the decline of Dubai's natural pearl industry and plunged the entire country into a severe depression.
The solar salt market here would also be unable to withstand the price war from Isaac and the others, eventually collapsing one by one.
By then, the salt market of this kingdom would be monopolized by them. After all, unlike sugar, salt was both a luxury and a necessity.
Of course, the state might impose monopoly restrictions, but would the regent,
Who championed neutrality, do such a thing? Or would the future Queen Priscilla, who was indebted to Isaac, do so?
The existing salt merchants will fight to the death, but no matter what tricks they play, their future is already sealed.
If they weren't satisfied, they could very well go and save the wood elf and merfolk races themselves, obtain vast and sturdy tidal flats, and invest massive startup capital in cheap refugee labour. That is, of course, if they had the ability to do so.
Lord, why have we been circling around the inner city?
Effie, who had been curious at eyeing the bustling streets beside Knight Miller, finally couldn't help but ask.
She actually didn't know why they were circling.
She had followed them all the way from Blackwood territory in high spirits, yet she didn't even know the purpose of the visit.
You were so eager to follow without even knowing that.
I didn't have time to think much back then. Back when Knight Miller and Isaac were about to depart, she had ridden up on Seba, shouting that she had won the bet and followed along.
She clearly wasn't even interested in the sugar they were paying. Those Centaur really had it rough. Do you remember the fried chicken the chef made last time, and the donuts coated in white sugar?
Father,
That was amazing. Hearing Isaac's question, Effie licked her lips reflexively, clearly having a vivid memory of those foods. The taste was indeed unforgettable. In this world, seasonings and spices were far less abundant than in modern times.
The limitations of ingredients and cooking techniques meant that most food was forced to be low in salt, sugar, and oil.
When Isaac first arrived in this world, eating his first meal felt like chewing grass, though of course it wasn't the chef's fault.
Once various ingredients were in ample supply,
The chef showed incredible skill in creating such delicious food. Wouldn't it be a sin for us to keep such delicious things to ourselves?
So I want to open a shop here to sell them.
how much do you think they could sell for?
Effie rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment, then held up 5 fingers.
As much as 5 world tree leaves.
World tree asterisk psi asterisk.
Though a bit vague by human standards, that was probably the highest expression she could think of.
The younger elves under her were already quickly becoming familiar with human goods and currency. It seemed that being older meant her adaptability was slower.
Even for a long-lived race, 200 years old was certainly not young.
I feel like there's a mischievous look in your eyes.
You're overthinking it.
Isaac hurriedly waved his hand in denial with an awkward laugh.
Speaking of which, the regent also had a look of
Can this stuff really make money?
On his face regarding this matter.
He would never imagine that this business would be incredibly profitable, filling their coffers to the brim.
No matter how existing shops upgraded their class or raised their prices, their income was limited, but they planned to take the route of high-end packaging combined with takeout.
fried foods could be completed with just a dip in oil. As long as the process was in place, the speed of making money would be very fast. Especially for things like donuts that could be piled up and sold, the profit was staggering. Although people might not be used to it at first, this overwhelming deliciousness combined with luxury ingredients at a reasonable price was the way to go. Moreover, trends changed quickly here. It might even form a new culture one day.
Let's make a killing.
This royal capital was built upon the taxes scraped from the entire territory.
Although their taxes were reduced because they were adjacent to the magical beast forest, because their income was so massive, the tax officers' hands trembled every time they handed over the chest of silver coins.
In that case, Isaac was going to rake some silver back from the royal capital he helped fund. As he walked the bustling streets, he plotted an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth plan in his heart.
Suddenly, a female knight clad in heavy plate armor strode forward. Lord Count Blackwood.
She had hair as black as the night sky and light brown eyes. Fully armed, she wore a long sword at her waist. Her sudden appearance caused Knight Miller, who had been accompanying Isaac on the market research with a look of impatience, to immediately block her path, a clear look of wariness in his eyes.
Lord, be careful. Her strength is no small matter. It seemed Knight Miller had already sensed the aura she exuded.
If even here High Knight determined she was strong, then what level had this woman reached?
Effie, seeing the sudden situation, also instantly lifted her skirt and pulled a loaded revolver pistol from her fair thigh.
If you have business, it's only proper to state your name first, isn't it?
No matter how strong she was, taking 6 rounds from a military revolver pistol at close range should finish her right.
Well, probably.
Speaking of which, besides Lucy, were there any other powers in the kingdom that possessed such a powerful female knight?
And true,
Lord Count Blackwood, please allow me to greet you.
I am a knight serving the nobility of the Saxon Empire. You may call me Knight Ebony. See you on the battlefield,
So, Knight Ebony, what business do you have with me?
The lord I serve wishes to have an in-depth conversation with Count Blackwood, the hegemon of the West and the core of the second princess's forces.
Therefore, please be sure to come with me.
Is that so? But I refuse.
Isaac waved his hand without hesitation.
The Saxon Empire. Although they hadn't completely crossed the line yet, as far as he knew, the other side had been mobilizing troops and generals, making no secret of their ambitions. Going there would only mean hearing nonsense about joining their camp to make things easier for them, right?
Is that so? But strictly speaking, this isn't exactly a request.
She was determined to carry out the order to take Isaac away, and Marnie gradually began to swirl around her armor. Seeing this, Knight Miller and Effie immediately took up tense stances, ready to swing their weapons at any moment. Isaac also placed his hand on the can opener on his back, ready to swing it. But then a relaxed voice broke the tension of the scene.
Ha ha ha, I knew it would be like this, I just knew it.
That's why my noble self came in person, hello.
Count Blackwood.
A young man wearing shiny platinum armor with blonde hair like molten gold and striking golden eyes walked over. He had a smile on his face, but a sharp light flickered in his eyes.
Standing beside him was a man with purple eyes and a cold expression.
Upon seeing that man, Knight Miller immediately ran to Isaac's side and whispered,
My lord, that purple-eyed man is His Highness Prince William.
Is that so? Then the blonde kid acting all high and mighty in front of him must be a prince of Saxony or something.
These two guys should be in the east plotting how to carve up the kingdom. Why would they appear in the royal capital?
Could they be here for Isaac?
So please for this once make sure not to cause trouble. This could lead to a diplomatic issue.
I have that much sense. Do you distrust me that much?
Yes.
Perhaps remembering a certain noble who had been beaten up, Knight Miller nodded without hesitation.
I don't even remember the last time I came to the royal capital.
Once every brick and tile here felt like home, but now it feels so distant.
Count Blackwood.
Prince William gazed at the royal palace with a hint of sadness and suddenly spoke to Isaac.
It was just that Isaac really couldn't empathize with those words.
It was said that he had once trusted that so-called sword of heroes
his weight into the neck of the third prince. To obtain enough power for the throne, he had dragged the Saxon Empire, which was large enough to split the kingdom in two or even annex it into the civil war. He had crossed the line since then. A pleasure to meet you for the first time, His Highness Prince William. Actually, strictly speaking, this isn't our first meeting. A long time ago, I visited the West because I was curious about the magical beast forest. At that time, you were still very young and were called a magic prodigy. You really came at the right time. If you had come when Isaac was still a bastard, you wouldn't have seen a pleasant face.
Count Blackwood, I know your temperament, so I'll be blunt.
I can give you everything Priscilla promised you, and only more.
So join my camp.
A predictable proposal. This Prince William was very smart. Instead of fighting against the powerful Blackwood army that had crushed the second prince's army, and the first princess's army, he chose to bring them under his command before launching the war, guaranteeing Isaac more benefits. But the one who would ultimately gain the most from this faction was the Saxon Empire, wasn't it? By then, the kingdom of Hyde wouldn't be newly stabilized, it would be directly shackled by the Empire. Think about it carefully. The situation of the succession war is already clear. As long as you make up your mind, this civil war can end immediately. Why let the subjects of the same kingdom slaughter each other? Seeing Isaac's lack of reaction, Prince William tried to persuade him from another angle again. So much blood has already flowed, and the third prince's blood has stained the eastern lands, and his sword, hasn't it? Isaac pointed at the sharpness prince's sidearm that claimed to be the sword of heroes.
That was his own doing.
Count Blackwood, for the sake of the kingdom's subjects who are suffering from the civil war, join us.
You talk about the kingdom's subjects, yet you bring an imperial army into the country that will clearly carve up the kingdom. You should know the consequences of doing so better than anyone.
Prince William fell silent, his fists trembling slightly.
Although I don't understand the art of kinship, I believe Princess Priscilla can govern this kingdom better than you at least. After all, even when at a disadvantage, she never thought about selling out the kingdom. So my refusal is also the retribution for you inviting wolves into the house. Please remember that.
Prince William's fists were clenched so hard they turned white.
He seemed to have much to say, but in the end, the words only hovered at his lips.
I knew it would be like this.
The blonde youth beside him suddenly bared his white teeth and sneered. The blonde youth patted Prince William's shoulder while saying,
Enough.
I heard you were a famous playboy in the West.
And you've been doing well lately. How could a self-righteous guy like you listen to anyone else?
This was my final mercy. His high and mighty golden eyes met Isaac's gaze.
Isaac felt the arrogance and self-conceit characteristic of a superior, the innate sense of superiority. Count Blackwood, you use a weapon that emits loud noises and flames, right? I've been wondering where those things came from, and today I finally understand.
Isaac tilted his head in confusion, not understanding what the crown prince was talking about.
The noble and beautiful elf lady
by your side is a bit too excellent for you. You must have also obtained magical devices from the Avalon Empire through some channel.
What the hell is this guy doing? The corner of Isaac's mouth twitched.
This guy actually revealed their own intelligence voluntarily. I can assure you that the source of your confidence will soon be crushed, because no matter how many magical devices you have obtained, they are just a drop in the bucket. Before us, it seemed their confidence came from something that was neither magic nor a divine artifact, weird and evil weapons of unknown power source.
It was said that such weapons could exert great power without consuming mana, so whose power were they borrowing?
There's no such thing as a free lunch.
It seemed they had never considered the hidden dangers in this regard. Do you know that those magical devices harbour incomprehensible corruption and evil power?
It will pollute the surrounding environment. The blonde youth snorted at Isaac's warning, clearly thinking he was playing tricks.
How ridiculous.
You've lost to the critical moment and now you're starting to get scared.
Even if what you say is true, so what? What if the land and people are polluted?
They are nothing more than tools for me to drive.
He and the first prince were truly birds of a feather.
A guy like this must never ascend to a throne or imperial seat, otherwise the common people below will suffer.
Now that he thought about it, the first emperor of the Holy Saxon Empire had also stolen the title of a once prosperous but eventually destroyed holy nation that used to worship the sun god.
Ultimately, they were fakes from the very beginning.
Haha, calling yourselves a holy empire yet willing to embrace evil for the sake of power.
HMPH is just a difference in perspective, you short-sighted fellow.
Isaac shook his head helplessly.
Since you predicted my future, let me predict your future as well.
The Empire hadn't come out in full force. They had only arrogantly brought a portion of their army, disguised as mercenaries, and declared they would deal with them. They really looked down on him. Did they not know he was hanging out with the nuclear harmony goddess?
Although you call yourselves the Holy Saxon Empire, in reality, you're neither Saxon nor do you sound holy, and soon after the war between us ends you will lose the title of Empire.
A crack finally appeared on the face of the blonde youth who had been maintaining a composed smile.
Even though it was just a trivial provocation, he still showed a bit of annoyance.
I heard from the chief attendant that your emperor also happened to fall ill.
Why don't we just change the country's name to the nation of patricide later?
Ha ha ha, you really are interesting.
This is the first time I've met someone who dares to challenge me like this.
Although he said that, his face was full of uncontrollable rage.
Tusk, why does that line? This is the first time I've met someone like you. Sound so familiar.
Hearing such a line from a man wasn't pleasant at all.
It seems the negotiations are broken down.
Then let's see each other on the battlefield, Count.
Sure.
I'm a man who likes to tell the truth.
When the time comes to change the country's name, do give my suggestion serious consideration.
When that time comes, I will make you pay back today's insolence with interest.
Then I shall wait and see.
The blond man stared at Isaac wordlessly for a few minutes and seeing no reaction, he gave a cold laugh and left with Prince William.
The tense atmosphere finally relaxed.
Effie and Knight Miller finally breathed a sigh of relief and silently returned their weapons to their places.
How was that?
Was I gentlemanly enough this time?
In the face of Isaac's question, Knight Miller didn't say a word, only wiping his sweat-covered face with his hand. He was truly afraid that Isaac would just kill those two right there in the street coming-of-age ceremony and new war situation. Since he was already out, Isaac took the opportunity to visit the road construction site to offer his regards to Shafei and the workers, and he personally witnessed the completion of the paper-making workshop. It was around autumn then, and after finishing the sewing and various other tasks, winter arrived quickly. Finally, the year 920 of the sun god calendar arrived. In spring, as all things revived, the vibrant young men and women of the West began to arrive one after another in Princess Priscilla's direct territories. The nobles and adults were there to discuss the increasingly dire situation with the Eastern Army, while the young men and women came to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony and join the ranks of adults.
And the baker here is quite skilled, Isaac said while eating the cookies and snacks sent over by Effie.
Perhaps because he had been selling sugar to the princess during this time, the quality of the desserts and pastries had further improved.
In fact, whether it was bread or cookies, as long as sugar was added during baking, the taste wouldn't be bad.
You should try this too, Lord Isaac.
Amen, thank you. Perhaps because he was still in the peak of his growth phase, Isaac's appetite had increased significantly lately. Coupled with the magic crystal stones that could make ordinary voles grow to the size of chinchillas, his height was also increasing by leaps and bounds. If this continued, wouldn't he end up as big and burly as Count Arnold? And is this bread made from the corn flour he sold? This world was truly becoming more and more to his liking.
Oh my,
brother, can you please go eat somewhere else? Claire looked at Isaac with a face full of disdain. She had shown great determination to lose weight for this coming-of-age ceremony, and now wearing a snow-white dress she was as beautiful and moving as a daffodil.
That won't do.
Isaac munched on his bread, while death staring the young boys in the distance who didn't dare approach, and could only hover around.
At this moment, Isaac was like an old father fiercely guarding his own cabbage. None of these young punks should even think about taking a step closer, not even one.
Oh my.
Brother, who would dare come over with you glaring at them? All the boys who wanted to invite me to dance have been scared away by you. Claire crossly pushed Isaac with her small hands, trying to drive him away.
But unless one reached the realm of a high knight, it was impossible to push him aside. Look, haven't your good friends come over? They were the focus of the ball just now, you should be satisfied. They were busy shaking hands and introducing themselves, having a great time. With so much attention, what more could this little girl want? Those girls didn't come for me, they just want to get close to you through me, brother.
This, Claire said, helplessly patting her chest.
Oh, no wonder they kept talking to him. Isaac finally had a bit of a realization.
Hey, you're a bit slow to react, my lord,
Effie said with a smile and a meaningful tone.
Claire continued to persuade him, saying that if Isaac stayed there, everyone would be too scared to do anything. while waving her hand to signal him to leave.
A real man should be able to easily ignore my gaze. We're only 2 years apart.
How can those guys ignore it? Brother, you're the rising hegemon of the West who defeated a troll and crushed the first princess and the second prince's army.
Claire looked at Isaac as if he were an idiot.
Let those salivating male wolves in.
And those noble women who couldn't chase him would definitely turn their sights on her as a substitute.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Isaac was irreconcilable with these young punks. What are you worried about?
I'm also a member of the Blackwood family, brother.
Though she was petite, her eyes held a heroic spirit that rivaled any man's. True, back when the goblins invaded, she was a tough girl who grabbed a weapon and rushed onto the city walls.
It seemed she really had grown up. Isaac's previous worries were unnecessary. Fine, I understand.
Effie also signaled with her eyes that it was best for him to step away, and Isaac finally decided to yield.
Before leaving, he gave those restless boys a fierce glare, warning them that if anyone dared to act out, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless.
Phew. He walked to a corner and found a familiar woman drinking alone in solitude. Oh, Princess Evergreen, you haven't been beheaded yet.
He hadn't expected the ransom negotiations with the South to still be at a standstill.
Could it be that the nobles over there had other plans? Ha, that's a strange way to greet someone, you lackey of the devil. She swirled her wine glass, speaking with a face full of disgust.
Please, that wasn't the power of a devil, it was the power of great gunpowder and science.
HMPH, of course you would say that.
It seemed like playing a lute to a cow. The true evil power was someone else entirely, but she seemed to remain completely oblivious.
Princess Priscilla is truly kind. If it were me, I'd have put a knife to your throat long ago to force them to pay the ransom and end the negotiations quickly.
What exactly do you take royalty for?
At the very least, you're a war criminal.
Do you understand?
War criminals deserve to die.
You should be glad you were captured by such a merciful second princess.
Yes, I'm so very grateful to you.
Princess Evergreen gave a cold laugh and continued drinking her wine.
Give up already.
You've been abandoned by the Southern Army, so either reveal internal intelligence or cooperate quietly. HMPH, how ridiculous. No matter how silver-tongued you are, it's useless.
My subordinates will eventually gather an army and take your head.
And those damned hands of yours. Isaac shook his head helplessly. This foolish woman still hadn't recognized the situation.
Bang! Just then someone pushed open the banquet hall doors and rushed in, panting heavily.
The maid's robes were crumpled by the wind, clearly showing he had just rushed back from outside. He was usually responsible for delivering messages, acting like a messenger.
Your Highness, Princess Priscilla, urgent intelligence. The eastern army of 15,000 has finally moved. They are fiercely attacking the south.
Clatter, the wine glass shattered, and the purple-red liquid flowed slowly across the carpet.
Princess Evergreen's eyes snapped open, her purple pupils filled with shock. What?
The final succession battle. Regent passes. I fear Prince William has already reached the point of no return.
The regent, who was reviewing documents, heard the chief attendant's report, and the fountain pen in his hand fell onto the desk with a snap.
Regent Passus rubbed his wrinkled face and let out a sigh.
Although he had anticipated this, it was by no means the outcome he had hoped for.
Has it finally erupted? It is said that an elite force of 15,000 men has split into two routes, occupying the south and the north simultaneously. The chief attendant continued his report, stating that while most of the enemy's forces were sent to the north, 2 sword saints were sent to the south, one of whom was a female sword saint.
The Empire's female sword saint, you mean the Knight Ebony, who's known as a once-in-a-generation genius?
Yes, she has finally reached that realm. The Imperial army was known as the strongest in the eastern continent, and they possess such talent.
While her talent was commendable for the kingdom, this was undoubtedly adding insult to injury.
I recall the last report saying that Empire's troops and supplies were still in transit and weren't expected to move until summer.
Facing the regent's question, the chief attendant lowered his head in shame. Though the reason is unknown, spies from the east say the Saxon prince was very agitated at the time and seemed extremely eager to deploy his troops. The regent fell into deep thought. What could possibly make the arrogant and supercilious Saxon prince so agitated? Very agitated, but Prince William and the Saxon prince visited the royal capital before, didn't they?
Yes, the report was only received a day after they left.
Didn't Count Blackwood also visit the royal capital during that time?
It seems so. Could it be?
The chief attendant suddenly froze.
If that were the case, then the reason for their sudden visit to the royal capital and why the Saxon prince was so impatient to deploy troops would all make sense.
Regent, that man is the future emperor of the empire. What could the count possibly have done to him? When he first inherited his title as a baron, didn't he talk back to the royal family in front of everyone in the palace? Could it be that the Empire tried to win him over, and some conflict occurred as a result?
Hearing Regent Passus's speculation, the chief attendant smiled helplessly.
He was respectful in front of the regent, yet he wouldn't back down even before the royalty of the strongest empire. He truly was a madman. I cannot judge whether this is a good or bad thing.
It depends on the second princess's armor. No, it depends on what preparations Count Blackwood has made. The regent picked up his fountain pen again and said while tapping on the parchment.
Judging by Count Blackwood's past performance, he always seemed to make thorough preparations in advance, often even over-preparing.
It was said they possessed weapons that could destroy city walls, and not long after, the Centaur cavalry suddenly appeared.
The second princess with Western support.
and the first prince, with the support of the Saxon Empire, has finally come down to a confrontation between two powers regent. The second princess, who was initially the least favoured, rose rapidly, while the first prince, after falling to rock bottom, returned to this succession war with the Saxon Empire's army. The direction of this war for the throne had become unpredictable. William Einhard, the regent, thought of his former nephew, the former first prince, and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile.
Despite the unfavourable situation, the first prince had made a choice even worse than the second princess. He had actually personally led a foreign army that coveted the kingdom into their own borders.
Even if he could defeat everyone, what then?
After seizing the throne, who would respect his authority or offer him their loyalty? A monarch's throne is maintained by the support of the people and the loyalty of the nobility and subjects.
If he ascended the throne, the Saxon Empire, like a hungry wolf, would be perched right next to the kingdom, and the kingdom's future would be as precarious as a candle in the wind.
What a fool.
The regent let out a long sigh and closed his eyes.
Asterisk.
The news of the first prince crossing the Rubicon River quickly spread throughout the country.
Upon learning that the first prince had frantically returned with a foreign army, the first princess cursed him out directly at a banquet until she was finally dragged away by guards. Emergency war reports from the south and north arrived one after another. News of the royal army's defeats kept coming, along with reports of the first prince's, no, the Saxon prince army's, unstoppable and triumphant advance. Just as Isaac had thought before, bad things always happen.
As someone from a region of national division, he naturally hoped for the best, but prepared for the worst.
This war will decide everything.
Now only the first prince and the second princess remain in this succession struggle. The situation had become very clear.
Perhaps because of this, Princess Priscilla, who was currently in a meeting, appeared exceptionally somber.
The situation is more serious than expected.
The south seems to have been isolated, and many requests have come from the north, hoping the second princess will send troops to their rescue.
Hearing Knight Luger's report, the expressions of both Princess Priscilla and Count Arnold turned grave.
The enemies this time were no longer fellow subjects of the same kingdom, and they were disguising themselves as mercenaries to pillage a country without restraint. The succession struggle had now become a matter of survival, and nearly all lords had sent mage messengers to the west to beg for aid.
There is a large army in the north, and 2 sword saints in the south, is that right?
Yes. The second princess frowned. It seemed she considered both sides to be difficult opponents.
First, send troops to support their retreat. Though they were enemies yesterday, tomorrow they will become the army resisting the Crown Prince's forces.
The enemy was the powerful Saxon Empire army, and they were already at a disadvantage.
They had to ensure a safe retreat as much as possible. Returning to the west to regroup would increase the forces available to oppose the Empire. Send ships to pick up the troops trapped in the south who are still resisting.
Especially the third princess. She must absolutely not fall into enemy hands.
Retreat from the ports.
Once she made the decision, the lords who owned ports immediately stated they would send military galleys and sailing ships, acting without hesitation.
The lords were not stupid. The succession war was nearing its end, and these actions were now for the sake of accumulating military merit.
Thus, Isaac also stated that the 2 merchant ships docked at Albram would contribute their humble efforts.
He didn't equip the ships with mages like the others did. Instead, he planned to send a member of the merfolk on board to help the ships navigate quickly.
Haha, that girl will surely jump for joy.
Isaac could already see Regia dancing with excitement.
Finally, for those southern troops and refugees who escaped the encirclement but are still being pursued on land, I leave them to Count Arnold and Lucy.
Only a sword saint can fight a sword saint. This was basic common sense in this world.
Count Arnold nodded with a serious expression and then hurried out of the room with Lucy to support the retreat.
Lastly, Count Isaac. Amethyst-like eyes stared intently at Isaac.
Her gaze was filled with expectation and a hint of unease. Please head north to rescue the refugees and my sister.
This last sentence was full of pleading and hope. It must be said that the second princess in that state was very hard to refuse. Isaac knew the third princess was her biological sister from the same mother, but he hadn't expected their bond to be so deep.
Although we grew somewhat distant after the succession war began, she is my only sister after all. When we were little, I even changed her diapers in place of the wet nurse.
Does the first prince know about this?
In any case, she was a member of the royal family worth capturing for the enemy. It seemed her value as a prisoner was quite high.
Isaac stroked his chin, feeling that this third princess was perhaps even more valuable
than he had imagined.
She is in great danger right now, so Count, please make sure to rescue Lily.
Princess Priscilla walked up to Isaac and took his hand, expressing her earnestness. She had maintained a steady posture since becoming a leader, but now that the safety of her family was at stake, she still showed a vulnerable side.
However, Isaac wasn't particularly worried about this final war.
Now that his cavalry was equipped with new weapons, even if Princess Lily had already been captured, they could carve a path through and bring her back.
Rest assured, Your Highness,
our cavalry will rescue her as quickly as possible.
While their strength at sea was insufficient, on land, Blackwood's epoch-making cavalry was absolutely peerless. Equipped with cannons and armor, they were practically high-speed biological armored vehicles.
Purse, Tama.
Isaac took a large gulp of wine, a beverage that is not for warriors, and called out loudly to the centaur. The 2 female warriors with purple-red wine stains still on the corners of their mouths turned to look at him.
Grab your gear.
Prepare for battle.
Brew.
Excited smiles immediately broke out on their faces.
The other centaur heard Isaac's voice and rushed out excitedly as well.
They all shouted Khan, their desire for battle soaring to unprecedented heights.
The appropriate stage had been set. It was time to test the power of the new weapons he had developed.
White Horse Knight.
2 sailing ships high-flying the flags of the Blackwood family cross swords and a logging axe were braving the wind and waves advancing at high speed.
Splash! The current at the bow split to both sides as if cleaved, while the waves at the stern seemed to push the vessel forward. Even when the wind was insufficient, the ships still sailed rapidly as if blessed by a tailwind.
A merfolk woman stood proudly at the bow with her hands on her hips, looking down at the sight of the ship cutting through the waves and letting out bursts of hearty laughter.
The tailwind is here.
Raise all sails full speed ahead.
Wearing a wide-brimmed hat, Raja shouted in a clear voice, one hand on her hip and the other pointing forward.
Sailing after such a long time made her incredibly excited, her face full of joy.
Lady Merfolk, our ship only has 1 sail. A crew member broke the excited atmosphere, sharply pointing out the reality of the situation.
This ship was merely a medium-sized merchant vessel with only 1 sail, quite different from the kingdom's large merchant ships.
Also, could you please stop messing around and give me back my hat? Tusk. Raja threw the hat back to the crew member with a look of disappointment.
What rigid humans who didn't know how to enjoy the atmosphere.
In the past, her crew members were very good at matching her mood and going crazy with her.
HMPH, forget it. It's still better than nothing.
She walked back onto the deck and muttered to herself, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the cabin filled with the sea breeze.
The rapidly spinning helm, the thick ropes tightening everywhere, the sound of waves slapping against the hull, all of this made her feel incredibly comfortable.
But I still don't understand what those things are for. Although this place looked like an ordinary merchant ship, there were actually some special things about it. Since it had been rushed out of a dock currently undergoing combat modifications, it still retained some transitional features. For example, the railings that should have been used to block seawater had been cut into square shapes, and some black metal blocks were placed in various corners of the ship.
That the Lord seemed to say they were king cannons.
She recalled what her master and Lord
Isaac had once said.
She seemed to have seen similar things when she went to the Blackwood territory to manufacture sky-shattering thunder.
And during the construction process, she occasionally heard explosion-like sounds that seemed to come from training.
He said the concept of naval warfare will be completely changed. Normally, naval battles were conducted using bows and arrows, magic rams, and boarding actions.
But that Lord seemed to have imagined a different future. What exactly were those things?
Could they really change the landscape of the sea?
Raja still couldn't understand it.
Rumble, galloping across the land with steel-clad heavy cavalry, the thundering hooves shaking the earth. This was always something that made one's blood boil. From the summer, when Isaac left many instructions and headed to the royal capital, to the autumn when he returned, then to winter, and until today it was finally time to pour out the results they had accumulated for over half a year.
Lord Khan,
the flag of the 4th Princess's army has been spotted ahead.
They are retreating.
The cavalry of the Saxon Prince's army seems to be pursuing Princess Lilibel. Centaur and Effie took turns pointing ahead and shouting. 300 Saxon Prince's army cavalry were in hot pursuit, as if they had discovered wounded prey, charging through and throwing the battlefield into chaos.
In the dust they kicked up, a flag of the 4th Princess's army flickered as if it could be extinguished at any moment.
Isaac slammed down his helmet's visor and shouted loudly,
"Prepare!"
Everyone switched to anti-cavalry formation. Although the enemy numbers were not small, he wasn't worried. The current Blackwood cavalry was no longer what it used to be. They temporarily slung their long-range Alt rifles behind their backs and pulled out military revolver pistols with cylinders stuffed with conical bullets. With rifles, revolver pistols, and cavalry sabers as standard equipment, the cavalry felt like the Texas Rangers. Not to mention they had spare cylinders hanging from their waist that could be swapped at any time. In this battle, the Elf Rangers had also joined in, so their cavalry unit was even larger. Counting the bullets in the revolver pistols and spare cylinders, each person carried 12 rounds, which meant they could fire over 1,000 rounds in a single volley without reloading.
Not to mention they possess powerful defense and mobility.
Therefore the word failure didn't even appear in Isaac's mind. He could assert that the cavalry galloping side by side with him at this moment were the strongest cavalry on the ground in this world. Charge! Let the Imperial scum see who the strongest cavalry is. Under the sunlight, the raised revolver pistols glinted.
Following their training requirements, they shifted into a tight anti-cavalry formation in unison.
Rumble! The enemy cavalry spotted them charging and hurriedly tried to adjust their formation to meet the attack. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't reach them. In the early stages of a war, the side that can first crush the enemy's vanguard and cavalry takes the favourable initiative.
Let them witness what is called shock and awe.
Rumble, for Blackwood and the goddess. Kill them all.
The endless kiting began in just a few rounds. The enemy cavalry was completely wiped out, though Isaac himself felt a bit unsatisfied.
This wasn't enough to satisfy his craving.
Tusk, it looks like this little brother from Saxony isn't up to much either.
The pale-faced 4th Princess Lilibel rode a horse much larger than her own body, fleeing in panic.
They were already at a disadvantage, and the intervention of the 1st Prince and the Saxon Prince's army had made things even worse.
The 4th Princess is there.
Catch her. We must catch her. Although she led the refugees and soldiers in a desperate flight, the Saxon prince's army remained in hot pursuit.
Hearing the constant screams of the fourth princess's army soldiers behind her, and the roars of the enemy cavalry, Princess Lilibel finally couldn't help but start crying. She kept reminding herself that royalty must remain calm, biting her lip and trying hard to restrain her fear and tears as she galloped with the knights.
Your Highness the Princess.
They are too fast.
At this rate we'll be caught.
You go quickly.
We'll stay behind to hold them off.
Her loyal subordinates expressed their willingness to sacrifice themselves to buy her time to escape.
Although their helmets obscured their expressions, Princess Lilibel could still feel their resolve to face death.
No, you can't.
How can you decide to sacrifice yourselves without permission?
I don't agree.
The fourth princess shook her head desperately through her tears,
Firmly
opposing their self-assertion.
But they seemed to have made up their minds. They simply bowed deeply to her, turned their horses around, and charged out to meet the imperial army.
Hey, come back here.
Princess Lilibel reached out in despair, but she couldn't reach their receding backs.
Finally she could no longer hold back,
and tears streamed down her face.
I said,
"You're not allowed to go."
Rumble.
Just then the ground-shaking sound of hooves came, and another cavalry unit appeared on the battlefield.
they were half human and half horse, clad in steel armor and holding weapons they had never heard of.
Kill them. They held high the flags of crossed swords and axes,
Suddenly charging into the ranks of the Saxon princes, army cavalry from the flank.
Ban 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 ban.
Hundreds of flames spat out simultaneously, and the deafening roar was invigorating.
At the same time, the enemy cavalry pursuing her let out screams and fell from their horses one after another like dumplings into a pot.
Winnie, their warhorses also seemed to be hit by something collapsing with neighs.
The knights spat blood, looking in disbelief at the blood gurgling from the holes in their armor before falling one by one.
Ban ban ban.
Ban 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 ban.
This unidentified cavalry unit maneuvered back and forth amidst the billowing white smoke.
Accompanied by continuous loud bangs, they almost instantly wiped out the Saxon prince's army cavalry that had been pursuing Princess Lilibel.
To the disbelief of Princess Lilibel and her people, the roles of pursuer and fugitive were instantly swapped.
After 5 consecutive rounds of attacks, the enemy formation had already begun to collapse. For the nuclear harmony goddess,
Charge!
A young man riding a snow-white warhorse shouted aggressively, seizing the moment while holding a massive mace high.
For the Khan. Fire!
Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The half-human, half-horse cavalry brandished black flags, using brute force to send the panicked enemy cavalry flying.
Amidst bursts of explosive sounds, the screams of horses and humans instantly mingled.
The fourth princess and her subordinates watched this scene dumbstruck. Seeing this unidentified cavalry unit easily crush the once terrifying and stubborn Saxon prince's army cavalry.
That flag is that's right.
It's Blackwood. It must be the Blackwood cavalry that crushed the southern army.
We're safe. They've come to support us.
Sighs of relief from surviving a disaster could be heard everywhere, but even as her subordinates and knights were filled with excitement, the fourth princess's gaze remained tightly locked on the young man who had charged into the enemy like a lion into a flock of sheep, unable to look away. He wore shining platinum armor, rode a white horse, and brandished a massive mace, sending the enemy knight, who had just been clamoring to catch her flying, with a single strike.
He really exists.
In the eyes of the young princess, this young man was a knight on a white horse who had suddenly appeared in a moment of crisis to save her.
The Saxon prince's scheme.
We can't give them time.
Writing here, I hope readers remember our domain, Taiwan novel website, with many books and comprehensive content.
Although the territory of the Hyde Kingdom had been occupied by them with overwhelming force, not a single trace of joy could be seen on the Saxon prince's face.
Because the most important goal had slipped through his fingers, and the opponent had even broken several of his fingers in the process.
So you're saying the princess in the south was picked up by those swarming ships, but you also missed all the royal family members in the north. The forces sent to the south weren't many to begin with, but an inescapable net had clearly been laid in the north. How could they have escaped? And the number of cavalry sent was not small either.
Prince William, your kinsmen are truly as cunning as field mice.
The Saxon prince let out a bitter laugh mixed with helplessness and anger.
Yes, sometimes there are field mice that bite back.
The expressionless Prince
William, I whispered as if remembering something. This is preposterous. Forget the other royal family members. You should have at least captured the fourth princess. What on earth happened?
Marquis Jeer.
The Saxon prince questioned Marquis Jeer, who led the army, with a face full of confusion.
If what Prince William said was true, then the fourth princess could have been an important bargaining chip to threaten the second princess.
Prince Joseph of Saxony, as I mentioned before, the sudden appearance of the Blackwood cavalry disrupted our plans. Upon hearing his report, the Saxon prince immediately frowned. Blackwood. The moment he heard that word, he recalled a face that made him very unhappy. Strange, this is completely different from the spy's report.
It was said that those fire-spitting magical devices required a long time to restart after one use.
That it seems the intelligence was incorrect.
The Blackwood cavalry we encountered on the scene fired hundreds of times with flames and loud bangs, completely routing our cavalry before swaggering away.
How could an elite cavalry unit of 300 to 400 men be routed by just over 100? They were Imperial Army cavalry who had undergone rigorous training. Damn it.
We clearly achieved victory in battle and successfully occupied the south and north, so why do I feel so annoyed and frustrated? The Saxon prince complained with a look of displeasure.
The second princess's army acted swiftly, not only helping the southern and northern armies retreat, but also absorbing most of the remnants.
While they occupied the land, they ultimately failed to capture even a single member of the royal family.
Actually, part of the reason for this mistake was that we were too impatient, launching the attack before the cavalry units had arrived. Prince Joseph.
At this time, a middle-aged man in plate armor sitting in the corner of the conference room spoke up alone among the many bowing, silent courtiers.
"Oh, so are you accusing me,
Duke Leo.
A playful light flashed in the Saxon prince's golden eyes.
A middle-aged man known as Duke Leo shrugged and shook his head. Of course I wouldn't dare.
I think that's exactly what you mean, Duke Leo.
It seems your courage has grown since becoming a sword saint. Hair just like that grand sword saint and those great magicians. I asked them to participate in the war, but in the end I didn't even see the shadows,
Joseph said, gritting his teeth slightly.
He thought of those two who still huddled in the Empire and refused to move, even though he had personally sent people to invite them. They are all very cautious people.
Perhaps this is because of some small doubts.
What are you trying to say? Duke Leo spoke while stroking his beard, which he hadn't had time to trim due to the campaign.
This war is indeed an excellent opportunity to crush the Hyde Kingdom,
and that is why I joined.
However, there are still many people in the Empire who harbour doubts about the Emperor's sudden illness. Prince Joseph.
Pearl.
Joseph completely scoffed at Duke Leo's concerns.
Harbouring doubts.
Even if they were suspicious, what could they possibly find out?
Even in the worst case scenario, if they did find out, what could they do? Now the people of the Empire viewed the Hyde Kingdom, which was encroaching on the border, as a threat.
With such a good opportunity, he believed most people were on his side. In the end, it all came down to one saying: the winner is king, and the loser is the villain. No matter which world it was, the result was often more important than the process. As long as he could achieve victory this time, and return in triumph with the spoils of half a kingdom, those few moderates would have no choice but to shut up.
And he would then ascend to the throne of the most powerful empire in the Eastern continent.
HMPH.
It's nothing but gossip.
Don't be shaken by these rumours.
I still hope you can provide some constructive suggestions regarding future actions, Duke Leo.
Hearing the Saxon prince's words, Duke Leo also nodded.
He stood up abruptly and pointed to a certain location on the map.
According to the messenger's report, the magical devices have been transported here under strict protection, and the supplies and remaining troops sent by the Empire will arrive soon.
So this time, let's not rush the attack.
Instead, let's wait patiently for the right moment, gather all our strength, and then eliminate the enemy step by step with a steady approach.
What do you think? Although he didn't know why the Saxon prince was so impatient, the Duke suggested he keep his cool for now, wait for the supplies, army, secret weapons to be in place, and then slowly and surely eliminate the enemy.
Hearing the news that the magical devices were close at hand, an excited light flashed in the Saxon prince's eyes. Those mysterious and incredible magical devices obtained from the High Elves at a huge cost. Now their power was about to be fully displayed. He wanted everyone to know how powerful he, Joseph, the Prince of the Saxon Empire, was. Those rings that could grant the wearer great power, the photon stones that would drive a person mad just by touching their skin, and the bow of armors, which could fire arrows of light to level places thousands of miles away as long as the user sacrificed their life. The Empire's magicians had once exhausted their efforts trying to replicate these magical devices, but all ended in failure. It could be said that these were the essence of magical engineering, and Joseph's greatest reliance. Although the sense of superiority and arrogance occasionally shown by the High Elves during the transaction made him very unhappy, the performance of these magical devices was indeed powerful and violent. Hair count, Blackwood. Although I don't know what kind of magical device you're using yet, it won't be long before you know the meaning of despair. Once everything was in place here, the situation of the war would be completely different. At that time, they would be able to completely eliminate the annoying Blackwood cavalry. This time, their cavalry would be crushed into fragments without even knowing why. I will show you the true power of the Saxon Empire, Isaac. Joseph completely dispelled the impatience in his heart, changed his marching style, and decided to advance steadily. Because the situation was now undoubtedly in their favour, time was on their side. Being in the dominant position, he could take his time and plan leisurely a wonderful banquet.
Princess Priscilla's direct domain, the Alencia territory, has been exceptionally lively lately.
The large influx of refugees and soldiers from the south and north is certainly one reason. But the primary reason is that the key figures of this war of succession are all gathered here right now. The members of the royal family harbour deep grudges against one another, and every meeting turns into a spectacular reunion drama.
F***CKU.
Viscount Duffy. Hearing that sharp and mean-spirited shout, Viscount Duffy's expression instantly changed, and he subconsciously hunched his shoulders. You damn bastard.
How dare you abandon me?
The first princess brandished her folding fan, ruthlessly striking Viscount Duffy's shoulders and back. He screamed while frantically trying to protect his back.
That was because the situation.
What situation?
Do you know how much
Humiliation I've suffered here.
Do you know my butt was?
Although the merciless fan attacks wouldn't cause any serious injury, the strikes fueled by rage looked quite painful. Just then, a woman walked straight up to the raging Princess Evergreen and said with full fury,
Why did you lie to me, you bitch?
I trusted you so much, yet you deceived me with false promises of peace, and even drugged my wine.
Oh,
Princess Evergreen, who was still venting her anger and humiliation, turned her head in shock.
The atmosphere on the scene instantly froze.
Why did the first princess suddenly go quiet?
Seeing her, who was just so aggressive, suddenly shut her mouth as if her pressure points had been struck, Isaac couldn't help but find it amusing.
This truly is a deeply moving family gathering. He was enjoying this soap opera with great interest when he suddenly felt an intense gaze making him turn his head to look. A petite girl had been staring at him for several hours with hollow eyes and a strangely flushed face. Although she only reached his chest, her gaze was so intense that Isaac paused unnaturally while drinking water.
It's really stressful. What on earth does she want? My lord, the princess seems to have been watching you. Do you know why?
Clearly, Effie had also noticed the girl's unusual behavior.
Well, I have no idea either.
she seems a bit lost in thought.
Effie narrowed her eyes and asked meaningfully, Do you
Really not know. Her expression right now was exactly the same as those noble ladies when they approached Isaac, but he really wasn't thinking in the direction.
Besides, no matter what that fourth princess was thinking, to him, she was just a little girl.
She's about the same as Claire was back then, at the age where they're delicate and easy to push down weight.
I almost lost control there. Seriously, being a lolicon or whatever, brothers, 3 years is a profit. The death penalty is no loss.
But I really can't write that. It'll get banned for sure. If anyone has a prison cell inscription, hurry up and leave a comment.
This.
At this moment, the first princess, who had been demanded by the third princess to admit her mistake and apologize, finally spoke.
Oh,
Is this arrogant woman finally going to apologize?
Isaac quickly turned to look. He couldn't miss this show.
how?
Are you joking? Are you crazy?
Admit a mistake.
What mistake did I make?
This was a competition to begin with.
What mistake did I make? I am not wrong.
It's the world that's wrong.
Tusk, I knew it would be like this. Isaac shook his head helplessly as he watched the first princess in the crowd, her head held high in pride, frantically defending herself. How could this arrogant woman ever admit she was wrong? Back then, even after he whipped her until she was soaked, she still acted as if nothing had happened since then. Isaac knew this woman was a tough one, a man a bit of a pervert too. Just then, a mage suddenly walked up to Princess Priscilla and softly reported the movements of the Saxon prince's army. Your Highness, they have stopped their offensive and begun building fortifications.
It seems they planned to rest for a while before making a comeback.
Hearing that they had gained some time, Princess Priscilla breathed a sigh of relief. She figured the enemy needed time to digest the vast amount of land they had occupied, as well as receive supplies and reinforcements, so they intended to catch their breath before launching another attack. The corner of Isaac's mouth twitched. He had heard the intelligence clearly from the side. They really are taking it easy, as if time were on their side. Unfortunately, they've miscalculated.
Your Highness, Princess Priscilla will head back to the Blackwood territory for a bit and then return.
Isaac suddenly stood up and said. The second princess looked at him in surprise.
Count Blackwood, are you going back to conscript an army?
The enemy's advance was too fast for the sake of speed. Isaac hadn't had time to issue a mobilization order and had only brought the standing army and cavalry that were on standby. Knowing this, Priscilla asked that question.
Of course, that was one of the reasons.
In reality, he planned to form an elite conscripted force that didn't yet exist in this world, the Territorial Defense Force. Yes, I also need to go back and check on some newly developed weapons, then bring them here to give the other side a little shock. Could it be?
Have you created something new again?
Princess Priscilla's eyes instantly widened as she asked in disbelief.
Since last summer, I had a premonition that the prince would shamelessly collude with outsiders to cause trouble, so I made some preparations.
Calculating the time, they should be about ready now.
To deal with him, Isaac had specifically built a massive workshop.
He implemented a division of labor and manufactured hydraulic hammers, large drilling machines, and high-carbon steel twin-axis cutting tools coated with sharpness enchantments to deal with those two brats. Isaac had been busy working on this for a long time.
If he didn't beat them so hard they regretted trying to act tough in front of him, he'd be letting himself down. Then please come back as soon as possible. Without you, things will be difficult here. The princess glanced at everyone at the banquet and spoke with pointed imprecation.
All right.
Wait for my return and watch how I beat them up. Isaac laughed heartily, turned, and led his people away from the banquet, heading straight for the Blackwood territory. Relics of an evil god. A small number of Saxon prince's army soldiers met the Blackwood territory artillerymen in the center of the battlefield, and a small-scale skirmish broke out. The result was an overwhelming victory for the Blackwood army artillerymen.
Under the sudden bombardment of shells, the enemies were powerless to fight back and were wiped out like autumn leaves swept away by the wind.
Seeing this, the Saxon prince's army first kept repeating the word armors, and then fell into shock and silence. While the second princess army soldiers didn't know what had happened, they still cheered for this small victory. This battle took place under the gaze of tens of thousands, and the reactions of both sides formed a sharp contrast.
This is simply incredible.
The distance is at least 1,000 ta.
Princess Priscilla's amethyst-like eyes were full of surprise. She was deeply shocked by the Blackwood Army's precise long-range strike capability in this battle. The range and accuracy were simply unbelievable. The cannons from before were powerful, but they didn't seem to be able to control the power precisely this time. Shouldn't be just luck, right?
She pointed to the center of the smoke-filled battlefield and asked Knight Ruby.
If all this was intentionally controlled, it meant that the Blackwood Army could now manipulate such powerful force at will. It seems the Blackwood territory has manufactured a new type of cannon. I just saw that the material of the barrel this time isn't bronze, but steel, and the shape is also clearly different from the previous cannons. It turns out Count Isaac prepared more than just those conscripts in steel armor. Princess Priscilla looked at the young lord who was commanding the loading of ammunition for the new cannons with a complex gaze. She had only just begun to familiarize herself with the concepts of muskets and cannons, yet he had already pulled far ahead again. If he were given more time, how vast would the gap between them become? By the way, who exactly were those soldiers who rushed forward so recklessly?
From the reaction of the Saxon prince's army, they seemed to have something special about them.
She still couldn't understand why they dared to charge into an enemy formation of 9,500 men with only a few dozen soldiers. This, Your Highness the Princess, I don't understand either. While the princess and the knight were confused by the enemy's intentions. On the other side, the Saxon prince's army had fallen into absolute silence. Prince Joseph of Saxony didn't react at first, then he suddenly stood up and cursed loudly.
Those idiots. Oh, idiots.
The surrounding courtiers were also staring dumbfoundedly, just like him, at the commando unit that had set out full of hope only to be instantly annihilated. Is it magic? But how could there be such range and accuracy? The magicians say they didn't feel any fluctuations of mana. Could the enemy really possess magical devices? They had originally intended to seize the initiative and strike the enemy's morale, but they were instead counter-killed by the enemy, leaving them in a panic for a moment. The tent was in chaos for a while. Everyone shut up.
Prince Joseph of Saxony, who had always maintained his confidence even in front of Prince William, finally couldn't help but roar.
The courtiers immediately felt as silent as cicadas in winter. Damn it, what on earth is going on? Had the enemy modified magic like the Empire's great magicians? Or had those high elves who incited the war sold more powerful weapons to the enemy? But the most important thing now is, how can this be? Those believers loyal to the Empire and the Church just like that. The Bishop of the Holy Saxon Empire pointed at the battlefield, his beard trembling as he spoke. Enough, what matters now is what happened to the bow of armors. Bishop used the mirror to look quickly. The Saxon prince didn't care about the sacrifice of those soldiers at all. He only cared about his magical device now. Hearing this, the bishop said with some difficulty, "But Prince Joseph, if we use that mirror now, it will take a long time before it can be used again."
You fool.
The most important thing now is to confirm if that bow can still be recovered.
Hearing the future emperor's rebuke, the bishop could only helplessly take out a black mirror inlaid with strange decorations. The Saxon prince chanted an incantation learned from the high elves, and the image in the mirror began to swirl, and then a scene appeared. Although the bow's body suffered some damage from the fire and fragments, fortunately, it's not completely destroyed. The Saxon prince breathed a long sigh of relief and immediately ordered cavalry to be sent to recover the magical device.
Like EJ, go quickly.
Your Highness the Saxon Prince, but if the enemy launches that kind of attack again, most magical devices have flaws. They can't be used indefinitely. Go.
Yes,
I'm going now. Marquis Jir bowed his head, turned, and went out to give the order to charge to the knights. Woo, the sound of horns echoed across the battlefield, and the cavalry units on both wings of the Saxon Prince's army began to gallop. Everywhere they passed, dust flew. Rumble, kill. Two sword saints of the Saxon Empire roared as they brandished longswords glowing with sword kite. This strange war, which was both a civil war and an invasion, finally officially began.
Asterisk.
Warning, major crisis. Congratulations, you have resolved a major crisis. Achievement points plus 2,000. The system message stopped abruptly halfway through. Then, slightly embarrassed, it added another sentence and gave a wave of rewards. It felt like an embarrassed goddess trying to save face. Isaac listened to the sound of the artillerymen loading shells behind him and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seemed those sneaky guys before really wanted to play some tricks, but they were apparently blown away on the spot by one of his high explosive shells as expected. The safest strategy is to strike first when encountering a suspicious situation, especially in this fantasy world full of unknowns.
Oh.
Is there any debut more successful than this, my lord?
Isaac nodded in agreement.
Under the gaze of tens of thousands, they successfully seized the initiative and intimidated the enemy. Not bad. Your son has a great talent for artillery.
Napoleon's artillery units were also famous for their precise calculations and accurate bombardment.
The appearance of the rifled cannon changed the cannon from a smoothbore gun that could only perform indirect fire into a weapon that could aim directly at its target, becoming the god of death on the battlefield from then on.
Rumble.
At this moment, a world-shaking roar suddenly came from all directions. It was as if countless heavy objects were striking the ground at the same time. My lord, it's the enemy's cavalry.
Yes, I've seen them, Knight Miller.
Isaac narrowed his eyes, watching the hundreds of Imperial cavalry surging like a tide in the distance.
While cavalry was the core force of war in this era, such a charge without infantry cover was too reckless, wasn't it?
Have they all gone mad?
Quest triggered.
A relic of an evil deity remains on the battlefield. It is a bow. Prevent the enemy from recovering it incomplete.
The second sword saint.
A relic remains on the battlefield.
It seems that Major Crisis from before was referring to this.
They must have been using some kind of magical device earlier. That's why those cavalrymen are charging recklessly now, wanting to recover that bow. But how could Isaac possibly let them have their way? Since their plans have already been disrupted, he might as well go all the way and throw their formation into complete chaos. Effie, convey my orders to all the rangers.
All right, I understand.
Riding the wind spirit delivered his orders to every corner in an instant.
Woo soon. The second princess's army cavalry led by Count Arnold charged out from the other side, the second princess's banner snapping in the wind. Purse Tama, charge with me.
Let me see your heroic spirit. The two female warriors let out deafening battle cries, drawing their cavalry, sabers, and revolver pistols while shouting Khan.
They swiftly burst from the ranks, their powerful hooves crushing the ground.
Seba was also snorting restlessly, ready to charge at any moment.
The strongest cavalry in the continent is the Blackwood Cavalry.
Cannons had already been deployed on the battlefield. By using the spirits to accurately grasp the timing, they might be able to wipe out the enemy cavalry right at the start of the battle.
And then take control of the entire battlefield just like before. Click. Isaac pulled back the hammer, the cylinder rotated, revealing the next bullet.
He held high the silver shining six-shot revolver pistol and shouted loudly,
Charge, warriors of the West.
Fire,
Kill, asterisk,
rumble. Have you ever seen the scene of over 900 cavalrymen charging simultaneously?
The scene was magnificent, as if it were about to split the mountains apart. If he weren't in the middle of it,
Isaac would have certainly applauded this spectacular sight.
Enemy cavalry, distance 700 tar. This battle wasn't a flank attack or guerrilla warfare like the time they saved the fourth princess. This time it was a head-on direct confrontation.
On the vast plains without any cover, over 900 cavalrymen filled with murderous intent charged toward each other at incredible speed.
rumble.
The immense pressure was like two trucks colliding at full speed. Normally, in such a battle, the side with more numbers and better equipment would win, but today was different. Because they wouldn't even have that scene of clashing spears and flying flesh. Duke Leo the Sword Saint might be mixed in with the enemy cavalry. If you don't want to be torn apart by sword kite, you must not let them get close.
Prepare to fire. Prepare to fire.
Isaac handed the left-wing cavalry over to Count Arnold. They needed to eliminate the right-wing cavalry as quickly as possible and then support the left wing. He directly gave the next order to the two foreign female warriors beside him, whose blonde hair and helmet feathers were fluttering in the wind.
Turn on fire.
Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat.
The next moment, the muzzles turned, in unison flames erupted from the cylinders, and lead bullets were fired in succession.
Hundreds of conical bullets instantly pierced the sky and slammed into the enemy camp.
P50, 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 P50.
Other,
Look, my armor.
These imperial cavalrymen, who had concentrated all their power and speed on the tips of their spears, instantly let out shrill screams and fell from their horses one after another.
They tumbled out of control in the dust, only to be ruthlessly trampled and crushed by the hooves behind them due to the massive weight and speed. Falling off a horse essentially meant certain death.
Oh, Khan.
Although they were far outnumbered by the enemy, and the enemy was the Saxon Empire's cavalry, known as the strongest in the eastern continent, the result of the first clash was an overwhelming victory for them. The female warriors of the western continent held their revolver pistols high, cheering for this crushing victory in a cavalry battle.
Rumble.
In contrast, the enemy's speed suddenly slowed down due to the previous gunfire and the casualties of their comrades, and their originally neat formation fell into chaos.
The opportunity had come at this moment. Like fighter jets in a dogfight, they turned at full speed and aimed at the enemy's exposed flank. At Isaac's command, they ruthlessly pulled the triggers once again.
Fire.
Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat.
flames bloomed on the battlefield as lead bullets mercilessly harvested blood and lives.
They poured a rain of bullets and smoke onto the enemy, then turned left again.
The centaur and horses trod upon the parched earth, quickly leaving their original position.
The enemy was finally enraged by this hit-and-run tactic, letting out roars of fury.
These animals.
Damn it. Scatter and surround them.
We outnumber them. The enemy began to scatter and attempt to break through. But Isaac and his team had long anticipated this situation, and they directly dispersed to engage the enemy according to their training. Furthermore, they had the spirits for real-time two-way communication, allowing for more flexible coordination.
Fire.
Along with the vibration of their wrists, bursts of gunfire ran out. They seized every opportunity to fire.
Fire.
And fire again. Although they were split into two teams because they could communicate in real time, their movements were as slippery as loaches. And unlike smoothbore guns, they had two cylinders, so they could load 12 rounds, making their sustained firepower very formidable.
The enemy had no chance to engage them in a spear duel, and they couldn't even touch their shadows. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as their comrades fell in pools of blood, their flesh, and blood splattered by their own horses' hooves.
Boom! At that moment, Isaac saw two magic trails colliding violently in the sky in the distance. It seemed the enemy's sword Saint had appeared on the left wing and was already engaging Count Arnold. Tusk, as expected, only a monster can deal with a monster.
As a mage, Isaac could clearly feel that terrifying magic fluctuation, and he couldn't help but shudder.
He was still too weak. He had to continue engraving that body reinforcement technique further.
Rumble. Sharing a mental connection with the spirits and the female warriors, he galloped across the plain and soon saw the spot where the high explosive shell had exploded earlier.
A bone bow was currently lying there quietly.
Reload. I'm heading off for a moment. Isaac swapped the empty cylinder for a new one, then ordered Purse to continue pursuing the enemy while he took Effie to carry out the goddess's mission alone. Lord, is it that bow? Effie pointed at the strange bow against the gale, her long blonde hair fluttering in the wind.
Judging by how ugly it is, that should be it.
In fact, Isaac was also curious. What exactly was it that could make the goddess so anxious for him to recover it?
Isaac didn't dismount. Instead, he gripped the reins with one hand and leaned over toward the bow.
Snapped, Isaac grabbed the bow's body in one go.
Almost instantly, an extremely uncomfortable sensation traveled from his hand, but he had no time to pay any mind now.
He slotted the bow into an empty space on the saddle and immediately turned his horse to leave.
Just then, Count Blackwood.
Boom! A dazzling blue light sliced through the sky, grazing their tails as it flew past. Everywhere that light passed, all the weeds and rocks were destroyed. It was entirely a manifestation of magic condensed with murderous intent.
Effie's expression changed slightly upon seeing that terrifying destructive power, and a bad premonition flashed through her heart.
Surrender.
I can give you a quick death. A sharp female voice came from behind.
Clearly, no matter what, the other party intended to kill him.
Isaac looked back and saw a slender female knight charging toward him, brandishing a longsword enveloped in magic. She wore platinum, armor mixed with mithril. Her voice sounded somewhat familiar, and a blue light flickered within the ice slits of her helmet. Although he couldn't see her face, Isaac recognized her at a glance.
Knight Ebony.
We meet again. She was the black-haired female knight he had encountered in the royal capital before.
What goes around comes around.
After Isaac had rejected her, this Knight Ebony had hesitated not a moment before preparing to move against him in the royal capital, so Isaac had a very deep impression of her. Knight Miller had said back then that she was a formidable character. He hadn't expected she would have already reached the realm of a sword saint.
The Empire actually had a second Lucy. No,
this woman's current strength was even greater than Lucy's.
Saxon Prince wants your head.
Don't offer pointless resistance, surrender quickly. Isaac felt magic power condensing behind him. An indestructible sharp blade was about to take form. As a mage sensitive to magic power, Isaac felt a wave of skin-crawling dread.
Hey,
you stinking woman.
stop chasing me.
Go find Count Arnold.
The two of you together could definitely beat him to death.
No, Saxon Prince ordered that you be captured alive.
He wants to execute you personally. What a troublesome woman.
Isaac looked at the pistol in his hand with a grim expression, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind.
Princess Evergreen must have felt the same way when he was hunting her down. This really is a case of what goes around comes around.
However, Isaac knew very well that if he were caught, it wouldn't be a matter of getting his butt smacked. He might just lose his head. A sword saint was indeed reliable as an ally, but as an enemy, they were terrifying. If you keep this up, you'll only die a painful death.
So,
Go to hell.
In response to her demand,
Isaac
turned back and raised his middle finger with the hand not holding the gun. Fortunately, the meaning of this gesture was the same here.
Tell that patricidal guy to go eat shit.
Perhaps provoked by his taunt, the killing intent and magic power behind him instantly erupted even more intensely.
I said before, this is not a request.
Magic power surged behind him, as if forging a peerless divine weapon.
Sensing danger, Isaac immediately grabbed Seba's reins. Like performing a Parthian shot, he twisted his body and swung his arm, aiming his revolver pistol at the pursuing Knight Ebony. It was said that a Colt Navy revolver loaded with 25 grains of gunpowder had a muzzle velocity of about 250 meters per second. But this military revolver pistol was loaded with 50 grains of gunpowder, had a longer barrel, and used conical bullets that greatly reduced the contact area, significantly increasing penetration power. So Isaac estimated that even if their armor was laced with mithril, it should still be able to penetrate. Bang.
Ding. Damn fantasy world.
Regrettably, the bullet did not penetrate the mithril alloy armor. It was deflected directly off the opponent's armor. Isaac almost thought he heard a ricochet notification sound. Equipment advantage was great when it was on your side, but when the enemy had it, it was absolutely disgusting. Damn it.
Die.
Bang, bang, bang.
Isaac fired off all the remaining bullets, but they only struck sparks on their armor and ricocheted away.
He even shot at her warhorse, but that horse was actually wearing platinum barding. He couldn't break through it at all.
Damn woman. She was using even more mithril than he was.
Knight Ebony, who had been somewhat fearful because of the gunfire, suddenly regained her confidence and began to laugh loudly upon seeing this.
The longsword in her hand shimmered with magical light, ready to be swung again at any moment.
Isaac and Effie exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously.
Since they couldn't penetrate the person, they had to find a way to take down the horse.
Yes,
Isaac lit the fuses on 2 iron spheres. He had cut these fuses very short in advance. The 2 heavier iron spheres fell to the ground like landmines.
The
sinking woman. Next is the item race.
I'd like to see if your horse can still run when a bomb explodes.
Although the bombs Isaac dropped looked like ordinary iron spheres on the outside, they were packed with plenty of shrapnel and gunpowder. Rumble, a female knight's warhorse, was overturned by the shockwave of the explosion, slamming heavily into the ground at its running speed.
Combined with the weight of the barding, the sound was like a multi-ton block of iron hitting the ground. Knight Ebony was also thrown flying by the shockwave of the explosion, crashing heavily to the ground, her figure momentarily flickering in and out of sight amidst the thick smoke.
The impact of this explosion was quite large. She was blown directly to the spot where she had previously recovered her arrows, rolling several times on the ground in a very pathetic state. Her originally shining platinum armor was now covered in dust. Looking from afar, she was currently sprawled on the ground like a frog, motionless. Isaac and Effie watched this scene with bated breath. 2 seconds later, their eyes met.
Master, is she dead?
As soon as the words left her mouth, Knight Ebony slightly raised her head, as if to prove she was still alive. As the smoke cleared, Isaac saw that powerful magic power was beginning to release from the ice slits of her helmet.
At first glance, this scene looked like Thor from Marvel using his ultimate at home.
Effie, you can't say things like that recklessly. She's a sword saint, she's very formidable.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I didn't know. Isaac clicked his tongue, somewhat worried that this person might charge up in a fit of rage and tear them both apart. He gave Effie a subtle look, signaling her to control the spirits to immediately request fire support. Effie's high-level spirit flew toward the distant artillery position at the speed of the wind. Humans still can't confront this kind of monster alone. At this moment, Isaac felt an intense longing for his physical rune alchemy method to be further completed. Facing Knight Ebony now, only a monster of the same level or support fire from large caliber, high explosive shells could eliminate her. Fortunately, the witty Isaac had already ordered people to load the shells before setting out, and the position where Knight Ebony was now happened to be the spot where the previous shells had landed. It must be said, this time they didn't even need to adjust the cannon's position. Terrifying Ebony.
Knight Ebony gradually recovered from the impact of falling off her horse and began to struggle to her feet.
An ordinary person would have been killed by the fall, but she remained full of fighting spirit, her eyes flashing with light.
It looks like you're not in good shape.
Give up your resistance and surrender, Knight Ebony. Isaac slowly backed away, stalling for time until the distant boom of a cannon echoed. On the battlefield, the combat power of a sword saint is equivalent to hundreds of elite cavalry. Therefore, if she could be eliminated here, it would not only be a massive achievement, but could directly turn the tide of the entire battle. Huffy, then will you give me a quick death? Knight Ebony gave a self-deprecating laugh upon hearing Isaac's call for surrender as she struggled to sit up.
I'm not like your crown prince who clamours about cutting off your head.
Isaac told her that if she surrendered, she would be executed now. If she refused, she would definitely be blown to pieces. However, they weren't the only ones stalling for time.
Knight Ebony's body was stronger than they had imagined, and the surrounding mana had already begun to converge toward her.
Seeing the imminent burst of mana, Isaac's expression changed instantly, and he immediately shouted, "Effie, get out of the way." Boom! A blue beam of light shot out vertically like a laser.
Fortunately, she didn't aim for Isaac, but merely sliced off part of the saddle.
That strange bow-shaped magical device also fell to the ground with a clatter.
Sensing another mana fluctuation, Isaac didn't hesitate to throw away the reins and dive to the side.
This time she seemed to be aiming for him as the blue beam flashed like lightning across the empty saddle. Symbole foyer, letter T0A, symbole foyer, our tilde tilde.
Nay, the attack missed him but severed Seba's tail before vanishing into the distance.
Seba let out a wail, jumping in pain before bolting away on his own.
Seeing Isaac fall from his horse just like her, Knight Ebony laughed triumphantly.
But her laughter didn't last long, for the fire support Isaac had requested earlier arrived, tearing through the air.
Rumble, the high explosive shell exploded mercilessly, and flames soared into the sky.
It seemed to be another masterpiece of Knight hands. The fuse timing was perfect. The shell exploded almost without pause the moment it hit the ground. Although it was slightly off target, Isaac estimated that no one could survive such an explosion.
"My lord, are you alright?" Amidst the sound of rapid hoofbeats, Effie dismounted and rushed over to ask anxiously.
Isaac's earlier warning had allowed her to hide to the side. Isaac climbed up from the ground and waved his hand to show he was fine, but she was still uneasy, her small hands searching him for injuries. Effie carefully inspected his body, fearing he might have been hurt somewhere. The only one injured in this battle was likely Seba. Poor Seba had his tail blown off.
He used to wag his tail so proudly while strutting around the mares.
After this, who knew if he would ever recover his former pride? It seemed he would need some sugar to comfort his wounded soul. Fury's over. Isaac looked at the smoke-filled explosion site and breathed a sigh of relief. He was certain Knight Ebony was dead. Even though she seemed to have a burst of mana before the blast, how could anyone survive a direct hit from a high explosive shell? But a groan of pain drifted out from the black smoke. A woman in shattered armor, holding a broken sword hilt, walked out from the center of the explosion with great difficulty. Both Isaac and Effie were stunned. How is this possible? This goddamn fantasy world.
Was she even human?
Even if her armor was laced with mithril, even if she was a superhuman beyond human limits, this was just too much.
You actually used a magical device.
Despicable. Knight Ebony stood her ground and shouted in anger. Isaac wanted to retort that they were the ones who used magical devices first, and that their armor's defensive power was the truly freakish thing. They were the despicable ones. But before Isaac could speak, she suddenly condensed her mana and charged at him, swinging the broken sword in her hand.
Clatter, for some reason, after only 2 steps, the sword that was already broken in half shattered completely.
Night Ebony let out a scream of despair.
Oh, the sword master gave me.
Her spirit took a massive blow.
Seeing her beloved treasure destroyed, fury burned in her heart,
and she charged at them again with her fists raised.
IRL!
She roared, rushing toward them recklessly once more. She now only wanted to use close quarters combat to end this fight quickly, but her plan was interrupted by someone who suddenly appeared.
Bang!
Oh!
An item plate and barding slammed into Night Ebony, sending her flying like a bowling ball.
The scene looked like a horrific traffic accident.
Night Ebony traced a perfect parabola before hitting the ground hard.
To identify herself, the knight opened her visor, and Isaac's eyes widened in surprise.
Lucy, why are you here?
My father felt the mana fluctuations here and sent me over.
It seemed Count Arnold had sensed the presence of another sword saint and sent her as backup. Excellent job. Isaac mentally gave Count Arnold a thumbs up.
She nodded and closed her visor again.
Who's that female knight?
She said her name is Night Ebony.
What?
Lucy let out a cry of surprise.
Clearly she knew the other woman. Since they were both female knights and exceptionally talented, it wasn't strange for them to know each other.
Is she dead? She wasn't before, but I don't know about now. Isaac shook his head.
After seeing that person survive a direct hit from a high explosive shell, he wasn't sure how resilient her life force was.
Oh, sure enough, as if to confirm Isaac's suspicion, Night Ebony groaned once more.
Isaac had heard long ago that a sword saint's body undergoes restructuring during their awakening, but this was just ridiculous.
However, she was still flesh and blood after all.
Having suffered continuous heavy blows, she was now staggering and barely able to stand.
She struggled to her feet, her limbs trembling, with only a broken hilt left in her hand.
A sword saint without a sword. This was actually a golden opportunity.
Effie,
Lucy.
Effie and Lucy both nodded in unison, hearing the resolve in Isaac's firm tone.
Like a wolf
Smelling blood, Isaac drew the massive can opener from his back.
Lucy and Effie simultaneously drew their longsword and sniper rifle.
Even though the enemy was heavily wounded, they didn't dare lower their guard.
They stood ready like players in a party preparing to take down a boss.
Long live the Holy Empire!
It was Night Ebony who broke the stalemate first.
Covered in dust and grime, she brandished her damaged gauntlets and charged at them like an enraged bull.
Effie noticed that her tassel had fallen off, exposing her thigh where the defense was weakest, and immediately aimed the sniper rifle at it.
She held her breath, infused the bullet with mana, and pulled the trigger the next moment.
Bang, carry it away. Carry it away. Bang.
The massive recoil caused the muzzle to jerk upward.
The bullet successfully pierced Night Ebony's thigh, and blood splattered instantly.
One must realize that if such a sniper rifle hits an ordinary person, it could directly blast a leg off.
But for Night Ebony, it was surprisingly only a through-and-through wound.
Although it wasn't a fatal injury, her movements clearly slowed down significantly. With her mobility advantage gone, they could finally start a fair and just frontal confrontation with her.
Carl.
Lucy took the lead using the reach of her longsword, the blade shimmering with dangerous magical light.
Night Ebony twisted her body, using her thick shoulder armor to block the strike.
The blade scraped against the armor, sparks flying, producing a piercing metallic screech.
Lucy seemed not to have expected her to block a strike capable of cutting through steel, and froze for a moment. Perhaps because it was obscured by dust, she hadn't even clearly seen that the armor was mithril armor.
Carl.
But with her rich experience, she immediately used her gauntlet to grab the blade backhanded, then swung the longsword like a blunt weapon violently at Night Ebony.
This move was simple and crude, but it was a strike full of power. Crack! In this place filled with the sound of metal clashing, the sound of the breastplate denting was exceptionally clear.
Night Ebony's chest was instantly dented by this magic-cracked blow.
But she also seemed to have anticipated it. She reached out with both hands, wanting to take the opportunity to seize Lucy's sword.
She grabbed the hilt and crossguard, and her magic immediately covered the blade.
For a moment, the magic on the blade flickered, as if fighting for ownership of the sword.
But this woman seemed to have forgotten that Isaac was right beside her.
Or rather, she didn't take this minor lord seriously at all.
Ow.
You bitch, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Isaac activated the enchantments within his body and kicked off the ground violently, slamming into Night Ebony's waist like an angry bull. Crack! Oh! A sudden surge of sharp pain came from Night Ebony's waist, and she jerked her head to look at Isaac. After a brief struggle of strength, Isaac actually lifted the female knight up directly, like a rhinoceros beetle.
This WH what power?
Night Ebony screamed in terror. Although she was already exhausted, the fact that she, a sword saint, had lost in strength to a mere lord filled her with incomparable fear.
Using his height advantage, Isaac slammed her onto the ground with a vicious body slam.
The female knight's helmet hit the ground hard with a crack sound.
Oh, a few drops of blood flowed from her nostrils.
It seemed this attack had finally taken effect.
Not knowing when this monster would stand up again, Isaac decisively raised the heavy mace to finish her off once and for all.
Although Night
Ebony had lost her balance.
she kicked violently at Isaac's chest for the sake of survival.
Holy crap! Isaac was kicked back several steps. The strength of a sword saint was indeed immense.
Knight Ebony also took the opportunity to recover and quickly scrambled up. But at this moment, she was too focused on Isaac, this guy who had suddenly exploded with power, and ignored Lucy once again. Lucy keenly seized the opportunity, twisted her body, and swung her longsword with all her might at the back of Knight Ebony's head.
Clang, with a crisp metallic clash, Knight Ebony's body leaned forward, just as Isaac's can opener smashed into her chest.
Crack! With a scream of agony, the female knight lay flat on the ground again, seemingly breathless.
After only 2 breaths, she coughed painfully a few more times and struggled to roll over. Although she had been like an unkillable cockroach before standing up time and time again, this time she really seemed done for. She couldn't stand up anymore. Perhaps she was completely broken by Isaac's can opener, which was specifically designed to deal with trolls. As Isaac and the others walked toward her step by step, Knight Ebony opened her visor with a bitter smile. Black long hair, light brown eyes.
As a knight, you actually use such a crude mace.
In this world of magical swords, a knight using a blunt weapon would indeed be seen as an outlier. But Isaac actually didn't know how to use sword kaya, or he couldn't even enchant a sword. Sorry, I'm actually a mage. The female knight looked at him with an expression that said, "What kind of trick are you playing?" But seeing Effie and Lucy nod simultaneously, confirming his statement, she finally realized that he really was a mage. After a period of silence, she dejectedly rolled over and buried her face in the grass on the ground, saying self-destructively,
Forget it, let it all end, just kill me.
"Such a classic line, haha, that's exactly what I had in mind."
Can opener roar.
Isaac raised the massive mace high, preparing to give her the final blow.
Knight Ebony lay there silently motionless, waiting for death to descend.
Just then, Lucy suddenly grabbed Isaac's shoulder.
Isaac, wait.
What's wrong?
We better capture her. Why? Isaac asked in confusion. Lucy pointed toward the north, where the Holy Empire was located, and said, "She is the Grand Sword Saint's most beloved disciple, like a daughter to him. Although he isn't participating in the war right now because he opposes the Crown Prince, if you kill Knight Ebony, then he..."
Oh, I see.
Isaac immediately understood what Lucy meant.
In other words, if he killed her now, the infuriated Grand Sword Saint would probably join the war immediately.
And his target would likely be only one Isaac's head.
Come, well, since Isaac, I'm such a kind and good person, I'll spare your life for today, Knight Ebony.
But Knight Ebony didn't seem appreciative. "To actually lose in strength to a mage, what's the point of me living?" she said with lifeless eyes and a bleak expression.
Tusk, tusk, tusk. It seems her pride as a sword saint has taken a serious hit.
Isaac chuckled, stepped forward, and hoisted her onto his shoulder.
Carry her away, carry her away.
Pack her up and carry her away.
Asterisk.
At the temporary command post of the Second Princess's army, tents were everywhere.
Lord Count Blackwood has returned.
A soldier saw Isaac's iconic massive mace and immediately shouted loudly.
Others came out one after another to greet him, wondering what world-shaking thing he had done this time.
Isaac got off his horse and dumped Knight Ebony onto the ground like cargo with a thud.
At this moment, she was tied up in a peculiar way, like a caterpillar caught in a spiderweb.
Because she had broken the ropes with her superhuman strength the first time she was tied, this time Isaac had to use his secret techniques to tie her even tighter. Regarding the skill of binding, Isaac had specifically researched it, especially the binding techniques for females he had studied deeply by watching a large number of films in his previous life. Moreover, she kept talking the whole way, so Isaac and the others had also gagged her.
"Ha ha ha, how is it?
Comfortable."
Knight Ebony didn't answer, only glaring at him with eyes that looked like they wanted to kill.
"Oh, Lord Count Isaac."
Wow, Count Isaac has captured another woman.
Several soldiers seeing this scene suddenly remembered the matter with the first princess and immediately cheered loudly.
"It's just that these lines are so strange, Lord Count Isaac. This is..." Princess Priscilla also came out to greet him at this time, but halfway there, looking at the female knight on the ground tied in a peculiar way, and somewhat disheveled, she was momentarily stunned. "The evil bone bow. Your Highness the Princess the thingies."
In fact, Isaac hadn't expected that so much would happen just to retrieve a bow. Isaac was preparing to explain slowly, but Princess Priscilla interrupted him with a smile.
"Let me guess, you picked it up from the battlefield again, didn't you? Every time he set out on a campaign, he would bring back some strange things." The princess was already used to Isaac's quirk, and she wasn't wrong, so Isaac nodded.
Something like that.
Though in the process of retrieving it, he had almost died several times. He hadn't expected a sword saint to suddenly pop up. It felt like an infantryman encountering a tank on the battlefield. People of this world would find the guns and cannons he manufactured strange, but he in turn found the existence of a sword saint to be incredible. Just how did she survive the attacks of so many thermal weapons? To be honest, Isaac had even thought about looking deep into her internal structure to see if there was anything special. But Lord, why did you tie her up like a wild beast? Is that necessary?
Princess Priscilla seemed quite concerned about the way the female knight was bound hand and foot.
It's very necessary.
She broke the ropes with brute force during transport and even tried to snatch my dagger.
She wasn't honest at all.
I have to say, as expected of a sword saint, her strength is truly immense.
The second princess's eyes suddenly widened upon hearing a certain word.
Wait, Count Isaac, did you say sword saint?
Yes, she claims to be the Empire's Knight Ebony.
Oh my goodness.
Clearly, like Lucy, she also knew this famous figure of the Saxon Empire.
Isaac, who was studying with the butler every day now, surprisingly didn't know about this yet.
If only the previous Isaac had frequently attended social gatherings and banquets to gather information.
I heard she was close to a bottleneck. I didn't expect her to actually break through, but how did you capture her?
The princess's eyes lit up again. She seemed extremely interested in this matter.
She was curious how an ordinary lord like Isaac, who was not a sword saint, could capture a live knight Ebony, a sword saint known as a tactical nuclear weapon. I used bombs to knock her off her horse, then bombarded her with cannons, shot her with rifles, and finally, Lucy, Effie, and I gave her a beating. In short, it took a tremendous amount of effort to capture her.
He had originally thought that since the bow was stuck in the ground all alone, it should be easy to retrieve.
Who could have known that a woman like a lioness would suddenly pop up and fight a great battle with him?
Moreover, she was very fierce. She even tried to bite him while he was tying her up.
I see. Seeing Isaac, a man who rarely complained, actually saying it was hard work this time, the princess replied somewhat awkwardly.
In Isaac's view, if the war continued, Lucy would have to awaken as a sword saint to relieve his pressure.
Moreover, it was said that the Empire had monsters even more terrifying than sword saints. Side, this world is getting more and more dangerous anyway. This is a huge achievement.
Crucially, you didn't kill her but captured her alive.
This is not only a valuable bargaining chip, but also a way to obtain a huge ransom. As expected, are the living worth more than the dead? They had been engaged in a war of attrition, where it was either you die or I live, so few people still considered the matter of ransoms.
How much ransom can we get? It's said that the Grand Sword Saint dotes on her like a daughter. Perhaps we can get a carriage full of gold coins.
Isaac turned his head to look at the bound knight Ebony.
So she was a golden nugget.
That's great news. Then may I go to my camp to have a drink of water first?
The second princess spread her hands awkwardly.
Sorry, I should have brought something over.
No need.
Your subordinates would gossip.
The second princess personally delivering water, though just a small gesture. The meaning would be entirely different if a future queen personally hosted someone.
Someone would surely be jealous of this. So let's wait until the time comes to reward achievements. This at least now no one will belittle you or be jealous of you anymore.
That was true. Those Western nobles and lords whom he had pulled back from the edge of the cliff certainly wouldn't do that again.
But she was to rule the entire kingdom in the future. Acting so intimately in public now was still somewhat inappropriate.
Then I'll take my leave first.
Isaac performed a simple noble etiquette and turned to leave. Effie, Seba, the knight Ebony, who was being dragged by a rope, all followed behind him.
Not far away was the Blackwood Armor's camp.
There was also the majestic artilleryman unit, unique on the continent, and Knight Hans had just fired the high explosive shell. The Lord is back. Isaac waved to Knight Hans and the artilleryman and continued forward. Knight Ebony, being dragged by him, struggled incessantly, making woo-woo sounds as if she wanted to say something.
What do you want to say?
Isaac untied the rope around her mouth, and she immediately asked like a rapid-fire cannon.
Bastard, I don't believe a mage could possess such power.
Are you wearing the kind of ring that Prince Joseph has? Even now she was still hung upon her defeat. Although he didn't know what she was talking about, Isaac keenly heard that they also had those magical devices over there.
You're right.
What kind of ring is that?
Do they have other magical devices?
Knight Ebony realized she had let something slip and immediately shut her mouth. But she had already leaked an important piece of information. Don't want to talk.
Find them, by the way. That was just my own power. I didn't use any tools.
I don't believe it. As expected, people often only believe when they see it with their own eyes.
Ye flame.
A ball of fire suddenly emerged from Isaac's palm, and then quickly extinguished, leaving only a trace of scorching heat to prove that the fire magic had just existed.
What? This. Knight Ebony's eyes widened with a look of disbelief.
To be precise, his current strength was power obtained by utilizing his enchantment talent and knowledge of mana extraction stones.
But he indeed had not used any tools.
You really are a mage. How is this possible?
Because I was chosen by the goddess.
Hasn't this news spread in your Saxon Empire yet?
As far as he knew, this news should have already spread in the south and north of the kingdom. But thinking about it, they certainly wouldn't publicize it. After all, it wasn't a good thing to broadcast that the enemy had the support of a deity. But now Isaac estimated they could no longer stop the spread of this news.
Lord Apostle.
Just as Isaac was preparing to leave with the quieted Knight Ebony, a white-haired figure ran quickly from a distance.
Ignis' ruby-like eyes sparkled. If she had a tail, it would surely be wagging excitedly right now.
She was now not only the priestess of Blackwood territory, but also enjoyed saintess-like treatment throughout the Western Army.
As soon as she arrived, she couldn't wait to inject holy power full of vitality into Isaac's body. The pain and fatigue on Isaac's body disappeared instantly.
Clearly, her strength had improved again.
Isaac felt a bit embarrassed to always treat her as a mobile healing potion.
Thank you, Priestess Ignis.
It's my duty.
By the way, Lord Apostle, why did you suddenly rush out just now?
Normally, such battles were started by the long-range cannons, and then they would move in. So she, who had been following Isaac closely, was curious why Isaac would suddenly engage in a head-on confrontation with the enemy's cavalry. The nearby artillerymen also showed the same expression.
The goddess asked me to retrieve that strange bow.
The reason that woman appeared on the battlefield was also to kill me and retrieve the bow. Right, our grand sword saint.
Knight Ebony didn't speak, perhaps because she had let something slip before, so she had become much more cautious this time.
What exactly is that bow?
To actually make a sword saint,
It should be a type of thing called a magical device.
It's said to possess various incredible abilities, and the method of use is unknown.
The Emperor of the Saxon Empire suddenly falling ill might be because the Saxon prince used this magical device. As soon as Isaac finished speaking, he immediately met with strong rebuttal from Knight Ebony. Nonsense. Those rumors about His Majesty the Emperor are all slander.
Knight Ebony struggled excitedly and shouted loudly.
I think it's very likely he's a fellow who committed patricide. That Saxon prince was arrogant and conceited. Though they had only met once, Isaac felt he was the kind of person who thought the world revolved around him.
He didn't know where he had gotten this bow that even made the goddess worried, and the emperor had been healthy before, but suddenly fell ill. There was definitely something fishy about it.
His Majesty the Emperor is not that kind of person, but facts are often cruel. Let's wait and see.
Isaac smiled and picked up the bone bow.
He hadn't observed it closely while running before. Now he noticed a strange thread appearing at the position of the bowstring.
It was a thread composed entirely of light, faintly shimmering, as if urging him to pull the bowstring.
Just then, Igni suddenly grabbed his arm and exclaimed,
Wait, Lord Apostle, what is this?
I suddenly smell a terrifying scent of blood.
and I seem to hear people's screams.
I want to lead the army myself.
Ignit anxiously grabbed Isaac's arm, just like when she first discovered something in the guild leader's wine glass, full of the smell of blood, and the screams of people could still be heard.
Isaac immediately let go of her hand, feeling timid. Damn it, this really seems like something dear to Lord Apostle. Lord Apostle, I want to.
Igni tugged at his sleeve, pointed at the bow, and looked at him with pleading eyes, eagerly hoping he would let her purify it.
At this moment, she was like a puppy craving milk. She seemed not to want to be with this thing for another moment.
Igni is the goddess's spokesperson, so her thoughts sometimes represent the goddess's will.
Then destroy it. Upon hearing his permission, the expressions of the two women were diametrically opposite.
Ebony Knight's eyes widened instantly as she shouted,
No, that is the bow of armors, personally acquired by the Saxon prince. How can you destroy such a treasure that can eliminate enemies 1,000 miles away, just out of curiosity? She leaked another piece of information. But this was not curiosity, but their goddess, the goddess who had been with them since the goblin invasion. Isaac felt no pity for doing what she wanted him to do.
Purify it.
yes. A smile appeared on Igni's face, and she released a powerful holy power.
She used all her strength, and dazzling light gradually enveloped the bow.
The bone bowstring made a crack sound and shattered on the spot.
Painful screams emanated from the bone bow, and it trembled violently as black blood spurted out like a fountain.
What the hell is that thing? All the artillerymen watching were startled.
Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
The black blood gradually boiled, and a foul odor instantly steamed up. Finally, everything, along with the boat, turned into ashes and disappeared.
only some ashes remained scattering in the wind.
It absorbed countless souls. How could such an evil thing appear? Igni wiped her small, disgusted hand on her robe and said with lingering fear, She actually touched that thing
Just now, it was terrible.
Does it absorb blood and souls every time? Ebony Knight, do you still believe that parricidal fellow now?
Someone who uses such a thing, could they be a good person?
Ebony Knight did not speak, but her brown eyes kept darting around uneasily, clearly greatly shocked. It's just a pity. If only this matter could be told to the other people of the Empire. Neither the Grand Sword Saint nor those great magicians appeared, so it seems some people in the Empire also harbour doubts about the Saxon prince. No matter what country or political party, they often disintegrate from within. You found the root of evil and eliminated it. Achievement points plus 8,000 points. The goddess's message appeared again. It seems she was very satisfied with his choice, directly giving him a large sum of achievement points. Before, when he defeated the Sword Saint and recovered the bow, he also gained 6,000 achievement points. It is worth mentioning that he had completed many tasks before, but whenever it involved magical devices, the goddess would become exceptionally generous. He always felt her reaction was strange, like she had discovered traces of a sworn enemy.
Although he knew that Blackwood territory would grow stronger with the accumulation of war and achievements, he didn't expect to gain achievement points at this speed.
However, Isaac must first deal with the current enemies. Since the enemies possess magical devices, eliminating them should also be in line with the goddess's will. Hans Knight, who was directing the loading of cannon shells, immediately turned around when he heard his call. Field supply catch.
Good steel must be used on the blade. Since he gained achievement points, he must use them immediately.
Isaac used the armory ability granted to him by the gods, exchanging all his achievement points for one rifled cannon
And one field gun.
2 cannons accompanied by dazzling light instantly appeared on the battlefield as if heavenly soldiers had descended, exchanging a soul-devouring bow for 2 cannons. This deal was 2 good cannons. Not only do not absorb souls and blood,
but also have a longer range and higher accuracy.
Every time I see your ability, I am incredibly surprised, Lord.
Although Hans Nye had seen it many times, he still couldn't help but exclaim every time he saw Isaac's ability.
Haha, really? So, as long as he advances his tech tree fast enough, the goddess of harmony, becoming the nuclear harmony goddess, will be just around the corner.
Now the enemies were trying to eliminate them with various magical devices, but every attempt would only make them stronger.
Moreover, the goddess's side always pays instantly, so his improvement speed would be very fast. Hans, the enemy's cavalry seems to be getting closer.
Are the new shells ready?
Yes, of course.
Hans Nye answered loudly. The new shells were improved based on the original anti-troll grape shot, so they were not difficult to manufacture. It would be a bit wasteful to only fire the new shells with rifled cannon, so the field gun also needed to be put to use.
Are we going to use this to eliminate all the cavalry on the field?
Probably. This was a weapon that could sweep the battlefield even on Earth. With 2 more cannons, they could now attack enemies at medium and long range with a denser barrage.
That is to say, if only our cavalry are left on the battlefield then.
Then this war will be our game.
An enemy that has lost its core strength and mobility is just a piece of meat waiting to be slaughtered.
Isaac might be able to recreate the brilliant victory he achieved from fighting the Southern Army before.
Asterisk.
You said Ebony Knight had an accident. The Saxon prince suspected he had heard wrong.
Who could cause a sword saint to have an accident on the battlefield?
Count Arnold was entangled with Duke Leod, and the enemy didn't seem to have any powerful high-level magicians that shouldn't be like this.
Was she killed by the explosion just now?
He had indeed seen another explosion in the center of the enemy's position just now. The explosion site was where the bow of armors was lost.
Was she caught in the explosion? No, a cavalryman reported that she was captured by a knight wielding a huge mace.
Damn it, that damn fellow.
Joseph's Saxon prince rubbed his forehead irritably.
If she had died at the enemy's hands, the angry Grand saw, saying to home might join the war, though he didn't need the help of that disloyal person at first. The situation now seemed a bit off. Rumble, ominous roars kept coming from the enemy's position in the distance. The cavalry fighting the enemy were also retreating steadily, completely helpless against the enemy's strange, continuously firing weapons. And even a sword saint was captured, so it seemed impossible to recover the bow.
This cannot continue.
Climb! The Saxon prince suddenly stood up and drew his long sword.
Order the cavalry to retreat.
All troops attack.
I can no longer stand by. I want to personally lead the army.
Hearing his crazy decision, his subjects and Marquis Jir were startled and immediately tried to dissuade him.
No, it's too dangerous.
Your Highness.
The battlefield is full of unidentified flying objects. This isn't just robbing a small village. Listening to the dissuasion from below, the Saxon prince's expression grew uglier. His rule was not stable, and some people, like Duke Leo, supported him out of consideration for the empire, so he could no longer afford to fail. The Saxon prince looked at everyone and impatiently roared. Go look at the soldiers' expressions.
Do you still want to fight with this morale?
I will personally go into battle, like the first emperor. And I also have the egg that only I can use. The Empire's proud cavalry was actually beaten without resistance by a count from such a small place. This was a severe slap to the Empire's face. In the end, Joseph ignored the dissuasion of his subjects and walked out of the tent. Charge! All troops attack. Lure the enemy deep into our territory, then prepare to annihilate them. Rumble, the Blackwood army slowly pushed a siege cannon forward. Some Western army soldiers who had witnessed its power couldn't help but swallow hard. The field guns and rifled cannons were also being pushed forward at the same time, but they were ignored for the moment. Load shells! This time, what was stuffed into the bore wasn't the 3 or 5 layered grape shot wrapped in cloth, but a type of shell encased in a cylindrical metal container, namely canister shot. This was a type of projectile that replaced grape shot in the 19th century. It packed many small pellets into a metal cylinder to kill enemies more densely, with a longer range and greater lethality. There are many famous battle examples for this shell, such as the Siege of Lisbon, where it struck Napoleon's foot. At a distance of 500 yards, it repelled the French Imperial Guard cavalry.
It was a terrifying anti-infantry shell.
Loading complete. The artillerymen stuffed the new shells into the bores, then forcefully pulled out the long ramrods and shouted loudly. At the same time, the artillerymen of the rifled cannons finished loading the high-explosive shells and gave a thumbs up to indicate readiness. Seeing the artillery units growing stronger and stronger, Isaac couldn't help but think of the saying, God is on the side of the army with the strongest artillery.
Rumble.
In the distance, the earth-shaking sound of hoofbeats echoed. Like moths to flame, a crowd kicked up clouds of dust across the dry plains as they charged toward them. Neither the Eastern Army nor the Imperial Army had ever seen their weapons, so they couldn't even imagine what they were about to face. Whoosh! A streak of white light sliced through the sky and landed on Effie's shoulder.
It was a wind spirit flying from the enemy cavalry's direction, and it whispered a few words into Effie's ear.
Lord Earl Arnold says he will act according to your request.
Good, that's excellent.
Isaac nodded with satisfaction.
Although the Earl seemed stubborn, he was actually quite obedient to his words.
As artillery technology continued to develop, he felt increasingly amazed by this system of using spirits for two-way communication.
On Earth, the physicist Hertz discovered electromagnetic waves using induction, coils, and copper wires.
Marconi invented the oscillator and receiver to achieve long-distance radio communication. It wasn't until the vacuum tube was invented that people truly achieved voice calls.
Yet in this world, spirits could easily do all of this.
Effie, don't leave my side from now on.
Sometimes he wondered if these wood elves were also specifically arranged by the goddess.
These races, possessing technology beyond the era, were simply too powerful.
Now, even if Effie wanted to leave the territory, he wouldn't let her go. He would keep her by his side even if he had to use a chain.
Oh, Effie looked dazed, but Isaac ignored her
And turned his gaze forward once more.
The enemy cavalry had already entered their firing range.
They were chasing the Blackwood cavalry with gnashed teeth. By now, the Blackwood cavalry had used up all their bullets, including those in their spare cylinders. They had previously suffered heavy losses at the hands of the Blackwood army, and now it was finally their turn for revenge. But unfortunately, they were wrong. Their doom was far from over. Isaac decided to give them a little shock first with the rifled cannons, which could be aimed precisely.
Night Hands, let them taste our great cannons.
Don't worry, Lord, I'll char them all to crisp.
Night Hands smiled confidently and then quickly issued the firing commands. He wanted to prove that his previous perfect shot wasn't a fluke, but a result of his own skill.
Whoosh! Effie's spirit flew into the distance like the wind, and then flew back reporting the detailed distance to them.
Based on firing angle, distance, ballistic time, and a pre-made firing table, Night Hands set the explosion time for the fuse and then installed the set fuse onto the shell.
This was all valuable data they had obtained by spending a vast amount of time and black powder and by consulting many CJ experts.
Fuse installation complete.
Fire. Boom, boom.
The two rifled cannons fired simultaneously. The soldiers of the southern and northern armies were all startled by the deafening roar. Some even dropped their weapons in fright.
The western army, however, had grown accustomed to the sound and remained calm.
Under the rotation of the rifling, the two metal shells traced a parabolic arc into the distance.
Boom. Two massive bursts of fire rose behind the enemy cavalry.
Dozens of cavalrymen were instantly blown away, and the blast site turned into scorched earth.
The screams of horses and humans could be clearly heard even from a distance.
Lord, the enemy vanguard has entered 650 towers.
But even with casualties occurring in the rear, the enemy did not stop their charge.
They had fallen into a frenzy, chasing the cavalry unit led by Lord Earl Arnold with gritted teeth.
They had been too frustrated by being shot at earlier. Many of their former brothers and friends had all died to the Blackwood cavalry's bullets. They were blinded by a surge of indignation. At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds: charge forward, catch the Blackwood cavalry, and then completely slaughter them. Or rather, they instinctively realized that if they didn't seize this opportunity to destroy the Blackwood army, they would be doomed. Rumble, the Blackwood cavalry perfectly executed the tactic of luring the enemy deep. The enemy cavalry had completely entered their killing zone.
Upon reaching the designated location, Lord Earl Arnold suddenly made another sharp turn.
It's useless. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will catch you, Lord Earl Arnold.
A middle-aged man in armor, thinking Lord Earl Arnold was trying to shake them off, shouted angrily from behind.
They followed Lord Earl Arnold and also turned, resulting in the enemy cavalry formation being stretched into a long horizontal line exposed right in front of the artillery. What they didn't know was that for the sake of the enemy before them, their own flank had been completely exposed to the terrifying cannons.
Oh.
Lord Earl Arnold's sheep-herding skills are quite good. All artillery ready.
Fire.
With Isaac's command, all the smoothbore cannons fired simultaneously.
Boom, 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 boom. With an extremely shameless fighting style,
The enemy's weapons have finally gone silent. The reports said their weapons have usage limits, and it's true.
The gunfire ceased, and the Blackwood cavalry began to flee.
The Saxon Prince's army's cavalry shouted triumphantly.
Although the enemy had fired 12 consecutive rounds of bullets far exceeding the data in the reports, they had persevered under the leadership of Duke Leto.
Rumble. Remember this site's domain Taiwan novel website.
Smooth and war-free. The Imperial cavalrymen felt an immense surge of rage as they watched the enemies, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now tucking their tails and running. Boosting their morale to wash away their previous humiliation, they roared loudly.
Now is the best time to avenge our comrades.
Leave none alive. Charge. Long live the Holy Saxon Empire.
Fire.
The deafening roars of men and the thunder of hooves shook the heavens.
Count Arnold let out a cold sneer inside his helmet as he heard the sounds of pursuit behind him.
They had been fooled so easily by a feigned retreat, diving headfirst into the jaws of a crocodile.
He glanced through his eye slits at the Blackwood Territory artilleryman unit, which was busy preparing, though he didn't know what gift they had prepared, since his former son-in-law had guaranteed it with such confidence. It was bound to be a lethal blow. Since he had already trusted him enough to expose his back to the enemy, he might as well go all the way and keep moving forward. All units turn.
The cavalry he led suddenly veered off just as they were charging toward the main formation of the Second Princess Army.
The Saxon Prince's army's cavalry, thinking they were trying to escape, began to pursue them even more relentlessly.
As they moved, their formation shifted from a point to a line, completely exposing the enemy's flank to the front.
Boom, 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 boom.
The earth-shaking sound of artillery fire rang out. Perhaps because they were also using siege cannons, this bombardment was even more violent than before, as if fire were raining from the sky.
Then the sound of flesh and blood flying apart came from behind Count Arnold.
Boom crack. Oh, Count Arnold was startled by the terrifying sound.
He ripped his head around and gasped sharply.
Isaac, you brat, what on earth did you fire?
The Imperial cavalry who had been aggressively pursuing them just a moment ago had vanished without a trace. The ground looked as if it had been ploughed over. All that remained were fragments of armor riddled with holes, remnants of flesh, and the severed limbs of men and horses.
Only the cavalry closest to them, and those furthest away, had narrowly escaped.
The enemy's flank had been completely annihilated by the single strike.
Count Arnold stared at the gruesome scene in stunned silence,
Unable to believe his eyes,
Duke Leo, who had also narrowly survived, gripped his reins tightly and stood frozen in place.
80% of the Imperial cavalry they had meticulously trained with vast amounts of gold and time had vanished in an instant in this fearful battlefield. The only cheers came from the Blackwood Army's cavalry, who were already accustomed to such tactics. Lord Khan has achieved another great feat.
Lady Purse, we are the kings of horses now.
Of course, among four-legged creatures, our Blackwood cavalry is the strongest.
The female warriors of the Western continent raised their empty revolver pistols, jumping for joy and shouting Khan.
They had defeated the legendary Imperial cavalry and were currently at the peak of their lives.
Woo woo.
At that moment, the horn for a cavalry retreat suddenly sounded from the distant Saxon prince's army camp.
Simultaneously, the Saxon prince seemed unable to endure any longer. He led his army of over 20,000 men and began his direct advance.
Rumble.
Though the army looked magnificent, Duke Leo could not feel any joy.
It was because of his reckless pursuit for revenge that 80% of the cavalry had been lost. At this moment, he was a sinner of the Empire. If only the retreat horn had been blown sooner.
The Duke was filled with regret, but there are no ifs on the battlefield, only cruel results.
In the end, the Saxon prince's army's cavalry returned in defeat, the few remaining remnants slinking back to the main formation.
Retreat, retreat,
rumble.
The Blackwood cavalry watched the enemies, who had pursued them like beasts, now flee in pathetic disarray, letting out bursts of excited cheers.
Wow.
We won. Long live Lord Khan.
Only Count Arnold remained full of confusion.
That brat Isaac, what exactly did he fire?
Asterisk. Fire.
Two tides of people surged from both sides like a tsunami.
The two armies, filled with murderous intent, collided violently in the center of the battlefield.
The Saxon prince's army used their numerical advantage to spread their wings, while the second prince's army assumed a strange formation.
Joseph had previously mocked this unheard of formation.
But when they actually met in battle, breaking through this seemingly simple square formation proved extremely difficult.
Oh,
Ugh, my armor.
Initially, the heavy infantry in the front row of the Saxon prince's army did fall like stalks of wheat, but he wasn't worried, because the cavalry attacks had been blocked, and the sticks in the infantry's hands, just as the reports said, took a long time to be used again. Therefore, he believed that as long as they used their numerical advantage to pile forward, they could easily break through the enemy's defensive line.
Why can't we break in? The Saxon prince, standing in the middle of the battlefield in his armor, gnashed his teeth as he watched the stalling battle. His expression was very grim.
Those Blackwood army soldiers used the weapons in their hands to knock down the Saxon prince's army's heavy infantry with a single strike every time, then quickly retreated back into the square and vanished. When they tried to pursue them inside, they found that the spearmen armed with pikes had already set up a wall of spears, keeping them at bay.
Frustrating. Utterly frustrating.
This wasn't a war, it was simply playing like a scoundrel.
Several soldiers of the Saxon prince's army, unable to bear being treated like sitting ducks, charged in recklessly.
In the blink of an eye, they were pierced by several spears and fell to the ground like hedgehogs. Furthermore, the intelligence they had received stated that most of those soldiers were conscripts, but now it appeared their equipment was exceptionally high quality.
They didn't look like conscripts at all, they were even better equipped than regular troops.
Then, as soon as they fell, those fellows with the sticks reappeared.
They fired flames and lead bullets, once again knocking his soldiers to the ground.
Oh, fire, heed
My cold explode.
Bang!
For some reason, the enemy always managed to accurately attack the places where his mages and knights were gathered, which gave him a massive headache. After every deafening explosion, a beam of white light would shoot toward his mages. The end result was that his mages were completely suppressed and didn't dare to show their faces.
When will the Imperial cavalry return?
Only they can impact the enemy's square formation and disrupt their ranks. But there was still no word from the cavalry unit he had ordered to retreat earlier.
The unease in his heart grew stronger.
At that moment, the cavalry unit that had been dispatched earlier finally returned from the distance. Joseph's defences were breached.
The Saxon prince was initially overjoyed to greet them, but his expression drastically changed when he saw the miserable state of the cavalry.
I'm sorry, we were pursued by enemy cavalry, so we arrived late.
Duke Leo approached him and saluted, his condition looking terrible, as if he had just experienced an unprecedentedly fierce battle.
The knights and heavy cavalry following him were also dejected.
But what shocked the Saxon prince the most was the number of returning cavalry. Duke, what in the world happened?
Where are the other cavalry?
I'm sorry, Your Highness Saxon Prince, only these are left.
Duke Leo lowered his head in shame.
Prince Joseph of Saxony was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. Don't joke around. Where did our empire's proud cavalry go?
Where are they all?
It's all my fault. The Blackwood armor, their weapons are far more terrifying than we imagined.
Duke Leo's words completely confirmed the Saxon prince's worst fears. He stared blankly at the returning troops, his mind buzzing.
He had only left for a short while to command an army of over 20,000.
As a result, his cavalry force was reduced to less than 90 men. There were hundreds before. Hundreds of cavalry. So many elite cavalry. How much money had he spent to train them? And even worse, the morale of the remaining cavalry had completely collapsed. Joseph looked at their dull, numb expressions and knew that these remaining fellows were also pretty much useless. Even if they were given time to rest before being ordered to attack again, they would never be able to return to the battlefield.
Duke Leo,
I never thought you would be so incompetent.
You damned fool.
Fool.
Duke Leo, like the Saxon prince, had once believed himself invincible, but today's crushing defeat left him speechless.
if anything, both the Saxon prince and he had underestimated the enemy.
That Lord Blackwood was definitely no ordinary person. Duke Leo only realized afterwards that every step he took on the battlefield was completely within the enemy's calculations and control from beginning to end. His grasp of the battle situation and the coordinated use of those terrifying weapons made him like a ruthless flesh harvester on the battlefield. Whenever Duke Leo thought of this, a chill ran down his spine.
Your Highness, Saxon Prince, I have been to the enemy's position, and I feel that their weapons might not be magical devices. To be honest, even a well-travelled man found the enemy's weapons very strange. Their peculiar shape, terrifying power, and frightening roar, such weapons seem to not belong to this world at all.
I originally thought this was an excellent opportunity to destroy the Hyde Kingdom, but now it seems we might have been wrong from the start.
Duke Leo had originally wanted to abandon her honour for profit, but now it seemed that after this battle he might lose everything. The Saxon prince frowned at the dejected Duke Leo, then impatiently waved his hand.
Tusk, how useless.
It seems I'll have to take action
Personally now.
The Holy Saxon Empire has always had a tradition of emperors personally leading campaigns.
Because the imperial people held deep respect for the first emperor.
That apostle of the gods possessed incredible power and once unified the eastern continent. Although he didn't have that power, he possessed magical devices that could exert similar power. The cavalry were annihilated, the mages were suppressed, and the knights and heavy infantry were also beaten back by those stakes. Call the priests and have them bring all the magical devices. I will personally go and destroy them.
Joseph felt that only this method could turn the tide now. He would personally lead the campaign.
He would use absolutely powerful strength to consolidate his rule.
Even if someone gossiped behind his back, as long as he showed immense power, they would shut up obediently. This is how the people of the Saxon Empire.
Your Highness, Saxon Prince, but
I said before, even if you possess magical devices, you shouldn't. His retainers once again tried to dissuade him, but the Saxon prince completely disregarded their objections, picked up the egg shining with platinum gold light, and put on various precious magical devices brought by the priests, one by one. To win this war, he almost brought all the magical devices from the imperial treasury.
His magical devices were not just the bow of armors.
Before you stop me, think about your own incompetence.
A bunch of fools.
He walked with determined steps, moving towards the enemy's impregnable formation.
Due to the rush of time, and the fact that it was a coalition of multiple armies, Isaac initially did not have high expectations for this formation. On Earth, poorly trained Spanish tercios were often routed by enemies. But now it seems that might have been because the enemies possessed weapons of the same caliber as theirs.
They used rangers to suppress mages, and spears, and muskets against enemies armed with swords and bows.
This was already a dimensionality reduction strike. Moreover, this time they had nearly 10,000 people, so the effect was far better than he had expected. As long as the enemy couldn't find a way to break through, they could only watch their comrades be blown to pieces by their bullets and cannonballs bit by bit.
On the battlefield, chaos reigned.
Fire! The second princess army soldiers realized they had the advantage and began to attack even more fiercely. They formed an impenetrable steel wall, advancing like a moving fortress. And the soldiers equipped with elven Gaia rifles and Claire rifles eliminated all enemies threatening the formation with precise shots. Boom, the rifled cannon fired again. Previously, smoothbore cannons would easily cause friendly fire in such situations, so they dared not fire easily during such chaotic battles.
But now they had rangefinders, levels, inclinometers, and firing tables.
Although they still couldn't precisely strike a small target, they could aim and fire a specific area. So the artillerymen in the formation were always very busy.
Boom, another cannonball, guided by the rangers, flew towards the enemy's mage unit, accurately hitting its target again.
To the enemy, this was simply a nightmare. Even defensive magic could not withstand such shelling.
Just then, Effie suddenly received an incredible piece of news.
Lord, the Saxon prince, he personally went to the battlefield.
What? Isaac's eyes widened instantly. This kid actually stuck his head out for him to hit. This is too lucky, isn't it? Speaking of which, we had to carry something back this time, but this man, he really doesn't want to leave anyone alive. Eerie barrier. Even the hardest steel will eventually bend if struck repeatedly with the hammer. And on the battlefield, the infantry, who are the most numerous, are the anvil. Saxon prince's plan was to crush the enemy with an army of over 20,000 men. Then, like wielding a hammer, he would use the heavy cavalry and magicians to completely rout them, eventually annexing his kingdom that had expanded rapidly under the rule of the Conqueror King.
But the appearance of this Lord of the West caused his plans to gradually fall through step by step. The Imperial cavalry was wiped out in an instant, and those cowardly magicians were suppressed by lead bullets, unable to lift their heads as their shields were constantly shattered.
Click-clack, but if you have no teeth, you can still use your gums.
Without cavalry, he could personally become the hammer. If the shields were shattered and the magicians couldn't use magic, then he would become their shield.
Although unreliable, only those magicians could shake the enemy's phalanx now.
Ready, Saxon Prince.
My key Jir said, while tightening his belt unbuckles.
A suit of pitch black full-body armor wrapped Saxon Prince tightly.
It was the armor of Fjord's. It was said to be able to withstand any attack and even create miracles when the wearer was in danger.
Those pointy-eared fellows really know how to come up with names, don't they?
They probably just come up with these tricks to make money.
High elves, those fellows who didn't believe in the ancient gods, actually using such a name for their product was indeed quite funny.
Joseph sneered, put on the armor, and then picked up the ring of power and the platinum egg that could block enemy attacks. In fact, the source of these magical devices was only known to his confidants and a few tight-lipped priests in the Imperial Church.
By the way, Prince William, why have you been looking at me with such worried eyes?
Saxon Prince suddenly noticed Prince William looking at him with a worried expression and couldn't help but ask.
He was wearing so much equipment, he probably couldn't die even if he wanted to, right?
Don't worry.
I will return with the final victory.
Saxon Prince lowered his black visor and said coldly.
This war was of great significance to both of them.
Only if I win can you successfully reclaim the throne, right?
Of course, I will also get the territory and wealth I deserve.
In fact, he also planned to treat Prince William as a puppet after he ascended the throne and slowly annexed the entire kingdom.
Prince William's foundation of rule was very weak, and he didn't have anyone like Duke Leo who supported him for the interests of the Empire.
So he would ultimately only be a puppet to be manipulated.
I know. Haha, then I'm off.
I'll bring the heads of the second princess and Count Blackwood as gifts for you.
Saxon Prince finished speaking and strode forward. In his hand, he held a royal sword forged from mithril.
Magicians of the Empire,
lift your heads.
I, Joseph, shall fight by your side.
It is time to show your true strength.
Saxon Prince began to rally the Imperial magicians who had been soundly defeated earlier.
Now they no longer had to worry about those lead bullets piercing their chests, or those iron balls flying from afar that exploded before they could even finish chanting.
Because their king would stand at the very front and lead them.
Follow me. The time for a counterattack has come.
*******.
The Blackwood army used a combination of spears, muskets, cannons, and cavalry to crush the enemy infantry like wheat and continue to push forward.
At that moment, Effie suddenly brought shocking news. The enemy's supreme commander, Saxon Prince, had actually come to the front lines himself.
Isaac initially thought he had gone mad, but since he was here, he would give him a welcoming gift. Isaac personally loaded high explosive shells with hands and happily fired a shell towards Saxon Prince's direction. Boom, bang, to Isaac's surprise, the shell didn't hit the target, but was blocked by a hemispherical barrier. The flames and fragments of the explosion were all kept outside. A massive barrier suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield, blocking all attacks. Damn it, what is that thing? Isaac initially thought that a great magician like Count Neil had appeared on the enemy's side and used a spell like absolute defense.
But even the magic couldn't withstand continuous shelling, and the appearance and aura of the barrier were completely different from absolute defense.
On the other side, seeing their previously unstoppable shells fail, the second princess and her subjects suddenly felt uneasy.
It looks like a peeled egg, Lord Apostle. Standing beside Isaac, the white-haired priestess observing the battlefield said with a frown.
Indeed, the barrier was like an unhatched egg, its surface covered with an opaque membrane and some uncomfortable bloodshot veins. Disgusting. The problem was that the enemy was using this barrier to block their attacks, while their own magic seemed to pass through the barrier unimpeded to attack them. Crack.
Boom. Oh.
A man-sized ice spike slammed into the front row of the Southern Army's phalanx. Sharpness ice fragments flew everywhere, causing secondary damage.
The spearmen fell in an instant, and the originally indestructible phalanx suddenly began to waver.
Only their attacks can pass through the barrier.
External attacks were completely blocked, while internal attacks could pass through unimpeded.
Isaac originally thought he was gradually adapting to this fantasy world.
But as he continued to challenge this world with gunpowder and knowledge from Earth, this world also began to strike back with its own unique power.
Boom, another loud noise.
Without looking, Isaac could guess that this time it was a powerful explosion spell.
Those enemy magicians,
who were previously too scared to lift their heads by the cannons and the rangers sniping, were now unscrupulously using magic from behind the barrier. Fortunately, Count Arnold, the non-human monster, was riding his horse across the battlefield using sword aura to constantly neutralize those large-scale spells one by one. But two hands are no match for four. He alone couldn't block all the attacks.
This couldn't go on. They were already at a numerical disadvantage. If the enemy continued to break their phalanx like this, the consequences would be disastrous.
What exactly was that barrier? Was it some secret magic of the Empire? Boom, two high explosive shells hit the hemispherical barrier again, but unfortunately, there was still no effect.
Instead, this attack made those bloodshot veins even thicker.
Isaac was momentarily stuck in a dilemma. He couldn't think of any solution. Should he just grit his teeth and fight a war of attrition with the enemy? That would be too stupid.
Lord Apostle,
Igni, what's wrong?
Do you smell that? That barrier. It gives off a terrible stench.
Igni covered her nose as if she smelled something foul.
Her ruby-like eyes were also blinking in pain.
Although Isaac couldn't smell anything, seeing a representative of Goddess Iris making such a face, he instantly realized that the barrier should also be a magical device.
Just like the wine cup of the Belfolk Merchant Guild's chairman, and the bow of armors that would spray blood and then turn to ash.
If the barrier really was a magical device, then there might be a way to break it.
Isaac looked at Igni, who had been following him since they returned to the camp.
Feeling Isaac's gaze, Igni's face turned slightly red as she asked, W, what is it?
Quest triggered.
Use holy power to purify the traces of evil rooted in the land.
Purify trace is incomplete.
Charge into the battlefield, prepare for the decapitation strike. Since no physical attack could destroy that barrier, he would use another kind of power to break through it. Igni, if the barrier is the same as the wine cup and bone bow we destroyed before, can you use your power to purify it?
Hearing this, Igni looked down at her fair hands. The holy power those small hands once released had nearly destroyed an entire village and caused a riot.
Until I don't know how much power the goddess will bestow upon me, but if they are the same kind of thing, maybe I can.
Great, the plan was feasible.
Now she was no longer just a mobile healing potion, but their secret weapon. Igni, I know it's difficult, but I really need your power right now. Can you come to the battlefield with me and use your holy power?
The battlefield was a place where even battle-hardened warriors could easily lose their lives. However, hearing this difficult request, Igni's cheeks flushed slightly, and she placed her index finger against her chin, looking a bit troubled.
But Lord Apostle, I don't know how to ride a horse.
Do you mean you want me to ride the same horse as you?
Isaac glanced at the tall and mighty Seba. Igni was very light. Even wearing armor, Seba should be able to carry her easily.
Besides, ever since its beloved tail was blown off, it had been seething with rage. Just by looking at its fire-filled eyes, Isaac knew this fellow probably couldn't wait to charge into the battlefield and bite off the enemy's heads, even though the guy who blew off its tail was still back at their own base. It's okay, I will do my best to keep you safe. Then I'll just have to hold onto you tightly. A strange light flickered in Igni's ruby-like eyes.
Sometimes she was really a bit scary.
Yes.
Yay, Tilda.
Then let's go quickly. Let FF4F, let FF4F. Igni clenched her fists and ran towards Seba excitedly. This girl, who looked like a saintess, seemed completely out of place in a war, yet she showed no fear even when about to charge into enemy lines.
Your Highness the Princess Priscilla, I'm going to the battlefield.
Please inform the frontline soldiers to retreat slightly.
Princess Priscilla, who was discussing how to deal with the barrier with the contact elf ranger, stood up abruptly and shouted in surprise at Isaac's words.
Lord Earl Isaac, you're going to the battlefield.
This is too dangerous.
Ha,
don't worry.
I'll take the Saxon prince's head before the tea in the command room gets cold.
Though,
what are you saying?
Oh, never mind,
you wouldn't understand.
The princess and the lords were all left bewildered by his inexplicable words.
At the moment, the artillerymen saw the enemy's barrier boldly approaching the maximum range of their smoothbore cannons, and they immediately began preparing the scorched earth plan Isaac had previously devised.
They stuffed black round cannonballs into the muzzles.
All the cannons would fire simultaneously to wipe out the enemies around the barrier, and then they would take the opportunity to charge in, destroy the barrier, and eliminate the enemies inside.
This was a plan that required tacit cooperation,
but Isaac believed Knight Hands should be able to pull it off. Isaac lifted the armored Igni onto Seba's saddle, then flipped himself onto the horse and gave its belly a hard kick.
Yo! Asterisk, rumble.
Lord Earl Arnold and the cavalry were rushing about the battlefield using sword kai to neutralize incoming spells one by one before charging at the enemy infantry who were trying to take advantage of the situation.
Lord Earl Arnold, it's me.
Isaac arrived at their side with Effie, who was looking at Igni, who was clinging tightly to him with a complicated expression.
The Blackwood cavalry cheered as they saw him return, raising their loaded revolver pistols.
Lord Khan is back.
Oh,
Igni seemed frightened by the dust filling the air and the killing cries on the battlefield, so she hugged Isaac even tighter.
To protect her, Isaac brought them directly into the center of the cavalry formation.
Lord Khan,
what is the target this time?
The enemy's supply lines. Heavy infantry.
Knights.
The female warriors felt he must have come with a specific purpose.
Ha, how could I let you down?
So then,
our target this time is that Prince Joseph of Saxony who dared to show his face on the front lines.
Oh,
the female warriors immediately cheered with excitement upon hearing his proposal. Only Lord Earl Arnold rode up to him, opened his visor, and looked at him as if he were a madman.
Lord Earl Isaac, have you lost your mind?
Lord Earl Arnold, you have to help to get lost. I'm not going.
Didn't you see the barrier?
Lucy,
stop this madman.
Lucy also opened her visor and looked at her father with sparkling eyes, saying, Father,
since Isaac dares to do this, he must have a way. We might actually be able to do it.
We even defeated a sword saint before.
You're all crazy.
Lord Earl Arnold was dumbfounded.
The probability of success was minuscule and extremely dangerous.
Seeing that even his daughter, whom he thought would be on his side, had become like this, Lord Earl Arnold chuckled helplessly. Lucy, let's go.
Let's end this war. Okay, Isaac.
Seeing Isaac already charging out with his precious daughter, Lord Earl Arnold could only follow helplessly.
Damn it, wait for me, you brat.
Asterisk.
Witnessing a miracle often changes people's minds. Even an obscure person can become a hero because of it.
Fire.
Joseph. Prince Joseph of Saxony listened to the soldiers' cheers, his heart full of pride. This is the feeling I wanted.
Standing at the very front, he used the magical device to block all the enemy's long-range attacks and then used the mage's spells to destroy the infantry phalanxes that had been obstructing them. Now the situation on the battlefield was finally beginning to tilt in his favor. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But just then,
rumble, those annoying Western
cavalry appeared again.
They had been rampaging across the battlefield after the Imperial cavalry were wiped out, and now they were charging toward him. It seemed Lord Earl Arnold hadn't given up hope. That old fellow had attacked the barrier with sword kai dozens of times before. HMPH, what a bunch of fools.
The Saxon prince neared.
No matter how much sword kai the opponent unleashed, it was just a wasted effort.
Then he suddenly heard a sharp whistling sound.
Boom! Boom.
Several iron ball-like objects landed around the barrier and exploded instantly, blowing away all the surrounding soldiers in a flash.
The area around the barrier instantly turned into scorched earth.
Why, Your Highness Joseph? A middle-aged mage shouted in terror upon seeing this fierce attack.
Don't worry,
they are just wasting time and energy.
This barrier is absolutely impossible to break.
He had brought an army of over 20,000, so those infantrymen were just cannon fodder to him. He and the mages were the core strength, and they remained completely unscathed so far.
In the future, this tactic would become the Empire's primary strategy. How on earth did those high elves create such a thing?
Once he won this war and returned, he must replicate this technology as soon as possible. Only then could the Saxon Empire continue to dominate Rumble.
Your Highness,
Saxon Prince, this time they aren't using sword kai to attack the barrier, they are charging directly at us.
The middle-aged mage, who had been deep in thought, looked up abruptly at this news.
They had already experienced firsthand that no physical attack could break through this barrier. Did they actually intend to use heavy cavalry to crash into it?
He wondered if Lord Earl Arnold had gone mad and looked in the direction where Lord Earl Arnold was.
Explosion. Ice ball. Worried the barrier might be breached, the mages fired spells at the charging cavalry.
But that sword saint Lord Earl Arnold blocked all the spells with his sword kai.
The magic vanished without effect.
Conserve your mana.
Our goal is to destroy the enemy's phalanxes. Lord Earl Arnold was exhausting his physical strength. When he was spent, he would send Duke Leo to finish him off. And by the look of it, he was nearing his limit, which was why he was making such a desperate gamble.
After the war is over, I will severely punish that girl named Lucy and make her pay for her stubborn resistance.
The Saxon prince already had victory in his grasp and was even starting to consider post-war arrangements.
But just then, the barrier he trusted so much suddenly underwent a change.
Swish! A dazzling white light erupted from the enemy cavalry, sweeping across the entire barrier like a tidal wave wolves among sheep. A dazzling white light instantly swept across the entire barrier. Then he heard an ominous sound, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Crack, crack, crack!
The hemispherical barrier, which had remained unscathed under the Sword Saint's sword kai and explosive attacks, was now covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment.
No, impossible. The Saxon prince recalled the assurance of the High Elves and couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. But the translucent barrier could no longer hold with a crack. It shattered.
The broken fragments instantly turned to ash and vanished.
Rumble. The enemy cavalry is coming.
It's the Western cavalry.
The Western cavalry charged at top speed toward the defenseless Saxon prince's army.
Welcome to the front lines, Joseph.
Fire!
Crack! They fired lead bullets frantically at the mages hiding in the phalanx, and after emptying their rounds, they charged at the enemy, brandishing their sharpness cavalry sabers. The Imperial cavalry had already vanished. Now it was the Imperial mages' turn to be harvested. The scales of war began to tip.
Asterisk.
300 heavy cavalry advanced with heavy strides, charging toward the enemy with unstoppable momentum. Clad in heavy plate armor, they had rifles and cavalry sabers hanging from their saddles, while clutching six-shot military revolver pistols in their hands. Having destroyed the enemy's invincible barrier, they were like wolves among sheep, slaughtering at will. Purify traces completed, achievement points plus 4,000. The holy power released by Agni crushed the traces of the magical device like bubbles. All the money Isaac had spent in his territory over the years, the believers he had recruited, and the power of faith he had accumulated now, it finally revealed its might on the battlefield.
Lord Apostle,
we did it. The goddess's power has taken effect. Igni shouted excitedly, clinging to Isaac and squirming as if seeking his praise.
Oh!
You're amazing, Igni.
Rumble.
The fully armed centaur instantly charged into the enemy's mage units, trampling everything in their path into mincemeat.
The Blackwood cavalry.
Block them. Use magic.
Rat-tat-tat-tat.
Fire and white smoke erupted among the panicked enemies. The Blackwood cavalry fired a volley of merciless lead bullets at the enemies preparing spells, then once again swung their cavalry sabers at the foes before them. Even with high-level magic, being face-to-face with Blackwood's heavy cavalry left them no escape from the ensuing slaughter.
Oh!
Count Isaac, you really did it. Count Arnold's sword kai sliced through there, splitting all incoming magic in two.
Whether it was fire or ice, he cut through them with ease.
He had originally thought it was a crazy plan, but he hadn't expected it to actually succeed.
See, father,
I told you Isaac would
Find a way, Lucy shouted excitedly. While riding her white horned beast, she believed Isaac would surely find a solution.
The father and daughter knights fought side by side, attacking the enemy, their horses' manes flying wildly in the wind. Lucy's minor sword seemed to be on the verge of breaking through its bottleneck. She was visibly becoming more powerful. Crack, crack, crack. Hundreds of heavy cavalry crushed every enemy standing in their way. They were like hungry wolves among sheep, beginning a frantic slaughter. Dust billowed and battle cries shook the heavens after the heavy cavalry's charge. Only severed limbs and mangled flesh remained. After several charges, the enemy finally collapsed completely. Even those imperial mages who had received military training in the magic tower feared death. They were poorly equipped and had long casting times. Once closed in upon, they were utterly defenseless. Now Isaac and the others only needed to find the Saxon prince.
You imperial patricide who murdered your own father, come out and meet your death, you bastard.
who murdered their father.
He was there as expected. It seemed the accusation of patricide was his taboo. Fine, then let me take your head right here. He seemed to have made a major decision, drawing a massive platinum-coloured two-handed sword. Isaac immediately noticed that the pitch-black armour he wore was exceptionally prominent.
Ebony, the knight had mentioned he possessed a ring that granted him power. The armor was likely also a magical device crafted by the High Elves.
Oh, Lord Apostle, what is that smell?
It's so foul.
Behind Isaac, the priestess Igni suddenly covered her nose and complained.
It's probably just that guys in washclothes.
Isaac drew his revolver pistol, aimed at the Saxon prince, and pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The bullet struck the Saxon prince's face, but he merely tilted his head slightly. The bullet failed to penetrate the armor, only sparking before ricocheting away.
Damn, is everyone so overpowered nowadays? Does everyone have bulletproof vests?
Damn it, I'm going to make armor-piercing rounds when I get back.
Isaac picked up the alt rifle from his saddle and fired a shot at the Saxon prince. The massive recoil jolted his shoulder, and white smoke instantly billowed out.
Climb. The rifle bullet, several times more powerful than the revolver's, was also deflected.
Ebony's armor could be penetrated by bullets after being blown to pieces by high explosive shells, but the Saxon prince's armor didn't even have a scratch this time.
Count Blackwood, are you just tickling me?
It's like a mosquito bite. Prince Joseph, realizing Isaac's weapons were ineffective against him, immediately shouted triumphantly, "This armor is as hard as pure mithril. Damn, how can I capture him?" If he could capture the future emperor of the empire alive, he could not only obtain a vast amount of gold, but also control the political situation of the Saxon empire.
Purse.
Isaac pulled out the can opener and called loudly for Purse nearby.
The brown-haired female warrior immediately rode to his side.
Lord Khan.
I'm going to capture him alive to end this war. Can you look after Igni for me?
Purse hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly.
Understood, Lord Khan.
Before being transferred to Perce's horse, the priestess Igni gripped Isaac's waist tightly and said,
Lord Apostle, I have infused the power of the goddess into your mace.
"Though my power is still weak and won't last long, if there is a magical device it might have an effect." Isaac picked up the can opener and looked as she said. The mace was shimmering with a dazzling holy light. It was a miraculous power that had appeared once before when the power of faith in his territory had reached its peak. He had always used his identity as an apostle, unlike magic, to put on a show for the world. He hadn't expected he would actually get to use this kind of power for real.
You have transcended imitation and falsehood, attaining the true essence of the goddess achievement points plus 3,000.
Well, the goddess really was always watching him.
She seemed to be saying, young man, witness true power. Thank you, Igni.
Be careful.
The goddess is with us.
Isaac let out a roar and charged his horse directly at the Saxon prince.
All his previous shouts had been to boost morale, but this one came from the heart.
Bang, bang, bang.
Effie seemed to understand his intention and began using her revolver pistol to attack the Saxon prince's head, distracting him. Bullets infused with elven power and killing intent continuously struck his head. Prince Joseph of Saxony shouted in a fit of humiliation and rage, "You flies!
If you are warriors, then face me honorably."
Crack! The Saxon prince was sent flying by Isaac's sabre.
He rolled on the ground several times before barely managing to stand up.
Yet his armor remained perfectly intact. Isaac jumped off Seba, preparing to end the battle. The battlefield is no place for a pampered young master like you to run wild. Prince Joseph. Isaac, you're nothing but a bastard. You dare to lecture me, the mastermind.
The platinum gold greatsword in the Saxon prince's hand glinted with cold light as he slowly closed in.
Isaac activated the runes he had previously engraved on his armor, instantly triggering dozens of enchantments that greedily drained his mana.
A flash of blue light flickered in his eyes.
Since bullets were ineffective, he would settle this with brute force. I was wrong.
I should have killed you back in the royal capital.
How?
My thoughts exactly.
Shua, the Saxon prince swung his longsword at him, but Isaac swung his glowing can opener to parry the strike.
Climb.
Climb. The two heavy weapons collided in midair, sending sparks flying as the piercing screech of metal on metal echoed through the air. After a brief exchange of blows, the Saxon prince withdrew his longsword.
Looking at the still trembling blade, he cried out in horror.
You're your strength that can actually contend with my ring.
Your high knight. Sorry, I've always been a mage.
Whoosh!
Isaac channeled mana from his heart and fired a fireball directly at the Saxon prince's face.
Startled by the sudden flames, Prince Joseph hurriedly retreated.
Isaac seized the opportunity to step forward, twisting his body to deliver a fatal blow with all his might.
But just then the Black Hand reached out from behind Joseph's black armor and grabbed him by the throat.
What is this?
Isaac's eyes widened. This was a supernatural phenomenon he had never seen before. He tried to pry the hand off with his left hand, but the hand seemed to have no physical form, and he couldn't get a grip on it.
What on earth is this thing?
Ha ha, you fell for it. This is another miracle of this armor besides escape the Black Hand.
Believing victory was already in his grasp, Prince Joseph explained triumphantly.
What he didn't know was that as the evil power appeared, the can opener in Isaac's hand also began to emit an even more dazzling light. To remember this lesson, I'll hang your head in the palace.
Oh, and I'm still curious, how exactly did you break the barrier?
Like this, Isaac answered while slamming his glowing mace hard against the Black Hand. Thud, with a muffled sound, the armor's special ability vanished instantly like a mirage. How is that possible? Ordinary swords can't even touch it.
For some reason, the goddess of harmony seemed to be a natural nemesis to those magical devices of unknown origin.
To put it simply, elemental advantage. What?
Isaac channeled his heart's mana and lunged off the ground, rushing toward the Saxon prince like a bullet as he swung his mace with all his might like a baseball player.
He was determined to crack this guy's turtle shell today.
Crack, though Prince Joseph of Saxony was knocked off his feet by the upward strike. The armor that could withstand rifle bullets was easily crushed like a tin can before the power of the goddess.
The goddess of harmony is awesome.
Hell, it seems the creator of that thing and our goddess are arch enemies. He remembered that the Irish church had once nearly gone extinct.
Now he seemed to have encountered the culprit. The holy power on the mace did not dissipate after the strike. Instead, it burned even more vigorously like a flame.
Igni had clearly said before that her power couldn't last long, but that didn't matter now.
However, for the Saxon prince, this was not good news.
Pearl, crack, crack, crack. A series of blood-curdling, bone-cracking sounds rang out.
Even if his armor were intact and not countered by holy power, his bones would have been shattered by these attacks, let alone now when he was already heavily injured. Groans of pain drifted from within the twisted armor. Isaac even heard the sound of bones snapping. To him, every strike of his great mace sounded crisp and pleasant.
This feeling of striking flesh was incredibly satisfying. Joseph, the prince of the Saxon Empire, was now like a stray dog, wailing and struggling as he rolled on the ground under Isaac's assault.
Surrender, Joseph.
Although the Saxon prince was suppressed by holy power, his armor was still protecting him. Had it been ordinary plate armor, he would have been killed by the first or second strike.
His armor also groaned in pain under the erosion of the holy power.
It was stubborn, but Isaac felt that a few more hits should be enough to completely destroy it. Isaac raised his mace again, preparing for the final blow. At that moment, the armor seemed to sense danger and activated its special ability once more.
Ugh, I'll never surrender, no, don't.
I haven't lost yet. I don't need this kind of miracle. Gurgle, gurgle. It was those Black Hands again. This time, the Black Hands reached out from the ground, instantly enveloping the Saxon prince. Then, like an ejection seat, the Black Hands pulled him out of the armor and dragged him away at extreme speed. Isaac stood there for a moment, mace raised, completely stunned.
Prince William in despair.
The Saxon prince had vanished, leaving behind only the ring as he wore his massive greatsword and his half-destroyed armor. Isaac almost laughed at the scene. So this was the second ability of that escape armor. That's freaking hilarious, really. Although he had gradually come to accept the magic of this world, this was just too ridiculous. Any kind of teleportation would have been better than this ejection seat style of escape. It really made him look like an idiot. No wonder that guy, seen as the future emperor of the empire, appeared on the front lines so easily. It turned out he had this kind of trump card. Isaac helplessly kicked the items on the ground with the tip of his boot. Suddenly, he felt those magical devices transmit a strange intent toward him. The red gemstone on the ring the Saxon prince had worn shimmered with multicolored light, and the platinum egg reflected the sunlight.
Give you great power. Give you indestructible defense.
They seemed to be tempting him, saying that as long as he obtained them, he would be invincible under heaven.
So damn noisy. Using the can opener that still retained traces of holy power, Isaac smashed those magical devices like he was crushing garlic. Whether it was the gemstone-encrusted ring, the platinum egg, or the half-destroyed armor, none were spared. Bang, 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 IRL, IRL. Under the dual strike of powerful physical attacks and holy power, those magical devices let out screams of agony before all turning to ash. The remaining ashes eventually scattered in the wind. Isaac was an apostle of the goddess, so any mental attacks were ineffective against him. You want to tempt me too? Head in your dreams.
You have found the source of evil and eliminated it. Achievement points plus 2,000. You have found the source of evil and eliminated it. Achievement points plus 2,000. You have found the source of evil and eliminated it. Achievement points plus 4,000.
Goddess Iris seemed very satisfied with his choice and gave him a large sum of rewards.
Isaac raised an eyebrow from the look of it.
Destroying magical devices seemed like a pretty good way to make money.
Among the remains of the destroyed magical devices, only a massive greatsword remained perfectly intact, emitting a faint glow. One look told him the sword was no ordinary item, and Isaac couldn't help but reach out and pick it up.
The Saxon Empire's royal crest was engraved on the hilt. It seemed this was a royal treasure.
Isaac injected mana into the blade and found its mana conductivity was actually better than his own armor.
Could it be forged from pure mithril?
Mithril was a very rare metal, and only a small amount had been added to his armor.
If such a large piece of mithril were given to Toddling, he could forge absolutely anything from it. Isaac looked around. Well, this greatsword counted as his biggest haul today, making the battle worth it.
Lord Apostle, are you alright? A sudden clatter of hooves approached as Perce came galloping back with Seba and Igni.
Whatever, he'd take it slow. He'd catch that guy sooner or later. Isaac let out a helpless sigh, picked up Igni, and put her back on Seba's saddle, then grabbed his spoils and vaulted onto the horse himself.
As soon as he sat steady, Igni's small hands reached over and hugged his waist.
I'm fine.
By the way, you mentioned before that you could inject the power of the goddess into weapons.
Can you use that ability multiple times? As long as the goddess allows it, it should be possible. Why?
Isaac hung the massive can opener on the saddle and said nonchalantly, I just think that if we do that, we might create a very good synergy.
Synergy? I mean a good match.
Hearing his explanation, the priestess Igni said happily, a good match.
I like that phrase.
Oh, anyway, be careful. We still have to keep fighting.
Hiya.
Isaac grabbed the reins and gave Seba's belly a kick.
While he had been fighting the Saxon prince, the Western cavalry had completely wiped out the Empire's major units. All of this happened under everyone's gaze, so when the soldiers of the Saxon prince's army saw their cavalry and mages eliminated, their morale collapsed entirely.
Isaac rode his horse before the female warriors, held the massive platinum greatsword high, and shouted loudly, Look!
Isaac, I've eliminated the Saxon prince Joseph.
Since no one would know he was bluffing right now,
Isaac intended to use Joseph's disappearance to completely crush the enemy's morale.
This sword was clearly the prince's personal weapon, and it was impossible for two pure mithril swords to appear on the battlefield. The enemy soldiers saw the sword and took it as truth. One by one, they completely lost their conviction. They formed a sharp contrast with the high-spirited second princess army.
Asterisk.
Your Highness Princess Priscilla, a message from Lord Earl Isaac.
An elf shimmering with faint light flew into the command post.
The words of the elf ranger immediately drew everyone's attention. He says he has eliminated the Saxon prince and the mages, and is now launching a full-scale assault on the enemy. Princess Priscilla and the Western lords all widened their eyes. They stood up one after another, hurriedly exiting the tent to look toward the battlefield. They immediately saw Isaac charging through the enemy ranks, holding the Saxon prince's sword high, while loudly proclaiming he had eliminated the Saxon prince.
His provocation threw the Saxon prince's army into total chaos, and their formation began to rapidly collapse.
Princess Priscilla looked at the heroic figure on the battlefield, an unnameable look quietly igniting in her purple eyes.
He really did it, Your Highness.
Knight Rugo, we strike now to completely crush them.
Knight Rugo also nodded immediately, his face full of excitement.
The other Western lords also nodded excitedly in agreement. Soon the horn for the assault sounded from the second princess army camp.
Asterisk.
How did it turn out like this? Why did this happen?
Prince William looked at the battle situation, which was the complete opposite of what he had envisioned. His face was pale and he trembled, unable to speak.
Impossible.
He had abandoned his dignity to become the kingdom's traitor. Why was this the result? Didn't Joseph say he would bring back that rogue's head? Where is the head?
Even if you couldn't take it, coming back yourself would have been fine. Prince William truly didn't understand.
He had defected to the strongest imperial army on the eastern continent, and their opponent was the second princess army, which had been exhausted by the civil war.
Why did the goddess of victory still stand on the enemy's side?
That powerful imperial army was now actually being routed like a disorganized mob.
Where exactly is His Highness the Saxon Prince?
Was he really killed by that rogue?
No, I just heard he was taken prisoner.
The lords and ministers were also in a state of chaos. They panicked upon hearing the news of the Saxon prince's defeat, and the entire command post fell into a mess. This chaos spread like a plague among the soldiers, further accelerating their rout. When those soldiers saw that even their prince had been defeated, they immediately lost their will to fight, their faces pale and at a loss.
Are we the imperial army going to lose?
Fear spread among the soldiers like wildfire.
The second princess army began a full-scale assault, and those exploding iron balls once again fell mercilessly upon their heads.
The Saxon prince's army was like a small boat, teetering in a storm.
At first it was only the left wing that collapsed.
Those fire-spitting sticks and iron balls attacked them continuously, and they no longer had the strength to strike back, so they were the first to flee.
Then the banners of Blackwood and Brianna appeared at their rear. The cavalry broke through the already collapsed left wing and began attacking their rear directly.
With that, they completely crumbled, and all the imperial soldiers threw down their weapons and began to scatter in flight.
No, don't come back. I paid so much.
Prince William's hopes were completely shattered. He stared blankly at the scene before him, his eyes lifeless as he sank into despair.
Retirement is on the horizon.
In this other world,
There exist noble races said to have been created by God. One of these is the elven race. They possess extraordinary perception and understanding of the world's mysteries, and it is said their lifespans reach several hundred years. They communicated with God and flourished on this land for long ages, but one day a war broke out among the gods, and the deity they served suddenly ceased to respond. The high priests and priestesses wailed in grief to no avail, and they prayed in terror only for their pleas to vanish like stones cast into the sea. They were met only with silence. The elves fell into despair, and chaos followed by a schism that nearly became a civil war, ultimately splitting into 3 factions. One branch took the last remaining divine relics and retreated into the forests, another ventured into the secular world with nothing, and the remaining force stayed on the Avalon continent to preserve their fading glory in silence. Vast amounts of time passed. The Platinum Palace, which had collapsed after the connection was severed, was rebuilt with gold and snow-white stone. Today, calling themselves High Elves, they have reclaimed their former brilliance.
Clang clang within the Grand Sanctuary, where once only silence reigned, the return of believers had restored its majesty. They began to serve a new deity, and the sanctuary was filled with magic conducting mechanical devices unseen on other continents.
The High Elf priestesses were drawing red threads from the devices with their slender hands when, in the next second, one suddenly stopped, with a strange expression. An expression of disbelief appeared on their beautiful, but frost-cold faces. Those red threads, which were supposed to be taut, had actually snapped one after another.
This is impossible. This was no good sign. No, it was a very ill omen.
The bows, armor, magic eggs, and even rings that determined the outcome of the war had all lost their connection at the same moment. These were not mass-produced products of magic-conducting machinery, but items personally crafted by the noble empress they served. Their shock was even greater because the owners of these items were the very pawns they had meticulously planned. A variable has appeared in the grand plan for the Eastern continent. See, could it be that the Saxon Empire was defeated?
No, we must report this to Empress Ksana immediately.
The kingdom of Hyde, ravaged by civil war and with its national power severely drained, had actually defeated the powerful Holy Saxon Empire. This caused a massive variable to appear at the very start of the glorious and brilliant grand scheme to walk with God anew. Inside the royal palace office in the capital, Nair. Seeing the situation developed to this point, Regent Passus had even prepared to abandon neutrality and mobilize the few remaining Central Army forces to join the war. However, hearing the news brought by the chief attendant, he couldn't help but chuckle dryly. The Western Army defeated the Imperial Army. I recall that troop disparity was more than twofold, wasn't it?
Regent, if I may be so bold, the second princess's army wins against the odds every time. The chief attendant spoke the truth. As if plagued by bad luck, the second princess's army was always at a numerical disadvantage in every battle.
But miraculously, she had repeatedly repelled the armies of the second prince and the first princess, and now she had completely crushed an elite imperial force of over 20,000 men. Behind this miraculous victory, no one could deny the contribution of Count Blackwood. It seems the peerless centaur heavy cavalry and the existence known as the artillery units, along with the pike defense formation that combines high defense with lethal killing power, played a key role.
Although he had heard the man became an apostle of God, he hadn't expected him to emerge with such inconceivable weapons and tactics, turning the tide of this war of succession single-handedly.
Powerful, truly powerful.
If only this were the strength of a unified kingdom of Hyde. Yes, Regent, for the most part, it can be said to be Count Blackwood's own power.
The chief attendant seemed to share the regent's concerns as he spoke with his head bowed.
Because of this, for a single lord to possess power sufficient to sway the fate of the kingdom,
Furthermore, he recently provided a large quantity of fish to the capital, all at once using a new pickling method. It seems he may also possess a way to mass-produce salt, pickled.
Hearing that the inland regions could supply fresh fish and not dried, but fermented in brine, the regent couldn't help but be surprised. Also, Count Blackwood's territory seems to have had a bumper harvest, while the original granaries in the east know almost all territories have been ravaged by war. Isaac took this opportunity to directly monopolize the grain market and even quietly swallowed the Dario Merchant Guild. There he really is.
It wasn't just one place, but all the territories under his control that had achieved a bumper harvest. Even if he had solved the labour shortage by recruiting large numbers of refugees, these consecutive miracles were hard to fathom.
Powerful military force combined with control over the kingdom's grain lifeline. And as the primary contributor, he will gain even more land and interests in the future. Thus, whether Princess Priscilla can control or manage the Count has become an urgent question. Kings and vassals are bound by a contract of mutual complementarity.
But if a vassal's power matches that of the king, how much longer can that feudal contract be maintained?
Right now, power is too concentrated in one person, and it's the Count Blackwood whose development speed is terrifying.
I am also worried about this, Regent.
Repelling the Empire is certainly good, but how should we respond next? Facing the chief attendant's question, Regent Passus silently stroked his greying beard. Suddenly, he gave a free-spirited laugh, shrugged, and answered nonchalantly. Then let's do what the royal family has always done. Since he holds power, grain, and authority, I make an enemy of him. Why not just pull him over to our side? The regent prepared to drop hints regarding the political marriage of the next queen.
While the Queen's marriage would certainly diffuse power, considering that if the Count were to strike out on his own, the kingdom would immediately lose vast territories and armies, this was already the best choice.
No matter what, they had to keep him.
Cyber age is always an issue.
Princess Priscilla has already missed the optimal marriageable age.
Especially Count Blackwood. It was said that, unlike the young nobles of today, he remained unmoved even when those young noble ladies exuding youthful charm took the initiative to flirt before him.
The chief attendant had also seen reports of his cold reactions and couldn't help but smile wryly.
Ho ho, that is something for you and the next queen to worry about. By then, I'll be enjoying my golden years in my own territory, Tilda. The chief attendant looked at Regent Passis, who seemed to be talking as if it were none of his business, and was momentarily taken aback. But Regent, there is still some time before the formal coronation ceremony.
That's coming soon.
Speaking of which, you and that child Priscilla will have your hands full next.
The kingdom, which is in a state of neglect, needs rebuilding, and we need to seek justice from the Empire. It could be described as a tangled mess of 1,000 threads.
Currently, bandits were rampant throughout the kingdom, and because regular subjugations hadn't
Been
conducted for a long time,
rumors of demonic beasts appearing had even surfaced in some places.
That is exactly why you, Regent, should stay by our side to assist us.
Pearl,
How long do you plan to make this old man work?
I've done my best.
Stop picking on just me.
I just want to retire home and play with the maids every day now.
I will petition Her Majesty the Queen to ensure you return to the palace.
There are still many things we need your help with. Enough.
stop it. Chief attendant,
This place is too terrifying.
I miss those young and beautiful little maids right now. Don't ruin my good mood.
The Regent waved his hand with a look of distaste.
Then he still turned his head and whispered that his niece's personality was still quite gentle and she would need much help from the chief attendant. Having said that, he stood up from his office chair with ease.
Although the chief attendant was right that there was still time before the coronation, he already felt the refreshing sense of relief from having laid down a heavy burden. Well then, I leave the soon-to-be crowned Queen Priscilla according to the will in your hands.
Of course, Regent.
The throne possessed a fascinating magic that made her hard to give up, let alone abdicate voluntarily.
Oh right, I'm taking that royal carriage Count Isaac presented back to my personal fief as a retirement souvenir.
Don't tell me I can't even have that. This old man has worried his whole life. What's wrong with enjoying myself a bit now?
He really liked the carriage. He could do anything inside without making a sound, and it didn't jolt at all.
When the time came, he'd take a little maid for a ride very well. Although such a carriage was worth 1,000 pieces of gold, and hard to come by for the Regent who had toiled for so long, it was his due.
The chief attendant couldn't help but smile at the Regent's small selfishness. Indeed, he had toiled his whole life. What was wrong with enjoying himself now?
Clumsy dance.
The long war of succession finally drew to a close.
After the crushing defeat of the Saxon Prince army, first Prince William remained defiant, hiding in his personal territory's castle to make a last-ditch stand, but it was ultimately nothing more than the final struggle of a trap beast.
When Isaac personally blasted open the city gates with a siege cannon, his subordinates immediately hoisted the white flag, and first Prince William was brought out bound hand and foot by his own men.
He had originally wanted to reclaim the position that belonged to him, but his choice to act as a traitor had clearly incited resentment among many of his subordinates.
Thus, the civil war that had torn the kingdom asunder ended, and Princess Priscilla held a grand triumphal ball in the Valencia territory before her formal coronation.
For the sake of future rule, the kingdom's wounds had to be healed. Therefore, this banquet also symbolized unity and reconciliation. Perhaps realizing this was their last chance to display their charm before she officially became queen, the nobles pulled out all the stops, exercising their highly refined skills in flattery and sycophancy. The southern and northern nobles, especially those who had previously backed the wrong side and were only now belatedly swearing their loyalty, were making the most noise. They didn't just curry favor with the second princess, they also swarmed around the western lords who had accompanied the princess all along, offering their glib-tongued flatteries and fawning attentions. Isaac felt as though he were personally experiencing a feast of flowery rhetoric.
I still remember you riding a white horse, swinging your sword to block the Imperial Knights chasing me. I'll never forget that scene.
Although Isaac didn't participate in those deceitful social interactions, he was entangled by a bizarre persistence mixed with maidenly fantasies.
Fourth Princess Lily had been pestering Isaac since a moment ago, her face filled with a strange excitement.
While the actual situation differed slightly from her description, she seemed to have beautified and processed it in her own mind.
That wasn't a white horse, but a breed of warhorse called a whitehorn.
And I didn't swing a sword, I used a mace to crush the enemy's head, Princess Lily.
Is that so? Perhaps because she had been saved by Isaac at a critical moment, his image had left a deep impression on her heart.
She had personally imagined Isaac as a Prince Charming character.
So Isaac corrected her description of the situation from a realistic perspective, but she didn't seem to care, still persistently sticking by Isaac's side. It's okay, Yee,
though it was a bit helpless thanks to this princess that Isaac managed to avoid a lot of trouble at the banquet.
A dignified member of the royal family was following him closely like a personal bodyguard.
This left the young ladies of the southern and northern families, who had originally intended to approach him, only able to grit their teeth and glare from a distance. The southern families in particular, having committed the original sin of taking up arms against the queen,
were worried they would never break into the mainstream, so they were as anxious as ants on a hot griddle. They seemed to believe that if they wanted to preserve their precarious power, a marriage candidate like Isaac was the best choice. So today they had specifically brought their carefully prepared daughters, all thinking of showing off at the banquet. But they never expected to be so easily blocked by the fourth princess beside Isaac, and they were suddenly at a loss, their faces full of gloom. Looking at that group of frowning fellows and imagining the scene if they had swarmed him, Isaac couldn't help but feel a bit lucky to have this little bodyguard by his side.
Thinking about how this little bodyguard next to him had made him so depressed, Isaac couldn't help but find it both funny and annoying.
Oh, you smiled. You finally smiled.
Princess, I've always been fond of smiling. She kept pestering Isaac, chattering away incessantly, which also allowed Isaac to unintentionally learn a lot about her.
The atmosphere of the ball gradually grew heated, and young men and women who shared mutual feelings began to dance gracefully to the cheerful music. With young men and women of age gathered together, the air seemed to be filled with the sour sweet scent of love. Pairs of men and women began to walk to the center of the dance floor, indulging in twisting their youthful bodies.
Fourth princess, Lily, also silently cast an expectant gaze toward Isaac. Would you care to dance with me?
Sir Knight,
Why did she keep calling him a knight?
what kind of knight carries a six-shot revolver pistol with a replaceable cylinder?
And if Isaac wasn't mistaken, the window seemed to have suddenly opened just now, and an ominous cold wind had silently blown in. Effie seemed finally unable to resist starting to summon something. Isaac suddenly felt a sense of foreboding.
Did she want to turn the fourth princess's hair into a bird's nest like she did to the other ladies?
Don't cause trouble. Japanese letter, Japanese letter.
Although Isaac was occasionally a bit presumptuous in front of the royal family, she couldn't act like this, especially at such a solemn and grand banquet.
So Isaac quickly signaled her to stop with his eyes.
Effie immediately became like a
Deflated ball, her eyes downcast, her whole being dejected.
He had almost let her develop a strange habit.
Forgive me, Princess Lily, but I
Already have an engagement this time.
or may I ask who it is?
Well, in fact, Isaac hadn't decided yet. He just didn't want to be all hugged up with this little girl, so he had casually made up an excuse.
But he couldn't tell the truth, so he had to point to Effie beside him.
Matilda.
I see. Although it's a pity, we'll have to make it next time I'll be an adult in a few years. You must dance with me then, Tilda.
You must.
Sure, no problem. Isaac nodded perfunctorily.
In any case, he wouldn't be lacking for anything in the future, so he probably wouldn't come to this kind of ball again. In this regard, the past Isaac and the current him were quite similar.
The fourth princess said a whole lot of things like a machine gun and finally left.
Isaac had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt someone gently tugging at his sleeve.
Isaac turned his head and saw Effie blushing slightly, reaching out her fair, tender little hand toward him.
What's wrong?
I'll help you fulfill your promise.
Effie, her cheeks flushed with shame, plucked up her courage and whispered,
Say, it's strange. Usually it's the gentlemen who invite the ladies to dance.
Why were the girls around him so proactive?
Perhaps because he was worried the fourth princess would keep watching them, or perhaps because he had just disappointed her and felt a bit bad about it. Isaac nodded and took her slightly cool little hand.
I'm not good at these banquets, I'm a terrible dancer. Even though Isaac had said so before, and Effie, still wearing the red dress from last time, looked at him with a face full of excitement and a beaming smile.
That's great, me too, my lord. Fortunately, the rhythm of the ball's music was relatively slow.
Thus a young man who was bad at dancing and had never participated in success or education or social activities, and a wood elf who knew nothing about human dancing, began a strange dance.
They clumsily imitated the dance moves of others, but they were always stepping on each other's feet. For a moment, both forgot the existence of others, laughing happily while performing their awkward dance. Perhaps because their dancing was so terrible, almost everyone at the banquet stopped, their gazes drawn to the dance and laughter of the two.
But Effie didn't seem to care. Instead, she laughed very happily.
As for Isaac, he never cared what others thought in the first place. And so, in the midst of this grand banquet, the two clumsy fellows danced to their own joy under the gaze of all the nobles, accompanied by the soothing music. Having a partner who doesn't care about the gaze of others and is willing to be crazy and happy with you is probably the most beautiful romantic fantasy for most people. May you all encounter such a person.
World Tree.
For a race capable of controlling nature spirits, news always travels at a truly startling speed.
While Isaac was listening to the administrator's report and summoning the territory's knights, wood elves were arriving at the Lord's castle in an endless stream. The first to arrive was Shafei and the civil engineering half-elves who were building roads. The moment they entered the door, they couldn't wait to ask if the rumors were true. Every single one of them was incredibly excited.
Go back and continue digging your roads.
I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan novel website, twken.com, very convenient.
Shafei muttered dissatisfaction, but was ruthlessly dismissed by the clan leader, Effie. Effie was always exceptionally firm when dealing with Shafei.
Next, Luddy, wearing a straw hat and responsible for improving various crops and seeds, also arrived in a grand procession with a group of agricultural half-elves.
Honestly, it's not like some sacred summons. Go back and continue improving your beets and cotton.
After Isaac drove them back to work several times, he realized that so many elves had unknowingly integrated into his territory.
Furthermore, the world tree seemed to be more important to them than he had imagined. After finally managing this sudden wave of enthusiasm, Isaac was finally able to hold a meeting with his vassals.
In other words, while the centaurs at the olive plantation were out on their usual patrol, they discovered traces of wild orcs and an abandoned elven village.
In addition to being responsible for harvesting and guarding olives, the male centaurs, who possess superb mobility, would occasionally conduct this kind of advanced reconnaissance.
After all, the olive plantation was located in the deepest part of the developed area, and they had to remain constantly vigilant against invasions by magical beasts. F8, the centaur reporting, said the discovery site was roughly here, correct? Isaac pointed to a spot on the magical beast forest map drawn on Blackwood, confirming the accuracy of the information with Effie.
The forest is too big, and we fled in a hurry back then, so I'm not entirely sure, but it's roughly around here.
It felt like finding long-lost family members. Seeing the hope of recovering the world tree, Effie's eyes sparkled like emeralds. Is the world tree nearby?
Isaac muttered to himself while looking at the map.
Another mysterious fantasy element has appeared.
Although he had spent a long time with the elves in his territory and heard many rumors about the world tree, he wasn't clear on what the tree actually did.
My lord, what exactly is the world tree?
To me, it just looks like a big tree.
Night Miller, whose understanding of elves was even less than Isaac's, couldn't help but interject. It's not just a regular big tree.
What? Is it like a grand tree from Wang Wai poem?
What are you talking about?
The world tree is no ordinary tree.
It is our ultimate foundation, harboring immense vitality and spirit power. It is our great legacy.
Upon hearing the words big tree, Effie couldn't help but jump up in excitement, launching into a non-stop explanation.
Foundation and legacy. Isaac roughly understood. The world tree likely held immense symbolic meaning and value to them. However, he seemed to recall one of them saying before that the world tree also had practical uses. Besides symbolic meaning, what other purpose does it serve? Of course it has.
If cared for and nurtured with heart, it occasionally produces golden flowers and fruit.
What effects does the fruit have?
The fruit contains highly pure spirit power. Eating it can promote the growth and evolution of spirits.
Right, that's it.
Effie could already control high-level spirits after eating the fruit. Would her spirits evolve into top-tier spirits, or even an elf king?
Even at her current level, she could make Gaia rifle bullets, originally intended for dealing with trolls, move freely like living things.
If she could control top-tier spirits or an elf king, she might even be able to make cannonballs fly according to her will.
The range would also be significantly increased. Sniping with massive magic stone bullets, just thinking about it was terrifying.
Of course, even if that level couldn't be reached, simply reducing the circular error probable would be a huge step forward.
Is the fruit of the world tree only edible for owls?
Effie shook her head.
In their legends, the blessings of the world tree did not distinguish between races. It was effective for everyone.
In other words, water spirits and fire spirits can also benefit from it.
East spirits played a vital role in the territory. Tordlin's fire spirit was still only intermediate,
barely able to heat metal, and play a role in evenly stirring the decarburizer when producing super strength steel.
It was said that if one could control the legendary fire spirit King Ifrit, they could melt any metal as easily as melting a candle. In that case, perhaps even tungsten, with a melting point as high as 3,400 degrees, could be easily melted.
Of course, whether Todlin had the talent to control a spirit of that level was another matter. There was also Raja's water spirit, which she could control as easily as her own limbs. It could also grow.
If her ability were combined with Effie's skill in controlling the wind, they would be nearly invincible at sea. In this world where sails were the primary means of navigation, being able to control both the wind and the seawater was practically a bug-like existence.
Besides the fruit, it also flows with sap for us. Drinking the sap can cure any disease.
Isaac's eyes lit up
As he heard this, and he immediately followed up.
Any disease can be cured, and with a full recovery.
Of course, Effie's answer was full of confidence.
This is practically a panacea.
If he were on Earth, Isaac would certainly have scoffed, but the situation was different here.
And hearing this, Isaac suddenly had a bold idea.
No, it was a plan to save people, or perhaps it should be called a plan of mercy.
Save the World Tree Project.
In other words, even the elderly who have fallen into a coma for unknown reasons could wake up just by drinking a single drop of sap.
They should be able to, right?
Reading good books from Taiwan is super easy.
Effie nodded.
Right now, there was only one person Prince Joseph least wanted to see.
If the person woke up, the Saxon prince would surely be scared out of his wits, as if he'd seen a ghost, and those plans he had painstakingly formulated would completely collapse. Perhaps Isaac could even overthrow the entire empire without shedding a drop of blood.
It truly is a miraculous tree to be able to give so much selflessly.
According to Effie, this tree had existed since the time of their ancestors. Although Isaac didn't quite understand it, at the very least, this tree was worth sending troops to seize.
He had originally promised to help them take back the world tree. Now, even without that promise, he had to have it.
Night Miller.
Not a moment's rest, my lord.
Are we heading out to war again? Night Miller seemed to see right through Isaac's thoughts and immediately stood up to ask.
It was said that wild orcs had been discovered. The pursuit team that had been hunting elves in the forest last time had already been completely annihilated. Orcs possessed an astonishing reproductive capacity. They would make a comeback sooner or later.
Therefore taking this opportunity to pull them out by the roots would not be a bad idea. That's right. Assemble the soldiers. Operation Save the Big Tree begins.
Due to frequent wars, Blackwood territory had already established an efficient mobilization system, so the soldiers were quickly assembled. Isaac told them that if the orcs weren't cleared out in time, they could stage a comeback at any moment, like the goblins threatening their lands and families. To protect their homes, the territorial defense forces expressed their willingness to enter the forest one after another. Meanwhile, the Blackwood army was frantically producing spears and plate armor. The soldiers, clad in iron armor and holding sharp blades, marched toward the forest in a grand procession. The popularity of muskets was also increasing, and crossbowmen had completely retreated to the second line. 2,000 elite soldiers, each capable of taking on 100, stepped into the magical beast forest. The Blackwood flag, with its pattern of a cross sword and wood-cutting axe, fluttered in the wind within the forest. Perhaps because they heard the news about reclaiming the villages and the world tree occupied by the orcs, every elf capable of picking up a weapon volunteered to fight. Even Effie's father, the Wood Elf clan leader, who was said to have difficulty moving due to recurring old injuries, joined the expedition with the support of others. Isaac had seen him a few times when he was building new villages for the elves, and at the time he was startled by the wrinkles and white beard on the man's face.
Do elves age too?
Isaac hadn't felt comfortable asking back then, but how old was he exactly now?
Con.
Amidst a cloud of dust, Tamar and several other female warriors, along with Perse, who had been out scouting, came galloping from ahead.
It seemed they had discovered something. An excited smile played on Perse's face. We found suspected wild orcs entrenched near the elf settlement. Their numbers are estimated to be around 8,000.
The orc pursuit team that had been hunting the wood elves in the forest last time only had about 800 members, right?
Excluding the pursuit team, the number of the orcs' main force was exactly 10 times that.
What terrifying reproductive capacity.
Isaac clenched his fists. It seemed they had to be completely wiped out this time. Fortunately, the speed at which he climbed the technology tree was faster than their breeding speed.
Good work, Perse.
Return to your unit.
Yes, Con.
Perse tossed her long hair and returned to the other centaurs.
The army continued to advance, and about half a day later, they indeed encountered the roughly 8,000 dark green orcs Perse had mentioned.
Perhaps sensing the approach of the human army, these burly orcs covered in bloodstains immediately brandished their battle axes and charged forward aggressively. It's been a long time.
The orcs were massive. 8,000 of them gathered together like a green ocean, giving off an inexplicable sense of pressure.
However, Isaac had recently experienced too many large-scale battles involving 10 or 20,000 troops, so he didn't feel as shocked as he had when first facing the goblin army.
It seemed he had gradually become accustomed to such large-scale warfare.
Orc,
elf meat.
To strike at the enemy's morale before the battle began, the orcs roared and stomped their feet. With 8,000 giant orcs stomping simultaneously, the ground shook violently as if an earthquake were occurring.
But Isaac had already witnessed the roar of cannons and the power of heavy cavalry charges, so he didn't care for this level of provocation at all.
Moreover, he
and his soldiers had been very green the last time they fought the orcs, but now they had undergone the baptism of countless battles and wars to become an experienced army.
But some were trembling with fear.
Seeing the wild orcs brandishing battle axes and roaring crazily, the terrifying scene of her kin being sort of resurfaced in Effie's mind.
She began to take deep breaths repeatedly, trying to calm her nervous emotions.
Stepping into the forest again and facing 10 times the number of orcs as before, she felt immense psychological pressure as the leader who had led her people into exile.
Are you okay?
My lord,
there are 10 times as many as last time.
When there were only 800, we were already powerless to fight back.
That's true, but this time you are no longer fighting alone.
Look around. Isaac gripped Effie's trembling arm to comfort her.
Last time they only had 30 musketeers equipped with matchlock guns, and they didn't even have cannons. But now all the soldiers were equipped with steel armor, and the number of soldiers carrying rifles and muskets exceeded several hundred.
Among them, the soldiers who had grown into battle-hardened elite veterans were countless. Furthermore, they now possessed a large number of cannons referred to by outsiders as the god of war, including siege cannons, field guns, howitzers, and so on.
Although the enemy's numbers had increased, their army was also much stronger than last time. Ranger Commander Effie, you should be very clear about the power we possess, shouldn't you? You've witnessed it with your own eyes.
Effie's trembling stopped.
The Blackwood army always managed to achieve incredible victories despite being outnumbered.
She had participated in many of them and contributed to the victories. She clenched her fists.
That's right.
Now these orcs are nothing more than meat on our chopping block.
She regained her confidence.
Under Isaac's encouragement, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a beautiful smile like a crescent moon.
Isaac had long ago discovered that her smile had a unique charm.
This was the Effie he knew. At this moment, a white-haired old elf silently watched all of this from the side.
He was Effie's father and the leader of the nearby elf village. Isaac quietly released Effie's arm and whispered as if defending himself. A home clan leader, don't get the wrong idea, I was just cheering her up and instilling some conviction.
Oh, is that so? The old man seemed to see through everything. He gave a meaningful smile, shrugged, and said nothing more. What did that smile mean? Grab, kill. The prey has delivered itself to our door.
The orcs of the magical beast forest brandished their heavy battle axes, drooling as they charged over.
Their charge was chaotic with no formation to speak of.
These orcs didn't even have basic tactics. In reality, they were easier to deal with than humans.
Haven't had a full meal in so long.
Human meat. Killing prey in the wild and eating it was a very common occurrence. So Isaac also intended to make good use of these orcs after killing them.
Orc fat, eyeballs, bones, their entire bodies were treasures.
Fat could be used to make soap, eyeballs and teeth could be used to make potions, and bones could be burned to ash to collect phosphorus. Then the crops grown with phosphorus fertilizer could be eaten by humans, so in a way, the relationship between humans and orcs was also a cycle of eating each other. Survival of the fittest, that is the law of nature, orcs.
The wind spirit on Effie's shoulder let out a shrill whistle.
She was no longer using a bow and arrow. Instead, she picked up a rifle and pointed it at the center of the enemy formation, indicating targets for the artillery.
It's him.
That particularly burly orc is the orc warlord who destroyed our village and harmed our people. The spirits tell me that many shaman priests are gathered there. Artillery units load high explosive shells. After destroying several magic items in succession recently, the number of rifled cannons had increased to 3.
The artillerymen quickly ran to their positions and stuffed the black shells into the muzzles.
The same place, the same enemy. This would be a commemorative battle to test their growth and progress.
The artillerymen rammed the shells home firmly, then gave thumbs up to Night Hands and Isaac.
In this cruel forest, if you wanted something, you had to fight for it with your own strength.
Fire.
The muzzle spat out dazzling flames, and the shells whistled out.
Operation Save the World Tree had officially begun.
3 shots shattered the orc lord's dream. Humans were thin and small, looking as if they would collapse at the slightest breeze. Furthermore, their numbers were far inferior to those of the orcs. Thus, at some unknown point, the wild orcs had reached a very simple conclusion. Gulun. Humans. Fragile. The orc warlord brandished a great club enveloped in magic, inspiring his subordinates. A roar filled with battle intent exploded like a thunderclap, and the surrounding orcs responded one after another with deafening bellows. Orcs supreme. Orcs. The roars of over 8,000 orcs resounded through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. The orc army began to advance with earth-shaking momentum. Orcs, mead of elves and humans. The orcs' fighting spirit surged like a volcanic eruption, and the orc warlord watched the scene with satisfaction. Recently, things had been going very well for the orc tribes. Their reproductive capacity had suddenly increased, and the tribesmen had become even stronger. Because of this, the number of orcs in the forest had increased significantly. The shaman priest said this was proof that the power of the orc god was growing. Though the reason was unknown, the arrival of the orc era seemed unstoppable. Therefore, even if weak races like elves and humans joined forces to attack, he would only respond with a contemptuous sneer. Moreover, his appetite-filled roar just now seemed to have intimidated the enemy. They stood there frozen like wooden chickens, unable to move. As expected, they weren't warriors at all, much less a match for orcs. They were only fit to be orc food. Today, we shall feast on the flesh of elves and humans.
Hero.
The orcs kicked off the ground with their thick calves, their charging speed becoming faster and faster. Clad only in animal skins and wielding battle axes, these orcs became frenzied in order to devour the prey delivered to their mouths. Swoosh! Suddenly, 3 lumps of iron flew from the distance, tracing a parabola before plunging deep into the ground. The orc warlord looked at these oddly shaped iron lumps and tilted his head in confusion. Gulu.
Boom, boom, boom.
Asterisk.
Tusk, what a spectacular sight. Unlike the Imperial army, which had some understanding of their combat methods, the orcs in the forest knew nothing of artillery, and dared to charge so bravely. Isaac could only say he hoped they would maintain their courage. In war, ignorance comes with a heavy price. First, 3 massive fireballs rose in succession right where the orc warlord and shaman priests were gathered. There were deafening explosions, thick smoke billowing into the sky, and violent tremors transmitted through the ground. Rumble. Sharpness-filled shrapnel poured out in all directions like hail, instantly submerging the orc command center. The space that was originally densely packed with dark green instantly turned into a sea of blood.
Who humans use fire magic?
It's magic. It's magic. Despicable humans. The sudden bombardment caused some orcs to let out roars of anger and terror. But most orcs remained fearless, acting as if they could ignore magical attacks as long as they rushed in front of the enemy, so they continued to charge forward with stubborn determination. There is often a fine line between bravery and recklessness. These reckless orcs were immediately baptized by howitzer shells and rifle bullets as soon as they entered a maximum range. Bang, bang, bang. You were. Every time a black iron lump exploded, it took away a large swath of orc lives. Even if orcs were physically stronger than humans, they were nothing more than flesh and blood before the ruthlessness of thermal weapons.
Gulu, where's the warlord?
I can't see the warlord.
There are too many mages.
It seemed that in their eyes the attacks from Blackwood territory were merely a form of magic.
That vast swarm over there was supposedly made up of mages who could launch
Magical attacks. The orc ranks began to descend into even greater commotion.
Don't panic.
Gulu, as long as we get in front of them, we can eat these skinny humans in one bite. Several orc squad leaders wielding 2-handed axes roared loudly to stabilize morale. They thought that as long as they did what they had always done, charging the enemy for melee combat, they could solve everything. But the situation now was completely different from before. Knight Miller, give the enemy a storm of steel. Isaac signaled Knight Miller to load canister shot. The artilleryman nimbly scraped away the black powder residue and began cleaning the bores again.